Hello everyone, welcome to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. You tune into the Riot Games 2 stream, which is focused on giving an experience for people who might be much newer to League of Legends esports. Stick with us, it's going to be an amazing ride here. My name is David Freak Turley. I'm joined here by two amazing analysts, Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, how you doing?
I'm super excited to be here for the finals, man. Can't wait to see if SKT wins again.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited as well because tonight, two professional League of Legends organizations in SK Telecom T1 and Samsung Galaxy will go head-to-head with one goal to become the 2016 World Champion. And hundreds of organizations began that journey in January to become the champion, playing in their respective regions in tournaments and leagues all around the world.
These 16 teams qualified for Worlds. They come from leagues in North America, Europe, China, Korea, Southeast Asia, the Commonwealth of Independent States, and Brazil. In League of Legends, winning your regional championship is commendable, and eventually winning the World Championship and the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, we started with 16 teams. We knocked them down to 8 in the group stage in San Francisco. Then we moved on to the knockout stage. The quarterfinals were held in the Chicago Theater, and we were down to 4. Semifinals in New York City at Madison Square Garden, and then there were only 2. And now it's time for the finals in Los Angeles, in the Staples Center. And now we figure out who is going to be the best team in the world and who gets to hoist the Summoners Cup.
Exactly, and tonight's matchup is a best-of-5, just like all the previous ones in the knockout stage, and teams will play complete games of League of Legends. Each game is generally about 35 minutes in length, and teams will have approximately 10 to 12 minutes after the end of each game to strategize and prepare for the next one. And the first team to win 3 games is the winner of the match and becomes the world champion. And we'll play all of those games tonight.
So SK Telecom T1, they are the favorites coming in here, 2-time world champions already, and they know what it takes to win a title, and now they're putting everything into a 3rd championship run.
일단 올해를 마무리하기 위해서는 이제 역시 월드 챔피언십을 우승하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같고, 또 이번에 1년 동안 제가 바쁘게 거의 쉴 틈 없이 경기를 했는데 솔직히 그렇게 쉴 틈 없이 하게 된 게 정말 다행인 것 같고, 이번에도 꼭 우승을 해야 개인적으로 좀 많이 힘들 것 같은데 뭐 그런 게 만족스러운 게 아닌가 생각이 듭니다.
The 2 teams that are playing here tonight both hail from South Korea's professional league, the LCK.
Let's first talk about SK Telecom T1. These guys are the defending world champions. They've already won 2 world championships in their history. Tonight, they're looking for their 3rd. And of 6 total world championships, that would mean they have completely dominated the scene for years.
And that's absolutely incredible. And if they were to win tonight, they would end up being the only back-to-back world champions, which is insane to think about. But we're going to run through the roster here and start with their top laner. In the top lane, it's Duke. He joined the team at the beginning of this year, replacing the 2015 World's MVP and team captain of SK Telecom. But now, this is Duke's time to shine. He's able to actually win a championship with SK Telecom here tonight. And if he's able to do that, then he's definitely shown that he's filled those shoes.
He's absolutely been a great individual contributor, and now you're seeing the jungle role. The newest addition as well to that was on your screen, Blank, who's played reasonably well with SK Telecom T1. The funny thing is they keep trying to replace this man, Bangi, who he won last year's Worlds with SKT. He's been on the roster for a very long time. He's already a 2-time world champion. He's been with them since 2013, to be completely honest. And he never says die. He's always the one putting up big numbers and helping out a ton.
Extremely clutch player. But speaking of clutch, in the mid lane, it's the most legendary figure in League of Legends history. It's FLICKR. This guy has been almost unanimously considered the best player in the world for not 1 year, not 2 years, but 3 straight years. He redefined what it meant to be a great League of Legends player.
Absolutely, he has everything you would ever want, but he's not the only carry on the team. SK Telecom's AD carry Bang has distinguished himself as the 2nd threat on this team. He has had MVP caliber performance here in the bottom lane at Worlds 2016. Alongside FLICKR, that's really hard to do.
And Bang's been with the roster for 2 years. He won Worlds last year with these guys as well. Additionally, you can see that he's going to be with the lane mate Wolf in a second, who similarly incredibly good.
Yeah, Wolf is definitely excellent. These guys work so well together in the bot lane.
Yeah, Wolf definitely incredible, not only in the bot lane, but you're seeing him roaming towards the mid lane as well. 1v1ing the opposing AD carry Uzi right there from another squad. And Wolf has, again, won Worlds last year as well. Incredible competitor.
And despite already having multiple international wins, there was a lot of criticism on Wolf last year saying that he was the worst member of this squad. So this year, he has a chance to actually prove people wrong.
Yeah, it definitely just been overall amazing. SKT, I mean, they are the favorites of Worlds right now, right? This is an incredibly talented roster, almost untouched from last year, and they're coming in as clear favorites.
And I think a big reason that they are those favorites is because of how diverse the compositions they can run are. They can play all kinds of different styles here, and they've shown them throughout League of Legends, so it's so tough to prepare for this team.
Yeah, every match that SK Telecom ends up going into, they are the Titans. They are the ones that need to be taken down. And there's a saying, never bet against SK Telecom, because even when they look weak, they are still an incredibly strong team, and they show up at these tournaments.
They really always do. Incredible competitors, never lost to Worlds they've attended so far, and here's their third chance at this one. Now, their opponents this series, of course, a very tall task, Samsung Galaxy. Now, the organization, a Samsung-sponsored team, did win Worlds in 2014, but after 2014, the team entirely reformed. Beginning in 2015, Samsung Galaxy did not look nearly as good.
Yeah, certainly not, but they've looked great in this World so far. Coming out of the group of death, beating teams like TSM, who a lot of people had really high hopes for coming into the World Championship.
Yeah, and we're going to run through the roster here and start with the top lane, Cuve. You were talking about it, Freak, where they had rebuilt the roster. He was the first member to join the squad, and he has the most solo kills at Worlds out of any player by 7. He has 7 more than the next highest person. He has been a fantastic top laner, has shown a diverse style. He plays the tanks and the guys who soak damage, but he also plays damage dealers.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible, and working very well with him has been Ambition. This guy has been in the league scene for almost an eternity, 6 seasons in the LCK, considered by many to be the best player to have never reached a world championship. And now, finally, Ambition has arrived on the world stage and wants to show that he has what it takes to win the world championship.
And he even used to be a mid laner. He switched roles recently. And speaking of mid laners, you're seeing Crown right now solo killing one of the best mid laners in the world there, Bjergsen. And he has been absolutely incredible. Considered the second best mid laner in all of South Korea, which is, as you can tell from the final, kind of the home of all the amazing players right now. Second only to FLICKR himself, and really has been a consistent force.
Yep, and also in the bottom lane, their AD carry, Ruler. Now this guy is really impressive because he is a rookie to this squad. He is actually playing his first competitive split of League of Legends. He's only been playing it for 5 months competitively, and now he's in the World Championship Finals. People have questions about nerves, but this rookie has nerves of steel.
Yeah, it's been simply incredible, and Samsung Galaxy has featured 2 rotating supports in the bottom lane with Ruler, Wraith, and Core JJ. And Core JJ, who had played with Team Dignitas in the North American LCS, actually has an AD carry, but since swapping over to support and subbing in for Wraith at the World Championship, Samsung has not lost a single game.
Yeah, it's really incredible, the story of Samsung Galaxy, because we're like, okay, SKT are huge favorites. They're going to smash everybody. You never bet against them. But Samsung were like almost not supposed to make Worlds. They finished the split in 4th place, barely managed to grab that last spot from South Korea to qualify for Worlds. Then they were in the group of death, and they make it out of that. And then they get the quarters and semifinals, so don't even drop a game in the bracket stage.
Yeah, back in 2014, when the Samsung organization won Worlds and actually broke up the SK Telecom wins, people were saying, well, you know, that roster blew up. They're never going to make it again. They reformed that squad for 2 years straight, did not make an LCK playoff. They did not try to compete at all, and they ended up not being very good. And this year, this split, they ended up making the playoffs. They ended up not doing too well, but then at the last moment, they qualified, like you said, and they took down a team that they had been 0-19 against in KT Rolster.
Yeah, and not only 0-19 against KT Rolster, but against SK Telecom, who they'll be playing tonight. They were 2-16 over the last 2 years, so they have another gargantuan task to take down these guys tonight.
They definitely do, but if trajectory is any indication, they are doing much better than maybe stats would tell, so there's a chance here for Samsung Galaxy. Now, their mid laner Crown will need to be at his very best to take down FLICKR and SK Telecom T1.
아마 이번 대회에서 아마 제가 제일 중요할 것 같아요, 이번 결승이. 우리 팀에서는. 왜냐면 이제 워낙 잘하는 선수고 SK를 이기려면 이제 미드가 이겨야 된다고 제가 인터뷰에서도 말했었는데 뭐 실질적으로 그런 팀이라서 제가 꼭 이기거나 아니면 최소 반반 이 정도는 가야 될 것 같고, 그게 워낙 라인전을 떠나서 너무 잘하는 선수라 네, 저도 그만큼 더 잘해야지 이제 네, 미드 라인에서는 네, 승부가 그렇게 될 것 같아요. 네.
When spectating a game of League of Legends, there's plenty of information on the screen. Let's take a look at the visual elements used on the screen during the broadcast. And to start things off, let's take a look at Fog of War. So here's the game, how it would look from C9 Sneaky's point of view. He can only see things that him and his team reveal, and he has no idea what is waiting for him in this bush. And as we roll the clip, we're going to find out that it's actually Samsung's Ambition that is camping out in that bush, and you do not have vision into the brush unless you have a ward in there or an allied team. Now, as we roll back the clip, this is how it would look for you watching on a regular broadcast. You have vision enabled for both sides, so you can see clearly that Ambition is lying in wait here for Sneaky, and as we roll the clip once more, we get to see poor Sneaky die a second time here, as if once wasn't enough. But it's very important to know that this is not how most players play the game. So, when you're playing at home, it's going to look a little bit different, but we get the advantage of being able to see everything during the broadcast. And next, we are going to be able to take a look at the top of the scoreboard, where there is a ton of important information for you guys to track here. Starting off with, of course, the team tricodes. That is simply the team's names. In this game, it is the Rocks Tigers and SK Telecom T1 who were playing against each other. And then gold. This one is extremely important. Gold is going to give you a good idea of which team is more powerful at any given time, which team is ahead. You get gold from killing minions, monsters, from taking turrets, as well as killing champions. And then, of course, game time next will track when certain objectives are going to spawn, as well as just how long into the game we are. And then kills is going to be how many champion kills each team has achieved, and that can give you a good idea of who is winning the fights, but not always who is winning the game as a whole, because objectives are very important. And speaking of those, we next have turrets. Turrets are important defensive structures which must be taken down to win a game of League of Legends, and as you do take those down, you gain more map control as well as some of that all-important gold. The first turret that you do take down is going to give you a nice chunk of bonus gold, and that can be very important to getting ahead in the game. And then, of course, last but not least, we do have the series score, which you're going to want to track throughout the games tonight. Next, we will briefly touch on dragons, and as you can see here in the top left, we have the next dragon spawn. This time it's going to be Infernal, which is one of 4 different types of dragons. They respawn every 6 minutes and will give you game-long bonuses, such as increased damage from the nice Infernal dragon, or increased health and mana regen. Lots of great bonuses, and the teams are going to be looking to fight over those objectives. And then next, we will be going on to the side of the screen where we have the champion portraits. As you can see here in the top, that is Trundle. You can see that nice little square where it does show each champion's face. Summoner spells are powerful abilities selected at the start of each game. They generally have pretty long cooldowns and are chosen by players there. Next is going to be the ultimate ability. That will be unlocked at level 6 by each player and are generally very powerful abilities with much longer cooldowns. So tracking the cooldowns here on the side of the screen will let you know who's in a position to win a fight and who might be on that losing side. Champion level next. Also very important, because not only does each level unlock new abilities, it increases the damage from those abilities and also gives you a lot of extra stats. So you're going to be doing more damage, be tankier, very, very important stuff. And then, of course, HP and mana. Everyone knows this if you do play video games. When your health hits 0, you have died. The other team has taken you down. And, of course, mana. You need it to cast spells. It's going to be very important, especially in the early game. And then now, as we take a look here down at the bottom of the screen, we have the scoreboard. The scoreboard is going to be tracking the status of the individual players as well as the overall game. So we have the champion icons from top to bottom. It will be top lane, jungle, mid lane, AD carry, then support. We have these numbers here, which are referred to as creep score, or CS commonly throughout the cast. That's going to give you an idea of how many minions or monsters players have killed throughout the game, and that's going to be something that really feeds into how much gold these players have to then buy items. KDA simply is the kills, deaths, and assists achieved for each player, which can be a good idea of how well those players are doing in the game. And then, of course, their item builds here, and as we are at the start of a game right now, they don't have a lot of items, but as the players get more powerful, collect more gold, they're going to have more items and more of them that are very, very strong. So more completed items, the stronger you get. And last but certainly not least, we do have the mini map here in the bottom right. And the really important thing to note about the mini map is while we may be watching, say, the bottom lane, or in this case, we're right now watching the jungle, you can track where players are moving throughout the map by looking here. You can also see the objectives such as the turrets and the ultimate golden nexus, which has to be killed to win a game. But as we're watching mid lane here, you can see that perhaps the red side jungler is sneaking around towards the bot lane. That's something you may want to track because that can give you a heads up on where action could be coming next. We're going to bring back Freak and Zyrene to break down the champions and strategies that have defined the world's meta. But first, SKT jungler Bengi is setting the bar for excellence in League of Legends.
제가 생각하기에는 제가 이번에 그래도 현재로서는 가장 높은 커리어를 가지고 있고 아마 당분간은 깨지지 않을 커리어라고 생각하는데 이번에 3회 우승을 하면 진짜로 정말 오랫동안 제가 커리어로는 아무도 저보다 높아질 수 없다고 생각하기 때문에 저에게는 약간 소중한 기회고 이 기회를 꼭 잡고 싶습니다.
Now let's take a look at these teams' most played champions at Worlds 2016 and parse through some of the strategies they're going to employ. So in League of Legends, there are 133 playable characters to choose from, and you can only put 5 in your team at any one time. So obviously you have to make some cuts, you have to make some choices. We're going to start with top laners. Now top laners is a very interesting role. They're really them to relocate really anywhere else on the map at a moment's notice. So you want things that are often self-sufficient, and we see tanks like Echo and Poppy who are very durable, and they excel at disrupting their opponents using teleport to reach the back lines and pick someone off, stun them against a wall, things like that. But you also see champions like Jace who are squishy and do a lot of damage. They're not going to be flanking, they're going to be part of their own team's back line. So you're seeing, a diverse sort of style of champion, but they are isolated, they're often pushing by themselves.
Exactly, and top lane tanks, they are soaking up the damage, but a lot of compositions will require at least having a single tank in it, and if it's not the top laner and they might be on something like Jace, you look to the jungle for your next tank, and something like Olaf. Then the jungle role is about providing what the team needs. They are not tied down to a lane, they are enablers. They can visit lanes, be there for a few seconds, help get a kill, and influence that lane and push it in their favor. So junglers are mostly about controlling those camps in the jungle, influencing the lanes, and making sure that your team is set up for success, and they are one of the big, if not the biggest, factors in the early game. So you'll be tracking junglers quite often.
Definitely a huge factor in the early game. Let's move on to the mid lane here. And it's nice because they're all filling somewhat similar roles here. A mage is what we're typically seeing in the mid lane. And if you've ever played any kind of fantasy RPG, you kind of know what a mage does. Big storms, poisons, damage output. But they're generally speaking going to put out lots of damage, and usually in large areas. They're very good in the larger skirmishes, the big 5-on-5 team fights, with some crowd control and stunts as well to help.
Exactly, and the big thing about mages is they actually diversify your damage type palette. There's physical damage and magic damage, and every composition should have a bit of both.
Yeah.
And that's where you typically get your magic damage from, is from those mages in the mid lane. And they also bring something that we call wave clear, where they kill the minions very quickly, which allows you to get to those turrets fast. If you don't have wave clear in a composition, then you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be slow pushes, and the game will be really long. So mages in the mid lane is where you try to get those.
And one extra thing they do have is most of them, like Victor, like Cassiopeia, like Orianna, have access to crowd control, to stuns, to knockups, to ways to keep your opponents from doing anything at all for several seconds, which is super, super important. They have very high impact skills, and they're sometimes the most important characters in a team fight. Second to them, in my opinion, AD carries, also referred to as marksmen sometimes, should give you a pretty good glimpse into what these champions do. They are typically long range, physical damage, and more often than not, especially for the champions like Caitlyn and Ezreal, their primary goal is just dealing damage, staying alive and hitting a single target as often as possible and whittling them down, whether it's a tank, whether it's someone squishier. You sometimes have examples like Jhin, also a champion we might see called Ashe, where they're actually bringing crowd control themselves. Jhin specifically has a very long-range ultimate where he shoots bullets that slow you down from like 3 screens away. And so sometimes you'll see AD carries bring utility and fight-starting tools to the squad.
Exactly, and crowd control, slows, stuns, something that helps lock down that character to prevent it doing damage, and that's where the support role comes into play. The support role will disrupt the flow of lanes and of fights, whether it's dealing damage to the enemy like Zyra and keeping them locked down and preventing them from repositioning, or Karma, which helps your team reposition and has a little bit of lockdown herself. So supports are usually tied during the early game to their AD carry and lane. They will stay with them for a very long time, but then they start roaming around the map. They play a little bit like a jungler, but they don't kill creeps. They don't kill monster camps. they end up getting a very little bit of gold, and then they start influencing the map with those abilities that lock people down.
Yeah, supports do a lot with a little. So we know there's a lot of champions to play, a lot to choose from. Now let's take a look at how these teams will select their champions. And we're going to use an example from our recent semifinals, Game 5 of SK Telecom T1 versus Rocks Tigers. And we are bringing Azael back in with us to help break this down. And I'm going to first start out by pointing your attention to the very bottom of the screen. The bottom left and bottom right corners are the bans. When the pick and ban phase starts again, 133 champions to choose from. What you're trying to do is paint a masterpiece. You're trying to paint the Mona Lisa with the best 5 champions that you can get for yourselves, but you're taking turns doing that. And so you're trying to ban things out that your opponents would want to use that you wouldn't have access to.
Yeah, and bans are very interesting because it's not just about taking out the most powerful champions. Sometimes it's about taking players off of what they're comfortable playing, putting them in a position where they don't really know what they want to play, or they're not going to be very good at what they have to play.
Exactly, and we had seen multiple champions in that previous slide, so if there are 3 really good champions in a row, you have the option to ban 2 of them and leave that last one open for yourselves, forcing the enemy to pick an unfavorable matchup or one that's not exactly strong right now.
And then as the bans come through, the pick phase starts. You're seeing the first pick has already come through for Rocks Tigers. Teams get 60 seconds to lock in either 1 or, depending on the phase, 2 champions at the same time here. And because you take turns and you can only play a champion on one side, this is in a way a ban because you're denying it from the other team.
Exactly. It is a snake draft where the blue side, the left side of your screen, will pick 1 champion first. Then it goes over to the right side, the red team. They will pick 2, and then it will go 2 back and forth until the final pick, which will be by the red side, and they will pick 1 champion.
And that final pick can be extremely important because it guarantees you at least 1 advantageous matchup. You can save that for something, maybe a secret, something to throw a wrench in the gears of your opponent, or to just get a really good lane matchup where you are going to have the advantage, be able to get ahead in that minion kills, or perhaps even kill your opponent off.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And it's always going to be interesting to see how they can manage to navigate through these circumstances. Now, while the game is played 5-on-5, during a champions like the coaches are behind them on stage. Usually they've got a notebook with a whole bunch of game theory planned out about what they are going to play and ban and pick against each other. So it's a very compelling phase. It's often very difficult to navigate through, but it's always a whole lot of fun to watch.
And I mean, one of the strengths of SK Telecom, which we had talked about earlier, is that they can play so many different things. It gives them flexibility in the pick and ban phase, and that really does make it very difficult for those teams to prepare.
Exactly, and you are stuck with those champions that you have selected for that entire game. Of course, then you are given 10 to 12 minutes between games to work on your strategy, try to adjust the pick and ban phase, and come back and select new champions. So there's a completely new pick and ban phase between every single game.
And one final thing to point out as far as the rules here, you're seeing the player names as well as the champions overlaid. They're basically just picking an order. At the very end, they will swap the champions to the appropriate player to play them. This Karma will most likely go to the support role or the mid lane, and we'll see it traded down to the player who's going to play that champion itself. And that's the important thing to watch for. Either way, basically they're just grabbing the champions and they put them on the right players, and then the game begins. Now we're going to take some final comments here and predictions for this series, and then we're going to send you to the Staples Center. But before we do quite that, let's take a look back at the big moments from Samsung and SKT's road to Worlds so far.
Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only 2 options, win or die.
Oh, he dodges the bombs, Crab with the chase. Vegas gonna get the stun. Landed, Becky flashed his ball. Dublin gets the trade kill in the crowd. The Baron steal, no, it's gonna go to Samsung Galaxy.
Xiaohu's kill, not done yet. Bang's looking for Uzi. The tower, the laser.
Tideway flashed out by Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom on 3 members. The shockwave from Crown.
And it's secured by Bangy. That is a big deal. SKT, the shockwave, a shutdown. They've got 3 already.
It's not done yet. Cube's unforgiven. Cube's not forgiven. Vander's not going to be able to turn it back around.
It's a 4 for 0. It's the ace. It's the game.
Ryu's cut down. And with Cube chasing, you're never going to outrun an Echo.
And SKT punched their ticket to their 3rd World Final.
A 3-0 sweep will send Samsung Galaxy to the World Final.
All right, well, we are nearing the end of our pregame segment, so it's time to talk about who is going to be the one hosting the Summoners Cup at the end of the day. It's time for predictions. World Championship. I think it's going to be SK Telecom T1. They've already won 2 Worlds before. They look amazing. That series in the semifinals against Rocks Tigers was incredible. These are absolutely top competitors, I think they win.
I completely agree, and I think that SKT has looked too good. Coming into Worlds, people were saying jungle might be a problem. It hasn't been throughout Worlds. I don't think it will be in the finals. I think SKT takes this.
Yeah, I'm also going to go in with SKT here. I think that Samsung Galaxy has been looking incredibly good, though. So we're going to learn a lot off of that first game and who starts getting that early advantage. So I'm looking at the junglers here. I'm looking at Ambition versus Bengi and Blank, because Bengi, he was really good in the series against Rox Tigers in the semifinals, but Blank, not so much. So what is SK Telecom going to run in that first match?
Yeah, I think it makes it really interesting. I do think that it is a close match. I think if you look at any other predictions online, almost unanimously people will tell you SKT are the favorites, and that's no surprise. But I think the match is very close. Samsung have continued to surprise and look better and better than we expected. Every single match they play, it's better than we thought they'd be.
And I mean, the thing is, even though it is close, there's still margins, right? You talk about how Crown might be the second best mid laner in Korea. I think FLICKR is the best by a long shot.
Yeah.
And I think that this guy is one of the biggest reasons that SKT keeps winning. And I think he's going to be a huge reason for why they win here tonight.
SK Telecom, as an organization, just look incredibly clean. Despite what year it is, FLICKR is always at the forefront of this team. He is always leading them into the fray. And honestly, SKT, with their support staff as well, with their coach, who has been the coach for 4 years, Koma, they have very solid pick ban phases. They adapt in between games. And Samsung Galaxy, well, this is a squad that hasn't had that type of pressure on them yet. They haven't had playoffs until this split, and they have a rookie on the squad as well. So there are a lot of questions here that we're going to get answered, because Samsung have been looking better and better, but are they world champion status?
And we'll have to find out. The game's going to be going underway very shortly. The stage is nearly set for our battle between Samsung Galaxy and SK Telecom T1. We'll now send you over to the Staples Center for the opening ceremony of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship Finals.
performances. They break their fastest record. And Samsung Galaxy top Group D.
We are the chosen ones.
SK Telecom secure #1 in their group.
In a flash, you'll be in the dark. Ice cold looking for
Crown moves fast. He gets the signal. Petrifying gaze. Smoothie gets taken down.
We won't run from our destiny. We'll find to leave a legacy. Nothing can stop us.
Duke is about to gnaw out, throws Luca against the wall, stuns him with the wallop, crunches down, looks for more. One last auto. Duke solos Lupa and says, Game 1 sends my regards. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds.
We are the chosen. We are the few. The end will never come. We are the chosen ones.
And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on to the semifinals.
Ryu's in so much trouble. Pounce is flashed away from, but Ambition gets one.
And Ambition, he's got something to prove. The flash of Kuro, the stun and the Faker, not gonna matter.
Bangy!
And Bangy again. They do see Faker. It's Smeb onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not gonna go down. Faker, with just a ghost, gets away with it.
We are the chosen. We are the true.
A 3-0 sweep will send Samsung Galaxy to the World Final.
We are the chosen. We are the few. The end will never come. We are the chosen ones.
SK Telecom T1 backs against the wall. Bangy himself 3-0 against Rocks Tigers in the series, and SKT punch their ticket to their third World Final.
We are the chosen ones.
Hello, Staples Center! Please join me in welcoming your finalists for the 2016 League of Legends World Championship! First up, representing the LCK, Samsung Galaxy. In the top lane, Cuvée. In the jungle, Ambition. In the mid lane, Crown. At AD carry, Ruler. Supporting, Core JJ. Their sub at the support position, Wraith. And their coach, Edgar. One more time, Samsung Galaxy. And their opponents in tonight's matchup, two-time world champions, SK Telecom T1. In the top lane, Duke. At jungle, Bengi. In mid lane, FLICKR. At AD carry, Bang. Supporting, Wolf. Their sub at the jungle position, Blank. And their coach, Koma. Once again, SK Telecom T1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for both our finalists. 선수들 이제 착석해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good evening and welcome to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship Final live from Los Angeles, California. Fans have converged on the Staples Center from all over the globe as the world's best compete for pride, glory, and the Summoners Cup. Gentlemen, we've made the trip inside just in time to catch the ending of that opening ceremony, and my goodness, this venue.
It's fantastic. Such a good opening, you know. We got the teams introduced, we got great music as well, and all the fantastic effects.
I mean, there's people all the way up to the ceiling, and then we have FLICKR doing his like anime villain stare in the introduction. Like,
I thought he was going to smile at some point, but no. Keeps it down.
Not for FLICKR, and I mean, when you are one of these players, you see Ruler's face again, and you know, Core JJ, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity potentially for these guys to play in front of so many fans.
I was going to say, and what a cheer that Core JJ got there, being the lone representative from the North American LCS to make it to the finals. And gentlemen, as the final fight is upon us, it's time to lock in your predictions. So who will hoist the Summoners Cup come the end of the evening?
I mean, if we look at Samsung Galaxy, only lost one game in the tournament so far against T Solo Mid right there. So if they can keep going, you know, imagine if they win 3-0 right here, you know, only dropping that game to TSM. Sadly, that's not going to happen. SKT is going to smash them, you know.
You started the crowd.
Right,
there you
the
go.
SKT vote here. Spawn, what do you got?
Do you know the last time, Deficio, a Samsung lineup made it to the World's Final, having only dropped a game to TSM? It was Samsung White. In saying that, I think that SKT will take this one. I think it's going to be much closer than Crepo, however. I think we're going to 5 games. I think this is going to be one for the record books. I really do think Samsung is a great team, but SKT is the best of all time.
Yeah, I think if Samsung can fix some of their pick and ban issues, we could predict, you know, no Lee Sin, no Syndra for Crown. I can actually see this become super competitive. I think Samsung is a very, very good team. Sadly, I just don't think it's enough, but I actually agree with Spawn here. I think we're going to get a 3-1, 3-2 in favor of SKT.
All right, we're looking at a competitive series here, and you already talked about maybe one little way that Samsung can get an edge in this series, as you two gentlemen also picked SKT. Give me the reasons why or how Samsung can get an advantage and maybe take the series.
So the series is played on so many fronts. Once we have FLICKR versus Crown in the mid lane, that's the first step for Samsung. They need to stay even right there. But then you have the difference in reaction right there, where many teams roam to their side lanes to put pressure. SKT keeps FLICKR in the mid lane. That means that the top lane matchup is so important, because Duke versus Cuvée, where SKT put so much priority in second picking their top laner, having become a late game scaling threat in the side lanes, that can be thwarted in the early game, especially if Crown gets unlocked and he can roam to the top lane and work together with his top laner right there to get an advantage.
I think there's a good chance we see both teams try and last pick top lane for that exact reason, to try and get that advantage, especially in split push later. I think bot lane is going to be super important as well, because we have seen teams target SKT's bot lane with roams, TPs, everything they have to just throw at that bot lane, try and get the advantage and get the dragons rolling. So that could definitely be something for Samsung, but I do think SKT is the best counter-attacking team in the world. They read what you're doing and they predict it, and then they punish you.
I agree, and that's why Ambition and his shot calling in specifics needs to be on point today, because if he makes too many errors with over-aggressive calls, this game could be really one-sided. I think he has the experience to do it. This is his time to shine, and I really am looking forward to that jungler stepping up.
And the pick and ban phase will decide so much, because here Samsung was very steady steady in their pick ban in semifinals. SKT showed answers to the conventional threats that Rox offered as well. And I just want to see how deep we will go in the rabbit hole of range supports, Zyra, MF, maybe Deluxe comes out. And at what point one of these guys is going to whip out like a melee support, like an Alistar or a Braum, to kind of stop that trend and just go aggressive with ganks.
Most
Final
likely,
thoughts, Patricio.
we're going to see maybe later. I think for a start, we're going to see the range supports in there. I mean, for me, it comes down, as Crepo talked about, pick and ban phase, and then when you play against SKT, when you go for the aggressive plays, you need to make sure you can execute 100%. Otherwise, you'll always lose 1 or 2, 3 members, and then suddenly the game runs out of control. Samsung needs to show a good early game here to get the advantage.
All right, gentlemen, it is time to find out which team will cement their place in League of Legends history. So let's send it out to the caster desk and kick off the finals.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. You are tuned in to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship new viewer stream. I am your host, David Freak Turley, accompanied by 2 excellent analysts. It's Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, how you doing?
Doing great, man. I'm excited to be here. My first World Finals,
Same.
so very, very excited.
Zyrene?
I'm incredibly excited because the last time I was here at Staples Center, Season 3, I was actually a viewer in the crowd, and now being up here on this desk is actually really incredible.
It really is going to be incredible. We've got an amazing set of matches coming up for you today. It is a best of 5 for the championship. SK Telecom T1 and Samsung Galaxy will take turns drafting champions that they'll take on to Summoner's Rift. For those of you who are newer to League of Legends, we will walk you through all of these phases of the game, all the things going on. So you're playing a game of League of Legends. It's a best of 5, so you're going to play 5 games. It's going to be a wonderful 3 to 5 hour affair here for you tonight to figure out who the world champion is going to be. Every game starts out with the teams drafting which characters they will bring into the game.
And this is actually such an important part of the game because, you know, taking away certain champions, especially the ban phase, can be massive in deciding the outcome of the game. There's a lot of players who have smaller champion pools who are very comfortable on specific picks, but may not be as comfortable on some of the other ones. So targeting those players and trying to take away their comfort picks can be something to really kind of throw them off their game.
And that's why bans are so important in this game, and then we'll see people actually counter ban. They think you're going for one strategy, and they'll try to cut you off, leave more open, stuff like that. And this is the only phase of the game that the coaches are actually on stage with the players, so they don't get any in-game information. They only get help through picks and bans with the help of the coach.
Right, so unlike something like American football, for example, where you've got coordinators calling the plays and, you know, they're telling the quarterback what to do, once the pick and ban phase is over, which is maybe 5 minutes long, the actual 35-minute game is just the 5 players on the stage. They don't get breaks to go communicate with someone else. They've got to play the game live against their opponents. There's no real pauses or breaks in play. They've got to constantly navigate the rest of their teammates around. And that's such a difficult skill set to learn, and you've got some of the most experienced players in the game's history on stage, kind of proving what the importance of that is.
And that's why these teams have in-game leaders. We call them shot callers. These guys are the in-game coach, essentially. You hear it, you know, in football and other games as well, kind of the in-game leaders, veterans on the field, and League of Legends has the same principles. These guys will be in-game, directing their teammates, making the plays, calling the shots, and it's really the same kind of thing, but it is a skill that not every player has. You can be fantastic at the game, but not really able to manage and micromanage all of the other things that your teammates have to do. So it is a new skill set that these players have to pick up as they're entering pro play.
Exactly. It's kind of like the difference between, you know, the coach is there, but then you have the quarterback. And the quarterback sometimes has to make audibles where they're calling audibles all of the time. And sometimes it's not even the same person throughout the game. Early game, you will typically have a jungler be a shot caller. Usually, a lot of compositions, a lot of different teams will run things differently. For example, SK Telecom T1 usually rely on FLICKR in the mid lane, and then Bengi as well from the jungle will have combined calls, and then everybody contributes information to the calls.
It's one of the interesting things about League of Legends as a competitive esport, and any of you who watch other esports, especially team esports, have seen things like this, but one of the cool things about League of Legends and games like this is they've got communication up all the time, right? I will keep using American football as my example, or even European football as an example, where you've got 11 people on the field, and they're, you know, meters away from each other. You can't hear each other talk all the time. And in this case, you actually are saying, oh, up in the top lane, oh, this guy has used an important cooldown. He can no longer blink away from you. If you show up here, he's an easy target. Come up to my side of the map because it'll be an opportune target here for you to kill.
And that's one of the things that is kind of very much behind the scenes. You don't actually get to see that sometimes as a spectator and realize how far in advance these things are planned out. Some of these plays are actually orchestrated, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes before they actually happen, which is pretty incredible, the foresight that these players have, you know, recognizing summoner spells being on cooldown, recognizing the ability to contest certain objectives at a later time, and planning around that.
Exactly. And people will keep track of those very important cooldowns. You mentioned summoner spells. Those are usually escape tools for people who are getting ganked, and if it's down, it's a 5-minute cooldown typically for Flash, and then Ghost. Depends on if you have certain masteries, but it can be anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes, and that's a much lower one. So you'll see people try to take advantage of that. And those windows, those 5 minutes, those 3 minutes, is where the jungler will have to come to the lane and try to make something happen.
And that is something we'll usually bring up during the broadcast. Oh, this spell is down, this cooldown, 2 to 5 minutes till that's going to be back up again. You should expect to see pressure there. And the funny thing is, like, we all play the game at a reasonably high level, but not at a professional level. And even like the top 1% or top 0.1%, those players are not good enough to routinely abuse those 5-minute windows. You'd think it'd be easy, but it's actually not. There's so much going on all the time, right? There's no break between plays. You're constantly doing something, and keeping those tracks. Sometimes someone just types it out in the chat, or they find ways to coordinate with everyone else to make sure that that information is given. It sounds easy in practice, but in reality, it's actually very difficult to track all those things.
Yeah, because even if you kill someone who is missing a summer cooldown, if you're losing a turret in the top lane to do that, or you're losing a lot of minions, you're missing out on gold and experience and other objectives, you can actually get behind off of a so-called successful play if it's not properly orchestrated, if it's not properly set up. So there's a lot to be prepared before you can actually go for these plays, and people have to really think a couple steps in advance. Especially the junglers, talking about them, because these guys are going to get punished so hard by the enemy jungler if they make one misstep. Even just showing your face on the map can sometimes give a big advantage to your opponent.
Yeah, it's another one of the big interesting points to me about League of Legends. It's not like one ball and it's follow the ball and stop the guy before he makes a touchdown before he scores a goal or anything else like that.
There's 10 balls.
Yeah, literally every player on the map, which is a 5-on-5, all 10 players, they can always do something. You can always fight your opponent in the lane. You can always try to kill off some monsters in the jungle and rest over objectives, whether it's fighting for vision control, because another one of the core concepts, which we'll talk about a bit later in this, fighting over vision, fighting your opponents directly, and there's constantly action among all 10 players all the time. So as you mentioned, yes, you might fight well in the top lane, but does that leave you weak on the other side of the map where you can still have that action going on?
And that's where we'll talk about matchups as well, is sometimes there are matchups that just innately, by nature of the champion and its kit and what it's able to do, will win a matchup, will get an advantage, will sometimes even kill the lane opponent. At the highest level, it's rather rare that that happens, but it has not been something that doesn't happen, right? Cuvee, Samsung Galaxy's top laner, most solo kills out of all the top laners, out of everybody at Worlds currently. So he has found those opportunities. He has found ways to actually get solo kills, which is not something that you always see.
And just to speak a little bit more on those matchups, there are 3 lanes as well as the jungle. Traditionally, your matchup is against the opponent on the other team who's playing that same lane. So the top laners are going to have a specific matchup. The mid laners will have their matchup. Bot lane and jungle will each have their matchup. And to Zyreen's point, sometimes that comes a lot into pick and ban as well, right? Leaving your last pick for a top lane so you could get an advantageous matchup. So you can have that advantage. And it all comes full circle, right? You have to be using strategy at all points in the game through pick and ban, and then executing it very, very well throughout the game also.
Yeah, we call it a multiplayer online battle arena, but it's really a hardcore tactics game that also requires execution as well as forethought. So it's a high-level game when you're playing it at the World Championship, at the World Finals. There's just so much to break down here. It's like almost like a Shakespearean play. You go back and you're just like, oh my God, they were brilliant there. And then you go back for the 3rd time and you're like, oh my God, I didn't see that the first time. And that's how this game goes, because there are so many people doing so many things simultaneously and helping each other out. So you have to go through and see all of the kind of interworkings of the team.
It turns out when there's 100 million people playing a game, the best 10 in the world are pretty damn good at it. So these guys, this is their living, right? This is not a casual thing. This is obviously, if you've watched any esports, you will understand that sort of concept. But just as professional athletes train, these guys train as well. And these teams in specific are some of the hardest working, the hardest training players that have ever really existed. FLICKR, the most legendary player really in League of Legends history, the mid laner for SK Telecom T1. He's renowned for not only their scrimmages and their individual team practice as a unit, but he plays solo. He plays by himself. Additionally to that, hours and hours and hours every day. Just during the World's tournament, he's almost gotten to the entire top way of the North American ladder, which normally would take people a huge amount of time.
It was number 4 last we checked.
Yeah, and I mean, he started playing specifically in North America.
A couple weeks ago.
Right, a month and a half ago, roughly, when they all came over to North America to play this tournament. It's been about a month long, by the way. We started in San Francisco at the beginning of the month. Now we're almost at Halloween here for the finals. And in the span of, again, a month, he's number 4 on basically the pickup ladder.
While playing this tournament,
Right, while practicing for this.
probably 12 hours a day with his team, while having media engagements and all these other things. It's not like he's sitting at home doing nothing but playing this. So it's incredible the amount of dedication that these guys have, and that's why he's the best, right? This guy doesn't get tired of it. He's such a vicious competitor, always wants to be better than his opponents, and always wants to know that he has no regrets going into one of these competitions.
That's why there's the nickname for him, God or Unkillable Demon King in Korea, because he is just somebody who puts so much work into the game, so much dedication, and like football or American football, there are physical limitations to how much you can practice. These guys, there are sometimes physical limitations like wrist injuries and stuff like that, but honestly, he can go at it for 14, 16 hours a day, and that's what's really upped the level of play here and made it so damn complex to follow because everybody is doing that now because they have to keep up.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things that I've actually seen debated amongst the community in general is one of the thoughts is no one ever got worse by practicing more, which means you could literally 16 hours a day, every single day dedicate to practice, which is obviously a very large number of hours. You get 8 to sleep and you're back on practice, and it's a schedule that very few could ever keep up, and it's theoretically even debatable. It's actually the right way to practice about it, and it's a sort of a developing science over what is the right way to practice for esports like this.
Well, and that's why these teams are building out their infrastructure, right? It's not just a couple guys in a room playing some video games anymore. These are massive multi-million-dollar organizations with coaches, with personal trainers,
houses
for both, like, you know, for psychologists, sports psychologists, with, you know, even some of these teams have masseuses and stuff like that to keep their physical
health,
shape, like health, really going as well. So it's like, you know, they're in the gym, they're doing mental training, they're doing physical training, they're doing all these different aspects because they know to be able to actually practice and focus at that level for 16 hours a day or 14 or 12 hours a day requires you to be in great shape.
Yeah, and also requires you to have a very high level of focus that you can keep constantly, because you talked about it, Freak, where this is going to be a multi-hour affair.
Yes.
This goes anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, maybe even longer sometimes, depending on, you know, how much they're actually playing in game. Like we had a 70-minute long game here at Worlds, so you have to be able to stay on top of your game, especially when it reaches those later parts, because one mistake, your death timers increase the longer you're in the game, and then that's the game right there if you get picked off.
And to kind of point something out about this, especially compared to conventional sports where they typically have very large rosters and deep benches, I think very rarely in most traditional sports do players play the entire time. Of course, in American football, you're literally on only half the time, offense and defense. In European football, you've got much more of that, but in basketball, you see people traded out very frequently as well. For most of these rosters, the players will be playing the entire night. There's only actually one substitute per team as for the rules of this tournament, so you might see for SKT, maybe Bangi and Blank trade off back and forth, but that's usually not as much fatigue as just simply who's kind of playing better on the day.
And it's also rare for teams to even use their subs.
Yes.
There's only a couple teams in all of Worlds, and these two guys actually, both these teams did have substitutions throughout it. You know, Core JJ swapping in for Wraith, but not on a game-to-game basis usually. And even for SKT, they are one that swaps back and forth to the jungle, but most teams actually never swap. And I think something that makes it more impressive for me, the amount of mental focus that you need is, you know, in a traditional sport, in most games, even Counter-Strike and games like that, there's not as much of a kind of a snowball from a mistake, right? You know, they get a touchdown, but their players do not become stronger because of this, right? Whereas in League of Legends, if you make one mistake, your opponents, you know, gain experience, they get items, they get gold. So when you fight again, even if you do it a little bit better, they're going to be more powerful because of that, and that's why mistakes are so unacceptable at the highest level.
And that's why you can see on your screen and why we're having this little bit of time before we get into the game. Some of those players are actually in games right now, and because of that, they're actually training. They're actually playing some champions. They're practicing combos. They're practicing and making sure that their mouse settings are correct, that their setup is correct, that they are not in a position that is uncomfortable for them, so that they are in one that, you know, less likely to make a mistake because of errors that are caused by things in your environment. So they're trying to make sure that everything is controlled before they go in the game and have those high pressure moments.
Yep, sort of, you know, standard warm-up procedures there. And instead of, you know, throwing a basketball through a hoop, it's,
stretching.
Pick up, you know, play Callista, spawn the minions, you know, kill some for a little while, make sure that you're doing everything properly. And that's, you know, the same situation, really.
And computer settings is also a big thing. Like, obviously, any gamer does know that. If you played usually at home and then you play at your friend's house or something like that, it can be very different. Even just the monitor's different size, you're sitting in a different angle, the keyboard's different, whatever. So these guys, they have all their own peripherals and stuff, of course, but you need to make sure that all the settings on the computer are exactly to your specifications, because those things even can make a big difference, even just mentally. Having played at tournaments myself, sometimes it just feels different, and you can't actually figure out why it feels different, and it can really throw you off.
Yeah, I remember we played a tournament once at Riot, and I couldn't get used to the big screen, so I actually made a smaller windowed, and then I went to MS Paint, made a black background, and put it in the back. So like I had this big screen, and my game was that big. So because of matching my monitor at home, and I played way better in that next game.
And it's really funny that you mentioned that, because that's actually something that I've seen from a lot of Korean gamers in StarCraft and World of Warcraft and other some of the Blizzard games going to tournaments and stuff in the past. Is these guys grew up maybe playing on like a small little laptop or whatever, like 13-inch, 15-inch screens and stuff, and then at the tournaments the standard monitor size is 21 or 23 inches or whatever it is. And they have these little tiny windowed boxes and stuff that they're playing in. So it can look pretty funny, but it's all about what you're used to.
And now the games have begun. We are in the champion select phase of the game, where the teams will take turn first banning champions away. Those are the ones at the very bottom of the screen, and then they will take turns back and forth picking which of the characters they want on their team. There are 133 to choose from. It's a lot of different characters to master for your role, and we'll see. The analogy I'm going to use is they're basically trying to paint some kind of a masterpiece. Pick which pigments you're going to use, slot them down into your sort of team, and figure out what you want to play to make sure you can come up with the best composition possible.
Exactly. You're trying to force them into a certain position where they have to ban something, they have to pick something to take it away because you want it for your combination. So it's almost like chess. You make a move, they have to answer. If they don't answer appropriately, you get more out of the pick ban phase. And right now, we're seeing a lot of priority put on that middle lane, because FLICKR and Crown, arguably number 1 and 2 in the world right now in the mid lane. So we see the Rise band, the one all the way in the bottom right corner, the blue guy. Then in the bottom left, we see Syndra in the middle and Cassiopeia on the right of the Samsung Galaxy bands.
Yeah, so of the 6 bands that are totally allotted there's 5 roles, and 3 of the 6 bands were aimed at the mid lane role. If any of this is confusing to you, you can see the plug down there. Hashtag AskTheCasters on Twitter. We would love to answer your questions about this game, about what these teams are going for. And what I love right now is this Zyra first pick is a support pick that has risen to huge prominence during this tournament, and has been allowed by the Misfortune ban, the second ban on the right in the bottom right corner, that SKT threw out, almost forcing Samsung to pick that champion.
And Misfortune was very interesting, because this was not something you'd ever seen really played at a professional level. And in the semifinals, it was actually brought out first against SKT. And we got to listen into their voice comms that they actually thought it was an accident that their opponents had picked it, because it was such a surprise. And I'm very interested to see if these teams have prepared anything for today, and if they can pull out any surprises.
Exactly. And so you were talking about the Misfortune ban, just like I was talking about in chess. You make a move, the counter move. SKT banned it because they didn't know if they couldn't really play it themselves, and they're on red side. They could have the counter pick. So the Zyra comes through for Samsung Galaxy, first pick, the red-haired person in the top. It will go all the way down to Core JJ and the support role, and this is a lock-up support. It does damage, it doesn't heal, it's all about damage, rooting, but the fallback of it is it has low mobility, and that's why SK Telecom's number 1 and 2 picks are Jin and Olaf, and those are about running you down, catching you out of position.
Yeah, and Jin is a very interesting marksman. Marksman is kind of a carry from the bot lane.
Yeah.
You play, you bring consistent physical damage, but Jin is more about utility. He has incredibly long-range abilities to CC people, to root them so that his teammates can chase them down. And his ultimate is basically, this 4-bullet sniper rifle type ability where you can shoot from very long range, you slow up your opponents, you deal massive amounts of damage, but he's more about supporting his team and helping in other ways than just bringing pure damage.
He helps enable them. That ultimate you were talking about, the long range shots, slows, starts fights off for SK Telecom. So we're going to jump over to the Samsung Galaxy side. The pick that Crown and Ruler have locked in here, the Poppy on top, and then the Victor right below. This is going to be going to the top lane for the Poppy, and Victor will be going to the mid lane for Crown. Crown, renowned Victor player. It is his best champion in his pool, and FLICKR, on the other side, saw this coming and picked the Orianna into it. It is a comfortable matchup for him, whereas in that top lane, now SKT will pick that Trundle, last pick on the bottom right-hand side, and that'll go up to top to play against the Poppy because it shreds resistances, and Poppy is this big tank.
Yeah, so Poppy loves to build up these resistances, armor and magic resist. There's 2 different types. They will both make you take less damage against different types of opponents, against physical damage and against magic damage dealers. And Trundle can reduce that even further, making Poppy more vulnerable to the rest of the players on his team.
And you talked about counter picks, saving that last pick for your top laner. That's exactly what SK Telecom T1 did on the red side, last picking the Trundle to make sure they had something that could deal with the Poppy that now is in the hands of Cuvée.
And it's a very interesting composition that SKT has drafted. They have a lot of different ways to speed up their team. So Karma, the support for Wolf here, can speed up the team by shielding them. It increases your movement speed. And then Orianna, the champion for FLICKR, also can speed up and shield your team. So there's a lot of kind of synergy there, shielding up these front line of the Olaf in the jungle and the Trundle in the top lane.
Yeah, SKT, I think, to really, if you want to kind of pinpoint what the team is going to do, it's going to be about the top laner in the jungle. It's going to be the two big melee, whether club or axe-wielding top lane and jungle, who are traditionally fairly slow. They're going to hope to run at their opponents and be basically unstoppable. In some cases, literally, where Olaf is actually immune to any stuns or displacement or slows for a short window as well. And they've got a supportive mid laner in the Orianna, a true supportive support in the Karma on Wolf. And they're going to be saying, yes, you guys get in there. We will keep you healthy. We'll make sure you can run very fast and chase down your opponents. And it's about Duke and Bangi, the top laner and jungler.
And that's the synergy that has been drafted for SK Telecom. They've got movement speed increasing champions because the champions that they have drafted that need to engage or start a fight off are based around moving at you. They don't have something that we call a move block, which is you travel a certain amount of distance, or you flash, or you blink there, or you traverse an area very quickly. They have to run at you. So now they have tools to help them run faster, help them get in there faster. So in SK Telecom's composition, you're going to have to look for what FLICKR is going to be doing on that Orianna damage-wise, and if Bang can pick people off, but then also if Bengi and Duke can actually find an opening to run in.
Now we are into the game. About 48 seconds in so far. We'll really see the game start in earnest at about 1 minute 30. One of the very big concepts of this game is not only are you fighting the other players on the enemy team, the champions, the characters with the bigger health bars with the names over them, but also you're going to see minions spawn constantly throughout the game, and that's the thing that really starts the action. They're basically mindless, weak teammates that constantly walk in a predictable direction, that do predictable amounts of damage. They don't do anything special, but you're basically navigating those minions, you know, fighting alongside them, fighting the ones that your opponents spawn, and that's when you're going to start releasing the action, as they have to basically kill these in order to get themselves stronger, and also use the ones in their own team to try to kill the opposing base.
And then these minions also give you experience and gold, two of the very most important things in League of Legends. Experience allowing you to level up, unlock new abilities, become more powerful, and the gold allows you to buy better and better items and more items. And you have 6 item slots. You want to fill them up with the most powerful items that you can throughout the course of the game. So getting that gold early and often, going to be very important.
Exactly. And so talking about what we call win conditions in League of Legends is how your team is going to win the game. What do they need to make happen? And when you look at Samsung Galaxy, they have actually drafted what we call a siege composition, where they have a tank with the Poppy in the top lane for Cuvée. They have another kind of playmaking semi-tank in the jungle with Ambition, but then they have wave clear from Crown in the mid lane. He can actually kill minion waves very quickly on that Victor, and then Ruler is all about setting down traps on this Caitlyn and making sure that when the enemy is underneath the turret, they can't do a whole lot. So Samsung Galaxy want to push you up when they group up as 5 members and start making sure that you can't do anything underneath your turret.
And that's a concept that we call sieging, essentially, right? Where you move up, you try to kind of pin in your opponents against this, make it so if they try to clear out those minions, you're dealing damage to them, you're harassing them, you're making it very difficult, all the while dealing damage to those structures, to those objectives, and trying to take down these important turrets, which will give you both gold and more map control, because an important structure is gone.
Absolutely. We're going kind of through all of the various lanes here. The mid lane's a one-on-one. The top lane we saw a little bit ago is a one-on-one. And down here is a 2 versus 2. The Zyra, the red-haired fiery champion you're seeing at the very bottom of the screen. That was the first pick, the highest priority champion in the entire draft, with 127 champions up to play. They picked that one above all else. And basically what she's going to do is summon these plants. You're seeing these fiery seeds on your screen in the middle, and she's going to try to basically turn those into plants that fight for her, that'll do plenty of damage, and use those to try to push her opponents around. But you're seeing actually SKT, despite getting ostensibly weaker picks, are doing very well in this laning phase by pushing their opponents in towards their side of the map.
Yeah, they're not allowing them to kind of set up that siege and that poke. And the way that Zyra is going to spawn these plants from the seeds is by hitting them with a spell. So she has to activate them to be able to kind of set that up and look at the fight.
That was actually very nice right there. So what you just saw happen actually was Bangi steal away part of Samsung's map. So we talked about minions, these waves of little things that spawn back and forth, but first a fight on the bot side. The root's going to land actually. Plenty of damage, exhaust burned as well onto the AD carry. Very low health points on the Jhin. A good trade back onto the Zyra, but a good dodge away, and Poor JJ is going to be okay. And so to recap what happened in that top jungles arena, if you want to break that down.
Basically, that's what we call an invade. And because minions are, you spawn 6 every wave, sometimes 7 with the cannon minion, you each get a set number and you cannot take each other's. But in the jungle, everything is up for grabs. They are neutral monsters. So Bengi went in, he took away a blue buff, which is something that gives you mana regen, cooldown reduction, and you want to give it to your mid laner to make sure that they have a better time in that lane and they don't have to return to base as frequently.
And it's also especially important for Victor, the champion that Crown is actually playing, because it is a champion that wants to stay in lane until you reach a certain amount of gold and buy your most powerful first item, basically. You have an upgrade that makes your spells more powerful, and you want to try to get a certain amount of gold to be able to do that. And if you're forced to base before you have that amount of gold, you're going to be a lot weaker.
And speaking of basing, what just happened in the bottom lane was that Ruler and Core JJ got to push Bang backwards, so Bang didn't have a lot of time to...
Nicely played right there, actually. Nice gank to the top lane. You saw the Lee Sin run in there and jump on, get a bit of damage there onto Duke, but he put up a pillar, knocked his opponents away, and got away with not taking too much damage and kind of thwarts the gank pretty well. And that means just because they saw the jungler topside, now Bengi once again gets to run into the opposing side of the map, into a dangerous location, and steal more of these monsters away.
But look at the response already. So they're anticipating that he's going to do this, right? And Core JJ is already moving up to contest. So he's sitting around there, and they're looking to set a trap for Bengi. They have read this move a couple plays in advance, and he might die for it.
He could go down for it. One more hit will do it. The shield comes out and actually saves his life. Wolf with a beautiful
Faker's
play.
here.
And Faker's here, forcing the flash out of ambition. That could have been catastrophic either side, but neither one goes down.
That was so well played by both sides. So Bengi, reading his opponent up top, goes in for the invade, but they've already thought one step ahead, and Core JJ is there to respond. Then seeing that their teammate may be in trouble, Wolf and Faker come to respond. So both sides are thinking many steps in advance here and responding so well, and no one gets a kill, but that was close.
Yeah, and because of Wolf roaming up there, and that's what we call a roam, leaving your lane as a support or leaving your lane as a mid laner and going somewhere else, that was a support roam. So Wolf came up, saved Bengi, but Bengi had not purchased any items at that point. He was actually quite weak, and that was what we would call a greedy play because he had seen Ambition on the top side of the map, like we said earlier. He's like, I have to go for this. He's playing it by the book, but he was almost punished for it, and it made people blow summoner spells that you will now see on the right-hand side all the way next to the portrait of Bengi. You see the blue kind of man running. It's halfway done now. That's Ghost, and he had to blow that to get away, but he also forced more out of Wolf.
And Ghost, just to give a little context, is something that increases your movement speed and allows you to actually pass through minions and monsters. You don't get kind of blocked up by them. So it's very important for a character like Olaf who wants to kind of run straight at your opponents and chase them down. And that's pretty clever in the top lane.
That was really cute. Okay, so the ultimate out of the Poppy almost means nothing. To be honest, it barely meant much there. But Kuve's ultimate on Poppy basically knocks your opponent back 1 to 2 screens based on how long you channel the ability. And Duke was trying to teleport back into the lane so he didn't miss any time up there and just gets pushed around and loses a couple of minions because of it.
Yeah, and the big reason that he did that was it forces Duke backwards, and a big thing in professional play at the highest level is wave manipulation. Where is the wave currently of minions? Yeah. And that forced Duke to go underneath his turret for a few seconds, which allowed Duke
the flash, they re-engage, and they've got it onto Wolf, who does not have summoner spells. He cannot easily escape the quick slow. That's a nice flash out of Bang to get away from it. That is another spell down. Now all of those utility summoner spells are down for SKT.
It's actually both of the summoner spells used by Bang, but Bangi is here to support his team. They want to try to push in this wave or at least make sure that his team doesn't die off in this very vulnerable situation. So the junglers are going to be responding, and there's going to be more attention paid to this lane because of the low HP, because of the lack of summoners.
And you can see that the 2 mid laners on the minimap in the bottom right-hand corner are playing to that side now. And now Faker trading with Ruler back and forth to make sure that
the Jhin
he can get the roam.
He's going to land 2 shots, 3 shots, 1 more will kill him! Oh, he didn't quite actually. The summoner spell heal comes out. Another shot lands. Is it going to be enough damage? It's not quite. About 5 health left. That could have been the first kill of the game. He nearly went down for that one, but there's more action. Bengi back in the jungle, fighting against Ambition, and that's first blood by himself, but now the trade kill's gonna come through. Crown roamed down, traded the kill back, and it's not necessarily even worth it for Bengi to have done that.
A good response there from Crown, but Bengi at least does pick up first blood, so he gets the bonus goal for the first kill of the game, but ridiculously close. 4 health, actually that Ruler lived with, and that is the slimmest of margins.
He actually ticked down to 2 with a damage over time ability, and he started to attack the minions to get health back because he has lifesteal. So the damage that he deals, he gets a percentage back. Quick thinking by him as well, because it would have taken about 2 more ticks.
Yeah, he would have died if he didn't do pretty much everything he did right there. Of course, excellent aim as well. We see the backside of this fight, and it's just a little bit greedy. He wanted to take away the camp. He wanted to kill the enemy champion. He did so, but it was still a 1v3.
Yep, but it's still first blood, though, going over to Bengi. That gives him 100 more gold on top of it.
And it's also important to keep track of the individual gold totals. We talked about matchups, and Bengi, if you look at the CS, so that is the amount of minions and monsters that these guys have killed, and you can see it. It's the second highest from the top as far as the champions go. In the bottom of the screen, you'll see that scoreboard. Bengi has a lot more CS than his opponent and also has that kill. So he has a lot more gold than his opponent does in this 1v1 matchup, and as a result, will be more powerful and can look to bully around his opponent and take away more camps, which is exactly what he's trying to do now.
Yep, they're walking in. He has the mid laner FLICKR with him, so they get the blue buff here. And the reason that it doesn't matter who gets it, they're just trying to take it away. And on the minimap, you can see on the opposite side, because the map is symmetrical, that SK Telecom have their blue buff up, and that's what FLICKR can get handed off.
And just look at the Crown is actually,
A lot of damage going back and forth. His ultimate is on. That came from a tick once or twice more. The flash and chase. One more hit will do it. And Crown takes down FLICKR. 1v1 in the mid lane against the best player in the world.
And we talk about storylines as well. I had heard before this that Crown was the most nervous member on Samsung Galaxy because he's going up against the Titan in FLICKR, and now he's showing that, he can keep himself composed.
Fight in the bot
and
lane.
That's incredible.
A lot of damage going back and forth, trying to trade back on a Core JJ. Wolf's got to be a bit careful. Another headshot's going to come out soon. And ooh, that's not going to do enough damage. Still a nice chunk down onto Bang, and all is well. Samsung Galaxy still up 2-1, but now look at this. Ambition's coming
here.
around the side. Slow down, flashes, kicks him into the wall,
What an exhaust.
lands all the damage he needs, still gets the kill. It's a 3v1. Not good news for Bang. The
comes
chase
Bengi.
is on. Oh, he gets enough damage to kill him. And Bangy looking for the re-engage.
He's getting
He
over
is
the chase down.
immune to slows. He cannot be stopped. Trying to kill him and takes down Core JJ. 2-1 for SKT there.
Such a good response by Bengi, and if you see the little micro movement that Core JJ made at the end, he was actually accepting that he was going to die, giving space between him and his AD carry, allowing Ruler to walk away safely there. So smart little play at the end, but a lot of action in the bot lane.
Yeah, and we talk about how summoner spells being on cooldown, which means that they aren't up at the moment, is big. And that's what happened there is Bang, he didn't have his flash available, the yellow summoner spell still ticking up, and that's what prompted Ambition to come into the bottom side and punish him, because this is a low mobility champion, and immediately he's able to pick up multiple kills for his team and give them a nice chunk of gold.
And that was actually a really clever ultimate there by Core JJ. So the Zyra ultimate, it comes out in that big circle you saw. After a short delay, it pops you up in the air. And that little pop-up, that CC, actually interrupted Bang's ultimate. So he wasn't able to finish the last shots off and potentially get a kill.
Right there, that final shot does just enough damage. Bang actually held on to his final bullet. It does more damage the lower their opponents are. And despite the exhaust coming in, normally it would slow a champion, but because Bangy popped his own ultimate, he's immune to slows, immune to everything, could not be stopped. And now we are back to the live game.
And yeah, even though he tried to punish Bang for not having a summoner spell, the support is the one that died. Wolf died on SKT, which is kind of okay. Supports are kind of the punching bags of the bottom lane.
True.
It's more important to keep your AD carry, the marksman, healthy and alive. If anybody's taking damage, it should be the support, not the AD carry in the early game. And so Wolf covers for that.
Yeah, if you can give up your life to save your AD carry's life, it's always going to be worth it. And another thing you'll see these guys do is try to give the actual last hits, the killing blows, over to their marksmen, over to their mid laners, their carries as well.
Yep, and right now, Core JJ, this ability is blocked if somebody stands in front of you. Ooh. So Ruler has to take all the shots here.
Shot number 2, 3, and then 4 will come out. He's got to block it, and he will do so. And you can see it does very little damage to someone's full health. Much more of the champion, which is wish your Core JJ would have died if not for the play of Ruler walking in front. And a little trap hit. Look at this. This is a nice play right here. This is the jungler of Samsung Galaxy, Ambition, soloing a cloud break here pretty early into the game.
Yep, he has that pink ward there, which means that there's no vision from the enemy. He knows he is not spotted.
Yeah, so the pink ward basically is going to reveal any of your opponent's wards. These little totems that you can drop that will give vision for your team in the area. So he knows he has not been spotted. He's able to take that down. and as a result, his team is going to get out of combat movement speed.
Oh, wow, 21 going down. The second's going to come through as well. That roam into the jungle working beautifully. 2-0 to SKT, and now this squad is in the lead.
At the start of the game, when I started talking about how Orianna, the mid laner for SKT, FLICKR, the champion he's on, Orianna, you have to watch it for the damage that it will deal and the utility it will bring, and that right there was a two-man ultimate, which is called Shockwave. It sucks people into 1 point, and it does a ton of damage because you can combo it with their other abilities very quickly.
Oh, teleport coming in from both top laners. They're going to be able to appear here on the bottom side of the map.
Nice. Canceled by the other one. So what happened is Cuvée went through with his, so now Duke canceled his in the top lane. He gets to stay up there and deal damage to the structure.
Exactly. This is the important thing. This turret is huge. It is worth 2 to 3 kills worth of gold. It's literally like half the gold income SKT would have gained this game, basically, and he's getting so much time to work down that structure. Another minute and it's gone.
And speaking of turrets, FLICKR is going to claim the first turret of the game by himself in there in the mid lane, and that's what we talk about with pressure in the lane. He's constantly shoving in his opponent, killing off the minions faster so he can get auto attacks in on that turret, and killing off the first turret gives you an extra bonus of gold. So he gets about 600 gold from killing this first turret of the game by himself, and that is going to be a lot, and he's going to complete his items faster and be a lot stronger because of it.
And so when you get the turret, we call this the laning phase being over. So immediately he starts roaming down.
And you can see a nice escape. They juked all of the ultimate shots from Bang's Jhin. You saw Bangi try to make it happen as well. The escape reasonably clean, but look how much control that SKT has over this bottom lane. The kills don't matter nearly as much as this turret right here getting worked down. It will be dropped, and SKT will be up 2-0 in turrets.
And look at the gold. If you look at the top center of the screen, where it says 23.8K to 28.4K, that is the total amount of gold that is on each of these teams right now. And that is the best measure of overall strength. And you can see that SKT is opening up a pretty big lead. Being ahead this much gold this early is very, very big.
And what you're seeing at the bottom right now is the individual gold total for each of the players, how much they are individually up ahead of their opponents. The number of parentheses was the total gold. To the left of that was the amount they had currently in their pockets they had not spent. In either case, SKT very far ahead. I do want to bring something up. We have gotten some questions from Ask the Casters. So Django Roundstone asked, if 80 carries do the most damage, why don't they all just play those characters?
So there was a time when that happened.
About 3/5 of teams would play them.
Actually, professionally, an 80 carry has been played in every single role at some point.
True. Not always at the same time.
But the problem is that there's only so much gold on the map, and you need people to protect them because they are squishy. They need a tank in front of them. They need people who can peel, which is get other people off of them, because they're so fragile.
It's also very important to remember that most of the 80 carries will have nearly as much crowd control as the rest of these kind of classes on the team. And if you have a team of 5 marksmen, the other team can bring these big tanks that take a long time to kill and bring this crowd control, and they'll just run straight at you. While you're running away, the opponent's carries, their marksmen, will be free to attack you and kill you off. And another thing as well is damage diversification. Marksmen all deal physical damage. If your opponent's tanks can build pure armor, they'll be almost impossible to kill. So if you have magic damage and physical damage, you have to bring both, and it's much harder to itemize.
Yeah, and I think a big thing as well is like just imagining if you were fighting an army and they were all archers. It's like, well, I guess we bring some shielded cavaliers, we put our shields in the air, and then we just run straight at them and bulldoze them down. Get something tanky that's fast and can get to them.
Absolutely the case. So we move on with this game. SKT are sizably in the lead because they've been able to pressure the lanes honestly better here. The 1v1 advantage in the mid lane, FLICKR peeled off the mid turret. All the pressure in the bottom lane has worked out successfully as well. And we're now in a place where SKT are the one with all the control.
And when we say pressure, it means that the person in that lane can kill those minions and walk forward onto the enemy side of the map without hesitation, without having to think too much about it, because he knows that he's covered, has a winning matchup, or has vision or somebody else nearby. And that's what FLICKR is doing now on the Orianna. Because there's no turret in the mid lane, that first turret for him to get, he wants to go other places to help his team out.
Yeah, there's actually no turrets, no first turret in any lane left for Samsung. So they're much more vulnerable to being run down and being attacked. They don't have this kind of net of safety where they have this big defensive structure that adds damage, adds that kind of additional player if you are getting attacked. And because of that, they have to play very, very safe. And that can mean your opponents can push up further, collect more minions, start to take away your jungle, and really get further ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting. Basically, every character in the game has some level of power in
utility, which is a catch-all for like making people faster or slowing opponents down or stunning them and whatnot or helping their teammates out. Ooh. We saw a glimpse of a fight in the top right there. Crown had to flash away from the shockwave of FLICKR, which is utility, right? The ability to stun people. Mages are typically very, very good at that. They just don't usually have the same level of damage as a marksman or an AD carry would.
Yeah, and just talking about what had happened, I think it was a little bit off camera, but you can imply and kind of gather that from it, infer what had happened. Because you look at FLICKR's champion, there's that thing in the top left corner of that portrait of the Orianna that's now on cooldown. It's about halfway done. It's purple. Looks kind of like a purple shuriken or a Nova. And that's his ultimate. And then you look over at Crown, and he no longer has that summoner spell, the yellow one, the flash. So you can gather that. So when you're watching League of Legends and stuff is not happening off screen, you can kind of think about what's going on with those cooldowns on the sides, and also look at the mini-map at the bottom. Like right now, Infernal Drake is being done by Samsung or by SKT, and we can see that because of the mini-map.
So what this means basically, it's a moderately useful objective, a bit less than a turret, but more than a kill. Ooh, a flash! Ooh, nice dodge right there. Actually gets away from FLICKR, going for the big play. But the shockwave's going to land, and it just keeps Crown off him. FLICKR went for an aggressive play. It actually backfired. Crown outplayed it. He dodged the ability just by moving properly with good reflexes, and actually made FLICKR lose much more than Crown did.
Yeah, FLICKR spent both his summoners and the ultimate in. They were actually looking for some follow-up from Bang. He was there to shoot out that Jin W, which is going to root up opponents from a long range away, and he actually missed it. So had he been able to hit that, had FLICKR been able to hit his abilities, they may have been able to CC this guy long enough to take him down.
And so at this point in the game, you might be thinking, oh, it feels a little bit slower, right? They aren't pushing as much. Samsung's playing a little bit defensive. They are on the defensive, and because they no longer have any first-tier turrets, is what we call them, they can't really push out of their base, and they have to cede the map to SK Telecom. And SKT, it's very hard to get those tier 2 turrets because they're deeper in, and it's much faster to get around the map.
Here we're seeing someone walk into a brush, says hello, that is Ambition on the Lee Sin, coming to chase him. A nice kickback, that was beautifully executed. And now the stun into the wall, the Poppy played by Kube, landing more stuns, but just Duke refuses to go down. He's got so much gold, he can win a 1 versus 2 and rout Samsung Galaxy. Now Wolf's here as well to join in, to land the root, to get a bit more damage across, and Kube pulls onto the ultimate. No one will chase him through, and the threat of the ultimate, the knockback was enough to make SKT stop chasing, and it's just damage dealt, but no kills coming through.
And it's such a scary point in the game now where Duke on this Trundle is that much stronger than his opponent that even with the assistance of his jungler, they could not kill him with 2 players, expending their ultimates, landing their stun perfectly. They still couldn't take this guy out, and it's going to be very troubling for Kube, who's going to be stuck in this 1v1 matchup against the Trundle for most of the game and will really stand no chance of killing him.
And that's what we were talking about in Champion Select, about a counter-pick champion. We saw it took multiple people to actually go after that Trundle, and the Trundle's ultimate ability takes HP away from somebody, but it also gives him more based on how much the enemy has built there themselves.
It literally steals their defenses.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it gives him to himself, and then he slowly sucks HP out of them. So Cube is actually helping him out by building defensive items, but that's the matchup. That's why Trundle will win that naturally.
Right, that's the counter pick. You're picking Trundle into a tank because there's defenses to steal. You wouldn't have seen that if Kube had picked a different champion, but that's the game that you're in right there. Samsung Galaxy said, yes, we want this tank, someone with the ability to dive into the back line, stun someone, you know,
peel and
peel, like, I was trying to think of the right word for it, like linebacker them into a wall basically and carry them around, and Duke says, okay, you want to play that? I will pick a champion that is good at fighting you. You don't get the option to ever do this to my team.
And it's worth pointing out that it's not like Samsung was completely taken aback by this pick. It's a trade-off. They know that he's weaker in this 1v1 matchup, but they're hoping that all these other things that he brings, like you talked about, is going to make up for it. It's going to win in the 5v5 team fights, not in the 1v1.
And it's one of the things about this game. Again, there's basically 10 balls, right? There's not just one guy carrying it around. That, yes, this one-on-one is going well for SKT. He got a turret for it. But as you mentioned, in a 5-on-5, it's up to Samsung Galaxy to find the right kind of situation, the right sort of battle, so that the Poppy's strength, Kube's strength, can shine through.
And you're talking about how there's so many balls on the field. Well, right here, it's also about how you allocate them. And this is something that we call a 1-3-1, where the top laner will be on the top side. Then you actually group up the jungler and both bottom laners into the middle of the map. And then you can see FLICKR for SK Telecom is now on the bottom side, even though he's the mid laner. Because they've reached a point in the game where they want to push everything out, but they want to push the mid out a little bit harder.
Right, and the reason for this allocation is you've got the best chance of getting anywhere on the map you need to be. 3 people in the middle, no surprise. Easy to get the side lanes that way, but now another fight into the mid lane. A flash over the wall. It's already Corday running out of this one. Ruler gets tagged twice, down to half HP. You can see the amount of damage Bang could land with that ultimate. Now they're re-engaged on the left-hand side. They've found a Trundle, and that's nice by Kube. Ejects him across the map over the wall, and we don't want to fight you after all.
And now what they're trying to do is get control of that little purple thing on the mini-map called Baron. It's a huge objective. It gives a lot of gold, and it gives you a buff that allows your team to push, and the minions are much harder to kill.
Yeah.
So they want that, and if you look at the mini-map and you've actually looked all around the Baron pit, they have pink wards. Samsung cannot see what is going on there.
Yeah, it's the fight right now is not about individual champions. It's the threat of what champions could be. They're playing for little trinkets that give vision, that let you see what's going on. One of the core parts of League of Legends is you do not know what is happening at all times. Unlike chess, where you know where all the pieces are, you know what your opponents can do, there is a lot of hidden information in this game. And battling for knowledge is incredibly important at the top level. They have no idea if SKT are fighting this right now or if they're waiting to kill somebody.
It's also working with that information that you have. Would they be willing to risk this play? Where would they be if I were them? What would they best be served to do? And then you try to counter that. You try to anticipate that, and you try to set up to punish it.
And right now, SK Telecom trying to find a way into the mid lane.
Getting a little bit of damage. You're seeing they're putting some damage on his mid lane tier 2. Turn the shockwave, forcing the flash. Nice play by FLICKR. Gets the better of that trade, forcing a much longer cooldown out of Ruler. And now that Caitlyn, that marksman, that AD carry, one of the primary damage sources of the team, will be much more vulnerable for the next 4.5 minutes.
Certainly will be, and we'll see if SKT can take advantage of that. And so far, they have not been able to extend the goal lead further than that 5,000 that they've had for quite some time, but they're looking to do so now, perhaps with a fight in the mid lane.
Snipes coming through. You can see, again, the team trying to body block. It'll only hit one champion at a time, and they run in there to make sure that their Caitlyn player, that Ruler, stays alive and does not get shot down. But yes, it's SKT continuing to play for control over this area of the map. This is roughly the quadrant they really need to keep in control. And in fact, they've caught out Kube. He's going to land the ultimate, and actually nicely done. He ejects 2 members of SKT. He would have died if not for landing that spell.
And that was so smoothly played because he actually stunned FLICKR into the wall first so that FLICKR could not dodge it. He could not flash over the ultimate or sidestep it because it is a narrow trajectory for that ultimate. You have to hit them straight on.
Yeah, and the Poppy stun is not entirely reliable. They have to hit a wall, so it was really well played there from Cube to actually hit both people with the ultimate afterwards and even get the stun in the first place. But now you can see Duke, the Trundle, now on the bottom side of the map. He has the teleport, the purple summoner spell on the top right of the screen available, so he can go anywhere on the map. So he puts himself on the bottom side so that the Baron is where he's completely opposite from, so he can cause pressure.
As far away as possible.
Exactly. It's funny because it's like, usually you want your team to be there, but because of teleport, he can be somewhere else, he can cause pressure, and the idea is to make it as far away as possible that you're causing it.
And it's also the fact that Trundle, we've talked about how he's much stronger in the 1v1, so you have to send multiple people to deal with this guy, and there's only one teleport for Samsung, right? So if you send 2 or 3 guys down to the bottom lane to try to kill off that Trundle, then they can't get to the Baron. They can't respond to that threat on the top side of the map.
And you can see right now on the mini-map that Duke just went to the top side of the map because now it looks like the Dragon is what wants to be next here for SKT.
And what's funny is you just saw SKT do what we just warned about with Samsung Galaxy. The Karma, the support roamed down there because they're powerful enough with 3 members. They could have thwarted any kind of potential play Samsung Galaxy would have had. See, SKT can't just forcibly pick a 5-on-5. They've got to kind of dangle some kind of carrot in front of Samsung Galaxy. Maybe this Dragon, maybe you want to fight for this objective because we're going to kill it if you don't try to stop this. They're going to see the attempt right here. The crowd cheering as they're looking to steal the objective away. And actually, yes, nicely played. Ambition steals away the Drake that SKT had the rights to. He lands his smite and kills it off, getting the last hit.
And that is so important because this is not just a minute bonus. This is something that stays for the entire rest of the game. They will be dealing more damage for the entire team, and that could be something that has massive implications going forward.
Exactly. And it's interesting as well because Samsung Galaxy already had one Infernal Drake for themselves, so now they're evened out in terms of 1-to-1.
Yeah.
So those stats are kind of even now, but it's always based on what you have. So they made sure that SKT didn't get 2, which is huge.
And that is so nicely played. To break it down a little bit, junglers have a summoner spell called Smite. Based on your level, it deals a certain amount of damage to these monsters, like the dragon. And he basically went in at the exact right timing, used his ability right as the dragon hit a certain amount of HP and stole it. So he timed it better than his opponent Bengi, and he's rewarded with a buff that will last the whole game.
Exactly. We call those Smite fights, or 50-50s sometimes, where whoever can hit that button at that right millisecond will take that objective and give it to their team, and it's usually a game-changing play when it's a Baron, sometimes a Drake, depending on which one, but this was one that prevented the game from snowballing and getting more out of control from Samsung Galaxy side.
It actually brings us to our next Twitter question, which is Kaladinar. I hope you got that one right. He says, how do you know which objective is better to take, such as Dragon versus turrets versus kills versus Baron?
So this is something that's a little bit subjective. I would say out of these, the Baron would always be the best if you can get it, but it is more risky, right? There's risk versus reward with each one. Baron deals more damage to you and takes more time to kill, so you have to weigh that when you're going for it. As far as the dragons, each different buff varies. Some teams put higher priority on some than others. So it's all just kind of based on where you are in the game and what you think is worth the risk. Because gold from the turrets can be more valuable early game, but an increased percentage of damage could be more valuable later in the game.
Yeah, usually kills are lower, and kills are how you get those later on, or how you get them. So kills aren't really the objective.
They're the means by which you get the objective.
Exactly. Turrets are very important because they open up the map. Kills are important to get other things. So there are sometimes kills that are kind of useless because you don't get anything off of them. So our teams are constantly trying to put themselves in a position where they can capitalize on it. That's why SKT are hanging around that Baron, because if somebody goes in without vision, it's called a face check, where they walk into multiple members of the enemy team, they get killed immediately, and then that kill, you're right next to Baron, so SKT can do it.
Absolutely, and it's been for the last 7 minutes or so SKT trying to set up these plays, fighting for vision back and forth, and trust me, if you've played against teams like this, battling back from this complete dearth of information where all of the vision is gone and you're playing through the fog of war is very, very difficult, and to Samsung Galaxy's credit, they are maneuvering around a position of extreme weakness very well.
They certainly are, and the thing is, with the gold lead that SKT has, if they're able to get the Baron, the gold from that, and then push down some additional turrets, they'll probably put this game out of reach of Samsung. So this is extremely important for Samsung to deny.
Yeah, we're at a state right now where SKT probably would win 70% of the time from the current state of the game. They've got to make sure they play it right for the rest of this one. Actually, nicely done. Ambition lands another smite. You can see that blue circle under his feet. He stole away the blue buff. It's kind of his, rightly anyway. It's on his side of the map.
He secured it.
But SKT are in such control, you can't really make that claim. It's on Samsung's side of the map, but SKT probably have the better rights to it because of how well they've been controlling this game. And Ambition getting what's honestly a steal.
Certainly is, and something worth pointing out is actually the amount of CS or minions and monsters that these guys have killed at this point in the game. I would say, generally speaking, if you hit 10 per minute, that's outstanding. And these guys are actually far beyond that. We have almost 370 minion and monster kills for FLICKR at 32 minutes. So that means he's cresting this almost ridiculous mark.
Yeah, and so is Duke. Duke is at 360. He's about 10 behind FLICKR. That's huge.
Right, that's like top 5% even for professionals of this caliber. It is really quite outstanding. So now Baron Nashor is being started, and once again, it is in Fog of War. Samsung do not know for sure that this is happening. That's the Samsung view. They don't know, and SKT are under no threat at all. They finally made the play happen, and Baron Nashor is secured.
And so if you look at the bottom of the scoreboard, everybody has like a red, a blue, or a yellow thing next to them. That is their trinket. And you can see it go on cooldown and off of cooldown. And so on Samsung Galaxy's side, they have two blue trinkets, one on Ruler, one on Crown. They were both on cooldown, and that blue trinket gives you a little ward that you can drop from a long range away. So what they ended up doing is SKT baited those out. They tried to look like they were going to do the Baron 2 times, and that caused both of those to go away, and then the third time is when they actually did it.
And that window is only about 90 seconds per trinket, so every like 20 seconds they said, are we doing Baron? Blue trinket used, kill it. Okay, try again, blue trinket used, kill it. Okay, we've got a minute left. to make this happen before they have that vision again, and they executed during that window very well.
Yeah, and they've done very well. SKT has been playing extremely patient, holding on for just the perfect moment where they knew their opponents could punish them for going for that Baron. And now that they've picked it up, it's about how much extra gold can they get? How many turrets can they kill off? Because now with the Baron buff, not only do you gain additional stats for your champion, but all the minions that you're standing near become much more powerful. They are much harder to kill off, which means you can get up to those turrets and take them down.
Yeah, they take something like 1/5 damage from enemy champions, so you'll start to see extra large purple glowing minions now flowing with SKT when they choose to finally push. The buff lasts 3.5 minutes from when they killed Baron. It's been about 1 minute so far. FLICKR gonna take another one of the Drakes, a Mountain Drake here. That'll make them even better at killing turrets, which is the ultimate goal to break into the base. So you can see the Baron buff is on. Bang is pushing the wave into the middle lane, and you can see these minions are dying much slower than they would otherwise. The damage they got on this turret is higher than it would have been without Baron.
FLICKR about to hit 400 CS at 34.5 minutes. It's
really
just
good.
Insane. That is very rarely a benchmark you ever see.
And just throwing another thing out there, this Orianna for FLICKR is actually his most played champion of all time. He has a very diverse champion pool, and we always talk about how he's just got so much talent and he plays the game so damn much. But this is his most played. This is his bread and butter, and returning to it in a matchup that, and also if you look at Crowns, Victor for him, that's his bread and butter. So everybody is kind of going for comfort in the first game, and that's usually what we will see in a best-of-5 series. If you mess up the first game or realize it's not working too well, you can change things up later.
Certainly can.
Fighting for control as SKT are actually the ones sieging this time around into the mid lane, looking for a little bit more. A flash used, and nothing gained for it from FLICKR. That actually might have been a misclick by him, but you can see that turret getting lower and lower. It's just about one hit from dead. Mid lane does finally go down. SKT get themselves a turret kill after a long time without one.
And if we look down in the bot lane, it's getting harder and harder for Kube on this Poppy to clear out these minions. So these are the empowered minions. They have that purple glow around them. And you can see how hard he is trying to actually take them down, but it's very tough to keep Duke at bay, and Duke is trying to get up to this turret, trying to take this down.
You see the team is helping as well. The 4 shots from the ultimate come out from Jin and chunk 2 members of Samsung Galaxy down to half HP. But Samsung moved down fast enough to still keep that turret alive. They are bleeding much slower than a team normally would against SKT at this stage.
Exactly. But SKT are going to try to run them around the map now. You can see Bengi on the Olaf is in the mid lane, and then FLICKR on the Orianna, top lane, mid laner, by himself.
Look how fast that
relatively squishy champion, but he has all of those minions, and then he had the extra damage from the Mountain Drake.
And that's 7 seconds, right? 7 seconds alone. You only get 11 turrets in the entire game. And that was already one taken down by FLICKR. It took him 7 seconds of alone time. That's the margins you are dealing with here. When it takes you longer than that to walk between the lanes, you've got to find ways to predict your opponents and see what they're doing. And that's FLICKR getting a nice turret kill.
And that really tells the story of how one small lapse in judgment, you're not in the right place at the right time, and you get punished big time. They've held on to these turrets for 35 minutes, and it took them 7 seconds of mispositioning to actually lose it.
And that's another roughly 800 gold. It's worth about 2 kills worth of gold, as well as, of course, just the general map control it gives them on top of that one. And now it's in the mid lane that they're firing at. The Baron buff has timed out. The minions are back to being very easy to kill. But SKT managed to gain 2 turret kills worth of gold and plenty of extra golden experience from the Baron they killed themselves, which means SKT are now even farther ahead than they were before that whole Baron situation started, and it makes it even easier to keep pushing through Samsung's base.
And a little play there, just a minor thing, but you can see Caitlyn shooting out her ultimate to try to deal damage and push Wolf back. Both FLICKR and Wolf have shields, so they both use their shield there. They absorb that damage, and Wolf's able to stay at full HP.
Making it a just difficult proposition for Samsung Galaxy, really. What we're looking at right now is, the term we use is playmaking. They're behind in a general 5-on-5. You just kind of stand up and fight for yourself. It's not going to be easy. But now it's actually SKT doing it first. The knockback for Kube lands onto 2 again and keeps him alive. And actually, he gets the stun. Lots of damage coming through, trying to pick up the target. And yes, Wolf is going to go down by taking the wrong route through the base. And that will be 1 kill. Now Samsung Galaxy must find more to get back from the huge disadvantage they have gotten in so far this game. Shotgun's going to pull back Kube. And that turns in the Guardian Angel. He will revive shortly on the spot, but with much lower health. And the ability to do that is on a very long cooldown. SKT getting another cooldown burn despite losing 1 champion.
Yeah, and the Guardian Angel is a very expensive item. It's the same price as a lot of these other big ticket items, but when that passive is used, that brings you back to life, it's so much less efficient. So he got that use out of it, but it was not a big fight for them. It was not a big win. And losing that cooldown can be even more impactful than losing a summoner.
And this is a big part of what Samsung Galaxy want to do, is make sure that you are CC'd and can't really do anything when you're underneath the turret. You saw right here, Wolf, he's completely out of position because he's forced forward from the ultimate from Core JJ, the Zyra. Throws down the plants, and now he's done for after he gets pinned against the wall from the Poppy that Cube was playing.
And honestly, at that point, he probably should have just saved his flash, but here's a 3v1 on Duke. He's too far up there, and he's going to go down.
Good. This is double useful. His own Guardian Angel will drop, and he will still die as well. You can see the item can backfire by losing an extra cooldown that you had just paid for, and that is Samsung Galaxy now getting 2 unanswered kills and starting to eke back into the game.
It's also super important because he shouldn't have been there in the first place. The rest of his team was not in position to push. If your team is pushing up and is at a turret and they send 3 people to kill off the Trundle, then you kill a turret. But instead, he was too far out. His team was not out on the map. They had no pressure, so they give up that kill for free.
And this is really, really interesting as well because Duke, you said he shouldn't have been there. Absolutely not. Because on the opposite side of the map, you see in the top left corner, Baron 5 seconds from spawning, and Samsung Galaxy have decided we're going to siege, push forward, play to their win condition. They don't need a Baron to end the game with the composition that they created. They just need to keep you under turrets and get turrets.
And this is Samsung's really kind of first push back in a long time in this game. They get the kill, they get the Guardian Angel, and they take down turrets, but have they overstayed their welcome in the bot lane? Because Baron is up and SKT is already on it.
Sure, they got turrets. Timing.
They got turrets, but they don't have time to actually go back and spend that gold, so
it's
now
too late.
They have to go.
It's too late. It's already going to get dropped down. Beautifully played. SKT immediately on the spawn of Baron Nashor. Maybe Samsung wanted to give it away anyway, but either way, that is picked up. And Duke, again, a bit alone. Flash to get out of the crowd control. He will survive without being picked off, but exactly. Samsung took down a couple of turrets, but we're on the bottom side of the map, or the far right side of the map for too long. SKT takes Baron Nashor, which is probably just better than getting 2 turrets.
And that's why I thought it was a mistake from Duke originally to be on that side of the map, because his death timer was 20 seconds longer than how long it was going to take for Baron to spawn. So Samsung decided to go for the gamble of getting turrets because they stay off the map forever, whereas if you go for the Baron, it will respawn. It's a 3.5 minute buff, like you said. So they decided to go with the permanence, and they didn't realize how much time they had spent there, and they got punished for it.
And now SKT is making the move to the Elder Dragon, kind of the penultimate dragon. This one is more powerful. It amplifies the buffs, the effects that you've already gathered throughout the game from the previous ones, and also gives you true damage.
Right, so this map only lasts 2 minutes long, but basically SKT have the 2 big team-wide buffs that make them obnoxious to fight against. Baron Nashor gives them raw stats and it makes their minions stronger. This Elder Dragon is going to make all of their attacks burn their opponents as well for a few seconds, and it is nigh impossible for Samsung Galaxy to stand up to SKT in a fight.
And it's also worth noting that that burn, it cannot be mitigated by armor, by magic resist. It's what we call true damage, and it means that it's going to deal the full amount on that tooltip at all times.
So the question is, how much can SKT get? These buffs will stack for the next minute and a half until the Elder Dragon buff times out. You can see Bangi walks in. He's a little bit afraid of Crown, but realized he can do the damage, and there we go. Bottom lane tier 2 is out. SKT have taken 6 of the 11 turrets so far. They actually only need 3 more to open up the Nexus itself, which is the game-winning objective. Here's a split push on the top side. It's not even difficult. Kube dropping below 1/4 HP with just a couple of spells out of FLICKR, and that is him hitting a tank. The most durable member on Samsung Galaxy nearly died to 3 spells.
And look at FLICKR then. He just pushes right in. He chunks out his opponent, gets him low on health, and he's right in to kill off that turret. So the inhibitors are now unlocked, and that's the final stage that you really need to crack to try to win the game.
You take down those inhibitors, you get these super minions in your lane. They are very difficult to kill. They will push by themselves, and they take a long time to clear out, which buys you time to go push other things.
And SKT are pushing every single lane. The top lane got pushed in, the mid lane got pushed, and we had seen a second ago the bottom lane is getting worked down as well. And you've normally seen these minions spawn, and you're like, oh, Baron buffs them up. That's so nice. The structures you saw on your screen for a little bit, the inhibitors to the left of this turret, that's right there. The focus, that circle, that crystal. If you kill that for 5 minutes, your minions get much, much stronger. They spawn what's called a super minion, which is practically invincible, and it makes it even easier to push into the opposing base. The fight begins. It's got to be FLICKR running away from this one, but look at that. The inhibitor under fire, and it gets dropped down so quickly. SKT starting to control Samsung Galaxy's base, looking for a little bit more. The shotgun's going to land, and FLICKR deletes Ruler, looking for a little bit more. The champions are falling. Guardian Angel now popped on Ambition, and Bangi's on the chase. Crown to push him out. Kube stuns one against the wall, looking for a little bit more damage to deal. but SKT still are not to be stopped. They are much too durable. Now pushing in towards the Nexus turrets. One of those two turrets has fallen. They've nearly opened up the Nexus itself. If that falls, the game ends. SKT are crushing the base apart right now, still dealing more damage to the champions, pushing down onto the tanks. He's trying to tackle them back. Crown actually takes down FLICKR. Samsung getting a little bit back for themselves, and it might be just enough to push SKT out of their base. And in the last little bit, a second kill does come out of Crown. The mid laner for Samsung Galaxy holding their base alive, and they will survive a little bit longer.
An incredible defense there from Samsung. It looked like it was over for sure with SKT having the Baron, having the Elder. Samsung pulling off a miracle defense, but it does not come without a cost. They are losing their inhibitors, and they are going to be very, very hard pressed in the coming minutes.
Exactly. They lost 2 inhibitors, which means that there will be minions pushing down them like you explained earlier, Freak. Now, those lanes will push for free. And then the bottom lane is where SKT will go. And this was a great opening there. You saw that big traffic cone come up for a slow around it from Juke, from Trundle, and then the shockwave from FLICKR, the Orianna, had a big role in that as well.
And it was FLICKR hitting the key target, taking out the AD carry of the other team, landing that ultimate on him. Positioning has to be perfect for these AD carries. They cannot afford to get caught by these big spells. And FLICKR, the guy to make the play happen, takes him down, does open up this chance to end the game.
Yep, and then walks a little bit too far forward here. You want to get towards that turret, but then walks forward. Crown outplays there with a flash to the right, and then blows his abilities onto FLICKR, and then even kills both of the solo laners here, which are the 2 highest gold members of the team, I believe.
Yeah, doing a great job to take down the 2 most advantaged SKT members who have scaled the most this game. And we now reset the game. SKT have, well, not literally, but SKT have respawned. Their members are back on the map, and they are ready to push down at the bottom lane, the last remaining objective to kill.
And so this is where the scoreboard gets a little bit deceptive.
Bang's got to be careful. Gets away from the Chaos Storm just barely. It pulses every 2 seconds, nearly killing everything in its path. Crown nearly got the kill, and now it's Bangy looking for a bit more, looking to take down some of his opponents. Samsung Galaxy running for dear life, and the last few shots from the Jhin come out. They don't quite find any kills. SKT gets some damage, and they are still reasonably healthy.
They are very healthy, and they are looking to push in this turret. The super minions will be pushing in the middle and the top lane, and they're going to be looking to take out the Nexus. So it's going to be very tough for Samsung. They have to kill off the super minions, defend their base, and still match SKT on the bottom lane. And this is why killing the inhibitors is so important.
Right here, you see on the minimap, Cuvee teleported up on the right side. So he's looking for what we call a flank.
He's trying to come in behind them.
This is the play. This is the play Samsung wants to make happen. Now, can it work? This is
Wolf
the
and
make or
Banger
break
caught.
moment. Into the back line, a quick knockup, and they're not going to get a shockwave by FLICKR. Buys a lot of time, but Ruler still picks out Bang. It's a 2-kill sight so far for Samsung Galaxy. The tank in the front line, looking to pick up everybody else, forcing the Guardian Angel out of Duke. That should mean 3 kills for nothing so far. They're going to get that 3rd kill, but they've got to get back to their base. Look at these minions from SKT, the 6th man essentially, looking to break down the base, and it will mean another turret kill. The Nexus is now exposed. Samsung Galaxy will survive, but their base will not repair from this state. It is as bad as it's been all game long. Any win for SKT will win the game.
And this is where that gold total at the top will start lying to you, but we'll cover that in a second here because Cuvee makes a beautiful flank and he gets the damage dealers.
Yes, and it was so important that they did catch them. It was actually a great setup by CoreJJ, landing the root onto Bang, the AD carry, then the follow-up. Poppy comes in, knocks these guys up with his ultimate so they can all pile in. They take out the key damage dealers, and that allows all of Samsung to push forward.
And now, as we get out of this, you're going to see that they are on the Baron. Samsung
that was
advantage.
huge! Samsung Galaxy with SKT still dead managed to pick up the 3rd Baron natural spawn of the game. Now it's Samsung Galaxy who hold the controls in this one. They're probably the more powerful team at this time.
Yeah, the game has completely swung on its head off of that bot lane fight, off of this Baron, because as Zyrene said, the gold no longer really matters. All these players are maxed out on items, essentially. This is as powerful as they get. So even though SK Telecom has more gold, they can't buy more items. They have no more slots to fill.
Exactly. That's why it will lie to you. During the middle of the game, if there is a 10,000 gold advantage, that is usually a point of no return.
Yeah.
But what Samsung have done is they have stalled the game out to a point and survived by making sure that they give up turrets instead of fighting them sometimes, and then they waited until everything's maxed out. You can see even the top laners 6 items for everybody. They can't get any stronger here. They are even, despite the gold being lopsided.
Yeah, exactly. There are some minor upgrades still to be had. If you see a blank space, of course, that can be an item. Also, items can upgrade in this game, so certain ones are not at their kind of final form right now, and there are stronger versions available that you will see tickle in. One other thing, though, is the base lies to you a bit as well. Some parts of Samsung Galaxy's base will respawn. The inhibitors, the ones that create those really powerful minions, those will come back. The turrets are gone forever. There are basically no turrets left. Samsung Galaxy have no defenses in their base, but the inhibitors themselves, those right there, those have come back up. The minions are back to normal power on both sides, which means there's no more automatic pushing.
So at this point in the game, it really goes back to execution, positioning. Can you get on those squishy characters? Can Bang and FLICKR deal enough damage to get to Crown and Ruler, and vice versa? So it's really important that these players are
the
on
kickback!
point.
They found the support, but they didn't find the rest of the damage. Still going to take down Walt, and they will just not barely get that first kill of the fight. SKT
Duke
alive
is here.
so far, looking for a bit more. Duke in the front lines. A lot of damage coming out from the Chaos Storm. Crown still putting out plenty of damage, and it's, again, Samsung Galaxy with the lead. They take down that mid lane 2-2 turret, inching closer and closer to SKT's base. For the first time, they are on the doorstep.
They do have to be very careful, though. They're showing respect to SKT because they blew some important summoners. And if you get caught by FLICKR's ultimate, the fight can turn around in a blink. Bang still had his ultimate. FLICKR still had that all-important shockwave. The AoE CC, the damage coming out from that is massive at this point in the game. So they are having to respect it.
And this really is worth pointing out how incredible this comeback so far is for Samsung Galaxy. SK Telecom T1 are everyone's favorites for the World Championship. They've already won this tournament twice before in the last few years. And really no one thought Samsung Galaxy had a real shot at this one. And they were getting smashed in this first game. And the comeback is now happening. Yes, the kill score says 10-6. What's more important is the gold and the turret count, which SKT are ahead in, but SSG are closing in on.
And now you don't care about killing those minions for the gold. You care about the position of the wave. You see that Ambition is on the top side of the map right now. Despite the Elder Drake spawning in 25 seconds, the jungler is up there because he wants to push that wave out. He has this item called a Zerat portal, and he uses it because this will automatically push the wave. It spawns little voidlings for him, and they become kind of pseudo-minions to push for him.
And now we have to track the fact that the Elder Dragon is going to be coming back shortly. It's going to be up in about 10 seconds. And once again, this gives you that true damage. The burn amplifies the buffs that you already have. So the contest over this is massive. Any team that takes this will be monumentally more powerful than their opponents.
But of course, there's more than one thing on the field. Elder Dragon's available, so are the actual lanes and the bases themselves. Yep. And the question is, which one do you go for here as you trade back and forth with vision and control over the map? You saw Samsung Galaxy pushed in the mid lane. They started moving their minions forward, and SKT could not abide that. They went back to the mid lane to kill the minions back off, but they still have control over this area of the map. It is all Fog of War. They're taking down the Elder Dragon.
Watch Ambition. He's going to look for a steal here, perhaps, but it's very risky. If he goes in and give up his life, he makes the safer call. But now SKT have this 2-minute window where they can look to fight, push down, and try to end the game. Because remember, there's no turrets in the top lane or in the mid lane. SKT can just move up as 5 and look to finish.
And there are very few defenses for Samsung Galaxy. And again, as you mentioned, SKT have this 2-minute long buff to use. So it's going to be up to these teams probably to recall, to head back to the base one more time, make some final item purchases, do whatever they can to power up for this next incursion, because realistically, if SKT win this next fight, they win the game.
So it's funny because we talk about how people can't get much stronger, and you were talking as Zale as well about how people will swap some things out. Ruler, everybody will buy boots in the game to move faster. It's rather early on that you get them, and they have stats on them. He no longer has his boots. He's going all in on damage, so he wants to stand his ground and kill the tanks before they can kill him.
Right, so his movement speed is now much lower. He's easier to catch, but his damage output when standing still will be actually obnoxious, and that's the gamble he's taking.
And the item that he has purchased for this last slot is the Phantom Dancer. It does give you some movement speed. It also reduces the damage of the people that you're hitting to you, and it gives you attack speed and critical chance. So he's going to be getting more critical strikes, dealing more damage. He's going to be exceptionally powerful, and SKT must get to him. We saw earlier in that fight in the base, FLICKR caught him with a shockwave. If that happens again, it could mean the game.
Yeah, it did give him that 100%
got a flank here.
He's getting flanked.
All right. Oh, he misses it. Oh, that's a huge misplay. Kube did not actually land the ultimate. If you cast it very quickly, it's a knock up, not a knock back. and it means it also doesn't travel when that happens, so he actually didn't land the projectile onto his opponent.
And you can see that this Drake buff, the Elder Dragon, it's actually really close to wearing off. And because of the composition that Samsung Galaxy have, they've been able to stall again. It is so hard to siege against this siege composition
Round
because
two.
they have wave clear.
Looking for a bit of a tackle, gets a little bit, pushes them backwards, but you can see how little damage Poppy actually deals to Trundle.
And this is so important. I mean, it may not seem like a
Oh,
big
he's
thing,
caught!
but if he
He's
gets
caught! Ruler's caught! This is huge for Samsung Galaxy. He will get away, and Bangy nearly losing his life for making that play.
Ambition's
Ambition
going in.
running into the front line, trying to fight a bit more. Shockwave's going to land on the Crown, and Faker gets the kill on the Crown. A 1-for-0, but Ruler is going to trade back. It's a 4v4, but the assassination comes through for Bang, taking down all of the remaining damage threats. Core JJ, the last one to actually put damage in, but Duke is on him, and that's going to be a dead Zyra. There's almost no hope left here for Samsung Galaxy. Duke is practically invincible. Bangy's there as well on the Olaf, and now SKT will start taking down Samsung's base. There's not much Ambition can do. There's not a lot of damage left on either squad, but it's still going to be enough. There are no turrets, and it's 3 versus 2. So game 1 should be going to SK Telecom T1. Beautifully played. Samsung nearly made the comeback, but that is just 1 of 3 wins that SKT needs to secure the World Championship.
And you saw in that final fight, it's all about getting to the AD carry or mid laner first and killing them, because at the end there, it was all of these tanks up, these low damage dealers who can take so much damage that everybody's kind of slapping each other as they're ending the game. Those damage dealers that have low HP need to stay alive.
They certainly did, and Ruler got caught, and maybe that item selection could have had a little bit to do with it, but missed positions at the end of the game are so critical. If you ever get caught by a spell as an AD carry late in the game, it can mean the end of your chances, and that's exactly what happened here to Ruler.
And that's why this is such an incredible game, because it doesn't always just come down to those gold gains and stuff like that. That end of the game came down to skill. Whoever is outperforming the other, it's not about raw item stats at that point. Everybody has everything they could ever want, and then they have to go and perform, catch each other out, outplay each other. And that's what I love about this, because even Samsung Galaxy, they are up 3 kills at the end of the game, and they lose. And that tells you kills, it's not what matters in this game. It's what you get off of them.
Yep, absolutely. So the teams have 10 minutes to converse with their coaches to prepare for the next game of the series. The whole best of 5 will be played tonight, and that was just the first one, and they've got to learn through that one. So we'll be back in a few minutes with our breakdown of game 2. Stick around.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everyone, to the new viewer stream. We have a special guest with us here with his impressions of the series so far. You may know him from a pluritude of online stuff. It is Jimmy Wong himself.
That's a good word.
A pluritude of amazing internet media and whatnot. I think it's wonderful what you've done so far.
Thanks, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I learned a new word today, pluritude.
Pluritude.
I also learned a new word today, so we can learn together.
Nice.
This is great.
Myriad online ventures.
Yeah, this is the learning corner after all.
This is the learning corner, exactly. We're teaching vocabulary as well as League of Legends trivia.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're known for music, acting, podcasting, so much of this stuff, and you've started to come into contact with League a lot more. You actually co-host a League of Legends show called All Chat. What got you into League of Legends?
Well, the game itself, so I played a lot of RPGs and stuff growing up, and I was a huge Warcraft fan, so I got into Dota when it was released.
Right.
And one of my friends worked at Riot at the time about 2-3 years ago and invited me over to the campus, and I immediately fell in love with all the art and how impressive the campus was, the dedication of the employees as well, and that led me straight into playing the game. And after that, my friend was like, hey, they're also auditioning for a show called All Chat. I was like, count me in. So I found myself on the doorstep, and now I'm working with Riot, and it's a dream come true. Like, being here today and yesterday, seeing the concert on stage, and just the dedication people put into their cosplay and everything, it's incredible. I don't think you've seen that level of dedication to a game from a fandom in any other arena.
And I think it is something that's actually kind of inspiring. Every time I come to one of these events, getting to see just how passionate people are about the game and about some of the stuff that we get to be a part of, I think is extremely exciting, and it's extremely motivating for people like us who get to work on some of this stuff.
Yeah, and I can only imagine, like, working at Riot is great, right? You get to see people play your video game, and then you get to see people spend hours dressing up as your favorite champions and putting hours of their own time and dedication to blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, that is just such a rewarding, symbiotic relationship between creator and player.
Yeah, it's been beautiful kind of watching all that being involved. Like, I worked for the company as well, and it's so fun seeing like everyone be super passionate about. The crowds come out and cheer for their favorite players and whatnot. I actually want to ask you another question about this. Sort of, you mentioned people dressing up as your favorite champions, but of course we're here with esports as well, and people playing them professionally. You got to see any of your favorite champions come out here, and you've been excited to watch?
You know, I started as a Lux main, and we got to see it yesterday in the ARAM.
Right.
Both Tryndamere and Ryze played Lux, which I thought was great. Today, though, I mean, I'm a huge fan of just seeing great team comps, right? And watching someone like FLICKR just destroy with Orianna is incredible, because I remember people telling me about Orianna as this mythical character when I first started playing. I was like, oh, you don't want to play Orianna. She's way too hard. She's way too hard.
Really difficult.
You're like controlling multiple things at the same time. I'm like, I'll stick to a very simple champ. So it's always awesome to see sort of that top tier level play. You know, it's the same reason I love watching professional soccer, professional football. You get to watch people at the top of their game, at the prime of their careers, making huge plays all the time.
I think it's kind of awe-inspiring to put it in perspective when you realize that he's not playing against you or me. He's
Right.
playing against the other people who are the 0.00001%, right? This is like when you're watching LeBron, you're like, wow, he's pretty good, right? And then you're like, oh, actually, all those people that are sitting on the bench are actually 100 times as good as everyone else, who then is 100 times as good as everyone else below that. And it's like, how is he that much better than these people? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because I remember watching football and like, that guy's 21, I'm like 29.
Yeah.
He is just, and it's the same kind of magnitudes of they're just so much better. They put in the time and the effort. And my friend had a really funny sort of like, oh yeah, you went through the period. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, you know, you started playing a little bit ago, and then you told me that you thought you were pretty good.
Oh yeah, everyone thinks they're pretty good before like experiencing all the like ridiculous talents out there.
Yeah. But it's great because, you know, the game is so huge that you get to play with, you know, the ranking system obviously is there, so you get to play with people around your level. So it's not like you're just going to get spanked every time you go and jump into a game.
And I think that's kind of the fun of it, though, is that when you realize that there's always so much to get better at, right? And that's what keeps, I think, people coming back to the game and also coming back to the esports side of it to see, you know, what you can achieve, what is possible. I always, after watching the tournaments and stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go try that, right? like I'm that guy who then logs on immediately and plays Misfortune support and goes like 0-14 or whatever, and I'm like, okay, it didn't quite work out this time, but next time though, right? And it's fun.
I love that. You know, it's sort of the spirit of experimentation. I remember I just saw a video recently that was like, you can play a Moo top and it's great.
Yeah.
And all the people in the comments were like, don't tell anyone. That's my secret. That's great because the game is so big. There's so many champions that you get to be flexible with what you're doing. And I remember like those were the glory days of watching streamers try something just completely off the wall and whack and watch it succeed. And there's something so satisfying being like, you know, that represents me as well as a more casual player.
I always actually am really scared when I go up against someone who's playing like a random champion like Galio or something, because I'm like, oh god, this guy probably has like 7,000 Galio games and like knows every single thing about this champion, and I'm gonna just get spanked by this random thing. So
yeah, I gotta say it's definitely interesting. I mean, you mentioned Galio is one of them, but I mean, one of the cool things that I love about esports is the titles almost always evolve over time, where the games get further development. Like League of Legends adds new characters every month or two, or they change them substantially, and it's always interesting that like the game keeps evolving. Right, and you have to constantly like learn new things. And the question to you, I guess, is do you ever feel like overwhelmed that like, oh my god, I got to learn a new champion again, and like all this stuff is different?
You know, it is overwhelming when it's like we have 4 new champions this year alone or whatever, and you're watching all this awesome art and you're getting super stoked for it, and then you're like, man, can't wait to lose against that guy because I have no idea what they do. But there is something really thrilling about it at the same time, and I think, you know, the flexibility again of being able to go in and not necessarily. You know, no one needs to be FLICKR, but we can aspire to be just better at what we do. And that's sort of like, I can see 10 feet in front of me, and that's good enough for me as a player. Because I like, if I can walk those 10 feet, I'll know there's another 10 feet in front of that. And so learning new champions and doing all that, it's a bit of a struggle sometimes. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of fun. It's a video game, man. It's great.
Right. It's a video game, and you're, you know, constantly against other people. And it's nice. I kind of like the way that sort of online games work, because like I grew up playing a lot of soccer, a lot of baseball, and swimming. Those are the sports that I did growing up. And okay, there's a pool nearby. It's like a 5-minute bike ride, and I was part of the swim team, and that's fine, right? And if I wanted to like swim some more, or practice or whatever, or you know, be in a race, whatever, it's like, well, I've got the season's got to be on, and I've got a bike over there, and I've got a card in and everything and all that. Or if I want to play soccer, well, I got to get like 10, 20 friends together, and we got to go down and hope that like my school soccer field is available. And what I actually like about esports, and it's why I feel like gaming is growing so much in America, especially, is it's just so much easier to be like, well, I'm going to log in, you know, type to my friend online, we're going to get in a game together, and within 2 minutes, I'm in a game. Right? And I'm actually playing with, you know, whoever it is. I might not know them, I might, but I can actually like kind of get back into the game very easily.
Yeah. You can just jump right in. You can go on Twitch and watch people that are talking to you about why they're doing the things they're doing. You can learn from them. You can laugh along with them. It's, you know, I grew up with an older brother, and I would always sit and watch him play video games. And there's a huge element of that I still retain with me. But it's a lot of fun to watch other people play and also play with them. So like when someone streams and you're sitting there watching them go and do some cool things, you really feel like you're a part of that experience. And that's the beauty of it too. Like you can go online at any time and watch a League of Legends game by a streamer. You can't just do that for an American football game, for example. You know, it's not just always there. The Olympics aren't like, oh, every week or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that actually watching players is the best way to improve. At least for me, that's the way that I've found I've improved most, is just by trying to imitate, right? You see, hey, okay, I guess that's how you're supposed to do it. And then you try to get as close as you can to that as possible, and you'll probably find yourself doing pretty well, because these guys have just figured out the game at such a level that if you go into it blind and you're just trying to solve everything yourself, it's like you're years behind, right? So it's I feel like it's a better starting point.
Yeah, it's actually one of the nice things is again, you can watch sometimes your favorite players and some of these pros will play, and they'll stream their games. You can watch them play, and you can kind of, through them, learn to get better. And kind of speaking of, it's a great segue. Speaking of watching people and getting better, we have replays to break down, of course, with that game, because we're going to be moving on to game 2 in about 4 to 5 minutes. And so I want to pull up some of the replays from that game, and when we get those replays ready, we'll have them up on your screen. Jimmy, as we get there, here we go. So this is the game-winning fight, basically, where FLICKR makes this really sick outplay and picks off Crown towards the bottom of the screen in a second.
Yeah, this game was so intense because, so Samsung is pushed in so far. They're between a rock and a hard place. They literally can't make big plays because if they lose one person, it becomes a 5v4, and from that point on, everyone's got their full builds. They can just push in and immediately win. So they have to balance it so delicately between playing really, you got to win the game. At the same time, you can't make any mistakes. So it was awesome seeing this happen.
And I also think it takes a lot of balls for FLICKR to make a play like that.
Right.
I mean, if you flash forward and you make that play and you miss your shockwave and die, you probably just lost the game.
Yeah, you lost the game.
They're going to kill you, and the spawn timers are long enough that they will do the inverse. They'll walk down mid, kill your turrets, and win the game.
And you have to sit there and watch it happen.
Exactly. So it's one of those things where it's like you talk about how scary it is playing this safety, but it takes so much confidence to go forward and flash forward and make these plays late in the game, and that's why sometimes the games can stall out because people are not willing to take those risks. And FLICKR's a guy who 10 times out of 10 will take the risk, and 9 times out of 10 will make it work.
Right, it's like going to do the corner kick, right? It's like you need to make it in that top left corner. Are you going to kick it 10 times in a row and make it 10 times in a row? Well, then go for it. Yeah, but you have to take the shot when you got to do it. And I think FLICKR he's great because he knows I can do this. I'm not going to mess up, and I know it's exactly what I do at the right moment. For me as a new player, it's like 5 seconds later, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this. It's like, no, you're a little too late.
The moment has passed already.
It's passed a long time ago.
Right, and they basically jump in. It's almost always on instinct. You don't have enough time to prep the play and realize it's like, he just now got a position. I have a quarter second to jump forward, put myself in a bad spot, and then land everything mechanically perfectly.
Yeah.
And if he baited me the whole time, good on you. I just messed up.
And you also have to hope that everyone on your team knows that you're going to make that instinctual jump and be there to back you up or give you whatever kind of shields you need to make sure you don't die immediately.
Yeah. And it's usually just yelling the champion name.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, Victor, Victor, Victor. He's dead. Right. And you hope that they all they came in time.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of the communication in the game is you just need to say the name of the champ, and everyone knows, okay, we're focusing on that guy or girl.
And honestly, the most preparation they really even get for that at all is maybe FLICKR says, oh, if I see a chance, I'm going to go for Victor or something, right? That's all the warning you get. And the team has to be ready, to your point, to pile in immediately. There can't be any hesitation. Because even if he nails that shockwave, if his team isn't in there right after that, then he's going to die, and they're still going to lose the fight. So it's really a game with a lot of moving pieces that can be very difficult.
And, of course, similarly, even if it's not the specific communication, it's they see the same thing that you do. They say, oh, you're right. Crown walked too far forward. FLICKR's going in this. Oh, I saw FLICKR flash. I know what he's doing. Everyone piles in on time. And you have just the instinctive communication of that happening as well. And, of course, we've talked about some of the risks happening. That was FLICKR, the risk paying off. We had another replay, which is Samsung actually getting their own comeback when they almost came back and they got a 3 for 0. I want to break this one down as well. And this
so
is
much
Kuve.
of this was really Kuve setting this up. He TP'd in far away. He knocks up 2 members from SKT, and that really set up so much of the fight.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they were just trying to obviously push in that last tower there, and it seemed like they were in a really safe position, but in the blink of an eye, so much can change in the game, which is just pretty fantastic to see.
And they get the rest of the cleanup there, and all goes well. And you see them definitely trying to save their own base. And
yeah, they lost the tower here, but not the Nexus, fortunately.
Yeah, definitely did, and it's one of those things that becomes so tough for Samsung because these minions are always crashing in and they have to make a play. And SKT knows that they have to make a play because they're on this timer, and it kind of puts them in the position where SKT should be able to anticipate this sort of move and avoid it, but in this case, because it was so well executed by Samsung, they couldn't really deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, what an intense game, though. I remember we were all sitting there in the middle and kind of just being like, oh, well, it's getting kind of boring. And then all of a sudden, Samsung comes out of nowhere and starts taking it back bit by bit. The gold lead's decreasing. You're watching the momentum build, and you could, I feel like you could feel the sweat on all of SKT's faces being like, and at the end, you saw Bengi just going, oh my gosh.
Right.
We dodged one there.
And the thing is everyone knows, and we were talking about it during the cast, but like,
this gold lead doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
We're so late into the game. Their builds are all full. When you kill a champion, the respawn timer is now more than a minute long instead of like 8 seconds like it is in the early game. So what you get for even just one kill goes even higher. And they're like, yeah, you do that mistake again, you've now lost a game. You were winning for 40 minutes straight.
Yeah, which is insane to think because that was the longest game that they said in Samsung's, I guess, the world's career, which is pretty crazy. I mean, these games we find usually go a little bit shorter, but at that point, too, mental exhaustion has to be going in. We saw Poppy trying to pop Trundle down and miss it. You know, like such a huge play if he had made it, but, you know, at that point, you've been just drilling it for 40 minutes straight. You're sweating, you're on the edge of your seat. Pretty intense stuff.
And it's also something where, you know, they kind of missed out on SKT doing the Baron, right? They pushed a little bit too far in the bot lane after they won that fight. They gave up a free Baron, and that could be mental fatigue as well. That's something that they would probably have thought of a little bit more had they not been so intent on just shoving the base and trying to get something and had so much adrenaline from that fight.
They definitely bet off more than they can chew. We have one more replay we're going to show right before we get into that next game. It's actually Crown getting a one-on-one on FLICKR. It's a bit easier to look at, but
this is the glory that everyone wants in life, right? Take FLICKR out.
He's one-on-one especially. And he just punishes FLICKR going for an aggressive play, and he says, no, I got the rest of this damage. The flash chase, the shockwave isn't enough, and he goes down to, like, I think a final minion shot.
That might be my biggest feel-bad moment in the game. So Flash, after you use it, has a big cooldown, and using it frivolously, you know, if you use it and you get away alive, worth it. But if you use it and you die, ugh, feels bad.
Look at the gold graph. That just shows how dominating this game was for SKT from the early. They always held the gold lead, but you know, normally they're a team that closes out very, very fast, and Samsung did an incredible job to hold on and to really make a game out of it. But you have to feel if Samsung didn't kind of fall behind on some of these early plays and hadn't really been losing those early turrets and stuff, if they'd done a bit better in the early game, could have been a very different story.
Yeah, and you know, definitely I think if I was Samsung going back as a team, I would be very encouraged, right? You know, you put up a good fight against SKT there, and had you played the beginning a little better, you may have been on the winning end of that exchange.
Yeah, certainly.
So we are now into the second game here, and the teams switch sides, which actually means more than you might think. In like American football, okay, the win's a bit different, but it also means the draft order is very different. And because we saw things like the Trundle into Poppy in the previous game, the guarantee of a counter pick, now Samsung Galaxy has the guarantee of a late counter pick in the draft. That's why you're seeing different bans here. The Jace ban, for example, the very bottom left corner, that is a completely fresh new ban here for SKT. They've added in, they say, hey, Kube, we don't want you to have the chance to play that after seeing our top laner.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, you know, I was talking to my friend. There's so many intricacies to this sort of part of the game that it's hard to really express in just commentating. Like, for instance, the Misfortune ban that they had last game, because they were the first team to ban it, the other team immediately knew, hey, we can take this champion, and we know that we're going to be in a better position because of it. But so many small little details here, and I mean, this is the important part of having a coach here to really make sure that they have the cool head and they can see it from the outside, right?
They certainly do, and to speak about SK Telecom's coach, Koma is a guy who is legendary in and of his own right. He's been with SKT for so long. He's considered by many to be the best coach in the world, and we got to see this kind of behind-the-scenes peek at Eyes on SKT, a piece that you guys should all check out on LoL Esports YouTube if you haven't watched it. Hearing him talking with his team, hearing him, you know, give them criticism even when they're doing well, and then back and forth, like pushing these players to be better and better and better, and even himself when he made mistakes in the draft, acknowledging that and kind of having this mutual respect with his players. It seemed very interesting and very important for them to have.
Hey, you know, tough love.
Yeah.
It goes a long way, especially any of you out there that played sports know that having a coach that's willing to, you know, really dig in deep and force you to challenge yourself is a huge part of getting better at anything competitively.
And I also think you have to have an immense amount of trust in your coach that he will make the right pick for you.
Right.
Because you are playing massively different champions. Imagine going into the football game, I'm a linebacker, and they're like, all right, you're playing quarterback this game. And, you know, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you're not trusting that your coach is making the right decision here, that seems pretty wacky, and it's almost the level of difference between some of these champions. Playing a very simplistic tank versus playing, you know, a hyper carry top laner like FLICKR or something, right? There's massive differences.
Right. I'd say Bill Belichick of the Patriots definitely makes his players trust him because he'll do some crazy things and they always pay off because, you know, the planning from the top down makes a huge difference.
Okay, so now we see Samsung Galaxy pick the same champion they had before this, Caitlyn. We've been getting a question a lot throughout Twitter, so I want to make sure we clear the air on this one. They've been confused about some language between AD carry and marksman. So a marksman, I think, is a pretty evocative term, right? I've got a sniper rifle or something. I'm always shooting guns or a bow and arrow, and I'm doing lots of repeated physical damage. the term that most of League of Legends players use is AD carry, which is attack damage carry, right? They're using attacks to do all of their damage, and they're using carry in the sense of, well, they're doing most of the damage in the fight. So they're almost interchangeable terms in certain contexts, but we're referring to champions like this Caitlyn, who are usually safe in the back line. They often have very little sort of utility to bring to their team, and it's their job to just belt out damage, and that is almost exactly what this Caitlyn pick does that we will see Ruler play for the second time here.
Yeah, and if you guys remember in the last game, Caitlyn was throwing down traps left and right in this nice little arrangement in front of all the towers, and that really helped Samsung just sort of take the pressure off of themselves as the rest of the team could sort of coordinate themselves behind it. And so Caitlyn has a lot of utility in that realm as well.
Yeah, especially in combination with the Zyra. There's all these plants you have to walk through, there's all these traps you have to walk through, and there's just all this crap that's in front of you between your opponents.
All right, so I need to explain why I just yelled right there. So the fourth champion picked right now for
Kindred,
Samsung
baby.
Galaxy is Kindred. So we just talked about marksman and AD carries. Kindred is a marksman, right? She is a bow and arrow type user who plays in the jungle. Right. So it's still going to be one of those dynamic, I'm alone type champions, but it's actually a source of high repeatable damage, and why I exclaimed, we have not seen this champion picked in pro play in several months. Right. And it's the first time we've seen it at this tournament specifically, of course.
And a big reason why we don't see it anymore is because of some of the early game buff, or nerfs rather, that it had received in the past. It's a lot harder for Kindred to match up favorably against powerful early game junglers like the Lee Sin. This is a champion that you need to be able to kite around, you need to be very nimble, but you don't really have enough damage to kind of compete with some of these champions like Lee Sin in the early games, and it's going to be tough for her to really match up well there.
Now, do you think they're going to go for the sort of when I remember playing against Kindred in the jungle, it's very much the element of surprise. She comes out of nowhere, she can cross a huge distance and get rid of you sort of with the ganks. Is that sort of what they're looking for here?
Yeah, definitely. I think that being able to kind of hop over those walls that you're alluding to, you can come from unpredictable paths, right? You can come from different angles and you can pull out some of those ganks. And another thing that Kindred's very good at is, as a ranged jungler, you can just join a lane and start hitting the turret much more safely than a melee character can do. So you can help to push, and you can also help to keep these hyper carries in the back line safe, your Cassiopeia and your Caitlyn.
Right, it contrasts very heavily with what we have almost always seen. So you've got great examples of this. So we earlier had contrasted Jhin versus Caitlyn, the two AD carries, the two marksmen these teams were playing. It's the same matchup as the last game, where Jhin typically brings more slows, more help to his team, whereas Caitlyn is much more comparatively about just her raw damage and does relatively little else. We've got a Lee Sin, who is, a pseudo tank in a sense. He's a frontliner. He is there for playmaking. We've got a jungle Lee Sin coming through here on the SKT side in the jungle for Bengi, and that contrasts very sharply with what the Kindred brings, where the Kindred is squishy, low utility, pretty high damage, but is very good at turning an advantage and snowballing it into a bigger one. If Ambition gets ahead, he will get massively ahead and almost 1 versus 5 the game.
And I mean, one of the big points of utility you have to bring up, though, for Kindred is the ultimate. So Kindred's ultimate basically drops this circle on the ground that's essentially a no-death zone. You can't actually be killed while you're standing in it, but it works for both teams. So it's very interesting in that if you drop in the wrong spot, you can save your opponent. If you drop in the right spot, you can save your important damage dealer, save your mid laner, your AD carry, or marksman, if you will, and then allow these guys to kind of take the fight after that.
Very interesting, a nice balance of life and death, as is very much in the character itself.
Yeah, that is the lore of the character, actually. The lore of Kindred, for those who want to know, she is the manifestation of death on the mythical world that League of Legends takes place on. And so it's interesting, she's kind of a duality. The major character is called Lamb. She's a pet wolf as well, which hunts characters down. It's probably getting a bit into the weeds at this point, but essentially, Ambition is playing a very exciting champion. It's going to be very fun. We've seen a lot of other new champions picked up as well. It'll be hard to cover all of them. The one big thing I want to point out, actually, is the top lane. Azale, you can help me with this one. So last game, we saw Poppy and Trundle. They're two frontliners. They wield hammers and clubs. They are practically invincible, and they're just going to kind of butt heads and just be a frontliner. Now we have Gnar for SKT and Kennen for Samsung Galaxy and Azael, if you want to walk me through what they do.
Yeah, so Gnar can kind of build into that tank, but he has two forms. His main form that you're going to be using is called Mini Gnar.
And that's
basically
it right here.
This little character. He has a boomerang. He essentially acts as a pseudo marksman, throwing his boomerang, dealing range damage.
And hopping around like a madman.
Exactly, hopping around like a
Quite
madman.
nimble.
As he deals damage, he builds up rage, and when he transforms into Mega Gnar at a full rage bar, he gains CC and these kind of more tanky utility type abilities that makes him really strong in the team fight. And then inversely, Kennen is all about damage. Kennen is all about AoE damage. He has a massive AoE ultimate that is going to damage everyone in the circle, and you can also stun people up off of that. He's going to be building ability power, and he will be much more squishy because of that.
And what's interesting as well is the best way to play Kennen, even though he is a much more fragile champion than what Kuve played last game, which is Poppy, you will still see him try to flank.
Yep.
His big ultimate is he creates a giant thunderstorm that eviscerates freaking everything around him for the next like 3 seconds, and he would love that thunderstorm to hit the other squishy champions, to hit Faker's Rise, to hit Bang's Jin, and immediately kill those champions. By comparison, it will not kill Duke's Gnar.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, speaking of Faker's Rise, one of the co-founders of Riot, his name is Rise. This champion's seen a bunch of reworks, and it's really cool because champions that you started the game out with, the people that played the game originally, sort of fell out of favor as new champions get released or they get underpowered. But Riot loves, to reward, I think, the fandom, and in this case, bring back certain characters, rework them to be something new, and Faker is playing Rise, and he's a pretty scary one at that.
I mean, it's worth mentioning, when you win a world championship, you get a skin for a character, right?
Yep.
Right. Guess what? This is his World Championship Rise skin that he's playing. It's kind of saying, yeah, I'm the world champion. It's going to be me that wins again. I'm going to get another skin. He's playing the champion that was his namesake at that last World Championship. It was what he dominated on, and that was pre-rework, but he's busting it out again, and I think it's definitely some intimidation, some style factor here from Faker.
Yeah, like 30% of the character is different now. He's got a couple of slightly different abilities. It works a little bit differently than it did last year, and Faker said, I'm going to wear my own outfit, essentially. I have my own Faker outfit for this champion, to describe what skins are. It's the same character, it just looks a bit different, and Faker has his own version of the character.
I love that you can wear skins in this game in the highest of competitive levels. We've seen a lot of, hey, you wear the wrong socks in the NFL, you're getting a huge fine.
Yeah.
In this case, it's like, no, flaunt what you got, throw your insignia over your head.
He's got Faker socks, essentially. and everyone can wear Faker socks, by the way. The way it works, it's not just for him. Everyone else can also unlock the skin and, try to be a little bit like Faker, because don't we all want to?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
I also think it's a little fun because Faker is actually renowned for never using skins.
That's true.
This guy always uses
good
base
point.
skin no matter what. And this is maybe one of the first times ever he's actually used
It was
a
once
skin.
on accident.
So once on accident he used a skin. So this is like...
This might be literally his first purposeful skin
I
usage
think it might ever,
in the history of professional League of Legends.
Which is kind of crazy. So
That's amazing.
it's like a statement. He never does this, and I actually had heard that Faker had something, kind of prepared that he wanted to do for this. So maybe it was as simple as using his own skin and just kind of showing off a little bit with that.
Right. It is funny because SKT have 2 different lines of skins because they've won the World Championship twice. There's 10 outfits out. They might get another. There's actually 11 outfits out there because they got one for their 6th man last year that they didn't when they won in 2013. So there's 6 SK Telecom outfits out there, and they're using one of them, or 11 out there they're using right now.
Yeah.
Well, hey, flaunt it if you got it.
Absolutely.
That's what I got to say.
Okay, so I'm going to redirect to another Twitter question. Caleb Solaris asks, how do you decide what items to purchase at the beginning? You have very limited gold at the very beginning. You have very few options out there. Is there a set order?
So generally speaking, there's going to be a standard item for each sorts of champions. There's all kinds of different ones, but there's a couple standard starting items that you would look at. There's some Doran's items that you can choose from as that are going to be good for tanks and casters and so on.
Yeah, you can technically afford about 12 different things at the beginning, whether a little piece of armor, or a little bit of magic resist, a little bit of attack damage, maybe combinations between, and you're looking for high efficiency early game.
And if you look at the bottom part of your screens as well, you'll see the items that each player has built, and you'll see some common ones. For example, Duran's Blade is the sword that a few champions have. You can also see
top
that
left, bottom right, top right. Actually, 4 characters have it.
And you can also see that people are buying potions, of course, as well, because you need a little bit of sustain in.
We got to fight first off, though, and it's Faker running out of mana, getting chased down in Crown. Ooh, nearly takes him out, and you saw Kindred come in. If that fight lasted 2 seconds longer, Ambition is there to capitalize on that kill.
They certainly would be, and just to continue a little bit more, so AD carries, standard is the Doran's blade. They're almost always going to start with that. And then there's support items that give you additional gold because you don't kill the minions as a support, so you gain gold in other ways. They're going to use spell thieves, and there is generally standard ones. And one of the nice things about League of Legends for new players is if you hop in, there will be a recommended items page, and you can essentially just buy items from this list that will be pretty decent for your champion in most situations.
They're tailored for the character you're playing. The game knows what you picked, and even knows what role you picked it in when that's relevant. It says, oh, okay, you're a jungling Kindred. Well, you should start with the items that Ambition had started with this game. And you know, the game knows enough to know that's what you went for. And yeah, if you are newer to League of Legends, that will be useful for you. What's also great is the community has made a lot of these sets as well. There's a huge sort of fan site community for League of Legends, and they will track what professionals buy, and they'll be like, yeah, you should buy what FLICKR bought this game, and the list will be there for you to use.
Yeah, even as an experienced player myself, I'm relatively high elo, playing in Diamond and stuff.
You're like
I still like to look at these pages and see what the new best builds are. So there's lots of resources for you to check out, and I definitely recommend doing that.
Yeah, and I think that appeals to a very certain subset of gamers, too, that like to maximize the amount they get of effectiveness from their items. And with each patch, of course, new things will happen. Some items will all of a sudden become very powerful. For instance, Thunderlord's Decree, I think, was one that made the rounds. When it's not an item, but it's something that a patch came out, and all of a sudden this ability just had a lot of power behind it. And people were like, hey, if you're not on this train, you should be. Yeah. You know, it's really fun to see going into a game, every single player taking it.
I remember that. At the start of that, it was in Mastery that you could choose, which are kind of like talents or whatever, if you will. And everyone was using it, as you said. It would be all 10 players would have Thunderlords. It was pretty funny.
So you just saw there the last couple of plays you saw. First off, it was a blue buff being handed over to FLICKR. We didn't yet describe what we did actually. A blue buff gives you a bunch of mana regeneration, a bunch of cooldown reduction, and it makes your spells do more damage, especially if you're a champion like FLICKR has on Rise. And he got that buff, came back to the mid lane, but while that was happening, we saw Ambition just below where your screen was. He stole away another jungle camp, and Kindred is a special champion. She's a poacher in a sense. Wolf, who is part of that character, basically says, ooh, I want you to kill one of those enemy jungle camps, and I want you to kill that raptor camp that he had just killed. And if you kill it, you get a reward. You do more damage for the rest of the game. And Ambition was able to capitalize off of that blue buff transfer, that blue buff that was given over with Bangi on the left-hand side of the screen, and said, okay, well, I'm going to grab this, and now he's more powerful. And,
a very delicate dance that went a little awry there, actually.
Yeah, failed the blue buff transfer.
Yeah, so Ambition meant to give that over to his mid laner, and because he accidentally got the last hit, he takes that buff, and it means that FLICKR will have the blue buff and his opponent will not.
And now Bangi's trying to fight Ambition, got the dodge away from some of those skill shots, the one-on-one, the kickback, and suddenly everyone else is here. Gonna pop the lantern fight, and actually Ambition gets first blood, and he's gonna try to be saved by his team. The shot's to be blocked. One more hit will do it. Summoner heal coming in, and this is Samsung winning the fight, looking for a little bit more damage. Wolf is dangerously low on HP. What a turnaround.
Wow. Bangi really misplayed that there. He should have had the advantage in the duel, but Ambition played it very well, and they're looking to dive these guys. They're trying to set up a 4v3 here. This would be really risky. FLICKR wants to go forward.
Realm War brings in two. The flash prison. That was beautiful by FLICKR. He used his ultimate to teleport a screen forward and catch out Core JJ and make it a 1-for-1.
Wow, right as Samsung sort of splits off and says, you know what, we're not going to try to do this pincer, FLICKR reads that, immediately goes and just steals the kill there. That's, man, I mean, watching him is just unbelievable.
Yeah. But what really matters, though, is what else you can do afterwards. Despite the kills technically being 1-for-1, Samsung Galaxy have a better position over the map. Their health bars are higher, and it's actually more coming in. This is him trying to find a 1 versus 2 kill. He pours out the exhaust, cleanses away the exhaust, and nearly gets one more, but still, that is a worth it play. He burned a lot of cooldowns from his opponents, and meanwhile, the dragon, the mountain drake, was also killed off by Ambition. So a big global buff just went over to Samsung Galaxy thanks to Ambition.
And notably, if you guys were watching the bottom lane there for SKT, both of them used Flash to teleport themselves away from danger, and that means that they can no longer engage in the same way that they would, because they're down in ability that the other team knows, and they know, hey, they have 200 or so seconds before this comes back up. We can play in a different style now because of it.
It looks like SKT wants to go for a dive.
Kick into the wall, land on the skill shots. Not even a chance to do anything about it. Kuve goes down. A nice kill coming through from Bangi and FLICKR.
And Ambition, you know, he was there, but he didn't have his ultimate available to save his teammate. So SKT knew they were able to go for this aggressive play, and it was very important because Kuve was actually getting a lot ahead as far as the gold. He had killed 20 more minions, and you don't want to allow Kube on this Kennen to really get too far ahead of your Gnar and start taking over.
Yeah, traditionally we think of Kennen into Gnar as a counter matchup, so much like Duke had the advantage playing Trundle into Poppy last game, you expect Kube to now be the one to lead. And again, these teams swap sides. The red team now is Samsung Galaxy. We expect this matchup to go well for him.
Certainly do, but it's an interesting matchup because it should go well early, but not for the whole game. Usually it gets to a stage where Gnar starts to take over. Well, this is just really well done. And you can see Bengi uses his ultimate, which will kick his opponent back into the air, and then he uses his Sonic Wave. He shoots out this projectile and connects. He can then activate that ability again to basically fly to his opponent and kind of execute him.
Yeah, I love watching Lee Sin play. He's one of the most dynamic sort of champions in the game, and you know his big play potential is just up there because he can zip his way over across walls to champions just like he's doing right here in the jungle, and it's just so much fun to see happen. And I love this game too.
Yeah, the mechanical ability that you need to play this character at the highest level is pretty astounding. He's one of the most difficult champions to play very well, and Bengi, you did have a pretty big mistake earlier in the game because, generally speaking, as that Lee Sin, because you have this kick, you want to use it against Kindred when she drops her ultimate. So Kindred drops the ultimate, has this no death zone, and you kick her out of it and kill her.
But here we've got a play coming in. The teleport down to the bottom lane. Almost all of Samsung
Duke's
Galaxy
here
are
too.
here
Oh
to make the play. Duke wants to teleport in. A bit more poke's going to land. The minion's not cleared out. And here comes the attempt of the dive. Under the turret, looking for all 3 kills. Samsung Galaxy want to get them all, but it's not quite what they want. It's only the 2 for 1. Pretty good play.
Here's
And a
FLICKR.
trade back. FLICKR wants a little bit more. And despite a well-orchestrated dive, the actual composition works out that it's only 2 for 2. SKT turn it around and make it an equal trade.
And it actually could have been much better for SKT because Duke had a clean whiff on his ultimate. If he could have hit people against the wall, it stuns them, does a ton of damage. Could have been an even bigger turnaround, but still, very well played by both sides. Duke teleporting down very early, being in position to respond, and FLICKR, you'll see him running on the minimap, trying to get down here desperately as fast as possible because he can see this dive coming.
Right, and the pings are flying, the teleport comes in here, and here comes that Kennen ultimate. It's a big ball of thunder.
Yeah, and everyone else piles in as well. You saw Crown flash in, land his own Petrifying Gaze ultimate, and lose plenty of damage there. And FLICKR just showing up in time, landing the Rune Prison, rooting his opponent in place, and just getting the rest of the follow through there.
Wow, you know, you talk about timing. There is something very sublime about being able to arrive at exactly the right time.
Yeah.
You know, 1 second delay, even a millisecond can make a huge difference in the game like League of Legends.
It certainly can. I mean, if Duke wasn't there in time for that teleport, I think they get the 2 clean kills very easily.
Right.
FLICKR cannot even contest because he is down too many teammates, and they wouldn't have got that damage off.
So we're in a state where the game is 4-3 in kills.
They're
the
gonna look to
actual
dive
goal,
again.
Oh, here we go.
very tight. Here comes another attempt. It's him trying to juke around, landing a bit of the damage output, but there's just not a lot that Kube can do. It's a 1 versus 2, to not have the tools to really escape. But now a further chase. Ruler wants to pick up Bang.
Here comes
Couple
Nami.
more shots will do it. The exhaust, the save from Wolf, and the kill comes through to Bang. Unlucky the Nami was there in range in time.
And for Ruler, you have to respect your opponents. You have to respect the possibility for more people to be there. He didn't. He
Looks
gets
like
punished.
Envision's about to get caught out as well.
Oh, he is alone against 3. Pops the Lamb's Respite, but he's going to go down in a second. The time is going to end, and here's the rest of the damage. Duke gets the final kill. SKT have opened up several kills in a row now.
And as you see there, the ultimate can work for you, but it can also work against you. He can't kill off his opponents while they're in that zone, and they also get the heal out of it. So if you fall behind on Kindred, you don't have enough damage to burst down your opponents out of that ultimate,
Right.
It really stops doing much for you.
Wow,
See the top lane dive. This is a replay of what happened about 3 minutes ago.
Big play potential. Lee Sin hops over. There's a ward dropped, right? He went straight to the ward. That is,
Yeah,
very impressive.
definitely pretty beautiful. And we watched the second half of this one, which was the chase down, and oh no, Wolf is here. Heals his teammate, lands exhaust, which severely cuts damage output down with a combination of a heal and cutting the damage output. There was not enough that Ruler could do. It was a nice save by Wolf, and of course a good turnaround by Bang.
Now, it looks like this is playing out similarly to the first game where SKT is off to a very good start after a little bit of back and forth in the beginning. Do you think they're going to be able to hold on to the lead this time based on team comp?
It seems like it.
Yeah, I think that their team composition is very strong. I also think that FLICKR has a more powerful kind of 1v1 type champion than he did on Orianna last time. And Ryze is also a champion that we call having very good scaling, which essentially means the further into the game you get, the more items you get, the more powerful you become. And FLICKR having 3 early kills, plus being on a fantastic 1v1 champion, is going to be really scary for Samsung.
I agree that's the case. I think the Cassiopeia, which is the mage played by his direct opponent, by Crown, is also very good in this sort of world. And what's interesting is if you look at the draft these players have gone through, I'll call back to game 1 and then game 2. In the very first game, Samsung Galaxy banned Cassiopeia, and then SKT immediately banned Ryze themselves. They said, we will not let you pick Ryze if Cassio is still on the table, or if Cassio is gone. If we don't have the counter pick there, we're not going to let you do it. And in a similar boat, in this one, Ryze was the first pick, and then that was answered there by Crown picking up Cassiopeia. This seems to be the de facto counter pick that you must play into Ryze. At least teams believe so.
And I think it's fantastic in that early lane. But where I think that the SKT composition excels is they can have Duke in one lane, and as he gets tankier and picks up these items, he's going to be winning those 1v1s against Cuvée. And then in another lane, you have FLICKR pushing in, and it gets very difficult to answer both sides.
Ooh, we have another fight down in the jungle. Ambition trying to pick off some of these objectives, but now a little bit caught out. The ultimate in for Bang, forcing one flash away, and Ambition just kiting out, and not enough damage and not enough slow was out. It did still force a summoner spell. There is still a major cooldown missing now because of that failed invade. And a good answer by SKT. Now Bengi forced to run away, but he will do so successfully.
I love that Jhin ultimate, the curtain call, right? You see it from a mile away, and you're just hoping not to get hit by one of those bullets because they slow you down, they deal a ton of damage, and it's a great way to just stop someone from making an escape in this case.
Nice bubble land, the heal as well, and you saw some pretty good mechanics out of Wolf, and now another attempted dive. They are trying to pick off Cuvée. He's one hit away from killing off his opponent, but it's not going to be enough. Duke lands the boomerang and gets himself the kill. FLICKR, of course, helped, and there's been so much pressure in this top side. They have repeatedly picked off Cuvée.
And this is so smart by SKT because they knew that early in the game, Duke would have a disadvantage against Cuvée because of the matchup. So they're playing around that. Samsung is not defending their top laner, and SKT is killing him over and over and over again.
You know, that's crazy. Do you think there is just a lack of communication going on here between Samsung? Because obviously after the first 2 times, you have to say, hey, fool me once, fool me twice. Fool me 3 times coming after that poor Kennen.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where because Lee Sin is going to kind of outduel the Kindred, and because it's very scary if FLICKR pushes an opponent, roams first, to walk through the jungle and potentially face check into him, they're just not sure how to deal with it. They're losing control of the top side of the jungle, and it's allowing FLICKR to get up and make those plays.
Seeing the replay of that fight in the meantime. Actually, in the live, you've got a battle as well as, once again, Ambition on the short end of the stick, caught out inside his own jungle now. He's not even being greedy. He's just being invaded upon, and SKT are killing him off repeatedly now.
But that's exactly what I was talking about. You know, just like you said, Jimmy, it's why can't they respond? And this is why. Because they're losing control of their jungle. If you walk through and you find the Lee Sin, find the Ryze, you just die.
We are seeing objectives created on the other side of the map, though. I want to point out that Samsung Galaxy now have a second turret kill. They were able to knock down the bottom lane. So you're right, FLICKR's made top lane hell for Cuvée. And to his credit, he has, and it's working out. They've killed a turret. This tier 2 now, which is even harder to kill, already down to half. But this, you know, focus is working. But Samsung Galaxy have been focusing the bottom side of the map. They've picked that Caitlyn again to be a late game damage source. This marksman, this AD carry, whatever you want to call it, she's going to be a big force here. Ruler's going to be a big thing. And they're giving him a lot of help. You're seeing the Cassiopeia, played by Crown, roam down. They've picked off a turret because of it. They've gotten some kills because of it. And this seems to be basically both teams picking other objectives. But now, a re-engage on the bottom side. And 4JJ is now the one caught out. That's going to be picked off by Bang. Another kill coming through to SKT. They're just getting more done.
He just sort of gave up his life there to allow his teammate to run away, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Oof.
Definitely
that was a noble sacrifice.
Yeah, you will be remembered, JJ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mid lane outer has already been killed, and bottom outer, but yeah, I think SKT have been playing this game better.
Yeah, FLICKR just feels like he's everywhere. I mean, he's been involved in 7 kills as the mid laner, and that's because he's always pushing out mid lane, so he's not missing out on that gold experience, and he goes to sides.
Maybe another one for Ambition. Beautifully played by Bengi. That was really nice. The kick into the Q lands it all. That was nice, and now, Crown, you're a little bit alone here. He's got to hide away from his own turret, and you've got even more fighting on the top side. Duke is massive on this Gnar. He's pushing everybody away from him.
And this middle turret is very important. It's sort of like the, you know, it's the central nervous system, as I like to call it, of the map. Once you start getting these middle turrets, you're able to really just drive into the opponent's nexus. And it looks like SKT is hoping to finish this off and not let it go on for too much longer.
Yeah, they certainly
More
are.
being stolen.
We're seeing how strong Duke is getting now, and he actually has 3,000 or so unspent gold, so he's only going to get stronger.
That was close, actually. Yeah, Duke is really big. He has items, he has gold. He also has a buff called the Rift Herald. We saw a lot of questions about that on Twitter. So Rift Herald is something that was killed about 7 minutes ago. It only spawns once, and at 20 minutes it despawns. So you don't even get it every game. You get it about in 1/5 of pro games. It's not super high priority, but it was a nice timing. So there's a description down there. Basically, it's a very long-term buff. The buff lasts 20 minutes. And you basically become a supreme split push. You get a bunch of stats you care about to make sure you can 1v1 with impunity.
Yeah, you usually don't see the Rift Herald being taken. There was actually a newer addition to the game recently.
Yeah, this year.
And the global objectives, like the dragon that you see down on the bottom, they're there to force interaction between players to make sure that say like, hey, look, you're going to get a bonus for killing this thing. And if one team starts taking it, you're obliged as the other team to either contest it, get in the way, or perhaps even steal it like we saw in the last game.
Yeah, certainly are. And with that Rift Herald buff and the Frozen Mallet is going to be the pickup for Duke, and this is a very powerful item on Gnar because we talked about his mini form where he's ranged. Every time you attack someone, it applies a slow, and it makes it so hard for Kube to actually run away because he can just keep up with you. He gets movement speed bonus every third hit he does, and then he also is able to slow you down with this and chase you down, and it makes him really a force in the split push game, which is essentially staying in the side lanes and looking for these 1v1 fights.
Which specifically plays into the kind of style they're hoping to prevent from Samsung Galaxy. Kennen, again, is an incredibly explosive flanker. If Kube gets the chance to get behind SKT and start a team fight on his terms, even though he has 0 kills and, what is that, 3 to 5 deaths, 3 deaths I think it is, he will still do tons of damage, and he will pick off his opponents very easily.
Right.
And so by Duke being so good one-on-one, he says, if you leave to help your team, I will kill your base by myself. And so Kube does not get the chance to leave and the chance to flank the opposing team.
Right, the split push, right?
Yeah, that's the term we call it.
Kennen making his way there. And what you just saw Duke do there is take out a ward next to Baron. So vision control is really important as well. Knowing who is going for the objectives at what time, how many people are there, and knowing what wards are around, and being able to get rid of them. It's sort of like this constant back and forth. It's one of those things that it's definitely a much more advanced thing that I'm just starting to pick up now.
Ooh, another attempt for the fight right there. We're going to land all the skill shots they need. A little bit more. They're going to pick off Core JJ, but he's able to flash out. Even still, SKT picked off the mid lane outer turret. That's better than any kill. And FLICKR wants back in. A nice Lambster spike going to buy some time. The ultimate out of ambition will prevent his teammates from dying. They're able to escape, and no casualties champion-wise. But again, mid lane turret going down. SKT growing their lead.
Turns out the only way you can cheat death by FLICKR is by literally cheating death.
And a lot of summoner spells were used there, so SKT does get the advantages. And you talked about vision control around Baron, and that's kind of making sure you have these wards, these little totems, if you will, around the map that give you vision of these objectives, let you know if they are starting them. And Samsung is losing vision in their own jungle. So they're in this scary world where it's all dark. They don't know where their opponents are. And if they come in here and find a bunch of SKT members, they could find themselves going down.
Wow, very tight fight. Yeah, so Bang took away the red buff. We talk about objectives all the time. These spawn every 5 minutes. And when you wield it, it lasts 1.5 to 2 minutes. It's a fairly short duration. It's on less than half the time. And it gives you extra damage. Your auto attacks now slow people, so he's now got his own crowd control. He can chase people down. It also gives a nice little bit of health regen. Basically, you always want it on a marksman like this Jhin, like the champion Bang is playing, so it's the ideal recipient, and he's going to be even more threatening. That minion's on fire because of the red buff.
Nah, he's just styling.
Yeah. But yeah, red buff lights thing on fire, which for some reason slows. Just trust us is how it works. To be fair, would you run as fast if you were on fire?
No, you got to be slapping your legs. You're trying to put it out.
Yeah, stop, drop, and roll.
Everyone's going to stop, drop, and roll to put it out, so they're just much slower. If only Rammus were immune, then it would make more sense.
Are you telling me there's something unrealistic in a video game, Freak?
I am,
You're ruining my immersion.
I'm sorry, buddy. That's how it works. A circle that makes you cheat death, I feel like slightly unrealistic.
The wizards, the teleporting the giant worm that respawns every 7 minutes. That all very believable.
Yeah.
But when you turn on fire and you slow down,
the immersion broken.
I'm completely, immersion's gone.
Now, if you look at the gold lead here, it looks like SKT's up 7,000 gold or so. It seems like that's actually not too much, considering they're also up 12 kills to 3.
Yeah, it is. It's what happened last game as well. As Samsung Galaxy are making the games closer than you would expect by first glance at the scoreboard. Kills don't mean everything. Of course, they're a good indicator. But it is, it's SKT winning and Samsung Galaxy keeping it as close as they can and doing a good job of it.
They certainly are trying their best to keep it close, but I am very worried for them because I can't see a world in which Cuvée ever wins a 1v1 against Duke for the rest of the game. His time to kind of dominate that 1v1 is long past now, and as Duke builds up more and more magic resist, he can start to play more and more aggressive. And actually, it can get to the point where Gnar can just kill a cannon under their turret once you have things like a Spirit Visage and stuff, and you don't take enough damage.
Yeah, turrets are usually this sort of like this safe haven, right? If all's going wrong, just hang out by the turret. You probably won't die. But when you get dove or divin,
dove.
Yeah.
I think dive is also okay.
It just makes it so much harder, and you can even just see the items too that Kennen has opposed to Cuvée has opposed to Duke. He just has not been able to build out as much.
Even though both the slots are filled and it looks like they've all got full builds, trust me, the items that Cuvée has are very inexpensive, and you know, he's got some of that store brand items, and yeah, we've got some Gucci right now for Duke.
And Baron, this is the payoff for SKT, controlling vision in their opponent's jungle for so long. Beautiful. And they're actually showing members in the mid lane. So Samsung didn't even know this was happening. They're like thinking that the rest of the team is probably basing, buying new items. Because SKT was strong enough to do it with 3 guys, they put 2 in the mid lane, they show this force here, and they didn't even suspect it.
Right, it's not entirely unheard of, but they still 3-manned a 5-man raid boss, essentially, right? That's not super common, absolutely. It's a really nice orchestrated play. We don't see things like this all that often in pro play. Not unheard of, but still pretty sweet overall. And SKT, much earlier than the previous game, have taken Baron Nashor. It's usually the key that teams use to actually close the game out. Very rarely will they win the game without taking Baron at some point. And SKT have already done that and are likely to get a lot out of that Baron sneak, as it's called.
And clearly they felt comfortable enough to take it with 3 people. Usually you want all 5 there so that you can take the health from 100 to 0 much more quickly and ensure they can't steal it. But they had absolutely the other team had no vision, had no idea they were even there. That was an easy objective for them.
Yeah, it's these setups that you see many minutes in advance, right? This is all their long-term plan, is to get the Baron, and they do this by consistently clearing out their opponent's vision, denying them from coming over and checking if they're doing it, denying them from taking the monsters that spawn in their own jungle, and just kind of cooping them up further and further and further back into their base until you end up in this situation where you're just falling further and further behind because you're killing less monsters and minions.
Speaking of killing, this is now a bad spot for Cuvée to be. A nice kickback by Bangi. They're landing absolutely everything, and Bangi's going to land himself the kill. That final missed bullet does not matter. A 2-on-1 kill, beautifully done by SKT. They've got a 5v4, which means they can push very easily.
Yeah, Naris, you're in the bottom lane. There's no one to answer him, so SKT just needs to hang out here until someone goes to answer, and they will have a numbers advantage, right? If you send one of your members to deal with him, Cuvé's dead, so now they can push in the mid lane because there's no one to defend there.
And you can see that the minions are glowing purple because they have the Baron buff, which allows them to push even harder. And like, there's still 15 seconds before Kennen comes up. This is like a power play in hockey, right? They can just go, they can split push, they can go to every single lane. They can just continually make those turrets go down, and there's not much that Samsung can do about it.
So speaking of turrets taken down, I'll bring us to another Twitter question that was asked. Jukas asks, why do the players sometimes let the minions take out the turrets as opposed to the champions themselves doing it?
I have no idea.
Well, it's one of those situations where basically you kill off your opponent's minions, and then you know that your minions will build up and push towards their turrets and try to do that. So you can allow them to do that work for you while you get in position to do something else. So I start this push in the top lane, then I go mid lane. One of my opponents must then go answer and kill off all those minions, or they will lose a turret. And if they do that, now I'm in the mid lane to fight with my team and perhaps take another objective there. So it's kind of 2 birds with 1 stone. You let them do some work for you so you can be elsewhere to get some more done.
Exactly. The one resource that you can't get more of is time, and time is probably the most scarce resource in this game. Being in the right place in time for something to go down there.
Oh,
wow. Bang. Already picked up a kill without his mid laner even around. Maybe the trade kill comes in. They're looking for Cuvée to get it, and he just can't find anyone to attack, so that is a wasted ultimate. And now the flank is on. Duke is there. Bang with another kill. He is unstoppable by having so many kills without dying, and it's going to get worse.
Samsung is stuck out of their base. They might not be able to get in here. This could potentially be the game-ending fight for SKT if they kill them all.
Looking for a bit more. Core JJ's going to get jumped on. Into the back lines they go. Another kill picked up, and now they're just finding more kills, more kills, more kills. It's only 1 man left alive, and it's not going to be enough. A double kill for FLICKR himself. 18-3 on the scoreboard for kills. An ace. Everyone is dead from Samsung Galaxy, and now it's free reign to do whatever they want on this map.
Wow, that was super intense, and that was very well set up by Nami as well, using her ultimate to push Samsung when they were originally going to try and crash in on them being pushed out a little bit. Nami pushes them all back, and as they retreat, they just take a shorter route back to their base and just catch them all out.
And SKT is going to try to push for the win here. They're working on those Nexus turrets. If they can kill off Ambition, it'd be huge.
Oh boy. Looking for the little bit more, but the respawn timers are back, so the team is there to defend, but it's not going to be enough. Kube drops again, and now it's only one Nexus turret left. Much faster than the last one. Looking for the Nexus. They're going to look to take it down, but not for a couple more swag kills. And there we go. 2-0 to SK Telecom T1. A single more game, and they will be the world champions.
A three-peat. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. This is the 6th annual League of Legends World Championship. SKT have already won this twice, and they are 1 game away from making it 3 out of the total of 6 world championships that they have won.
It's pretty ridiculous to think about. They're going to have a better win rate in world championships than most people will playing ranked by themselves, right? Like, they have a better chance to win a world championship than I do playing solo queue half the time.
Absolutely the case. So
and you can just see it on Samsung's faces as well. They are under the gun here, just 1 loss away from losing the world championship.
Oh, Crown did not look happy there.
And that's one of the toughest parts is the mental game here. Having the mental fortitude to even have a chance to kind of battle back when you're up against the wall. Samsung, they just got dismantled 2 straight games. They have to basically reverse sweep if they want to be able to win here. And that takes a lot of mental strength. You cannot crack under the pressure. And seeing the frustration on Crown's face makes you a little bit worried about maybe they already have.
And they don't have time like the Cavs, right, to brought it back 3-1. They don't have a time to sit, rest, take a nap. They're right back in it.
Yeah, you don't get to reset. You don't get to kind of talk to people and think it through and sleep it off and that kind of thing. It's nonstop. We play the whole thing in one night.
Yep. You get 10 to 15 minutes. We have seen comebacks like this before. We've seen the 2-0 turn into the 3-2 victory at the end. There is still a chance, but it is going to be an uphill and steep road for Samsung Galaxy. 2-0 to SKT. We'll see them make it 3 right after this. We'll be right back with Game 3 of the World Championship Final. Welcome back over to the new viewer stream. SK Telecom T1 out of South Korea is 2-0 in this best of 5. The two-time world champions are one game away from their third world championship here. They're the best team in the world. Let's be real.
Yeah, not even just the best team in the world. They're the best team ever.
Yeah,
Yep.
they are.
They really are the best team ever. And that is, I think, what is so impressive about it. There have been multiple teams that you could say are the best team in the world at a given moment,
Sure.
right? Other teams have won the world championship, but no team has ever been this dominant for this long. And it's even getting to the point where it's like transcending League of Legends. It's just going like esports wide. Like, how many teams have really been this dominant at this level in any game?
With no one trading off with them at all, really.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really, FLICKR hasn't really missed any steps at all in terms of just his own personal play. The SK Telecom, like we talk about them as the team that's won 3 times, the only people that have actually been through all 3 if they win this one is FLICKR, Bengi, and Koma, their coach, right? They've actually been moving people in and out, which is even more remarkable because it's not the same squad winning every time. It's a squad that actually has people who leave. They didn't have their MVP in the top lane from last year, so they actually had to replace him. So every single time that somebody slots into this team, they're able to integrate him. They're able to play around FLICKR sometimes. Sometimes the patch doesn't always favor that, but they still come out on top. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive because they've had that success, and they seem to be able to play well no matter who their new teammates are, no matter who the additions are, or what kind of curveballs are thrown at them. Because a lot of people were saying that they weren't going to have that success without Marn, and even when they haven't done as well in the regular season, they always seem to show up for Worlds.
Yeah, it's definitely been wonderful to watch. I mean, it's a bunch of amazing players who continue to adapt, and it's, you alluded to it slightly, you said even if the meta doesn't favor it, which is a bit of an inside term, but basically because the game changes sometimes every 2 weeks, but it changes in pretty large ways every year or at least every 6 months, you have to adapt how you play the game. Like imagine the basketball hoop is now 6 inches taller next season, and it's something to that level of gameplay where it's like, oh, well, some people no longer can dunk. Right? Like, you're no longer tall enough to make that play. Well, now you have to play differently because you don't have this tool in your playbook anymore. And you have sort of these sort of types of changes in the game where you do have to be able to play a very similar game. You're still playing League of Legends, but you have to approach it a different way because either everyone else is playing differently or the game itself has changed.
And when you guys were doing the cast last for Game 2, I was actually in the chat, and like people are helping each other out, but there are a lot of people out there who used to play, and now they're coming back to watching, and they're like, this is a completely different game. Like, you look at League of Legends Season 1, Season 2, I would say like almost every single thing has changed except for like some champion abilities. Like, they've been visually updated. There's been complete changes to balance and what the damage numbers on those abilities are. So it's constantly adjusting. It's constantly being tweaked for a balance. And I feel as though like that, from a sports perspective, is absolutely insane that once again, bringing it back to SKT, you could stay on top for that long when everything just keeps changing on you.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the credit also goes to coaching staff and stuff, helping the players understand the new meta, understand these new picks and the new strategies, and what ones are best to play, what strategies are best to play, and how to best use your players' talents and their kind of comfort picks and stuff to make things work.
Absolutely agree. So it's been a blast so far. We are getting ready for our third game, but we actually want to introduce another special guest to our cast. If we can have Mr. Gordon Hayward come up and join us here. He's been a fan of League of Legends and esports for a while. If you don't know him, an incredibly skilled basketball player in the Utah Jazz. Grab yourself your headset. Good sir, welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderfully. How are you? I'm excited to have you here.
I'm doing awesome. Thanks for having me. It's good to kind of see you guys in person. I watch you on Twitch all the time, so good to see you guys.
I gotta say I'm a fan as well. So talk to me, I guess, just right off the bat. An incredible athlete yourself. What got you into video games? Because typically people don't often consider gamers and world-class athletes together.
Yeah, well, I think first off, I'm just a competitor, and gaming was another outlet for competition. And when I grew up, it was school, sports, and video games. That was about all I did. And I loved Halo growing up. That was kind of my entryway into esports when it was huge and on USA and all that. And then transitioned to StarCraft, and then kind of fell into League, and League is what I love to play the most now, so it's fun.
It's definitely a pretty amazing transition, and you've obviously been a guy who's been in a lot of big pressure situations, a lot of big pressure games. You've been watching the games for Samsung. They're up against it now. Do you have any advice for teams like this? Like, how do you deal with that kind of pressure when it's a world championship, you're down 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough task going up against SKT. I think it might be hard to beat them straight up. Maybe you try something cheesy here. I don't know. It's tough call, but I think for me, what happens when you're going into a situation like that is you try to prepare and do everything you can to get ready for that moment, and then you got to trust it. You put in the work, you put in the time, you go out there, give it all you got, and you don't have any regrets. You don't look back thinking, because I did the work, I'm here for a reason, you know, and so no regrets.
Absolutely, and you don't want to lose because you didn't put in enough effort, so everybody gives it their A+, or I guess their S+. And, great. And I want to ask you, like, when did you first get involved in esports and start watching esports? Because you talked about your gaming. What about viewing?
Viewing, I'd say, so 2010, I got drafted and went from Indiana to Utah. And from then on, I started really to connect with friends back home. It was all just online stuff with Skype, playing League of Legends, trying to connect that way. And the time difference is really what got me, because Utah is 2 hours behind. And so my friends would all go to sleep. And I kind of wanted to go to bed, too, to be responsible. But I wasn't tired, and I'd lay in bed and put on my laptop, put on Twitch, and I started really just watching it then. Watching StarCraft to try to learn builds and stuff like that. And then after that, when I fell in love with League, watching streamers and had a really good relationship with Boy, started watching him and got a chance to meet him as well. And so I think it started, you know, like I said, when I moved over to Utah.
So have you been playing much lately? Any favorite champions these days?
Well, actually, this is my career high in League of Legends. I got to platinum this season,
wow.
so
You're
pretty excited about that.
Get off the new viewer stream. No, I'm just kidding.
That's like top couple percent.
Right, that's like top 3%, 5%, something like that.
That's pretty sick.
So I was actually really excited about that. I broke my finger here about 3 weeks ago, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
You hit like all the buttons at once. I'm not supposed to take the splint off, you know?
Gotta make sure you don't decay before the season ends.
I know. So I had to get on there and play a little bit. Hopefully my trainer's not watching this, but yeah. Platinum for me was a real big accomplishment, so I've been loving it. Yeah, for sure.
That's an accomplishment for anyone. So let's actually move on. I want to talk about the previous game. Of course, you've been here at Worlds and watching the games. We have a clip we want to show. Basically, the end game team fight that SKT had brought out to win and bring themselves up 2-0 in the series when that comes in. You know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it as an incredible competitor yourself as we watch SKT smash everybody.
You want me to analyze this as
Sure,
we go?
if you want to, or what you think about it, if anything.
I think when I watched this, I was actually down on the floor watching this, and if I remember, there's the ultimate that Nar had up against the wall is incredible. It's something that I struggle with when I play Nar. I never seem to get that, the 3 or 4 man ultimate, but you know, once they hit that, once it seemed like he jumped in there and got the Q in, it's over. They were so far ahead.
And
so.
They make it look so easy. Like that, That's the thing, is you watch them play, and it's like they are out there in the middle of the Staples Center with thousands of people watching them, tens of thousands of people watching them, and they have to be able to perform these moves that you can't even perform at home. Like,
without the pressure.
So it's like, what does that pressure end up doing for you on the basketball field? Because I believe you actually played here before.
Yeah, we play here tomorrow, actually, so we'll be back. But, you know, like I said, the pressure is something where if you've put in the work, you put in the preparation, you don't really feel it because you've done it in practice so many times. You know, they play hours and hours and have been in those situations before. And I think when you first get out there, I'm sure they first got out and saw the fans, saw the opening and all that you're going to have butterflies. I have butterflies for every single game. But you get over it really quickly, and then you just, you know, the competitor in you takes over.
I think especially for a guy like Ruler, who it's, you know, his rookie season, right? And he's here playing in the World Finals in this massive stadium. So he's played a lot of games, but he has never played in a stadium quite like this, with this amount of attention, this amount of crowd. And you talked about, as an experienced player, you're still getting butterflies. So for your first time, it's pretty scary stepping out on that stage.
For sure. I can remember my rookie year, and we played the Lakers, and seeing Kobe Bryant was just like, I was starstruck.
Yeah.
And for sure, like, you have so much adrenaline. It seems like you're tired within 2 minutes out there on the court, and I'm sure they have it too, all kinds of adrenaline. And it's an amazing feeling being out there for sure. But the experience is, you know, he'll learn from those and be better next time.
Absolutely. Well, Gordon Hayward, thank you so much for joining us here. We are getting ourselves now into the third game. We're going to break down the picks and bans. Once again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Love having you here.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Congrats on Plat. Diamond next season.
There you go.
See you guys.
Goodbye. All right.
Add me.
There we go. So, third game is afoot. Samsung Galaxy back on the blue side, back with first pick, and we got to see what they've adapted to, because it's the same, in a way, situation for the very first game. They're on the same sides with the same chance to pick things, but we are seeing new adaptations out of the pick and ban phase.
Yep, the Rise banned from SKT, becoming a red side ban, so it's not first picked away. And we'll see that happen quite frequently, is when something is just really devastating, and even the team that played it last game and played it incredibly well will ban it on their side, so it's not in the hands of their opponent.
Yeah, so we have exactly one ban change this time around. It's the Olaf ban being added for SK Telecom T1. They've dropped the Misfortune ban they had put in before, so that's now available as a counter pick to Zyra as we normally know it in the draft phase. It's like her one trick there, which means the draft phase changes up. No longer does Samsung Galaxy first pick the Zyra, whose counter pick was previously banned away, but now the Lee Sin with one extra jungler off the table.
And I'm very curious to see, you know, Samsung, obviously, they can play the Zyra. We haven't seen Wolf play a champion like Misfortune, so we don't know if he has it prepared, and it's one of these things where SKT could be trying to bait their opponents into picking something and then trying to counter it.
Right. Crucially have that final pick available for SK Telecom T1. They're up 2-0, and they have the chance to counter any matchup they choose to. Any one matchup they can guarantee they get the last pick on. And we can see that they've once again gone for that same Jhin AD carry, the same AD carry, the same marksman 3 times in a row. And FLICKR is also back on the Orianna. Rise was banned out, doesn't get to play it, so back to the Orianna he goes.
And this is another tactic as well, is taking away top champions from other players or playing something that's a counter to what you know they're going to play, right? The Orianna for FLICKR, he's going to play that into Victor and be incredibly comfortable, and Victor is Crown's best champion when you're seeing Syndra, Cassiopeia, and Rise off the table, that this Aurelion Sol that keeps getting hovered may get locked in here because they don't want to fall into SKT's plan.
And Aurelion Sol will be very interesting to me because so it does get locked in. And this is something that I've been anticipating coming into this series because both FLICKR and Crown, the mid laners for the respective teams, do not play this champion. It's a very, very powerful one though, and it's perma-banned against a lot of people who do play it, and it has been very popular in the meta, especially in this patch. So the fact that Crown has learned this, it's kind of been SKT's bane. They almost always seem to lose to Aurelion Sol, and I am very excited to see Crown bust it out.
Yeah, right before the Rocks Tigers semifinal for SKT, SKT had lost against Aurelion Sol twice, and it was the only 2 games that they had dropped at all throughout the tournament. So this is a champion that has really given FLICKR some problems, and the fact that FLICKR has already locked in his champion means he doesn't get to adapt and play something he might be more comfortable playing into the Aurelion Sol.
Right, it's Crown saying, I know what you're playing, I feel good about this matchup. We also know, again, from the earlier ban phase that with Misfortune, unbanned, that needs to be saved as a possible counterpick, so SKT will not go for a support. Essentially, for sure, they grab their own jungler, they grab their top laner, and once again, that same Trundle, and Samsung Galaxy says, you know what, we'll call your bluff, Zyra's in anyway.
Now they're trying to see, because it's a best of 5, but now they're at game 3. Got to test it.
And this is what I was talking about. So it's saying, Wolf, you must have this prepared or we get the advantage. And that's why SKT leaves their support pick for last, which is not very common. It's more usually about the solo lanes, especially when you have someone like FLICKR on your team, best player in the world. Usually want to give him that pick, but they're saving it for Wolf, and we'll find out if he has prepared this champion and is willing to lock it in.
And as the time ticks down, you get 60 seconds to make your choices here before the game picks a random one for you. And you got to make sure you pick what you actually want, because random turns out it's not going to be what you want very frequently. And right now they're hovering on the Karma, which is a reasonable pick, but is not the one you expect if you know all the champions, if you know the matchups. Nami, I actually think, is a better choice than the Karma. I think it matches up pretty well. You can heal through a lot of the damage Zyra puts down in the lane, and that will be the pickup here for Wolf, going on the Nami, the same champion he played last game, but now into a more difficult matchup.
And I actually really like the confidence here from Samsung. They're up against the wall. Make them call your bluff, right? They play the Zyra, and they are going to take it out, and now SKT didn't have Misfortune prepared, so they're going to get that advantage from being able to pick it. And SKT showed all the signs of being able to have it ready by leaving that pick for last and saying, you won't pick this because we'll play Misfortune, but they couldn't play it. So now they pick up Aurelion Sol, they pick up that Zyra when they should not have been able to get both of these picks so comfortably. And we'll see if Samsung can pull it off, because I think they got the advantage in this draft.
Exactly. They basically got everything that they would want. They played the Aurelion Sol instead of the Victor and called FLICKR on that and said, we're not going to play that matchup again because we think you want it. And so they actually call an audible, they pivot, and also with the Misfortune bluff, they called it. So Samsung Galaxy kind of got the better here from both a mental standpoint and a draft standpoint.
The one weakness they do have, though, is I think it's still somewhat of a liability playing Poppy into Trundle. There's pros and cons here, because even if you get smashed, as hard as Kube did last game on the Kennen, Poppy will almost always be useful. Her utility, her CC, crowd control, to speak it out better, her ability to reach the back line and disrupt somebody will remain. She's just more fragile and can die more easily, but that doesn't always mean a ton. However, it is still this good matchup for SKT's top laner Duke. It's once again Trundle into Poppy. He's been winning lane every single time this series and will probably do so again. And it is now time for this third game. Again, it is triple match point for SK Telecom T1. They are a single game away. They've got 3 chances to be the world champions here. If you have any questions about this game, about this match, hashtag AskTheCasters on Twitter. We'd be happy to answer your questions for you heading into what could be the final game of the season and certainly of the night. Samsung Galaxy must win 3 in a row to bring it back.
Oh, and you can see right here, just different start here from Ambition. He goes straight into the bottom lane, into the bottom brush. Sometimes you can get a little bit of a cheeky kill there if you bring your jungler and try to catch a support out, but he immediately backs and goes to the other side.
And this is actually something that kind of developed because teams started doing these little cheeky camps in the bush where they hide in the bush as a team, and then when you start to go fight the minions, you get chunked out. So it's now developed that teams have to bring their jungler down to check the bush and make sure their opponents are camping in the bush. So it's kind of funny how it's developed.
Yeah, and you can see Core JJ standing a little bit further up, and because Zyra plants those seeds periodically, they come out every few seconds. She now gets to place them a little bit further up, try to get some harass off, which you saw with the Q when she popped a plant. And so she gets to spawn them a little bit forward and on the halfway point of the lane.
But you can stomp on seeds, and SKT did just that. Ooh, nice. A good start. So yeah, Aurelion Sol constantly has these stars circling him. He can make them go farther out, do more damage, or keep him withdrawn like this. And the entire point of the champion is actually much more positioning based and less about actually like active skill usage. And it's what makes such a unique champion. It's harder to learn. And so far, pretty good landing a couple of those stars early on.
Yeah, done really well with that. And so much of it with those stars is about how you position. You have to know this champion very well because each hit of the star is actually worth more than an auto attack from your champion. So it's kind of this hard habit to break for a lot of people where you have to actually give up auto attacks to make sure the stars hit.
Yep, and you saw something there from Crown. Because Aurelion Sol has those stars orbiting him all the time, he's constantly doing damage, and he shoves the wave naturally. So he gets level 2 really early because he invades the jungle and takes away 2 little camps from Bengi. So as Bengi rounds this corner, he's going to notice he, instead of having 4, he's got 2 in that camp.
Yep, gold and experience denied away from SK Telecom's jungle. Look at this top lane matchup. Look how low that health bar is for Kube. That is what you expect out of this matchup. Now, he's not expected to die here. He should get a lot of his health back. It's not completely a catastrophe. You can see he's regenerating quite nicely with the potions that he brought into the lane. But that's the type of advantage you're going to see from Duke almost this entire game long.
It certainly is, and it's honestly one of those things where if you're going to kill off the Trundle and put him behind, it has to happen pretty early. We saw in the previous game where it got to a point where Duke was actually winning a 1v2 against both Lee Sin and the Poppy, same champions we have in this game. So you have to kind of prey on this guy early and slow down his item progression, slow down him building up that strength.
Yeah, there's a term that we'll use. It's pre-6. It's before ultimates come out. And when we say you have to shut somebody down pre-6, Trundle is one of those champions.
And what's convenient is that usually happens around 6 minutes in.
Yeah.
Usually the solo laners hit level 6 at 6 minutes, so it's a nice, easy thing to track at home. And there's a timer in game as well if you're playing the game, and you've got until 6 minutes. Samsung Galaxy to get a kill on Duke just won't happen.
It's not with a significant investment.
Yeah.
A lot of
If you
people,
bring 4 people, it might
or
happen.
a misplay or something, but
sure.
Definitely going to be advantageous for Duke. And so far, you know, Crown, he's doing pretty well for himself, but he's actually not constantly shoving like you would expect people to. He kind of allowed it to build back up and push towards him. One of the things that's very interesting about Aurelion Sol is people will base very early because he has this ability where he can fly. So you start walking in a direction, and after you've walked in that direction for long enough, you build up enough momentum, and you
Bengi
can
got
take
behind.
off.
That was nice. He forces the flash out of one. A little bit of damage comes through, but not too much burn. That flank meant a lot. And there's that early gank on the top side of the map. Duke getting quite low. The tackle comes through, forcing the flash out of him. And that is Duke missing a long summoner spell and taking plenty of damage. And the mid laners trading back and forth, but it's just a trade. They're both okay.
So that's exactly what we talked about. Having that little window of time where they can kind of prey on Duke, and we'll see if they can get Duke to expend his teleport, and they are going to get him to do that. So now Poppy has the ability to make a play elsewhere on the map. She's going to have this window where she can teleport to the bottom lane or the mid lane and help her team, and Trundle cannot match it.
Yeah, and the colloquial term for that will be TP advantage, meaning that you have it, they can't answer it. And so Cube, he's actually going to use his teleport, not keep a teleport advantage, and just try to stay even in the lane and make sure it's not frozen on him. And freezing is a big minion thing.
Yeah, so we'll not probably jump into that too terribly much.
Pretty
But
high
basically,
level.
the point is that you're essentially trying to deny golden experience from your opponent by the way you manipulate the laning phase. Either way, it's trying to be a good thing. But the ultimate thing to point out really is not that much ended up being gained by the top lane gank, right? The damage all got healed by being in the fountain. So Duke was back to full HP. He's still missing his flash summoner spell, but that's the only real gain that was had is, well, he can't get away if the repeat gank happens in the next 4 minutes.
Exactly, and you must make that repeat gank or there's no advantage to your point, right? So you have to actually go and follow up on that. It's not an advantage unless you punish him in this window of time, and that's why you have to be thinking ahead. As a player in League of Legends, you have to be planning your moves a couple steps in advance to make sure you can follow up on it.
And this is what really sucks for a jungler as well, because you look at your bottom lane, the bottom lane is actually losing.
Crown doesn't know that Bengi's on that side. He's got to run to the left-hand side. Nice flash getting away from the shockwave, but that is, again, a big summoner spell down. A nice play by FLICKR to force it.
Yeah, he got a lot out of that, so this is a lane that could easily be visited by Bengi with his own flash and make a repeat gank.
So Bengi shows up mid, and he's going to get both those summoners. Nicely done for him, and I think you will likely see them look to return to the mid lane, especially once FLICKR has his shockwave back. You know, you can flash in, you can shockwave, you can cocoon, you have all this CC, and Crown won't have the ability to dodge out so easily.
You can see these players fighting over vision. We haven't talked about it directly very much. We've talked about what vision advantage is and playing around it, but essentially you place wards down on the map. They reveal the area around them. You can kill them if you can see them, though, and so you're fighting over these little sticks of vision that die very quickly when unprotected, and these players will constantly battle back and forth for those little glimpses into the river and those little glimpses into the jungle.
And they're worth so much as well when you end up getting those glimpses. The information, we talked about it before, where if a jungler walks into a lane and gives away his position, a lot of the power of a jungler is being where they cannot know you are there. So that's where the ganks come from, and they're surprising.
And an attempt in the mid lane as well, as Crown just does not land any of it. FLICKR playing that nicely, pops the ghost, trying to juke away, gets hit by one, dodges the rest, and well, that is still FLICKR's ghost down, so that is a summoner spell to be burnt.
That is the ghost down, and that was that flying ability that we talked about. Aurelion Sol was able to take off and fly over that wall. It's something that you can do, and it's something that makes this champion very difficult to deal with, because excellent Aurelion Sol players will push in their lane, shove their minions up to their opponent's turret, and then they can fly up to the top lane or fly down to the bottom lane and come straight over a wall where you can't see him coming and take someone out.
And even just getting back to lane, like you were talking about with his early backs, is so fast that he's already at the 10 CS per minute mark.
And he's doing great.
Ridiculous.
Talk to clarify what we mean by backs and recalls and whatnot. You can't buy items until you go back to your base, which is away from all of the gold and all of the experience, but it's where you get more powerful. So you have to find times to leave the action and then come back in. And because minions spawn every 30 seconds and it takes longer than that to get back to the map, you've got to find those windows. He's been able to do that pretty well and find those new items. And now a fight in the bot lane. CoreJJ immediately to block the curtain call, and it will mean that none of those shots are going to hit the Ezreal. Nicely played. No damage goes through to the squishier marks.
Very well done.
Stun lands, though. Ooh, that was nice right there. Gets away from the shockwave just in time. Lee Sin can dash to a teammate and does so in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was really quick reactions from Ambition. Dashed out of that shockwave. Likely would have gone down because the cocoon from Bengi, that CC out of the leash. She shoots out this projectile. If it hits you, you get stunned. That would have hit because he was CC'd.
Looking for the roam, flies into the bottom lane, looking for enough damage to deal, gets his own stun in on the enemy AD carry.
Bengi's here, though.
Yeah, Bang is fine, and the root's gonna land. There's all the damage they need! And first blood comes through for SK Telecom T1, forcing the flash and actually landing the slow, but they will not chase it through, just the 1 for 0.
And funny enough, there's the punish for not having flash, but it's not even in his lane, it's in the bot lane. He could not flash away from Bengi. Bengi fully commits to that, flashes in on Lee, CCs, and gets that kill.
That pillar was huge for Duke. He might have enough damage. That was a crucial ultimate. That needed to land for Kube. He would have gotten willed down. The traffic cone, the block, normally it's a pillar of ice, but he's using a different skin. And that removed the escape path of Kube.
And so we're actually seeing something really interesting here from Crown, and it's the adaptation of the series. If you think back to the previous game in Game 2, FLICKR won the game, not by going through Crown, but by going to all the other lanes and roaming. So Crown is saying that the way to win this game isn't through FLICKR, it's to go other places, and he got punished for it because he got called on it by Bengi. So you're seeing them kind of adapt to the way the other team was playing, but it looks like SKT are already ready for that.
It's one of the weird things about League of Legends. Something we talked about very early on is you have imperfect information. You don't always know where everyone is. If he knew Bengi was stalking him, he might have never made that play, but odds are he's not there. He took a gamble. The gamble did not pay off. However, Samsung Galaxy still with enough control were able to take another Drake for themselves. It is, to quantify it a little bit, I think it's less worth than killing a turret, but more worth than getting a single kill. If you wanted to put it in gold numbers, right now consider it worth maybe 600 to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, which is pretty good, right? Especially because they did not have to fight over it. And another thing to keep in mind is just because this one play from Crown did not work out, doesn't mean he shouldn't keep trying. You have to have the confidence to keep going for this. And here's the punish, right? Crown gets turned around and he gets CC'd. Bengi, no hesitation, flashes forward. That was in the little blink forward. CC's up Crown, and they're able to take him down because he didn't have the flash from the mid lane gank earlier.
Bengi's movements there were just perfect because he actually sat in the bush for an extra second to see how hard Crown was going to commit to it instead of walking out and making Crown back off immediately.
Looking for a bit more damage. Bengi is very close to death, and ultimate nearly would have killed him off. Doesn't quite land the Sonic Wave. And FLICKR still trying to make Crown's life difficult, playing very up despite being a bit of a 1v2. Gets away with it, nicely done. More damage, I think, was actually dealt by SKT in that gank.
It certainly was, and it actually could have been a lot worse for Samsung, but Bengi missed his cocoon. So he shot that out. He wasn't able to hit anyone. Otherwise, they would have been able to have a lot of free damage on this guy as he was stunned.
So players battling back and forth. You just saw another ward be killed off by Kuve. He's actually going to help blind Duke about who's coming near him, but this is a very durable Trundle who's going to have a pretty easy time getting away from any 2-on-1. More resources will need to be sent if he's supposed to die here.
But it is key to kill that off. It means that your opponent has to respect the threat of it. And Ruler, look at that damage he took.
I mean, he's been up in CS, 20 CS since the early game, and this Ezreal that Ruler's playing, it has to scale. It has to wait until it has that tier, that little drop in its inventory, to stack up to 750, and it takes a very long time to do so. So
looking at 20 minutes.
Quite weak right now.
Yeah, so it's basically the investment in his items for later. These items become more powerful once they're completed. Does that through completing the cast of spells. And he's weaker now, will be stronger later if he makes there.
And another flash forced out of Crown. FLICKR is constantly finding ways to get an advantage. A little ward right there against the cliff, sees over the wall, and he says, ah, you're walking that way? From over the wall, FLICKR just hits him a whole bunch, says, ha ha ha, your health bar's down, forcing another big summoner spell out.
And so he's doing a trade of cooldowns. Ultimate for Flash, the ultimate's like a fourth of the cooldown of the Flash, so he's going to do it every time. It's one of the reasons that Ghost is the more frequently used summoner spell by mid laners, because it's such a low cooldown. If you can blow your Ghost and get the enemy Flash in return for it, you will do that every time, because it's basically you put a cost on it. The lower one is definitely the one that's going to get more value.
It's up twice as often. Second time around, he no longer has Flash for that attempt, and he's got to do something else to get away from you. Either way, this game is still in SK Telecom's lead, 1-0 in kills, and up about 1,000 gold, and that definitely puts them in a good spot. You've got to see if Samsung Galaxy can get anything else turned around here. Ambition looking towards the bottom side, but look at that. He's been seen by a ward. He's walking through that little red health bar in the green circle. That's a ward. He got spotted on the bottom side of the map. There's another one to his left, that red health bar. That's another ward. Yep. They know what he's doing, and he's in between a whole bunch of SK Telecom.
And I actually wanted to touch on something here because when I was watching the chat earlier, people were talking about from game one where Caitlyn had sold the boots. Do I not have to buy boots if I'm just good at positioning and moving around? Well, you actually see that.
Yes.
yeah, you have to buy them. Like you can see most people's first item is even a completed boot.
And there comes the fight into the top side of the map. The knockback doesn't come through in time. That was very tight timing. A quarter second sooner that spell comes out and Kuve lives, but well played by SKT. We even saw some things by Bengi. Either way, top lane kill is nice, and SKT, another assassination up there.
And that was kind of the punish for seeing Ambition on the other side of the map on those wards that you pointed out, Freakin'. And to your point, Zyrene, you know, the boots is not just about positioning, it's about moving around the map, getting back to lane, being in the right place at the right time.
Another shotgun's going to land. Crown's running out of health, but so is FLICKR. It's a tight trade right now. Ooh, true shot barrage nearly comes out, and that came through from Crown's teammate. If it hit, FLICKR might have died there.
And 100% right there, FLICKR had no mana, Crown had mana, so you're thinking with your God vision, why doesn't Crown just continue to chase him and kill him? because Crown has imperfect information. He doesn't know where Bengi is except on the top side of the
Oh,
map.
if that landed, he was dead. That Sonic Wave right there just snaked past FLICKR. He dodged it. If that spell lands, for sure FLICKR dies.
And this is something that FLICKR was always complimented for. People talk about playing against FLICKR is like someone having scripts. Basically, it's like the guy's cheating. He's so good at sidestepping all these skill shots, all these abilities. It feels like there's no way it could be fair.
Yeah, but he gets away with it. He gets away from the skill shot. Jukes left when he aimed right, and that was nicely done. And so FLICKR gets away with his life despite a very low health bar. You saw Ambition try to steal away parts of the jungle, but he was pushed out by Bengi, and in fact, Ambition had to use his own ultimate, his kick. It's a fairly long cooldown, about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and that's not going to be available for probably the next fight as he had to get his opponent away. You're seeing some great trading right there. SK Telecom's dual lane walking in, landing a couple of shots, and walking right back out, and continuing control of the lane.
Certainly is, and FLICKR picking up that blue buff. We've talked about it a number of times, but it increases the mana regen, increases the damage you deal, and allows you to use those abilities more often. So it's very powerful, and this is going to be a strong point for FLICKR, especially because he just hit level 11, which means he got to rank up his ultimate again. So his most important ability is now even more powerful.
And on a shorter cooldown as well, so he can constantly punish Crown.
And right there in the top lane, you saw we toggled vision, tried to see what was going on over there. But first, it's a battle on the bottom side. Nice juke. Ruler has gotten away from 2, 3 of the shots. This time slowed around, gets away from the 4th. And it's actually, wow, Bengi forced away. A nice counter right there by CoreJJ. Puts in the plants, pops his own ultimate. And Bengi does not want to be part of that fight after all. I got to compliment Ruler, though. Dodged all 4 of the ultimate shots that came out of Bang.
Yeah, so well played there by Ruler and CoreJJ, even dropping the Ignite, giving that threat of the kill and saying you have to respect the chance that Ambition could be here.
And now Duke is here looking for that one-on-one. The advantageous matchup should be getting a lot of damage here. A great pillar buys even more time. The slow helping. And you can see he gets about 1/3 of his health bar down. Do that a few more times, you get the kill. The one thing that Samsung Galaxy is doing well is they're stealing away these Drakes when they don't really have rights to them.
They certainly don't. And the scariest part about that fight in the top lane is you're like, well, Duke's losing health too. Why does it matter? Duke's right back to full health. This character, through the items he buys and the passive ability that he has, when minions die around him, he gets health back. And also, he has lifesteal through the Ravenous Hydra, the item that he has completed. So he can lose some health to deal damage, and he'll heal it right back up.
Yeah, and that's why we call it trading. And a lot of the times, it's just a gigantic thing where people take, chunk of damage each.
I'll hurt you, you hurt me.
Exactly. You're trading damage, but this is where the advantageous matchup comes into play, like you said. So he's basically trading, and with enough time, he goes back to nothing and lost from the trade at all.
Exactly. I hurt you, you hurt me. Just kidding, didn't hurt at all. Ha ha ha, all is well. Shockwave's gonna land. The bubble, ooh, good flash. That is Crown repeatedly flashing away from these skills, not quite dying to them, but he is constantly under threat. One of these times it'll probably work, and you can see the sliver of health left on that mid lane turret. It is almost dead.
And it's really impressive how FLICKR just always seems to be the one getting so much more damage on these mid lane turrets. He took a solo first turret, I think, in game number 1 on Orianna, and here he is again, working down this turret, and the team is going to come in to try to get that gold.
Yeah, and in game 2, he lost his turret, and then he went to all the other lanes and ended up just winning the game off of that. So FLICKR's game sense is really, really high, and he knows what to do in all of these situations. And even right now, he was down in CS previously when I was talking about how high up Crown was at the 10 per minute mark, and FLICKR passed him. FLICKR's now at the 10 per minute mark, and he's left Crown in the dust.
Unfortunate there for Crown. He's trying, he's bringing out new champions, doing what he can to hopefully catch his opponents off guard, hoping that they can put in the performance they need, but it is slipping away from Samsung.
To their credit, though, this is about as close as it's been in any of the games. They're not down that much just yet. Only about 1,500 gold, not even quite cresting that point, and they're hanging in there.
Yeah, and Samsung has never been an early game team, right?
No.
They don't play for that early game. Ambition is a mid-game, late-game shot caller and playmaker, so they aren't about controlling it early. They're about coming back, or if the game is even, they'll usually have a larger lead by the mid-game because they're able to move around the map and coordinate a little bit better than other teams.
We'll see if that coordination can come through, because we also know SK Telecom is one of the smartest teams in League of Legends. You never want to give these guys a lead. They almost always close it out. And even though this is somewhat Samsung Galaxy's wheelhouse, they've had a very hard time beating SKT before. The Shockwave's going to land Cocoon as well. Tidal Wave's there, everything they could possibly need. And Bengi gets the kill credit on this one. Also the catch onto Ambition, has to flash the wall, but still being chased down by the Elise. Here's the curtain call, looking for a bit more damage. Finally gets out of range and will slink away. Gets past that red line of the bullets, can't reach that much farther. You see a battle in the top lane, and despite how low Duke looks, he does not care.
Yeah, and look at him, instantly
Actually
back to full health. And that's
Wow.
pretty crazy. And this is actually something to point out. You can see the summoner cooldown. Teleport is on cooldown for Duke, and he got interrupted on that.
Immediately, everybody goes down bottom for Ruler.
It's not good for Ruler. FLICKR, Faker, Playmaker gets the kill, takes him down 4-0.
And because everybody was middle and they ended up pushing it from SK Telecom side, they got the inside track through the bottom side of the jungle that's supposed to be Samsung Galaxy's, so they end up on the back side of the turret, and Ruler was basically dead as soon as they all decided to start coming down there.
It's just so well done by SKT, and I pointed out it was only a bit over 1,000 gold. With this turret going down, it's going to be 4,000 plus gold in the lead for SKT, and just like that, they extend this gold lead so much, and that's what this team is kind of famous for doing. You said it, Freak. It's so hard to come back against SKT because they know when they're stronger and they know how to exploit it.
And you can see this right there, punishing the flash being down. They're just layering all of the spells over and over. Makes it a very easy kill, and this chase also pretty nicely played.
Yeah, and right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where they throw it all down, but look at, they're all in that bottom side jungle. They're like, might as well make use of the fact that we're here, and Wolf and Bengi just start running straight through, and you look at the mini-map in the bottom right, Ruler, he's up past the halfway point because he wants to shove the minion wave so he isn't losing any gold if he was too back right now, and he's not able to outplay 3 people, so...
No. There was really no hope for getting away from that. There's almost nothing he could have possibly done, even though theoretically you can dodge most abilities in the game. There's just no chance he's getting away from that. More roaming plays, attempts to the top lane now. Kube gonna flash, gonna land the stun on a Bengi. Does he have enough damage though? That answer is nope. Duke gets the kill for himself. 5-0 in this one. A nearly complete shutout so far.
And it just feels like Ambition is so behind the play compared to Bengi. Bengi is moving around the map, always in the right place, killing off his opponents, and Ambition just feels like he's misreading where Bengi's gonna be. He's never there to help.
Yeah, and if you look at Bengi's scoreline 1-0-4, he has participated in every kill from SKT, and we will call that kill participation, and it'll usually be represented by a percentage when we're giving statistics in esports and League of Legends. So he has 100% KP. He has been involved in every single move that SKT have made across this map, and it is showing.
Yeah. And SKT is just getting too much too early. You know, 22 minutes into the game, 4 turrets already down, 6,000 gold lead. These guys have ballooned it to a monumental gold lead. They're so far ahead.
This is massive. SKT are huge favorites just by the statistics of how far this game is going.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at early game gold leads, you usually want to look at them as a percentage, but hold on.
Hold on, it's a fight into the mid lane. A quick stun on a Wolf with the snipes coming through, getting blocked out well enough that they're all going to be okay, and just not enough damage coming back through for Samsung. A quick slow comes in, the Aurelion Soul looking to land the stars. They force the flash out of Bengi. Ulti's going to land that Voice of Light, but it's not quite enough. True Shot Barrage also not quite going to kill him, but Bengi slinking away with only about 50 health. That was nearly the first kill of the game for Samsung.
It was very close, and meanwhile, in the top lane, Duke actually almost got soloed out by Kube, and he had to flash away, which really shouldn't be happening. He overstayed top lane, and once again, another dragon is going to go to Samsung, and this is kind of their final hope in the game, is controlling these dragons, because they've been getting them all so far.
Exactly. It's their saving grace right now, and what were you going to say, Free?
Oh, no, go for it. You can finish your thought.
No, I was basically just going to say it's their saving grace right now, and Duke overstayed in the top side, so Kube was able to punish him, and we've seen that even professional players will overstay sometimes, and they won't be able to completely realize in time what the enemy is capable of doing.
Yeah, so to talk about those Drakes a little bit, hold on. It's the catch, and looks like Ruler's fine. Even though these 3 Drakes have been picked up, they have extra regeneration, they run a little bit faster, they've got a little bit more damage thanks to the Drakes that they have picked up for Samsung Galaxy. Those 3 little icons under their name, SSG, in the top left corner. Those do not make up for the gold and experience that SKT, exactly, not even close. That if this game becomes tied gold-wise, yes, there's a moderately substantial advantage for Samsung Galaxy, but they have to get this game within 1,000 for that to really matter here.
They certainly do, and it's also one of those things where they have to delay. If we look back to game 1 and you remember how behind Samsung was, but they stuck around for what felt like forever, right? That's what they have to try to do again here, and then those dragons can give them an advantage.
He's going to land the knockup, but not a knockback. It barely means anything, and Bang is there to land the final shot. Kube goes down. SKT 6-0 in kills, looking to clean it up.
That was a bit of a panic move there. He wanted to hold down that ultimate and spin it in his hand a little bit longer for Cube to knock Duke away, but he ended up snap casting it, so it's only a knockup, and then he ends up getting picked off there. There wasn't much pressure on him either because the cone, the Trundle pillar, was the only thing that could interrupt it, and it was already used, so a little bit of panic there.
Yeah, he could have held it for much longer. Now the intent, nicely played. They just layer all the crowd control. Can't dodge those, and FLICKR gets himself a kill. Looking for a little bit more, but they won't quite find Core JJ. Crown gonna clear some minions out, but they're still bleeding champions at this point. SKT continue to control the mid lane.
These guys are just relentless, and they're pushing down mid. They've already killed off 2. They've chunked out Core JJ. It's gonna be another free turret.
And in the history of the World Championship, there has only been one 3-0 victory. The losing team has always found a way to win one game, or the winning team has always slipped up at least once in that matchup. The only other 3-0 was here at Staples in 2013 as SK Telecom T1 3-0'd their finals opponent. They just smashed the entire tournament. They're looking to do that again.
And that was against Royal, if I do remember correctly. It was against Starhorn Royal Club.
The #1 team in China at the time.
Back then, Royal Club.
Yep, and now another fight in the top side jungle. Bit of a knockback. Duke's got to run back. He's running out of health. A quick kick out, but it's not enough damage just yet. Samsung Galaxy looking for some way to get damage across here. Another tackle in for Kube, and they finally get one kill. Ruler gets the credit. The re-engage in for Bangy, but that might be his death knell. It's very low health on that Elise. And no, SKT able to walk away, but now the re-engage. What a nice deadly flourish lands for Bang, and then FLICKR able to get the re-engage and gets the kill 1-for-1.
And they take down another one as FLICKR arrives. He still had all his abilities available. He was full health, full mana, able to turn around that damage, and a little bit of a mistake there from Duke. He kind of gets a bit too over-aggressive here at the start. He's kind of caught out. He's going to get stunned up against the wall here, just chasing into that Poppy. A bit of a mistake, and he couldn't participate too much, and that's why this was a tough fight for SKT despite their gold lead.
Yeah, they couldn't really get to those carries either. FLICKR comes in a little bit later, and Bang ran off to the right-hand side and loops around, so he's completely safe during this, but he was originally the one who got kicked first. So you still have those damage dealers completely healthy on SKT's side.
And that
and
kick,
they was
of course,
able to re-engage.
That kick, of course, the Lee Sin ultimate, Dragon's Rage. You can kick someone up, and they get knocked back up into the air. They take damage. They deal damage to anyone that kind of gets hit by that as well. Any champions you happen to fly through, so it's kind of like getting kicked into your buddy. You knock him over too.
Yep.
It's not bad enough that you're on the ground.
Gotta make everyone else's life even more miserable. So we look back at this game. SK Telecom T1 looking to close this one out in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Right now they're playing for top side control, getting the wards down. The little catch right there doesn't mean really enough onto Bangy. He'll be fine on this one and walk away with it.
And that's one of the nice things about having Nami. It's a champion we haven't talked about much, but this champion has a heal in her kit. The heal, you can use it on an ally. If there's an enemy in range, it'll bounce to them and deal damage. And even if there's another ally in range, bounce back and heal them too. So there's some skill in how you use this, and it's also nice to heal up that poke or that damage that you do take in these little skirmishes.
Exactly, and during the early game, it's about winning all of the trades because you heal and do damage simultaneously, and that's one of the main reasons that she's picked early on. Later in the game, it's for that tidal wave that she has, the ultimate where she sends out this gigantic wave, and that is considered what we call an engage tool or a hard engage tool because it has a CC on it.
Yeah, certainly, and it also has that kind of duality because it can be used for disengage. They try to fight into you, you throw out this giant tidal wave, knocks them all up, and now they can't fight anymore. You can just simply walk away. So Nami has those strengths and works both ways.
He's going to be lit on fire, jumps to the side, trying to run away, burns his flash as well, deadly flourish! One more shot will do it, and Bang gets the assassination easily with that one. And now to find a little bit more, Curtain Call is in and doesn't quite find Purchase, but hey, the kill's good enough. 9-1 SKT.
And SKT pinging on to Baron there. They want to move over. They know they have a kill. They're pretty healthy, and they have Nami to heal back up the rest of their members, so they're going to see if they can pressure over here.
It's pretty likely Kube's going to look for a bit more trading into Duke, picks up his shield, gets a little bit more durable thanks to that, and now has to run away because suddenly Bang is here to make it even easier. So much more damage coming to the flash. The re-engage! Oh, that was beautiful by Kube! Gets the assassination, and now it's Duke who's forced to run away. That was an exceptional play out of Kube.
That was so big. It stops SKT from being able to go from the Baron, for being able to take more, and they needed to get something like that done.
And it may even stop them from getting this next Drake, which is an Infernal, which would make it 4 Drakes for Samsung, that if the game does get stalled out even more, Samsung are in a great position.
Yeah, that would be huge, Irene, but Crown is caught.
This is a bad position. All the crowd control is there. The voice of light to knock him back, and actually, Crown is back to being safe. Turned a pretty catastrophic situation into at least a neutral one.
It's the power of those summoners, right? He blows those summoner spells, he gets away, but it does come at a cost, and they're going for the dragon. They need to secure this. This has been their one kind of saving grace in this game, and it looks like they will.
Okay, double Infernal Drake. That's probably their best way back into this one. It gives them more attack damage, more ability power. Those are the core offensive stats of League of Legends, a 16% increase on those stats. It doesn't mean a lot for everyone. Poppy doesn't care so much, but Aurelion Sol does, Ezreal does, Lee Sin does.
Oh no,
a lot of those guys
on
care.
Baron.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
SKT doing the Baron right now.
They do get spotted by the Ezreal ultimate. It revealed them.
But
They
can
can't
they get there in
give
time?
this up. Ambition needs to try to steal
Bang.
or do something.
Can he steal? He jumps away. Oh, Bang is low on HP. They're going to get the kill into Wolf. This could be the comeback here for
They
Samsung
could get Baron
Galaxy.
after this.
They could get a ton. It's already 2 kills. They've got a third. This is huge for Samsung Galaxy, picking up all of SK Telecom T1, or at least all the ones that matter.
Absolutely massive. They catch out Bang, they force him back, and now they're on the Baron. If they can secure this, this could be a complete turnaround for Samsung and potentially their way back into the series.
Absolutely huge for them. They'll be able to start pushing, and with all of those Drakes behind them that they had, that insurance policy is going to start paying off as they get more advantages.
Yeah, we talked about getting to late game. This has helped them do that. They're now pretty close in gold. They have 4 dragons and the Baron buff. If they could clean up a couple turrets, which a lot of them are also on the map because they haven't killed any, they could get that gold, be right back in it, Freak.
And you can see the beginning of this play. It's just the jump in, the aggression by Ruler, the rookie, forces Bang out, but they still get the damage on a Wolf and just continue the rest of this. It's so well played.
So well played by them. And SKT, some indecision there. They were still half on the Baron, half running away, half fighting, and that's not something you normally see from SKT. And now Samsung is going to be able to pick up some of this global gold, take down the mid lane turret, go top, take out that turret, and the gold gap is closing.
Exactly, and this has to be a big sigh of relief for Samsung, because when you're playing on the back foot for half an hour, you are already down 2-0, 1 game away from losing the World Finals, and now you finally get something back here. So this has to do wonders for also their mental game.
Yeah, and the mental game is massive at this point. Too many things go wrong in a row, you lose hope, and Samsung needs to have that hope. They need to keep fighting, and we'll see if they can get more kills here.
They nearly pick off Bengi. He's low on health, below 1,000, and that's SKT forced to run away, but there's still control of the top lane. Yeah, okay, mid lane went that way, but look up at the top side because the minion wave got pushed in. Crown never left, and that's 2 turrets picked up back-to-back in the top lane, and now this gold is much, much closer. The lead that SKT had was halved.
Yeah, and when you look at how much, when I was talking about early game gold leads, you want to look at them as a percentage for almost all of the game, and right up until that Baron, SKT had 120% of the gold that Samsung had, and now it's only 110. They were able to take off a gigantic chunk of that and make it so it's almost even if they make 1 or 2 more plays.
Certainly, and for SKT, they just need to slow it down a little bit. Bang got soloed out by Kuve, trying to kill off in that 2v1. He was low health, no mana, didn't respect his opponent. Then gets caught out, bad position and kind of pathing to the Baron, and he's costing his team here, so he needs to smarten up and play a little bit more safe, a little bit more calculated.
And these next few minutes are very important for Samsung and also SKT, because SKT have been playing from ahead the entire game, and now they have to be able to rejudge where Samsung Galaxy's stats are.
This is the first risky turret push here. It's kind of gritting their teeth, bearing it, and saying, yes, we can knock this turret down, and they do so. SKT had the option of trying to fight there. They said, no, we'll give you this one away too. We'll wait for the Baron the timeout and fight you another day, but that is more gold going to Samsung Galaxy.
Certainly, as Trundle is going to be pushing in the top lane, though, and someone will have to get back there and respond. So it's going to be Kuve. The rest of Samsung want to keep pushing here, but Duke could then come back, try to TP in, and look for a flank.
Exactly, he has the TP advantage here, so he's kind of baiting Kuve back, so Kuve is going to chase him until that turret is down and his team is safe.
Okay, this is going to be tight again. Kuve kind of needs to track Duke around to make sure he can't get the teleport off. Duke is simply going to recall, it looks like, and it's going to be a backline access.
Oh, he got Faker!
That was beautiful! Faker goes down! Now how's it going to be? It's a 1-for-1 so far. The flash, the disengage, SKT running away, but that still means the turret. That play is still amazing, and it's more gold in the pockets of Samsung.
You talked about the late game for Ambition. He makes the call. They go in. It was a beautiful ultimate from Crown. Does all the damage to those guys, slows them up, and then Ambition kicks picks in FLICKR. They kill him off, and they're pushing for the inhibitor free.
Another turret. That's got to be at least 5 in a row now. Looking to close it right back in. A 4-on-4 team fight, but FLICKR is not alive, which is incredibly important as SKT are missing their most important member, I believe. And the now bot lane inhibitor is under fire. Samsung Galaxy know they're going to respawn soon enough. Bangy getting a little bit low, going to jump back to the side. Kube in the front line, also forced to retreat, but he's running out of health rapidly. Duke is nearly invincible.
Ruler's in the back line.
Yeah, Ruler looking for a bit more. The battle with Bangy, but he gets re-attacked. The exhaust is on, and the shutdown comes through a bit off more than he can chew, and SKT find the kill at the end.
And that's all. They only get the GA, though, from Duke. So they almost got nothing back from that, too. But it's still only a 2,000 gold difference between these two teams when it was 9,000 previously. They're starting to come back in this.
And it's 2,000 gold apart with 4 Drake buffs. To my sort of estimation, this is tied, or yeah, maybe Samsung's ahead.
I think even at this point, and here's the replay. Look at this, flash in, no hesitation from Ambition. He kicks in FLICKR, they kill him off, and that's what prompts everything. Sure, he gives away his life, but that is well worth it because FLICKR is the main carry at this point in the game. He's very strong, and taking him out meant his team could kind of push, but Ruler, as they got in here, he wanted it all, and he dove in the back line, and if he had pulled that off, it could have been the game, but instead didn't work out.
One of the big reasons they were able to get that Baron off of that previous play is that Ruler finally had the conversion of the Manamune into Muramana. He hit a power spike, which is where he goes up drastically because he has completed a few items, and then he's able to pick off multiple people and deal enough damage at that Baron.
And so those items were what Zareen was talking about at the start of the game. Kind of the investment in those later stages. You have that weak item at the start. The tier has been fully completed, has been fully charged, and now he's at a powerful state for his character.
And speaking of powerful states, what you just saw on your screen, the Elder Dragon becomes what's possibly the most important objective now on the map. The value of that Elder Dragon goes up with every dragon that you have killed yourself. So it means nothing for SKT, but it means potentially the game for Samsung Galaxy. They will be massive if they can kill it.
And that is why it's so good to control the earlier dragons in the game, because SKT now, even though they don't get much from killing it, they cannot let their opponents kill it, and they almost want to have to try to take it off the map so Samsung can't get it. And it puts them in this difficult situation where they have to fight for something that doesn't really even help them.
Exactly, and I feel like the game is going to kind of stall out for a minute here until the Baron is back up, and then you have the pull between the Elder Drake and the Baron on opposite sides of the map.
But look at Duke. Duke is forcing their hand. He is once again pushing in that side lane on Trundle, and he's almost at the base, and no one has actually got back to match him. They're probably going to lose a turret here if they don't go really quick.
Well, he's not actually dealing too much damage to the turret.
He's going to get hit
in the wave.
He thinks he's going to get flanked, but no one's there. Yeah, he spent all the time killing minions. He could have gotten half that turret's life, but thought that Samsung Galaxy would have reacted better. So he assumed a better play and got worse because of it.
Yep, and that's giving the respect to your opponents, and sometimes you can give too much respect to your opponents. Sometimes you have to take those risks, but Duke, playing it safe here, didn't want to give up any kills, and as a result, gets less out of it. But he is still massively ahead of Kube, his lane opponent, will always be winning those 1v1s.
There is one important item that came through here for Ruler on Samsung Galaxy. He completed an item called the Mortal Reminder, which cuts an enemy champion's healing by half. And we've talked about this before, a lot of Trundle's durability comes from healing by siphoning stats off his opponent. If that healing comes down significantly, which it will if Ruler's fighting him, he's a much easier tank to kill.
It's also going to affect the Nami. We talked about her healing people back up, so she's going to be doing a lot less. But you can see FLICKR on screen has already started the Elder, and Samsung needs to fight this, and
they're not going to be able to.
They're not in position. This is a big mess up from Samsung.
And this really means it's more of a denial. SKT gets something. They get a little bit. Their burn is there, but it's more of a nice warm fire than a real blaze.
And now they can start playing around the Baron without the fear of the Elder Drake or Elder Dragon going over to Samsung. That's the big thing for them, is it frees up their movement across the map, and they can just focus on this side.
And I think that was a read. Seeing Crown go to pick up his blue buff, they were able to go right onto the Elder, and that was very well done by SKT and Samsung. Pretty big lapse in judgment. You spent all this time, the whole game, getting these dragons. That's your advantage. This is your win position. Kind of getting that Elder and killing off SKT, and they gave it away. So now they're going to have to look for advantages elsewhere or wait again for it to spawn, which is going to be a long time.
10 minutes?
10 minutes for Elder Dragon. Regular Drake spawn at 6 minutes. Once it becomes the Elder Dragon, it's 10 minutes. It will only be Elder Dragons from this point on. After 35 minutes, it's only Elder Dragons. 10 minutes between them. The buff only lasts 2, so it's off the map much more than it's on. This is actually going to time out of SKT only about a minute from right now, so it looks like they're not going to get much. Again, it's more of a denial. for the next 9 minutes. They don't have to worry about this, and it's only the Baron that matters. It is alive. The team that gets it probably wins the game when they do.
Or at least has a very good chance to do so.
Right.
And especially if
That's
there's
what
a fight around it, you know, it's one of those things where if you can take out the team and get the Baron, you almost certainly win. If it's one or the other, it may be more.
Especially when there are no outer turrets remaining for either team. It's just inhibitor turrets and then the works from there. So you're going to be able to push the base quite quickly if you can just get a win in a fight, get a Baron. That's probably it.
Seeing the two tanks fight each other. They've got a lot of lifesteal from the Trundle, just the durability out of the Poppy. And it looks like the Baron dance is starting.
Yeah, and you were talking about this durability from the Poppy. He's almost down 100 minion score at the bottom of your screen, CS. So you would think, oh man, he's going to get crushed. The nature of the champion in Poppy, even if you're behind, you're still doing your job.
One item slot still to complete for the Poppy, an upgrade still to go for the Trundle. They're approaching their full builds right now. The junglers in a similar boat as well. Just an upgrade left for Bengi. Roughly a full item still waiting around. There's a kickback. They're going to find Wolf. That's the flash forced out. And it is still an advantageous trade of cooldowns, as SKT's support will be missing flash for the next 3 minutes.
And we'll see if they can convert on that, or if anything else is going to happen. Ambition getting chunked out there. We'll have to back off.
Next 4 minutes to correct myself, but yeah, it is still a window that could be used. You can see they've actually kind of started ignoring themselves. They're fighting for the minions, and some of that is simply the Drakes they've picked up.
This is scary again for Samsung, though, because they've seeded vision control around the Baron, meaning they're having to guess, is SK doing it? Are they killing the Baron? Are they doing this? And they have to keep trying to check and use those blue trinkets that you can see. They're both on cooldown.
SKT looking for a little bit more right here. Gets one shot on a Ruler, and the third, actually. Finally, one does get dodged away, but look how low Ruler is now. It makes him very easy to kill. One chain of spells picks off the marksman of Samsung Galaxy, and he is one of their core damage dealers. There are substitutes here. There's some backup from his teammates. It's an important target nonetheless.
But he does have some lifesteal with the Blade of the Ruined King. I would say it's the purple sword in his inventory.
But there's two.
But there's two. Let's go. The one that's not a bow, one all the way on the right.
That makes it a sword.
We'll see right here. He's almost full
they're
HP.
starting it. This could be the game
This
in
is
this
the
fight.
fight to watch for. Kube in the front line gets a knockup, but what can they really find? Crown knocked back, and look at how low Kube is. But Baron Nashor hitting up Wolf. They're going to find the damage, and yes, that's one kill picked up. Samsung Galaxy get one kill. Now they got to run away.
They're so low. They have to be very careful here. They did get that kill, and Kuve was the reason they won that fight. He knocked 2 members from SKT out with the ultimate that the Keeper's Verdict hits them out of the fight and allows them to have this brief 5v3 where they can kill off Wolf, who didn't have flash from earlier.
And as soon as that happened, FLICKR had landed a shockwave onto 2 key members, but then Ruler comes over the wall and zones FLICKR out. So the AD carry, usually you don't put yourself at risk, and you can see right here, shockwave would have been a follow-up. FLICKR has to flash away because of that. So the AD carry right there, Ruler knew that he had to be aggressive, which is very bold, but it was at the right time.
Certainly did. And it's those
Samsung
little
Galaxy.
things. Samsung, they're starting it up.
Looking for the Baron. SKT's got to stop. This is going to be probably the fight that might determine the game. It's going to be Duke in the front line. Baron at 1/3. They're going to peel off and go for the fight. Instead, the kickback is going to find FLICKR, but he's okay for now. How much more damage can come out? It's Samsung Galaxy Crown who picks off FLICKR. Looking for more. Duke's Guardian Angel is popped. This could quickly be a 5v3. Can they get the damage? Tidal Wave comes out from Wolf's Nami, and it makes the disengage happen. Samsung Galaxy so low on health, they cannot do Baron despite the kill.
2 straight times, they get the kill, they know their limits. Had they chased into that, I think they die to bang. And Wolf,
stun? No, he's fine, he's a tank, sorry. It's Kube, he's okay.
Go ahead.
Still, I mean, they get the GA, they get a kill, and they get some summoners. So very well played here from Samsung, and it's Ambition again, making the big play in the late game, kicking in FLICKR. That has been the catalyst for these teamfight wins.
Looking for more. Wolf nearly gets tagged. Of course, Ambition is on a ward. He doesn't know that Wolf knows.
Yeah.
He's actually unaware of that fact, and just standing on vision right there.
The blind monk.
And they're going for a little bit more. I don't know if they know completely that SKT are aware to this play. Baron Nashor being started up again. 5v4. FLICKR is not part of this fight. It should be a Samsung Galaxy fight win. They're staying on Baron. Duke in the front line. This is the tight fight. Let's see what they can get. The knockup is there. They get a little bit more onto Bengi. Now it's towards Duke, knocking him back into the team. True Shot Barrage comes across. The Voice of Light. He refuses to go down. 2 more attacks will kill him. They don't quite have it. So back on Baron they go, but it's back to full health. They took long enough not hitting it that it's already too healthy.
And FLICKR is back. He's back alive. They had to respect the fact that he be coming into this fight with his Shockwave available, back to full health and mana, and SKT stave them off just barely.
And in these high-pressure situations, we heard it earlier, Jimmy was talking about it, where you pretty much just say Caitlyn, 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 and you go after one thing. Right there, it looked like they were split between Baron, and then the fact that SKT was on them, they weren't going to do the Baron fast enough until they had to actually turn and fight SKT.
And I mean, there was some split targeting there that you talked about. Duke lived with almost no HP. 1 or 2 more attacks on Duke, the top laner. His Guardian Angel was on cooldown, so he would not be brought back to life. He would be dead for a very long time, and it's massive that he survived.
Definitely crucial right here, but the game is still deathly close. It's only a few thousand gold separating the teams, and at this point, yes, those Drake buffs for Samsung Galaxy make it roughly equal. We've seen how close these teams are fighting. It is really anyone's game, and as we're 45 minutes in, a clean 5-0 is the game.
It certainly is, and it's always this thing where when you're playing against FLICKR, the longer the game goes, the more chance there is for him to make this big play. And
right.
FLICKR has fully completed his item build now. He's on 6 items. He's exceptionally powerful. And if this guy hits the right combo, he will solo win a team fight. And it's going to be so scary for Samsung, knowing you're playing against the best player in the world, knowing he has this super powerful late game character that he can turn the tides of battle with one button.
The Orianna Shockwave specifically is the button we're talking about here, and you've got to watch for that one. Tidal Wave comes to cut off the retreat, and a lot of shots from the core JJ. He will stay alive. Bubble lands, and it's a bit of damage on a crown. Banky's going to retreat. Here comes Cube in the back line. Brings in one. Shockwave hits the tanks. That's not a catastrophe. Samsung Galaxy are okay for now. The crown running a bit out of health. The disengage comes through, and it's back on to Cube. He's running out of health. Couple more shots will do it. Gets the summoner heal and stays alive. Now the chase in. Ruler wants it. The rookie looking to get a big play for himself, and still gets a big chunk out of the opposing team.
And Samsung could theoretically go back to Baron. It looks like they may try to do that. They're baiting it, at least seeing if Samsung can make SKT check in and take someone out. But what a close fight. Both teams risking life and limb to keep their teammates alive and barely being able to do so.
It's super tight right now, and I feel bad that I've said 4 times in a row this could be the game-winning fight, but each of them could have been if it went a little bit closer to one side. These teams so good at knowing their limits to not give away more.
Yeah, everybody's absolutely playing on point as well. Like Core JJ able to save Cube there with his ultimate right before the GA came back up. So really, there's a lot going on here that is just kind of working in a microcosm to allow this to happen.
And even Ambition diving in with the safeguard, giving Cube that extra shielding, risking his life to keep him alive.
And now it's Baron being started again. Duke is splitting in the bottom lane. He'll have to teleport to join. And yeah, being grouped up against an Orianna, that red ball in the middle of your screen, that can immediately cause the deaths of all 5 members of Samsung Galaxy if the Shockwave lands. They respect FLICKR and they back out.
This is a bad position for Samsung Galaxy because they weren't able to do the Baron. Duke has TP. Cube does not. Cube used it previously in that last fight, so he has the TP advantage on Duke's side, and now he gets to do stuff like this and push this wave out.
And Whittle's bottom lane inhibitor turret down to about 2/3, and yes, they regenerate, but only very slowly. That damage is going to stick for a while.
This is actually really difficult for Cube. He has to track Duke, because if Duke TP's over there, they could even theoretically just go straight for the Baron. Cube would have to run all the way across the map to get back.
Remember when we were talking about Elder Dragon in 10 minutes? It's almost back up.
20 seconds to go.
Now there's going to be 2 points that people have to gravitate towards, and you can't really give up the other one.
Oh, speaking of giving up on this one, Ruler thankfully gets away from a little bit of it. Guardian Angel is up, a nice knockback. A lot of damage and a bang. True Shot Barrage is in. And there's Lee Sin in as well. And now the snipe, the curtain call, looking for a little bit more. Dodging on 3 and all 4 of the shots. Nicely played by Samsung, duking out of that one.
These two teams are just playing so ridiculously well. No one is overstaying in these fights. They're knowing exactly when to back off and how to survive. And this is not standard League of Legends. Normally, at this stage in the game, one of these fights breaks out, one team dies. The game ends. And these guys are just playing it so well. No one is giving up those kills.
And one mistake will cost your team the entire game, possibly the World Championship.
Possibly the World Championship. SKT triple match point. Samsung Galaxy must win this one. Their backs are against the wall. Ooh, nice dodge with Coot. Ambition gets away from that one. Once again, Court JJ forced to recall and heal up. And as you mentioned, that both the Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor are alive. Samsung Galaxy is honestly probably happy with either one. SKT only get real value out of killing Baron. It kind of gives an advantage to Samsung Galaxy, where I think they're actually okay trading in some circumstances, and it works out all right for them.
They could trade, but the problem becomes if you give up the Baron for the Elder, then SKT will try to delay the game and let your shorter buff expire, because the Baron buff lasts about 5 minutes, I believe.
3.5
versus 2, okay.
Yeah.
3.5 versus 2 there for the Elder Dragon. So you can kind of wait, allow it to expire, and then continue your push.
Yeah. And that's the difficulty. Also, there's an intrinsic value to killing Baron Nashor. It's worth 1,500 gold across your team, whereas the Drake is worth 25 total. 25 gold.
There aren't a whole lot of items left to be completed, though. I believe it's only supports and then Bengi. Everybody else has full item slots.
One thing I would like to point out is we talk a lot about supports and then the power of mid lane carries and marksmen and so on. Because of the champion that CoreJJ is playing, he actually builds a lot of AP, a lot of damage. At this late stage of the game, as he completes his items, he becomes almost as powerful as the mid laners.
He is more, yeah, he's going to be very, very valuable. We've got a fight going for the Elder Dragon. And Nudu does go over to SK Telecom. Now the team fight. It's the disengage for CoreJJ, knocking up a couple right here. The frontliners staying healthy, but Crown is nearly out of health right here. And they find a little bit more ambitions. Got to run. They nearly take down Kube as well. It's Samsung running for dear life, running out of health as well as SKT are on the chase, on the warpath, looking for a game-winning team fight to close out the series and win a championship.
And SKT now, they have this 2-minute window where they're super powerful. They're going to go straight to Baron and try to force Samsung to fight them there. And I don't know if Samsung is going to have
They're not helping
to
enough.
do it.
They're going to have everybody.
They're TPing in. They're going to try anyway. And I think this could be the decision that costs them the game.
This is the decision. Here we go. The push on in towards War, forcing to flash
Kube
out.
can get an
Now
ulti.
Bang on the side. They're going to find Kube getting a little bit done, but SKT still secures the Baron. Now what about the after fight? SKT are a little bit low. Maybe Samsung finds their way in despite the buff to get the damage. Kube in the back line. He finds Faker, and they got him down. It's a 5v4, but the trade kill some come through as Crown has lost his life. Bangi low on HP, and it's the Ruler around the side looking for a little bit more to do. A knockback in. Can they find the damage? Samsung Galaxy must get these kills in, or they're going to lose this one. Finding a little bit more damage to deal, and it's Ruler in the back line, finding one, looking now for Duke, and he forced the Guardian Angel. Exactly. He will die for this. This will be Duke dying, losing his life, and there's only 2 left alive for SKT.
Duke uses Summoner Flash. He did not be close enough to the wall to try to flash over it, so he actually flashed into the wall, costing him his life and the Guardian Angel. This is massive for Samsung.
It's a 4 versus 2 for almost a minute now. The question is, how much can they get with twice the size? Also, crucially, the 2 surviving members of SKT are their 2 least impactful ones, the poorest ones, with the least gold, the least to do about this.
I think they could try to push for the end here if they want to be really risky, but FLICKR is going to be up in 15, and they don't have minion waves, so they're just going to try to take at least a couple inhibitors and play it safe.
Exactly. They want these 2, and they want to get out before FLICKR respawns, because Duke also has teleport. You have to respect that. He can TP behind them if you wait those 30 seconds.
And it's trying to buy time. SKT knows they can re-engage with the team and maybe find that teleport flank. Samsung Galaxy make good on the earlier bottom inhibitor turret kill. 2 inhibs down, a team fight win.
And we've got to watch this one again, because Ruler just put the team on his back in this team fight. And he was playing so incredibly well, staying back and then biding his time and then finding the perfect moments to go in and do damage, even doing damage over the wall to FLICKR and to Bengi, taking them out. Then he wraps back around. He's able to re-engage in this fight and dive into the backline, taking people out.
And Ruler has just been so instrumental in the comeback here from Samsung Galaxy. He had the power spikes at the previous Baron and was able to stop them.
Great in the backline.
And he actually sold his Iceborne Gauntlet and traded it for Trinity Force, so he had even more damage and traded out an item that was more utility for a higher damaged one.
Which is the right choice, but now we've got another fight north the middle side. They look for Ruler, but they're not going to get him. He gets away with it entirely. Nicely played by him, but is there going to be a flank play? Kube is around, looking for a bit to do against SK Telecom.
This is still good for Samsung, though, because they're putting SKT on the bottom side of the map. The only place that Samsung has to go is the top side, because that's where the inhibitor, the only one left on the enemy team, is.
But at the same time, SKT are faster on the play. They had pressure on mid and say, oh, no, we can't. We've got the recall because the base is under fire. Samsung Galaxy grouped up in the top side. Minions will push the middle and bottom lane.
And Duke is not there, so Duke is going to have to TP back pretty quickly if they want to try to fight here. We'll see if he decides to stay in that lane, if they keep going with this siege or not.
Looks like they've got to back out. SKT still pretty powerful. Technically, they have the gold lead. Either way, the 5-on-5s are almost equal as far as power goes. And the real difference now is, in fact, those Drake buffs. Now Samsung Galaxy, they run between these lanes faster. After a skirmish, they heal up faster. In a straight combat, they actually just do more damage now at this point. Those margins are small. It's still more often than not comes down to execution. But if both teams play perfectly, there are more advantages on the Samsung Galaxy lineup now.
There certainly are, and you can see as ZZ Raw was even picked up there by Duke, trying to shove in the bot lane, and Samsung needs to either respond or make something happen. We'll see if they try to go for it.
Looking for the curtain call again. Kube says, everyone, stand behind me. I'll tank all the shots. And you can see very little damage is actually dealt by that ability. Bang popping his ultimate. Auto attack for him using his general basic attacks that the champion comes with are, at this stage of the game, more important than his ultimate during a real team fight when you're actually brawling and trying to deal damage back and forth. But at the beginning, things like this, just laying the long-range shots, because why not?
And actually a key little thing there for Bang, he was actually able to interrupt the recall from Kuve, delaying him further, so giving more time for Duke to push in those minions to have that damage going down on the turret. And Duke is looking for a collapse here, trying to come back up to the team.
Brown has to flash away, looking for FLICKR now. He's low. He's got to pop the Zonias. Here comes
TP
the fight.
in.
This is going to be close. FLICKR kicked away, and he's going to go down to Core JJ. SKT lose their mid laner, and now Duke in the front line, but he is in the middle of all of Samsung, getting slowed down, getting whittled down. Samsung Galaxy 2 for 0. They can win the game.
Just an incredible catch there. FLICKR tried to go for the big play, but Crown, equal to the task, flashes away. His team collapses first. They take out FLICKR. They take out Duke. They want the game.
Absolutely incredible response there from Crown. The reaction and the follow-up from Core JJ to cut off FLICKR's options with his ultimate and the chase down afterwards. They get the mid laner. He is the wave clear. It's hard to stop these minions from coming in.
If you play it right, SKT can maybe make it happen. Yeah, Bangi making a beautiful play. He cut off the minion line. Despite how powerful these champions are. Oh no, he screwed it up. He didn't kill them all. They're low enough, they probably get assassinated anyway. They get picked up by something, but realistically, no matter how strong these champions are, they can't push turrets without the help of minions. It actually means a lot to have minions with you to absorb the shots and make the turrets die faster. They will get top lane inhibitor, but the respawns are coming up very soon for SKT.
Exactly, they were just trying to stall, buy time for FLICKR. This will be 3 inhibitors though, and when 3 are down, you don't just spawn super minions in that wave. It is 2 super minions every wave in every lane.
But the caveat is that Baron's going to respawn around the same time that the inhibitors do. Baron is 5 minutes apart. Inhibitors are, Baron is 7 minutes, inhibitors are 5 minutes. And it took them about 2 minutes-ish to go from stopping the Baron fight to killing the inhibitors off. Those are going to respawn at similar times. Ambition actually caught out by the stun into the bubble, but he's going to be okay. Lands the kick, gets away with it. He should be just fine. There is a very small window with those inhibitors being down, and it will not overlap much with the Baron respawning. In fact, the mid inhibitor's already back.
Yep, there it is.
So they're going to be back up before the Baron even is.
So I think you get 1 double super minion wave out of that, if that.
And so much of that came down to the fact that Bengi went behind them, killed off those minions, and just go expand on that point a little bit. When you don't have minions with you, the structures take far reduced damage. You're dealing massively less of them, so you can't actually just walk up and kill off those turrets and end the game. If Bengi had not killed off those minions, they would have walked down mid lane, killed off the Nexus turrets, and taken the Nexus. So it was a huge play from Bengi to have the presence of mind to do it.
Exactly, we call it the backdoor bonus. It's 66% damage reduction. The minions take it away, even if they hit it for like 6 damage themselves, doesn't matter. They let your champions deal more. And right now, it's all coming down to this Baron and that super minion wave in the top that SKT have to deal with.
And Samsung were able to play the vision game first. They're the ones who control the vision around this area to make it dark for SKT. But a couple wards have gone through. There's one of the trinket wards put down by Duke that can spot inside the Baron pit. So no longer can Samsung sneak away with it. But they're looking for a play elsewhere. The Crown's got to dodge away. There's too many threats to walk into with his face.
And you can see Crown selling some items as well, gets rid of the Leandries, goes for the death cap, so he has even more AP because it multiplies your AP, and he's looking just for a big fight.
So fast.
Here's the next one, the attempt, and they're sticking onto the Baron. Can they burn it down in time? And it's gonna get smited away, and yes, Samsung gets it. Now the 5-on-5, Samsung buffed up, Ambition the front line, flashes back out, he's very, very low. But the knockup lands onto 4, the knock back as well by Poppy.
Oh,
but
Shockwave!
FLICKR catches 3, and he kills 1. Duke taking the front line. The Pillar comes out looking for a little bit more, and he might just find it. The chase in, but a nice collapse. Kube stuns him against the wall. The knockup though, Kube gonna lose Guardian Angel, and Crown gonna lose his life as well. Duke finds it. That's 2 kills already, and Ruler is about to lose his kingdom. SKT is here to knock him down.
Rizzi
versus
really
three.
is playing amazingly. They're looking
He's
to try to
turning
chase him
around.
down.
Kube gonna look for Bang, gonna get some damage
He's
here.
keeping the damage
Ambition
dealers busy.
here to join, looking for a little bit more. They're finding it. They're looking for
What
Bang,
a
and
play!
Bang loses his life, but it's a trade kill. Ruler goes down as well, but it's still a 2 versus 3, a kickback. It's Kube looking for a little bit more, but he's gonna lose the Guardian Angel. Only 2 members alive. It's 2 versus 4 right now, and it's soon gonna be 1 versus 4. SKT will take him down. Another shockwave for FLICKR, and there's only 1 left alive for Samsung.
And that is a 70-second death timer for Kube, and SKT played that fight so well, and this is why you can see they are one of the best teams, if not the best, in the entire world. They start this fight off with the ultimate from Bang, and then the tidal wave comes through. They are saving Shockwave, and even Duke, he's taking damage, but he hasn't used his ultimate yet. He hasn't used the Trundle ultimate. He waits. GA goes down. As soon as he comes
Look at
back
that Shockwave.
up, that's what they use to bait, the Shockwave, and then the ultimate comes out, so Duke goes back to full HP.
And if it weren't for that incredible Shockwave from FLICKR taking out Core JJ, I think that would have been Samsung's fight very clearly, because Kube had such a good Poppy ultimate, knocking them out and stopping that. And now the Elder Dragon is live, so we can go back to live and see what's going to happen with that fight.
Well, it's going to be a bubble looking for Ambition, but either way, it's SKT in control of this side of the map. 2 members of Samsung Galaxy are still dead,
Oh,
so
Core
a
JJ.
steal is going to be difficult. Core JJ around the side, Crown as well. Looking for this one. It is a 3 versus 4. One of SKT was dead as well. Bang just now respawned.
You just need to stall because Kube has 10 seconds on himself, and he has TP, so he'll get there immediately. And what was that? That was the smite for Banky.
That was a smite looking to kill off the Scuttle Crab for Vision. Ends up being FLICKR to knock down the Scuttle and get the Vision there themselves. Kube now alive, his teleport is available, and that is a good defense by Samsung Galaxy to not give that objective over to SKT.
Yeah, and SKT, though, they're sticking around. They're starting this up again. They're trying to force the issue because they see that Ruler is in the mid lane. So Ezreal has to run over here very quickly now. And as he does do so.
Ambition had gone back to base also. He's going to book it back over here, and once again, the disengage will happen. You have Duke right now who is stuck inside SKT's base. He is defending the dead top lane inhibitor. That will come back soon. And then he still has teleport to join if he needs to as well.
You can see how much gold some of these guys have. Duke actually sold his Guardian Angel because the passive was already used, bought up a more powerful item, and now Samsung start up the Dragon. If they get this, it's going to be massive. They have so many dragons, they'll be so powerful.
Kube has backline access.
This is going to be threatening. Ambition a bit low on health. They're going to jump back and maybe look for a little bit more. Where does Kube come in from? What can he find?
He tried to use his ultimate to get the backline out of there, but he missed it.
Oh, that is a pretty important cooldown then missing. And of course, Samsung can simply trade SKT's base for the Elder Dragon. However, SKT already pressing in mid lane first. Samsung might be slow on the play.
And this is very risky because they're getting collapsed on. SKT is coming in from all sides. Kube needs to join the team now before they get taken out.
He has someone to teleport, but he's still on the wrong side of this one. How can the re-engage look? They look for Bang. Can they get him? They cannot. Ambition is going to lose the Guardian Angel. How good's the front line? A quick knock up in for Zyra, but it's still bad news bears, and Ambition goes down. SKT getting a kill. 5 versus 4 now for over a minute. Ruler looked for some, but he gets Shockwave, and he loses his life. FLICKR with the double kill, and this is going to be a catastrophe. It's 3 versus 5. Crown could not possibly carry Harden up, but actually 2 more kills have come back to Samsung Galaxy. Just out of nowhere, 2 dead on SKT's side, makes it a 3v3.
I mean, out of nowhere, it's a Zyra with almost full damage.
That's true.
This guy is another carry. He's just as big of a threat now as Crown, if not even more at this point. He's going to be putting out so much damage, so even though he is a support, he is massive in these fights.
Exactly. Late game Zyra is one of the best supports to have because it basically does the same amount of damage as one of your big carries like the 80 carry or the mid laner, and he's able to start taking over, and you have to respect it, but people forget.
And it was critical in this fight because it starts off so poorly for Ambition. Samsung not respecting the flank, the collapse that was coming in. They lose Ambition, and then the shockwave from FLICKR. Who else but him catching Ruler right here? He jumps forward, kind of disrespectful into SKT.
But then the rest of the damage comes through, just all the area effect damage, the mage and Kube as well on the tank, putting a lot in.
Yeah, but they absolutely needed those counter kills. If they didn't get those, that could possibly be game there.
Yeah.
If you don't have Ruler, you're not going to win the next fight.
And I mean, a death cap now completed for Core JJ as well. So he's a full 6-item mage at this point, and that death cap amplifying all his damage from his previous items, plus the additional 16% AP he gets from those 2 Infernal Dragons, means this guy's a monster.
And we're at the point in the game where even the supports now have 6 items, so there are no more pink wards to be purchased and carried in your inventory. So we used to see them. We're going to see the last of them now as they get cleared out.
Makes the vision game even harder. You've got very few things to place down.
Something really big here, though, is that Ambition and Cuvée both sold their Guardian Angel and have not got the gold to replace them again. Whereas both of SKT's jungler and top lane have repurchased their Guardian Angels. They have them once again, so they have that second life. So it's almost like 7 lives here for SKT, where it's just the 5 for Samsung, and that can be massive in these all-in fights.
Definitely the case. You're seeing them battle back and forth for Baron control. We know that CoreJJ is hugely threatening, and he can project that threat very far away. He can summon plants from a half screen to almost a full screen away and can put damage in without being in range of counterattack. And he can be one of those ways to get in. Faker doing something similar with Orianna can project threat very far away from himself, and it's a full build mage. You can one-shot one of the squishier champions.
You certainly can, and you can also kill off these objectives that much faster with the Zyra. The plants can tank up the damage from the Baron and from the Elder Dragon, so it's actually hitting them instead of you, meaning it's a lot safer to attempt these.
Yeah, you don't take any meaningful damage. They were going to despawn in 5 seconds anyway. It's not really significant if those do get killed off by neutral monsters.
And now, speaking of neutral monsters, Baron up in 15 seconds. And once again, the pull between the top and the bottom side of the map will happen once more. And it's so hard to get vision down now because you have to use what's in your inventory.
CC twice in a row, running down a half HP. He's going to make it back alive, and a blue buff stolen away. I believe that went over to Ruler, who grabbed it on the Ezreal. So infinite mana for him. Actually, technically increases his damage slightly because of some of the mechanics of his items. Either way, it is a very scary champion if he plays it right.
He even swapped for Mortal Reminder. He actually went for Lord Dominic's Regard, so he swapped the purple bow for the red bow in his inventory. So now he does more damage to people who have more life than him, but he doesn't cut their healing.
And I actually disagree with that choice.
I do too.
I think it's actually just straight up wrong, which is tough
Trundle.
because Trundle heals so much, and yes, you're doing 10% more damage with the Lord Dominic's Regards, or 15 rather,
15,
I guess it is.
Yeah.
But he's healing for way more than that.
Nami has a heal. Nami has a Mikhail's Crucible, which also heals in her inventory.
Bang has lifesteal as well. There's a lot of healing.
Not to mention that he's got other important damage dealers on his team. Cutting healing helps other teammates get the damage through, which he definitely has on this composition. So I don't know if it's the reason they'll win or lose the game, but it's still an optimization that does matter at this level of play.
Yeah, he doesn't even have more life than Faker or Bang, so he's actually not getting anything out of that on the 2 people that he really wants to kill.
Yep, but back to the objectives at hand. It is going to be Baron. It is going to be Elder. You guys have been seeing this, and this is actually shaping up to be one of the longest games ever at Worlds. I believe the longest ever was just over 70 minutes, so we're actually closing in on that benchmark. And if Samsung could win a game in something like that, the average game of League of Legends is around 35 minutes or so. This is ridiculously long.
And again, the fight is on for Elder Dragon, down to about half health, and Samsung Galaxy are here to contest for it.
Cuvée needs to TP, though, if he wants to actually be a part of this fight.
He's still top lane right now, and here comes the curtain call, trying to open up, trying to force Samsung Galaxy away.
He's going to look for the TP now,
Tidal Wave is in, gets the knock up onto only one. It's just Ambition, but it bought some time. Now
here he
Cuvée
comes.
wants in, but he's going to be right on the front line. They're going to chase in, looking for Faker. A little bit of damage coming across, and now the knockback. It catches 3. That's massive. It's time for Samsung to make the fight happen. They're going to look for Duke.
They
A bit of
finish
damage
the
done,
dragon.
but not enough kills. And it's no, and the dragon resets and runs back to the pit and heals back up. So nothing's being done right now. And Crown is caught, and Crown goes down to Duke. It's a 1-0 to SKT so far. Ruler turns it around, but can't find the kill. Now for Wolf, can't get that one either. Almost, it's Bangi running out of HP, running for dear life.
And it's those Guardian Angels for SKT. Both their frontliners went down, but they come back to life because of it. But critically, Samsung could have killed off the Elder Dragon. They actually had a beautiful ultimate from Cuvée, but then the team did not come in to kill it off, and they let it reset. That was a critical mistake, which could have won them the fight very easily with that true damage burn.
And now pressure is back on them because they don't have TP advantage, and it belongs to Duke, who wants to split push anyway and try to get structures. This was like the best Poppy ultimate you could ask for from Cuvée.
This was incredible. Just watch Poppy come in from the bottom screen. There's the ultimate, knocking 3 members out. Incredible from him, and they need to turn to the dragon right then and kill it off.
But SKT have the rights to it. Crown is still dead from Samsung Galaxy.
He stole it!
Ambition with the game
Does he get out?
play.
Does he get out?
Yes, he can. Hops to a board. Bangi's on the chase, but he's not got the damage. Oh, wow.
What a god.
Is the play.
This guy does not want to go home early. He is fighting to stay alive, and now they are ridiculously powerful for 2 minutes. This Zyra, anytime a plant hits you, is going to do hundreds of true damage burn. It's incredibly potent.
And now they have that time to go and take control of this Baron area. They are objectively much stronger than SKT for 2 minutes.
For these 2 minutes, Samsung Galaxy should be able to set themselves up for a game-winning position. The ball is in their court. 2 minutes of power. They got to make everything happen with this.
They're going for the Baron, but Banky could steal this too. They have to be careful. This is going to be a smite fight.
Unless they get the knockback, they're getting the damage. Here's the Poppy ultimate. Keeper's Verdict knocks back a couple, and the team fight is on. How much damage? Shockwave catches 2, but it's only on the Guardian Angel. Duke running out of HP. Banky dangerously low, getting burned, but the Baron's going to heal back up to full, and SKT managed to make the disengage happen.
They do, and they get another Guardian Angel down there. Cuvée once again without that second life. No one has it available except for Ambition at this point, but Samsung, they know they need to force this. They know they need to get it now. They saw FLICKR in the top lane. They're going to try to rush it. It could come down to a smite fight.
The health bars are low.
Smite
Can they land? The smite's going to go in. Nicely played by Ambition. They got it. Now what else?
Bengi got knocked up by the Baron right then.
He couldn't flash in because Baron. Oh my gosh, and that's a telegraphed ability. Bangy could have played around that to some degree and not been knocked in the air, but pretty fortunate, I gotta say, for Samsung. A misplay for Bangy from SKT, but now it's the last dregs of Elder Dragon plus a Baron buff on all 5. The gold lead is now entirely irrelevant. It is execution and buffs like the Elemental Dregs and Baron Nashor. There are no turrets defending the inhibitors.
And you can see Ambition trying to get the biggest benefit possible out of this buff. Buffing up these minions in the bot lane, making it more difficult for SKT to deal with it. They have Baron buff minions coming in from all sides right now.
Exactly, and if your Lee Sin is on the right side, you have a much better way to flank if they start focusing your middle, and now they're just pulling a 1-3-1.
They do have to be careful about the engage, though, if they are split up, because Cuvée doesn't have TP. He's working on that top lane inhib, though. Samsung, they can smell blood in the water. They want to close the game with this buff.
Oh,
wow.
Right there.
Triple inhibitor down, plus Baron buff. This is a game-winning push in the making for Samsung Galaxy. Looking for it here. Cuvée to block the curtain call. Not a lot of damage coming through for Bank right now. The minions are getting picked off, and the turrets are also losing a lot of health right now. Down below half HP on most of them. Looking for the game-winning push, but you've still got to respect the fact that SKT are powerful, and the turrets do a lot of damage.
And Samsung could wait for supers if they want
Duke
to, but
caught.
they're in on Duke.
Duke gets caught, but he gets away from the kick, goes back to his own side of the map. Bang! A little bit low as well, but the first turret does go down, and minions will keep flooding in, and they will only get more powerful. It's going to get harder and harder for SKT for the next few minutes. Tidal Wave comes in. They're looking for Crown. Bubble's not going to get much. Shockwave comes in. Can they pick him up? And they're going to be able to get a kill. Samsung Galaxy. The 80 carry takes down Duke. 5v4.
And this is now the longest game of Worlds 2016.
And
we
it's
swear
going
they're
to be
not
Samsung Galaxy. It looks like it's them. The comeback win. They're going to knock down the Nexus, and they're going to bring it to Game 4. The comeback win is real.
What an incredible game. 71 minutes in the making. Samsung so far behind in the early game. It all comes down to that Elder Dragon, the smite steal from Ambition, keeping them alive, allowing them to win the fights around Baron, pick up that objective, and end the game.
SKT thought they were clever doing the Elder Dragon with 2 people so that they could keep Samsung at bay on the left side and stop them from doing the Baron, but Ambition was there.
And he made the play that won them the game. He landed the smite. He stole the dragon away. It does not matter how much damage you dealt to the objectives. What matters is who brings the health bar down to 0, and that was Ambition. Over the wall, flying in, making the play, and buffing his team up enough to say, hey, we are in control of the map, and in that 2-minute window, they set up the game win.
And in late game League of Legends, that's the game in a nutshell. It often comes down to who makes the big play, because these big plays can be so impactful. A Baron steal, an Elder Dragon steal, the shockwave that wins a team fight can often end the game, and Ambition was really the star for them this game for me. Ruler was playing incredibly, but it was Ambition kicking in FLICKR in that fight in the bot lane, allowing them to get back into it, and then the Elder Dragon steal again, just awesome.
Absolutely, and the big thing is the Ezreal Ruler was the stabilization of the game. He kept them in it, and then Ambition made the game-winning plays for the team and was able to actually provide enough peel so that Ruler could operate. And this game, I would love to see the gold graph for it, because I don't think Samsung were ever in the lead. They even win the game down 700 gold still.
Yeah, that seems like it's going to make sense to me there, and it was really just incredible. I mean, the story of Samsung is amazing. They, in a sense, weren't even supposed to be here. They were the 4th place finisher in the Korean League. And the way that World Championship qualifying works, though, is if you're not top 2, essentially, you've got to qualify in through a different sort of bracket. And they went up against a team that they were 0-19 against in individual games to find the last spot. It was the team that knocked them down to 4th place, by the way. It's the reason they didn't go any farther in the bracket. 0-19, and they win that series. And then they get pulled into the group of death, where most people didn't think they were going to make it out. They topped the group, losing only a single game. Now they're up against the world favorites, SK Telecom T1, and they finally got a game win. Some people didn't think they would win a single game. And the road to the comeback, the road to the reverse sweep has now been started.
And just to put it into context, they were 2-16 against SKT as well. So this is a team that they have really struggled against. And, you know, 1-2 sounds a lot better than 2-16. So
3-18.
3-18.
Yeah, we'll see if they can bring it
record.
back, though. I mean, if they win this next game, 2-2 in this series versus 2-16 in the last 2 years, it's just incredibly uptrend that this team has been on. They have been improving nonstop. They never say die, and I'm very impressed that they could battle back after a loss in the last game to really kind of just mentally stabilize and win this one.
And that's why I thought this was going to be a much closer matchup than people thought, because this is a completely different Samsung, completely different patch. You know, we talk about the 2-16. Some of those games are from members who aren't even on that team anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's completely a revamped roster for this split. They brought Ruler on. He was not on this roster before, and now he's a big part of it, and he came up huge in that game.
Definitely did. So huge game out of the whole Samsung Galaxy roster. You give props to pretty much any single person on that team, but it was a beautiful one. And we've got more coming your way, so stick with us. And Game 4 is coming up right after this break. Have fun. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2016. This is the new viewer stream. If you are not super comfortable with League of Legends, then stick with us. If you think you've got it all figured out, we've done a good enough job, you can head over to the other one. It's fine.
Or
Or
if you love David Freak Turley, you can just hang out with David Freak Turley.
Or if you love you two guys, either one of them or both together, whichever. Aiden Zyrene Noon,
There
Isaac
you go.
Cummings Bentley.
We're pretty
Wonderful
cool.
people. Absolutely. Yeah, so it's been a great match so far. SK Telecom T1, the favorites for the World Championship, up 2-0, and Samsung Galaxy, one of the best underdog stories, I think, for Worlds, comes in and finally answers back 2 more, and they get to be the ones to win after all.
And this is just such an incredible series because it's so long right now in terms of how much they've been playing in game time. That is the second longest game that has ever been played at a World Championship throughout the 6 years. And it's only 15 seconds shy of being the longest, which is just absolutely insane to think about because they played another long game earlier today in the game 1. So right now, not just fatigue is kicking in, but also you're losing your focus.
Well, it's especially impressive to me that a guy like Ruler, this rookie, and guys like Ambition, although he's a veteran, he's new to the World's stage, right? These are guys who have not been here yet. Core JJ, obviously not been here yet.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're able to stay focused through this massively long game against the best team ever and still take them down after being down 2-0. And we saw, how disappointed Crown and the other guys looked at the end of game 2. I wasn't sure if they could battle back in game 3.
Yeah, they looked absolutely crushed and defeated, but apparently there's a way to come back from that.
10 minutes.
Even when
There's
they're
a will, there's a
down.
way.
They were
Yeah.
down in gold the entire game.
9.7 thousand, which is, by the way, a ridiculously large. I actually don't have the numbers, but it might be the worst comeback loss SKT have suffered all year. I can't think of a state where they were farther ahead and still lost the game.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me because these guys are renowned for being able to close out games. And they're the team that it's okay if they get behind, but it's not okay if you get behind. Because if they get behind, they can still come back. But if you get behind, it's all over. And, and it's so shocking to see a team be able to kind of flip that on its head and be able to do it against SKT. And they just honestly came up with the bigger plays at the end of the day.
And so if I'm SKT coming into this next one, I got one game to lose again, and that's it. So am I going to play fast? I think you play fast on this one and you try to close it because when you're playing long, you're actually playing into Samsung's wheelhouse more and more. So they need to find a way to actually close the game earlier.
Well, especially because SKT are not prioritizing Drakes at all.
Yep.
In all 3 of these early games so far, Samsung Galaxy have been unequivocally losing the early game. And yet, they're probably something like 14-1 or something ridiculous in like Dragon Control. It's not quite that like extreme, but it's something to that sort of margin where they're constantly taking them away. And when these games do get back to close, now they're the team with the lead.
I mean, it's a thing, though, where SKT consciously makes this decision, obviously, to give up these Drakes. They're not giving them up for nothing. They're getting pressure in their lanes. They're taking down turrets faster. And traditionally, SKT is willing to make those trades because of the immediate advantage of getting the earlier turrets. And they say, with the gold in our pockets from taking down these turrets, we'll get better items, we'll be more powerful, and we'll kill you before these slight kind of percentage gains of the dragons kick in.
And that's usually correct.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's actually, generally speaking, a good trade if you take a turret for a Drake.
Yeah.
That's generally going to be advantage you.
Yeah.
There's the thing that's weird for me is if you're already winning, why are you even trading objectives? It's funny because on one hand, it's them playing fast because, like, yes, I'm going to take this and take this and take this and win the game because who needs 8% attack damage when you're level 7 and I'm killing your inhibitor turret? So there's an element of truth to that gameplay style. But if they did play more reserved and didn't give any of those up, they'd probably just close out the game more cleanly.
Yeah, I agree, because then they actually had Elder Dragon control.
Right.
We saw it took so long for an Elder Dragon to actually fall into the hands of Samsung that when they
won the game.
It was like, oh, we finally did it. We got it. We were able to force. We have complete pressure because we had the previous Drakes. So only then when Elder Dragon started spawning at 35 minutes is when SKT started to care about the dragons.
Yep.
And to their credit, at that point, they did a damn good job of keeping those Elder Dragons away from their opponent until that one fateful steal from Ambition. But they had done very well about that, and they had done very well about controlling Baron in general throughout the series. So, it's a conscious decision. Will it be interesting to see if they do pivot here in the next game? But I honestly think it's kind of funny to think this far back to the draft, but I think the draft was extremely important, right? Taking the Zyra with your opponents having the ability to take Misfortune, who has been this new counter, right, that has developed at Worlds, and having the balls, for lack of a better term, to do that, they called SKT's bluff, and they won because of it. Zyra was huge in the late game.
Well, it's the funny thing about how Worlds develops because once semifinals happens, pretty much all bets are off because there are not a lot of teams still practicing right now. The season is over for everyone but these two teams. There's nothing to fight for a couple of months at this stage of the game. It's the offseason. It's the well-deserved offseason. You've been playing since January.
Yeah.
Misfortune support as the dedicated counter to Zyra was discovered in the semifinals against SKT. We actually listened in on their communication. When the champion got picked, FLICKR said, oh, they picked the wrong champion. We're going to have to remake champ select. He made the wrong call. And Misfortune support beat them 2 games in a row. They nearly lost the series to that champion. And then who does he practice the champion against?
Yeah, they have no scrim partners left because there's only 2 teams left in the tournament, whereas normally you'll scrim across the bracket, right?
Right. So you have no one to practice against.
It's one of those things where you have to have the confidence to be able to pick up these champions, and some players have it, some players don't. Wolf is a guy who, while criticism for SKT is usually kind of few and far between, he's one person who has been receiving some criticism from the field. People kind of called him out underperforming against Rocks, and here, if he can't play MF and that gives over Zyra to their opponents for free, that's pretty impactful.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a time in the world where somebody was able to confidently say, Wolf is the best support in the world, second best support in the world, because there's so many great names out there that play that position. Maybe they don't have the right team, but Wolf is somebody that there's a ton of criticism because it feels like he gets carried sometimes by the public eye, but he does do a decent amount for the team.
It's one of the interesting things about League of Legends in general, because the game is predicated so much on how well the rest of your teammates do. Sometimes you just look good because your teammates do. Now, to be fair, sometimes Wolf himself does amazing things. You're right, he's never really been called the best in the world. He's on the best team in the world, absolutely, and he keeps up with them. I think he's very rarely dead weight, but you're right. His inability to learn Misfortune in time definitely hurt them.
And we'll see, if he is confident enough to bring it out. If Zyra gets picked again by Samsung, does he say, you know what, let's try it. Let's see if we can do it. Because there are some players who have the balls to do that on this stage. And, Crown kind of one of those guys pulling out Aurelion Sol, which he has never really played, right?
Right.
Everyone expected him to play Victor again. And we see FLICKR's even kind of preemptively countering this, saying, yeah, you're just going to play Victor, just pick it. I already know what you're going to do, right? And then he doesn't. And he didn't have the best game, let's be honest. It wasn't like he was crushing, but he was a contributor. And I think just being able to play a power pick like that can really affect the draft and throw your opponents off.
Exactly. And the question is, does FLICKR play it? Does FLICKR know any counters to it now? Or is it just something that's up and they can't really deal with anymore?
It's the bane of SKT. That's now all 3 of their losses have been against Aurelion Sol. And funny enough, it wasn't really about it this game, but they still lost the champion again. And it's 3 out of 3. It's not really something that they can just ignore. So I think if FLICKR is not willing to play it, that may force SKT to ban it, which even if you're just getting 1 extra ban over your opponents, hey, learning that was worth it.
Sure. Exactly, and that's where the Misfortune also gets value too. They don't play it, so you probably don't have to ban it yourself. But we did know that we look at solo queue every now and then, and the Misfortune has been played by Wolf, and also the Aurelion Sol has been played by FLICKR, but we talked about how they don't have scrim partners. Have they played it in a team environment?
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing. So speaking of dragons being the downfall of SKT, I do want to pull us to the one replay we do have, which is the Ambition. Elder Dragon, Steel. You both play jungle some if you want to walk me through the amazing things he did on this.
Yeah, I actually believe it gets down to like 46 HP, and yeah, it's right there. There's an ultimate to try and make sure that it's secured by the Orianna, and they just tried at the same time. You can see Bengi doesn't get to use his smite because there's just so much burst damage that comes out that I would have to look at that again in super slow motion because I don't even think that's Bengi's smite catching it. I think he bursts it and actually gets it with an auto attack.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and it's one of those things that in the super late game, when these mages have all their items, their damage abilities can actually start to eclipse the smite damage.
Some things do, yeah.
It's one of those things where at max level you have 1,000 damage on your smite, and that should be
a lot.
The highest damaging ability. But then you look at something like a Jhin or something like, a Vigar, even though it's not really a pro play pick, and you can out-damage that and you can steal it away.
All right, so I want to call attention to something that happened here. We talked about it a little bit in the pregame. SK Telecom T1 have 2 junglers, and they are putting Blank in for Bengi. Now, what I was interesting is in their semifinal match against Rocks Tigers, Blank actually lost 2 games straight. Bengi actually went 3-0 individually in the matchup. They won their semifinal 3-2 off the back of Bengi.
Well, if they want
this one, Blank is in.
If they want objective control, maybe that's what they're going for here. You just had a 71-minute long game, and now you put in a fresh player. You put in somebody who didn't have to go through all of those smite steals and also those contests.
That is fair, but at the same time, how nervous are you stepping into the stage when you have not warmed up at all? He's sitting cold on the sidelines watching these games, and now he just has to walk out and start playing. I think it's very, very scary, and SKT forced to ban away the Zyra because they are not able to play in Misfortune, and they're not willing to first pick it.
And they're afraid of last pick Misfortune on the red side. They'd rather ban the Zyra than ban the MF and play that dance. And you're right, it is a battle of pros and cons for subbing Blank in here, because while he is a little bit cold, he got to watch 3 straight games of Ambition jungling, with the Fog of War revealed, talking with Coach Combe and saying, I've got you downloaded. My internet's good enough here. I'm Korean. Internet infrastructure is amazing in Korea. It's a joke. We're in America, of course. But I've got you downloaded. Ambition, I can smash you in this game. And he's had basically 3 hours of footage to say, I know what you're going to do, and I'm ready for it.
And that's definitely something to be said for that. But at the same time, how many hours do you have to watch of Ambition before you can download this guy? You can watch games from all through groups, semifinals, quarterfinals. There are hundreds and hundreds of hours you can watch of this guy, and I think Ambition is good enough to change up his play, to use differing routes, and we'll see if he can do that.
I will say, though, that Ambition on Lee Sin is actually rather predictable. He's not going for those early plays where he tries to kick you back. He goes for them more around the mid-game, and he does the standard counter when he sees you on one side of the map. So you know he's going to play it by the book in that regard, and he doesn't take a whole lot of risks. Whereas if it were a jungler like Rox Tiger's jungler, Peanut, that guy is really crazy. You don't know what he's going to do. Ambition's a little bit more calculated.
And speaking of risks, you're seeing a risk come out here for Samsung Galaxy. 3 games in a row, they banned Ashe. They banned the champion that SKT first picked here. And Samsung Galaxy said, we do not want to deal with this champion. This Ashe will go over to Bang, an AD carry, a marksman, a long-range damage dealer. And Ashe, I think, has the best of both worlds. She has a lot of damage output, and she has an infinite range stun if it lands.
Exactly, but now they have their hands on Jhin finally. It's been in the hands of Bang every single game, and it's one of Ruler's best champions. He's been popping up, he's been performing really well today, so this is a great champion for him, and it looks like comfort for Samsung Galaxy.
It certainly does, and they will decide not to take the Aurelion Soul, so it is going to be Victor again, and just, you know, we've talked a lot about some of these champions that have been getting picked up quite a bit, but to speak about Ashe a bit more, it's more about, you know, she does do a lot of damage, but it's more about her utility, right? You talked about the infinite range stun. It's an arrow. You shoot out across the map, and the further away you are, the longer the stun is. So if you can hit these really long-range shots, you can have massively long stuns, and your team can follow up on it. It's a great pick ability, especially in combination with Nami, who has that tidal wave that we have seen in action. You hit someone with that stun, then the tidal wave comes crashing in, and they're CC'd for so long, you can take them down.
Yep, it's a global ultimate as well, has unlimited range, so it will travel the entire way, the Ashe arrow. So you can hit somebody from very far away. The question now is, does FLICKR go with the Orianna? It looks like it.
Wow, Zach.
But yep.
Zach, an unlikely champion. We've seen it a little bit here at Worlds, but it's still been more uncommon than not. The nice tank initiator coming out of the jungle role. He's going to be beefy. He's going to start some fights out. And SKT, in pretty much every single position, have some way to start a battle.
Yeah, and it's all about long-range initiation for SKT. So we talked about the arrow, the tidal wave. Now Zach has an ability called Elastic Slingshot. That's his initiation. He can basically charge up and fly into the fight. And if he lands on you, full screen away at the max rank at level 9. And if he lands on you, you get popped. Walk behind you and knock you back into the team, and has very powerful long-range initiation. But it's worth mentioning that Kennen has been selected as the last pick for Kuve, and this is a good matchup against Gnar. We saw him get a lot ahead in farm against Gnar previously. He had those advantages, but then they kept diving him. They kept killing him off under turret. So it'll be interesting to see if Ambition can protect him and allow him to kind of extend his lead.
Yeah, I would call this a time-sensitive counter pick, where Kennen will win early game, will win in the first 7 levels, but then as soon as Gnar gets one completed item, it really turns around onto Kennen, because the first completed item for Kennen, the Proto Belt, usually doesn't pack much punch until later in the game. It just allows you to have wave clear, which you normally don't, and you get to play a little bit safer and, you know, team fight a little bit better. But the Gnar definitely beats you late game.
The one caveat to that I would say is if you get enough ahead, you can really kind of snowball it. But I definitely agree, it's time sensitive. He has to get something done early, and we'll see if Ambition can help him to do that.
And it's going to be an interesting battle here. 2-1 so far for SK Telecom T1, but we're getting ourselves into Game 4 once again. Blank has subbed in for Bangi. SKT have had a very long history of finding a jungler to suit their team. They have tried to substitute Banky out so many times, and yet he's always been the one to play clutch when it really seemed to matter. But once again, SKT have subbed him out. Blank is in, a fresh face for the roster on this Zach. You're seeing him on your screen right now. And one of the newest additions to SKT can be here to close out the series.
And I wonder what the idea is behind this, because if you're bringing in Blank and he's playing a champion that Benki doesn't play with the Zac, is there a specific strategy here from SKT to go after low mobility champions like Crown's Victor or like Ruler's Jhin?
And I think that's exactly it, Irene. You know, Jhin especially, you pop the ultimate, you're locked in place, right? If Zac jumps in on this guy's head, knocks him in, he can't really fight back very well. He's not very good at killing off tanks, and I think that that's also something that they're bringing a lot of here for SKT. If you have, you know, the Zac and the Gnar up in your face, it's very tough for Ruler to deal with that.
Definitely agree, and it's going to be something to watch for. Of course, he's on Jhin, who is pretty easy to pick off if left alone. He's got to play this one right. Worth pointing out, Core JJ is not going to have nearly the same kind of damage output he did last game playing the Zyra. He's on a more traditional support in this Karma. The goal is to shield his allied champions and put the damage resource on everybody else.
Yep. During the early game, it's to help shove the wave and be an AoE source of damage and trade a little bit. But up against Wolf's Nami, who sustains, you really do have to make those trades count, or else they rubber band back on you, and then you end up losing them. So yeah, supports basically go at it. 80 carries, just farm. Supports, try to kill each other.
It's the way the laning phase is played, basically. They're not tied down by killing minions. That's not how they get their income here. FLICKR pushes in the mid lane wave first. You can see him roaming out of his lane, looking for a little something to do. And this Trinket Ward will let him know if that Lee Sin comes down to that side of the map. Now, he doesn't know where he is for sure. He knows he's not right there, and he might get vision very soon of Ambition.
It's one of those little things that he gained the ability to do that because he skilled a certain ability. His Q clears out the minion wave faster, so he killed off his minions sooner, could go over, had the extra time to do that. And this is a little adaptation for FLICKR. A lot of people often start with the E, the shield for Orianna, and he decided to start with this ability to kill minions faster and get that ward.
You see fairly similar starts for both junglers. They both started near their red buff, which are on opposite sides of the map. And they'll continue to kind of cross paths and go different ways throughout the map.
It does pay off, though, for FLICKR, because he does see Ambition's route, because Ambition goes across that ward. So now they know what side he's on.
They know he's going to be on the right-hand side of the map now, but nice little trade right there. Can't quite land the Deadly Flourish. If he did, it would have meant maybe 200 to 300 damage in towards Bang on that Ashe. Quick ward comes out. That's actually a defensive ward coming through that Blank just put down. If Ambition wants to invade into the jungle, he will be spotted doing so.
Certainly will, and that's going to be very, very big, especially because Zac is someone who kind of wants to farm a little bit more in the early game, get a couple levels, and you know, we talked about the Elastic Slingshot, his kind of jump-in ability. One of the unique things about that is it increases the range with every extra point you put in it. So your first level in it, you don't really jump that far, but once you're getting at the higher and higher levels in it, level 9, you get your max rank of the ability, you can jump super far, and the initiation becomes very hard to track. You could like hide in the Raptor Pit, kind of jump over the wall and kill someone in mid lane.
All right, so both blue buffs transferred over successfully. What's convenient about both of these junglers that Blank and Ambition are playing is they don't actually use mana to cast any of their spells. They have very little use for that buff, but now, a trade of resources, and Crown took that fight and lost his ghost because FLICKR is ready for him.
And this is going to be interesting here, too, because Ambition is actually hanging around the mid lane. He shows himself right now, and that actually...
Can they find the play? The cute knife! He's going to land it. FLICKR's getting low. He's not quite going to die. The flash chase! Red buff is going to do enough damage. It's not quite going to do it. FLICKR slinks with just a sliver of health left.
But he showed himself there, so that actually tells Blank, hey, go top, see if you can hit Cuvée.
Lands it slow. That's going to force the flash. Cuvée had to flash. He would have died if he didn't do it. Dodging away from the knockup, the short-range Elastic Slingshot.
Well played. So the two junglers battling back and forth, but you know, giving that advantage to Crown I think is very big, because Crown on his Victor is someone who wants to stay in lane until they have their 1200 gold. He can upgrade an item, a unique item that Victor has called the Hex Core. When he upgrades this, he can level up one of his abilities and basically allows his laser to kind of attack twice, and he can kill off the minions very, very easily. So it's super powerful and super important that you hit that benchmark before you base.
Yep, he actually backs right now with 1,200.
If it turns yellow, he can do it.
He's not doing
to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the 1250.
He's 40 gold shy, so he buys Boots of Speed, upgrades them into Ionian Boots of Lucidity instead, and that is not what he wanted, but it's what he had to do.
So Ionian Boots of Lucidity will give you cooldown reduction, but will also give you reduced summoner spell cooldown, and on mid laners, it is incredibly good. You'd think they want magic penetration boots, but because he's running Flash and Ghost both, he gets very low cooldowns on those, so if he trades summoner spells with FLICKR, he actually gets his up earlier and then can make a play on him.
It's a very interesting little thing, and especially, we talked about it before, trading a summoner spell like Ghost, which has a lower cooldown, for a bigger one like Flash could be very, very nice, and he's going to be looking to do that, and you can do it more aggressively with the Ghost.
You can see what they can do with that one. Right now the spell's on cooldown. We look back to the bottom lane here where they've traded pretty equally. You want to compare the second to the bottom, the numbers there, 47 versus 44, I believe it is. The number of minions that these two AD carries, the two marksmen have killed, and it's pretty close together.
So what Wolf is doing right here is he's actually holding the wave so that the person, the AD carry, Bang, can walk up and get all the gold, because the supports, man, even if gold's in your face, you don't get to take it. You basically make sure and guarantee that your AD carry gets the gold.
And if he hadn't done anything at all, they would have run into the turret. The turret would have killed them off, and no one would have gotten the gold. You can still get the experience by being nearby, but you must deal the last hit to the minion yourself if you want the gold out of it, and that's what he guaranteed by holding up the wave like that.
Yep, certainly, and a little move we saw in the mid lane there was actually Crown expending his ultimate, trying to deal a bunch of damage to FLICKR to push him back out of lane, but FLICKR has already purchased a refillable potion, which is going to basically fill back up, give him 2 charges of this health potion every time he goes back to base, and he's just able to expend that and stay pretty healthy here, so it kind of didn't work out that well for Crown.
Yeah, not getting terribly much done, but I believe the blue buff was still on him, and of course he has these aforementioned cooldown boots, so it's going to be up pretty quickly. He can try again later. It's a question we got on the stream a little while ago. Why do people use their ultimates at full health champions? Because sometimes you're not going to need it. There's no impending team fight. So you might as well just cast the spell, get something done, and trust that it'll be back up when you need it.
Yeah, it's the concept we talked about trading, and sometimes it's even worth just trading your ultimate.
Flash and Ghost use now the re-engage on towards FLICKR, trying to get some damage in, but he pops his own Ghost, pops one of his spells as well for even more movement speed, and gets away with that, but Blank forcing a Flash with that gank.
There are also a couple of good reasons to also trade ultimates or use your ultimate to chunk somebody out. Force them to have a bad back where they don't have the exact gold that they want for their next item, or you're making sure that they're low enough HP that when your jungler comes in, you can get a kill off of it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Just getting him low for the future attempts. And it's one of the things, right? You track how many minions your opponent is killing and deducing, okay, he killed these many, he's got this much money, but he wants that much, so I've got 30 seconds to prevent him from getting the item he really wants.
It's actually really interesting as well, because I've heard it before where if you can force somebody to back off, it's just as good as a kill. It's basically you got a kill that gave you no gold, but you remove the person from the map for 20 seconds.
So they missed maybe 150, 100 gold worth of minion kills.
And you get to do whatever you want. You get to get vision, you get to get pressure.
Certainly very important, and it's also key to note some of these wards that Samsung have placed. So you can see, if you look down below SKT's red buff, there's actually a pink ward there you'll see on the mini-map, and that's been there for quite some time, and has already spotted out Blank once on Zac. So they know where he is, that he's going to be clearing from the bottom side up to the top side, and this is a great spot to kind of hide one of these wards. And cool thing about the pink ward is it lasts forever if it's not killed off, so that's going to get a lot of value.
Yeah, and they also don't know that he's on the. They know that he's not on the bottom side of the map now. So Ambition goes to the top side.
Another steal. Ambition has actually taken several camps in a row now. He just stole away that Gromp. He stole the big Raptor a little while ago as well, landing those smites and playing in Blank's face. He's really not disturbed by the new one coming in right there. Now Kube in a trade up against Duke, getting a fair bit of damage down, but not enough to kill him off. And again, using the ultimate for some damage to force a recall.
And he's going to be able to do that. At the same time, we have Blank on the Zac trying to take out the blue buff. We'll see if Ambition has the kind of ability to go to contest that. Doesn't look like he does, because it would be pretty risky with his mid laner back in base, and that's basically because your mid laner has to be there to support you if it ends up being a 2v2, right? If you go in by yourself and FLICKR comes over to help Blank, then it's a 2v1, it's an unfair fight, probably going to die.
Yeah, you did have the top lane advantage with Cuvée forcing Duke back and Duke having no teleport, but Cuvée had just expended his ultimate to do that, so he didn't have his high impact ability.
Ooh, they land the root on the banks. The tidal wave comes out to displace, and that's going to force the stop, and now the arrow's going to land. They've found Core JJ, the double bubble. That was a great aim right there, CCing both of them, crowd controlling, knock him into the air, but but no kills come through still. Summoner's burned.
Really great battle back and forth there, and that's the power of the Nami tidal wave. Jin locked in position doing this ultimate. She throws it out, interrupts it, and they almost got a kill on Core JJ, but it was a good exhaust from him to stop the damage from Bang.
Yeah, you're going to see that every single time that the Nami wave will come out when the Jin goes for the ultimate, just to make sure that he can't get those shots off, because that's a large part of his damage and his team fight utility. So make sure that you can stop him from doing that, and that's one of the hard counters.
And even though no kills came through, 3 of the 4 summoner spells in that bottom lane were used in order to get away. They both flashed out, or sorry, one flashed out, the heal was used, the exhaust was used as well,
Samsung's
so those aren't available.
Will they contest?
Keep in mind, though, there are some missing cooldowns from the Samsung Galaxy bottom lane. They are weaker, but not weak enough that the Drake fighting back, that Infernal Drake, pushes SKT off.
Yeah, and they're happy to just push them off it. They don't need to take it themselves. They're saying, you can't get it. That's enough for now. We'll set up for a better time later. And Samsung has been so good about their Dragon control. This really speaks to the importance they place on it, especially the Infernal Dragon, which is that one that gives you more damage. Teams put a lot of importance on this.
Definitely do, and you're going to see them continue to try to fight for posture and control over this side of the map. We know that Samsung Galaxy has done a very good job controlling Drakes, and in fact, if they're able to control the vision, it will be easy for Ambition to solo that Infernal Drake like he's done so many times in this series, and just a couple of wards is all it might take. Another nice trade out from Kube. You can see this is what the matchup is supposed to look like when you don't have that kind of gank pressure. The champion that Blank has picked is not nearly as strong early into the game for pile driving a top laner and taking them out of the game. He's just got to farm a lot more and play a bit slower of a style. And because of the bans, because of the picks, he's not been able to stop Kube from pushing Duke around. A nice shockwave is going to land, and here comes Blank looking for a bit to do, but it's not going to be enough. The Ghost, the runaway Crown, is able to dodge out from the elastic slingshot and not lose much for it.
And you were talking about what was going on in the top side of the map. They're keeping really good tabs from Samsung Galaxy side on Blank. They usually know where he is. Ambition is walking straight into the jungle to try and get tabs on him. So that allows your lanes like Cuvée to continue punishing and winning the early game in the matchup.
And so much of that is just that one ward we talked about below the red buff still hasn't been found. Every time that Blank goes and tries to clear out the jungle camps on that side, he walks past this ward, and you can infer where he could be, where he cannot be. They know how long it takes to walk across the map, what camps he'd be going for next, and they can play around that, and they're doing it very well.
I'm taking a little bit of information, extrapolating all the rest. This time around, he won't get spotted doing it. He jumped around the kind of correct way, but that's just because that's the path he took, not because he knows that ward is there. He'd kill it if he knew, but he's able to sneak into the bottom side of the map. But
now he's going to walk by the ward. We'll see if he actually decides to clear it out, but I think, yeah, now he's spotted. And he doesn't notice the ward again.
And Ambition is going to start on this Infernal Drake. He's going to have Crown come help and Blink. Will he look? Will he go for the play? Right now, there's not really any vision, but Tidal Wave is actually going to catch out a little bit on the Ruler. Doesn't really matter. No engage comes through for SKT, and yet again, the Drake control is here for Samsung Galaxy. And on top of that, the lanes aren't losing nearly as hard as they were before. Now it's actually an advantage thanks to that Drake.
And you got to kind of wonder, Blank is a guy who's a very high-level jungler. Normally you would check these spots, and he has walked past this so many times and not checked once. Is this nerves? Is this him kind of getting in his own head and not taking all the steps? You know, having to sub in Game 4 of the World Championship. This champion thrives on the element of surprise. You're supposed to fly in from outside of their vision and get these ganks off, completely taking them off guard, and he's not able to do it because he always gets spotted.
It's actually ruining him right now.
It is.
Because they just saw him on the bottom side of the map.
So now he goes top side.
Ambition goes top, Cuvée. So this is also really good as well. So you're thinking, okay, maybe he didn't get a gank here, Ambition isn't getting a kill. If Ambition kills both of these camps,
which he will
infer for the next 30 seconds, Blank has nothing to do on the top side of the map.
He does even more here. So he just smites away. He uses Smite on the large wolf. That little green spirit you just saw at the bottom of the screen, that will track any champion that SKT has that walks in that area of the map. Anyone who walks into that jungle will be pinged out and spotted by this little AI spirit. More helpful than Navi. Link wishes he had this on his side, and they know that the blue was being handed over.
Yeah, it's really tough because on the bot side, Blank gets spotted, so then they go on the top side. Now he's spotted out again, and he has no camps. What's he supposed to do, right?
In. Yeah, and this is a thing that's like a higher level counter jungle thing, is that these camps take about 1 minute and 15 seconds to respawn.
100 seconds flat. So 140.
140? So 140. It takes 1 minute and 40 seconds to respawn. So now you know that he's not going to be on the top side of the map. So next thing Blank's going to do is probably go to the bottom side because that's where his camps are. So Lee Sin gets to make a play on the top side. And you can see he's taking his sweet time.
And you can see Kube trying to play too aggressively, trying to show like he's making a mistake and said, yeah, I'm playing up in your face, fight me back, because his own jungler, Ambition, was sitting right behind him in that brush. He's since left, but was trying to bait a fight there.
But you know what's key, and we haven't really talked about it. If you take a look at the HP on the turret for Crown in the mid lane, which we will be able to show here shortly, look how low that is now. That's from FLICKR, pushing at his opponent, zoning him off with that Orianna ball, which is kind of how you cast all your spells, and then auto-attacking it down.
Another trade in this one. Shotgun's going to land a lot of damage into Faker, forcing him to flash away. And here comes Let's Bounce. Here comes the re-engage, looking to kill off Crown. He flashes out, stays alive with it for now, and he's going to get away with this one, dodging away from the arrow shot out by Bang. The re-engage not going to land from Blank either, and it's just a trade of spells. No kills to be had. Now a fight on the top side of the map. Kube looking for a little bit more in the Duke, and in fact, this Gnar forced to flash to get away. One more shot will do it, and the solo kill, his 16th. Kube at the Worlds.
That is absolutely massive, and it's all back to tracking Blank, allowing Kube to play safe. Remember earlier in the day, they had the same matchup. Kube got ahead, but he couldn't play aggressive. Instead, he was getting killed.
And now it's FLICKR who's taking a lot of damage, rooted up, can't run, and Ruler lands the snipe. They're looking for more. Blank about to lose his life, flashes away just in time to not be killed off.
And that was a big, big play there because Ruler, this is a good thing about Jhin is you can just roam to the mid lane, set up, and start having an angle on the mid lane and pick people off. And you were talking about that top side with the pressure, Azael, where Kube, he got an advantage in this soft counter. Well, he was able to complete the Proto Belt before Duke even had an item. So that gave him an advantage. Duke, don't know what he's doing here. He walks so far forward and then tries to gnar him, tries to actually stun up the Kennen, but the Kennen will return those stuns and gets multiple on him, and even the dive.
Yeah, and you talked about Gnar gets strong at that one item, right, Cyrene? He doesn't have a completed item yet, and Kube has that kind of cheaper completed item, the Proto Belt, and he's able to use that to great effect to complete that solo kill. And here is that replay once again. A great snipe from Ruler with the Jhin ultimate, taking down FLICKR, and they even got more afterwards, forcing out Blank's flash, and it's almost comical at this point how long that pink ward has lasted.
Yeah, I know, it's really funny. And I mean, we've talked about this before, does fatigue set in? Do your nerves start getting frayed? And you'd expect veterans like the members of SKT wouldn't have that happen to them. But even in the replay we saw, FLICKR gets out from behind his team and gets hit by that snipe. We've seen this entire series how good Samsung have been at never letting that curtain call get a kill. Almost never has that ultimate done anything for Bang. But on his roughly first attempt, Ruler snipes out FLICKR, who fails to dodge properly or let his teammates block.
Yeah, and in the bot lane there, Bang actually went for an Ashe ulti, and it was a really nice sidestep by Ruler. He popped his Ghostblade active, gives him more move speed. He has 50
first
boots,
turret,
and he got away from it.
Nicely done. First turret going in for Samsung Galaxy. Ambition gives a little bit of help to Kube, and the matchup pays dividends now. A big lead for Samsung Galaxy.
And so the way that Kennen works is Kennen will win this matchup early. If you put more into it, it'll crush it. But eventually, Kennen doesn't have enough to really kill the Gnar, so Kennen starts killing everybody else on the team. So Kube...
Not a bad trade-off.
Exactly. Kube doesn't really have to care too much about this lane anymore. He cares about team fights. If he can get on Bang or FLICKR, he's ahead of the curve and can get some kills.
Here's a fight in the mid lane.
The trade of cooldowns. It's not going to be Zach quite reaching the target that he wants, but there's the knockup. Looking for all that he really needs, trying to pick off Crown. The shield's still coming through. They just can't quite kill him, but finally, Wolf finds the kill, gets him with the jump, but now the re-engage, and Mega Gnar comes through, and Ambition gets stunned up against the wall. Now he's got to run. Stunned up by the Gnar as well. Duke pushing him out of the jungle, entirely out of the lane, and the chase continues. It's going to be bad for Kube. He's running for dear life, gets around the spells. Can he get the raid for the rest of it? The jump in, it's not going to be enough. What an escape by Kube.
He saved the Proto Belt to jump out at the last second there. Very well done by Kube using that item, but Duke in the mid lane will at least take down a turret, and that was a pretty disjointed fight there from Samsung. You know, there were some definite mistakes. We can see Ambition wasn't blocking Zach's damage ability. Zach punched forward. Ambition could have blocked that and kind of kept his mid laner alive. So some uncharacteristic mistakes from them.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how Crown got low again, because it's this, the shockwave comes out from him, and then they're trying to turn it around on FLICKR, but Wolf is there as well, so they weren't expecting the third member.
And now you can see more Drake control for Samsung Galaxy. They've done this the entire way through this match. It's something that SKT just have not put the resources into in trying to control this part of the map. They have the Infernal Drake. Again, more attack damage, more ability power, just more damage in general. The Mountain Drake is even better in a lot of cases. More damage to the other Drakes, to Baron Nashor, and to turrets that they've been trying to siege down the rest of this game.
Rest in peace, Pink Ward, about 4 minutes to 20 minutes, and we did hang out there, and it's finally down. And that's when you kind of get that sick feeling in your stomach where you're clearing that out and you're like, oh God, how long was that there? No wonder all my ganks didn't work.
Yep. And look at that, more pressure being done. You saw some allocation of resources. Samsung Galaxy defended the top lane outer turret, but just straight 2-on-2, they knocked down the bottom lane one. Actually, I guess Lee Sin was there, so maybe it's a 3-on-2. But either way, the resources allocated well enough to get some of this done.
And this is once again the shockwave coming in onto Crown. They weren't really expecting Wolf to be there as well. Great tidal wave to cut off the options because Crown can't walk to the right because that's where FLICKR is. So he has to walk to the left and try to walk towards Cube, but Blank already on top of him.
I feel like Crown could have just ran straight out, though, with those shields. When he uses his Q, he gets a shield, and he got a Q from the Lee Sin safeguard who jumped in there, tried to protect him. But he kind of tried to walk back and fight. And I think had he run straight up into the jungle, he could have got out of there. But here is that escape from Cuvée as he was just barely able to get out again. Had so little health.
Yeah, the E had just come off of cooldown, and then the Proto Belt to give him that little extra boost. Of course, the E gives him increased movement speed for a short duration.
Yep. Also some more armor and MR, which is very handy for those Kennen engage. We talked about how the champion likes to kind of flank and come in behind, and that speed boost, along with the Proto Belt, jumping forward and using your flash too, is what kind of enables him to get these big fights.
Now let's see what we can do with this one. The Drakes won't spawn for quite a while, 6 minutes between each one, and the Mountain Drake was killed very recently. Nonetheless, SKT and Samsung both fighting for control over this area of the map. There's never a bad place to have wars, it's just very optimal ones at certain times in the game. Early 20 minutes here into this one. Baron Nashor will be difficult for either team to kill. We don't expect that to be much of an objective. As we mentioned, the Drakes are down for now as well, so it's only the turrets, it's only really inside the lanes. You don't really see anything important happen.
Certainly, and at this point, it's just more about extending these leads, looking for a team fight or looking to siege up and get something done. And Samsung has the ability to kind of push SKT back off of turret sometimes with that Jhin ultimate and kind of threatening dives and things like that, but they're probably going to have to move Cuvée down if they want to have a big team fight.
Yeah.
He's the major source.
And Cuvée, second item, Void Staff here. That is actually an item that shreds magic resistance and makes it so that your opponents, even if they're building resistances in magic resistance, you will be able to negate some of it, and it's really good.
Yeah, there's two major things about that. If you don't know what a Void Staff is very much, that's okay. There's a lot of options for what Kennen can build. He went for the single most aggressive possible option here. He's not only good at continuing to do more damage to his lane opponent in Duke, but he's going to have the most actual team fight 5-on-5 damage he could have at this point in the game. However, he could have picked some much more risk-averse things that could make him invincible for 3 seconds in the middle of a team fight. And with how that champion's diving, turning invincible tends to be pretty useful. He's not going for that.
Yeah, and the fact that he is a mid-range mage, when he runs in, he's in the range of all of these guys who want to do damage to him. So staying invulnerable is very important, or having a higher HP pool.
Right.
But he's going to be super squishy, so he's banking on killing them before they kill him.
Exactly. He either kills everybody all at once, or they turn on him and he drops immediately. That's going to be the real big thing. That little pink ninja is what we're caring about here.
And that's why so much of it is down to coordination. You know, the team needs to pile in at the same time. It can't just be a solo mission for Cuvée. Ambition needs to be in there at the same time. And Core JJ flying in and shielding him up, and Ruler using his ultimate. And when you combine all these things together, it becomes very chaotic for SKT, because you have all the AoE damage coming out, and you have these bullets flying in from the Jhin. It's all these things that you have to dodge and deal with, and it's really, really tough, actually, to deal with it all at once.
I really agree. You're seeing Cuvée play really smartly around his turret. These players have played so many games, they understand how much damage the minions take. You saw him hit all the minions once, wait for the turret to shoot, and then hit it afterwards. And it's like, yeah, I know how much damage that'll do. I'll get the last hit. I'll get the gold credit for that. If he didn't play it that way, he'd miss out on 100 gold or so. Arrow comes in the mid lane and dodged away.
Ruler had to flash, though, and that's that summoner down. And you know, with this build from Ashe, you get a lot of cooldown reduction, and you can use those ultimates very frequently to look for those picks.
See the reverse happen right here. Jhin opening up with the curtain call. Lands 1, lands 2, lands 3, and gets the 4th out in time, but it is still blocked. And there's the engage. One already picked up by Cuvée. Can they find any more? Shockwave comes in. A lot of stuns out from the Gnar. The kickback, though, onto Zac. The re-engage comes in. They're trying to pick up some kills, and it's actually the 1-for-1. That squishy Kennen build does pay off. It's the 1-for-1 overall.
so many low health bars here from SKT. They were lucky to get out with all their lives as Duke and Blank almost died. It's just the one victim for now.
The biggest thing that comes out of this is if you look at the summoner spells used from both sides, they pretty much used everything, and Dragon is up in 40 seconds here. So those of them that have those cooldown reduction abilities and able to get their ultimate back up in time will have a really good time in this next fight.
Fighting for the turret, but it's still being defended. Still works out nicely for Samsung Galaxy. The re-engage
is back.
It's here for Blank. He's trying to get some damage in, but not quite enough. How about the re-engage by Duke on Gnar? Not going to land that one either, and that's a turret kill. Well earned by Samsung Galaxy. The question is, though, yes, with the Drake spawning, who can get to it?
Certainly is, and it's been so high priority for Samsung the whole series. They have claimed the first two of this one. They'd love to get the next one as well, because getting that extra HP and mana regen from that Ocean Dragon is going to allow you to kind of siege and set these plays up even better.
It is Ocean. It tricked me. Thank you. Still, started off, the tidal wave didn't prevent all 4 shots from the Jin ultimate from coming through, but that was a great teleport from Cube, who ended up stunning FLICKR and ended up getting the kill simultaneously onto the 80 carry. So he was right on top of the 2 biggest threats on SKT's side.
Certainly was, and it was really good follow-up to be able to take him down, but SKT looking for a fight now. They've caught Crown. He has no flash, remember.
Goog able to get away from some of that, and CoreJJ safe enough in the backside. A trade of cooldowns, no death, but a flash also out from the car.
No, Ruler got killed by FLICKR off screen.
Oh, he did, so it's a 5v4, and it's all that SKT wants except to fight this battle even more. Crown caught up by the bubble. There's the elastic slingshot. He's almost dead. The Victor's running out of health, and that's going to be the kill picked up. 2-0 to SKT. They have control.
So well done, and FLICKR capitalizing on the fact that Ruler didn't have a flash and was able to flash in and try to get that kill. So very, very well done there.
Yeah, when I was talking about the summoner spell advantage, FLICKR got his ultimate back, had the flash up because everybody else had basically used it, and kills Ruler on the side of the fight. So honestly, this is just...
Yeah, here it is. Look at it. Flash, shockwave, that's the ultimate, and takes him out so quickly.
And Ruler's like, come on, man, I'm a whole screen away from you when that happens. You think you're safe, but you really have to play even further back. So he's zoned away from his team. Really well done from Blank and FLICKR here because they come around the top side and pincer in Crown. So he has no options left. He has no way to get away here.
Certainly does not. And the CC was just chained very, very well. You know, the Nami bubble into the Zakalax's cling shot, and they're able to take down Crown pretty well. And now the gold is basically right back to dead even. And this Kennen, who is so strong in the early game, is going to be at this point where he's starting to struggle because Spirit Visage has been completed for Duke. That's a big ticket magic resist item. It's going to give him a lot more health with all these 3 items. He's going to be pretty tanky, and Kube may struggle to kind of burst him down in sustained fights. That's where Gnar wins out, and that's what you had talked about.
Yeah, when Gnar completes that little icy hammer, the frozen mallet.
Icy hammer.
The icy hammer, right? The frozen mallet. Every auto attack that he does will slow. So when he hits Cube can't get away, and Kennen relies on movement speed to get away. So as a Gnar with Duke, you just chase him down.
For a bit on the Ruler, gets into range and gets some of it done, but the Enchanted arrow did not land. However, he's going to got some trades onto Ambition. He's trying to get away. Shockwave, though, deletes him from the map. Blank gets the kill credit, but how about the re-engage? Curtain calls on. Shot 1, 2, 3, 4, and not enough really done right there. So SKT finding another kill for themselves.
Yeah, this is really SKT and their composition starting to turn on. We talked about the long-range engage. You have to respect it. And it's so hard to deal with because the arrow flies in, then Zac flies in, and it's really, really tough to escape.
Flying in for even more, but Crown able to defend himself well enough. And the Deadly Flourish not going to mean nearly enough either. So they're going to be all right with this one, but SKT, yes, in control. And now trying to play for the Vision to take over the Baron area as we crushed into about 30 minutes in. That starts becoming a really more palatable objective to go for.
And simultaneously, you can see SKT playing the map. They ended up getting the blue buff away from Samsung Galaxy and putting it onto FLICKR again. So they're basically taking everything that they can on the map when they see somebody show themselves from Samsung's side.
And this is kind of feeling like back to the first couple of games where SKT was able to really control vision around the Baron. That's where they've really excelled.
Yeah.
Denying any vision in, killing off any wards that Samsung places, and making it dangerous for them to kind of check in and find out if they're going to be killing this Baron. And we all know how powerful it is, and we've seen that throughout this series. Those who get the Baron often win the games.
Yeah, you get a huge chunk of gold. And, ooh.
Shockwave meant some damage, but CoreJJ is able to slink away with his life. And Doesn't have to burn too many spells for it. SKT, though, are now winning off those last 2 kills they picked up, plus that top lane outer turret they grabbed just a second ago. It's a reasonable 2,000 gold lead for SK Telecom right here.
Yeah. FLICKR, though, no longer has his Ghost and used his ultimate, which will be back up fairly shortly. But he used that on a support to try and get a pick, to try and single him out and just kill him really quickly. But it's a support, and he ended up using a summoner spell for it. So FLICKR, it is possible that he pays for that in the future.
Yeah, if they fight recently enough that the ulti isn't available, then that's going to mean quite a bit. The Ghost can also, of course, mean a little bit here. Samsung Galaxy fighting back for some wards, and in fact, they've cleared the pit successfully right now. And it's currently darkness for SKT, but it doesn't really mean all that much, to be honest. SKT fighting for control over both rivers, top and bottom. Baron and Dragon spawning on those respective locations. Duke steals away some of the wolves, and he's going to recall, and looks like these players mostly have done what we call resetting. They head back to base, they refill their health and mana pools, they buy all their items, they spend all their gold, and then they venture back out on the map to fight for the next objective.
And that next objective very likely going to be the Baron, as there's been so much vision placed around it, and we'll have to see if Samsung can keep eyes on it. And it also has to be mentioned that it's very risky for SKT to actually just attempt it, because if you get caught in the Baron pit, with all this AoE that's coming out from the Victor and from the Kennen, these guys with their AoE ultimates hitting everybody, you could lose a fight very, very quickly. So although SKT has felt in control, it can swing the other way.
Exactly. Both of these teams actually have really good zone control, where the Orianna ball creates a zone of pressure where you can't walk there. Victor, Crown still does that, and so does Cube. So their threat ranges you have to respect, and especially when you're walking through an area like Wolf is, where he's walking back and forth in a choke point, those are places that you definitely don't want to be against these two compositions. So you want to fight out in the open.
And you can see how bad the vision is now for for Samsung Galaxy here. You can see FLICKR sitting inside this pit, fighting over ward control, and you can see like how difficult it is for Ambition to do much of anything. Gets caught up in the air, able to jump away, and Blank on the backside, maybe, but more than he can shoot. Gets quite caught out, and he's going to be stuck with his passive as Guardian Angel, as well as his passive. It'll take a long time to actually kill him off. Still running out of HP. Shockwave catches only Ambition, nearly kills him. Kube in the back line. It's a double kill. They've already got 2. Looking for the third. That's FLICKR dead, and Samsung Galaxy in complete control.
And Blank subs in, but he makes a massive mistake. Split up from the rest of his team there. He flies in on the side, but he doesn't have the support of his team, and it means Samsung, they win the fight. They come up massive with Kube TPing in, getting that flank. He kills them off. They get the Baron. Huge for Samsung.
They had used all of the tools to keep Cube out of the fight. Wolf used the tidal wave to interrupt Ruler, and then Blank jumped in with the elastic slingshot, and he blew his ultimate as well. They couldn't keep that cannon away.
And I would love to see that one more time. Watch Kube come in there, and that is really what he needed to do, and he was able to land that. And here is the TP. And look at it. The ward was very well placed. You can teleport to a ward. He flashes in. He Zonias, which makes him go golden. He can't take damage during this, but his ultimate is still dealing damage, which means there's not really a way to fight back other than just running away.
Absolute massacre, and that's what SSG needed to get back into it. Samsung right back in control, and another Drake.
It's the exact moment they wanted. The Ocean Drake is up for them. Nice timing for them. They can match that buff count. There's no reason for SKT to contest this in any real way. And yeah, you saw Blank charge and then stop the elastic slingshot.
Yeah, that was a 1,400 crit from Ruler. It's like, I feel bad as a jungler. 1,000 damage is all I can ever do.
Yeah, so it's great that last fight actually segues into, oh, hold on. We got to segue into this real quick. Tidal Wave comes out. They're going to block the shot.
Ambition's behind.
And they're going to get one kickback. Oh, FLICKR's already dead. What a beautiful play by Ambition making it happen. 5v4 again with a Baron buff.
And Ambition just snuck around them, kicks in FLICKR. He's been doing this all day. This is how they won the last game, and now this is how they may be able to win this game, as most of the wave clear, the mage who can kill all these minions off, is dead now.
And that was absolutely beautiful, because now they're getting even more off of it with this Baron buff. They get to use their Kennen in the bottom lane. They get to use the minions in the middle lane. And now they get to take these turrets.
And they're going to keep pushing for more. Ambition has been hailed as the best player to never qualify for the World Championship. He started his career as a mid laner, as playing a different role. 2 years ago, he decided, I'm going to become a jungler instead. Joins one of the in a sense, at this point, what was considered one of the weaker teams in Korea. Ooh, nice QSS to get away for that one. And now, in the World Championship Finals, making game-winning plays, and they are looking to tie up the series against the favorites of the World Championship.
And to put it in context how impressive this is, if this goes to Game 5, that has never happened before in the World Finals. We have not gone to a Game 5 before. Generally speaking, people were saying, you know what, SKT versus Rocks, that's the finals. That's the big challenge for them. If they win, they're going to crush Samsung. So Samsung battling back from 2-0. If they could win this game and force Game 5, will be monumental. And here's Ambition once more.
This is so good.
So
because
beautiful.
It's set up by Ruler using the ultimate to slow, and then that puts FLICKR on the other side of Blank because he wants Blank to body block the damage of Ruler from him, so he gets a clean kickback.
And Ambition was utilizing his whole kit to kind of do this smooth movement. You can use your safeguard to jump to a ward or a teammate. He jumps to a ward, then he flashes, moving twice as far.
Looking for a bit more, looking to pick up FLICKR again, but Ambition this time is stops out for the team, gets shockwaved in, and finally FLICKR gets revenge. Bang gets the kill, and the re-engage comes in. This could be great for SKT. They've got 2 already, and they've got the tools to chase down everybody else. Kube's still around, but it's a 5v3.
And that was very ambitious from Samsung. Crown, one of their big damage dealers, was not even with the team, so they engaged in, thinking we can pick off FLICKR, but SKT, they're in position. They respond well. They keep FLICKR alive. They get 2 kills, and that really nullifies a lot of that power that they have.
And that's why that move that Ambition had made at the middle lane was so good, because it was so smooth previously. He just tried to do it again, and that's what it looks like when it's not 100% smooth.
And it's also when you're missing your flash, right? Not having that extra movement ability to jump behind, to teleport behind FLICKR and use your Dragon's Rage to kick him in. So here he goes. He hits the Q onto a minion. He's trying to get behind him, but Blank actually used his ultimate very quickly and knocked him up in the air, so he could not reposition himself. So a very good reaction there from Blank to defend FLICKR.
Really slick as well by Duke. He teleports in, flashes, and then ults forward and manages to pin someone into the wall as well to make that second kill happen. That was a big play from Duke to make that second one come through, burning his ultimate again to get away, but actually tagged up by the root. Might not mean enough, though. He's trying to get away with this one. Actually, doesn't land the boomerang. This could be all the damage they need. They're trying to break down Duke. Couple more shots will do it. He gets away with it. But maybe the cooldowns are still back. They get all the damage they wanted. Kube gets the kill on Duke.
And that is so big. In the earlier games, Duke was always the guy getting out of those situations, and now he gets caught, he gets taken down. 2 inhibitors are already dead for SKT. We know how hard it was for them to defend when 3 were down, and here's Ambition. He's looking to make that same flank play. He's threatening it, so they have to back off.
Jumps over the wall, but still gets caught up by the arrow. Into the re-engage by Blank, and the kill comes through. Now it's Crown looking for a bit more, but not going to find enough damage. Wolf will survive the whole encounter. 1-for-1 long term.
It's still enough pressure, though, to get that turret.
And it's 4v4. They could actually continue to push here, and I think they will.
Kube,
and there goes Kube.
Flash to dive in, gets a couple flashes out of SKT, runs right back out, but still gives him control. And look how fast that turret goes down. Kill or not, he made the retreat to give his team time to kill a turret that cannot run away.
Certainly did, and they are looking to take more than that. The third inhibitor looking to be going down because in the bot side, the super minions are killing the Nexus turret, so FLICKR has to run down there and kill these off. He has to.
It's a battle of a lot of competing points of attention. The minions coming in were definitely big. Duke just now respawned. The window that SSG actually had to make that play just closed, with now it being a 4v5 until their own champions respawn here, where they're waiting for Ambition on Lee Sin to come back from death. And a very tight timing where they made the clutch call, knowing he's going to be back up, knowing it's only for a few more seconds of the 4v4, and knocking the inhibitor down and having now complete map control.
Just incredible. And at this point, there's multiple options. They know that there's the Baron coming up in 50 seconds, Elder as well. So you can wait and play it safe. And if you can grab up that Baron and buff up all these super minions, you can go in. And it's almost impossible for your opponents to deal with 6 super minions at once that are then again empowered by the Baron, making them even stronger. To even just kill those off takes almost all your team's focus. But then there's 5 enemy champions you also have to deal with.
And this is just going to be an awful situation for SKT. Not only are they missing all 3 inhibitors, both neutral objectives that are high priority are coming up. The Elder Dragon and the Baron at almost the exact same time here, and it is a big Elder Dragon for Samsung because they have 3 Drakes, and it gets more power for each one that's been taken.
The ball is entirely in Samsung Galaxy's court. Even though the gold looks very similar, 68 to 72,000, it doesn't seem that far apart. Samsung Galaxy has so much control. You just saw a glimpse of SKT's view, how little they can see of this map. Baron Nashor has spawned, and they've got to run through a lot of wards to get control back.
And Samsung doesn't have to force this. If SKT comes, you can just back off.
Well, Kube is looking for a flank. You can see that, Kennen. He's trying to kill Faker.
He's going to go in, and he actually gets the kill.
Blank's
on the
trying to steal the Baron, though. Blank's trying to steal the Baron.
We've got more of the fight. Blank is going in, and he's not going to get it. It is secured by Ambition, and this could mean GG for Samsung Galaxy. They've already picked up 1 kill. They're looking for more. Duke is running. Tidal Wave comes down. A nice escape out from the Zac, but no, he's turning to Bloblets, and actually that will be a kill onto Blank. Now the re-engage curtain call is in. Do they have the damage that they need? That answer is likely to be yes, but first, it's Bang who picks up 2 kills, and Milo just saved the game.
The team split up. There was split calls there. Half of them were chasing Blank, who was not important. And Bang, the carry, was left alone. And now here comes Ruler. He needs to get in there and deal some damage.
Gets the root. To get the damage onto that tanky jungler. One more shot, and yes.
He has his root. If they can do any damage here, if Ambition can hit someone, he can root it.
Ooh, not going to land the damage. And looks like it'll be a pretty safe retreat now for SKT.
They can go to Elder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have their jungler still available. Ambition is up with a smite. They just killed Blank. He is not up for 40 seconds. Kill Elder now because you have your 80 carry. But no, they have to back off because they're afraid of Faker.
They're afraid of Faker respawning. They're afraid of what Bang could have done to them as well. Ashe can definitely belt out ridiculous amounts of damage. The champion that Bang is playing, if untouched, can carry a team fight by herself.
Ooh, this is actually a really interesting adaptation here from Kube. He has a Banshee's Veil. So Banshee's Veil will block a single spell about every 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And 40 seconds. So he's making sure that he can get in there so that he isn't slowed. He can absorb an Ash Arrow, a Nami Tidal Wave, whatever it is, so he can make plays like this.
And here he is. He's camping out. He catches Faker. That's the full combo. That's the Protobelt jumping forward, doing that damage, and they're able to get the smite on the Baron as well. Looking for a fight once more.
A little bit here. It's Samsung Galaxy trying to take control of the bottom jungle, trying to take over SKT's territory. Sniped down it goes. They stole away the red buff. Ambition, a little greedy, trying to take this Krugs, but he should not get punished for it.
And he is going to be able to grab that, but he could be looking for a flank even. This is the thing that they have to keep in mind. He sees Wolf. Will he go for it?
Damage. He's going to look for much here. Jumps around, gets away from Blank, but he's still by himself on this one. And Ambition might just get heavily punished. Shockwave is in. The damage is there, and yes, he's punished for that play.
Ambition, what he was trying to do was line up a kick to kick Wolf through Blank and CC both of them. But instead, he ends up getting himself killed. That was way too greedy to keep chasing in there. They did not know where their opponents were. They didn't have the vision, and Ambition just gave away a big advantage because now the inhibitors are respawning, and they can't go for Elder Dragon without a jungler.
And they didn't need to make that kind of risk.
And they even have Baron,
very,
right?
Very silly. Very, very silly play from him. And these are the kind of things that can let SKT back into the game, because that should be them getting Elder, cleaning up all the inhibitors again, and almost guaranteeing a victory.
Exactly. And they could just clean up the inhibitors if they had him up 100% because they have the Baron buff. And by the time that Ambition's back up and walks back towards the Elder Dragon, that's when it'll already be expired for the Baron buff. So window will be gone.
Very likely. And those inhibitors, we see the middle lane one and the bot lane one, and they're already back. Ambition's still dead for a little bit more time. Thankfully for them, at least, SKT hasn't taken away the Elder Dragon. They are still the guys with those dragons killed from earlier, so they'll get more from killing it, and SKT still have to worry about it.
SKT, just like the last game, gets comparatively much less than Samsung Galaxy does from that Elder Dragon.
And they're going for it, and this is something where Duke is probably going to have to TP over because he's still on the top side, but they're trying to delay. Duke wants to kill off a turret, get that gold for themselves before he TP's down, but he's got to do it quick. And, oh, they reset it by accident, I think.
Well, there's the TP coming through anyway, so.
Okay, that's completed teleport. They could disengage and just take
They have 4-shot from Jin. They're looking to try to combo this.
Looking to try to burst it down. Do they have the damage? It's still at 4,000. That seems unlikely. It's going to be a bit of damage on the Wolf. Now the re-engage. Tidal Wave pop. One shot, two shots, and out he goes. Kube doesn't quite get the damage, and he can't kill off Bang. Pops the Zhonya's Hourglass. Blank still controls the front line. A huge Megadar into Shockwave. That's already one for SKT. Can Samsung trade any of it back? They're trying to get the damage. The shots, they're not quite enough. One kill comes through, but it's only just the one. Ruler did not kill Bang. He could have. He's on the chase. The shot comes through, and he takes him down. Bang, bang, he's dead. And another one for Crown.
Oh my, that was such a crazy fight there. Ruler accidentally misclicked on the support instead of the AD, but he
does clean up the kill afterwards, and they're looking to end the game here.
It's 4 versus 2. They've got all the tools they need for Samsung Galaxy from a 0-2 deficit to bring it in to the game 5. They've got about 40 seconds to work with and a couple of minions coming into the base.
Well, you can see that Blank is actually cutting the minion wave. He's thinning it out. He's making sure that they don't have enough.
This one minion could be a game-winning minion. It's not going to be enough. Gets killed off.
This is the same thing that happened last time where Banky was able to cut the minion waves and stall out the game, and now Blank is the guy to do it. They need to escort in the minion waves. And Ruler gets caught. Oh, Faker may have given his way his life for that.
Faker dives for it. What a great turnaround. He nearly got the kill, but instead, it's Samsung Galaxy with control.
TP coming in for Kube, and now again they can try to end the game. They shouldn't have been able to, but Faker died.
And they're going to find Blank with this one. They're going to shut him down. He will pop the Guardian Angel. He will still have 4 ways of reviving, but he's going to lose the passive, and this time, this one's going to stick. It takes you 3 times to kill a Zac with the Guardian Angel, and it's a 5v3. The health bars are pretty good. The minions are coming in. They've got super minions as well because of the inhibitor takes. And this is the fight that might bring us to game 5. The dive in the back line tries to kick him in. A nice play by Bang to get out from it. 3v5. Arrow's going to land. They get the stun on the Kube. There's the ulti in for Duke. The re-engage for Kube. It's going to kill absolutely everyone. And that's going to do it. We've never had a game 5 in the World Final. And Samsung Galaxy, give us it now.
For the first time ever, Samsung battles back. They are looking for the reverse sweep. We are going to game number 5. Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh. After the first 2 games, the first one was fairly close, and the second one was a stomp. And game 3, they were down 9.7 thousand gold, and somehow managed to make what I believe to be the biggest comeback loss SKT ever suffered. They were on the verge of their second 3-0 sweep final win, their 3rd final win, and Samsung Galaxy have now brought us to game 5.
And Samsung, it's just the clutch moments here. That's what's pulling it out for them. These games are neck and neck, but they are having great performances from almost every individual member. Yeah. Cuvée, that game, solo kill. Advantage goes to him with a little help from Ambition. Big team fight ultimates. Exactly, and the pink ward in the bottom side. So there's just all of these things that are coming together here, and then Ambition, it doesn't matter if you put in Bengi, it doesn't matter if you put in Blank, he's outsmiting everybody.
He's smashing everybody. Ambition is playing series of his life, quite possibly.
And that's the thing, is he's not the flashiest player at all.
Oh, he's got some flashy plays tonight, though.
Yeah, he's not that much of a flashy player, though, historically. He's the calculated guy. He's the one who's not going to go for those huge risks. And this game, he's still going for them a little bit. You're seeing them backfire, but that's a good suit for him because he's being a leader for the team in a moment where they have their backs up against the wall and are 1 game away from losing it.
1 game away. 1 final game to figure out who is the 2016 League of Legends World Championship, the favorite that everyone had in SKT, or the underdog team who lost their entire roster at the beginning of 2015, a year and a half ago, rebuilt it from scratch, the team that no one thought could do it, and they are almost here. And now here in League of Legends, we have a tradition. There's a song called Silver Scrapes that we only play in the break heading into Game 5, and it's time for that now. Enjoy. We'll be back with Championship Point after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship here. We are ready and waiting for the final game of the series. One more game decides who is the best team in the world.
Game 5. Never been able to say this before at the World Finals, and what a treat for my first Worlds ever.
Right?
I've been absolutely loving it. We had such insane games in the semifinals when SKT and Rox Tigers fought off, and SKT obviously coming out on top there. But can they do it here against Samsung? I mean, I would have never thought it'd be so close.
Yeah, this has been an incredible just Worlds overall.
Yeah.
We saw a wildcard team make it out for the first time out of groups.
Yeah.
We saw
Historic.
Brazil make an upset over China, the number one
Chinese
seed.
team.
Like, everybody is kind of walking away from this, except for North America, with like some good takeaways here.
Yeah.
European team made the semifinals as well. So
Second year in a row.
it's actually incredible. And 2 of the series in the semis and the finals going 5 games. It's like pretty much what you could hope for from a tournament.
Absolutely agree. It's been a whole bunch of fun to watch. We've had so many amazing things happen. And even if you don't understand the scene, basically Korea wins everything all the time. 2 Korean teams in the final. And right, just thinking like, ooh, wow, you're at H2K, a team from Europe making the top 4. That is hard to do. I mean, top 4 at Worlds makes you incredible. It makes your run so impressive. It means you did a lot of really incredible things. And some of those players, it was their first time at Worlds, and they put up amazing performances to make it that far in. You mentioned a team, Albus Nox Luna, from one of the conventionally considered weakest regions you could have possibly considered, and they made top 8 at the World Championship. They beat out the #1 team from Europe and the #3 seed from North America and said, yep, that's going to be us. That's going to be, we're going to take that spot away. And it was really incredible to see, some of these happen, these major upsets.
Yeah, it's been so exciting. And honestly, I think the best part about it for me has been that it's about the level of play. These teams have deserved their wins. It's not cheesy wins. It's not these random strategies or whatever. They have been winning because these guys deserve to be here. And it's so impressive to see a team like Samsung, who everyone counted out, myself included. I didn't think that they would be able to go toe-to-toe with SKT. you know, they weren't even supposed to make it to Worlds. They were supposed to lose to KT, who they had lost to 19 straight times, and then they beat them. And here they are on this miracle run to Game 5 of the World Finals. And they could do it.
They could do it.
And that's why it was so hard to gauge coming in, because so many factors had changed for them. But it's really kind of outlandish that it happens, where they start winning games after they sub in Core JJ in the gauntlet to make it here. Like the final matches against KT, people are like, oh, you know, KT just played bad. Core JJ is not really like that good. How can somebody who transferred from the AD carry role end up being that good on support that fast? So, comes in, smashes, hadn't lost a game at Worlds until now. And now we're going to Game 5. Like, Samsung, patch is good for them. We have a really good support for them now, and they seem to be a much better squad at the moment.
Their transformation has been amazing. Their route here was definitely incredible, right? The very first thing they did is come into what was considered the group of death, the #1 team from North America, TSM. Many had them as a team that would make top 4 at Worlds because they looked so sharp. The #2 team out of China, right? Royal Never Give Up, also a great team. Another expectation that they would make top 8, and they did, to be fair. But Samsung Galaxy beat everyone.
Samsung, like top to bottom, Cube has been around since 2015 when they reformed the roster. No success. Didn't make a playoffs until this split. Then you look at the jungle. Converted mid laner to jungle.
Right.
Is he going to do well? Mid laner. Played in Brazil. Did not have success in Brazil. And then the AD carry, it's like a rookie?
It goes on and on,
It goes
too.
on.
I mean, look at Core JJ, right? He was not even considered a top-tier player in North America, which is just objectively a weaker region than the LCK and then Korea. And, you know, he was playing a different role. He was playing AD carry. I'm pretty sure he was playing AD carry when they got relegated. They got kicked out of the league because they were one of the lowest placing teams, right? And who would have thought that a player who gets relegated in a weaker league now goes and joins the strongest league and is now in the World Finals playing the best team ever
and about to win it, maybe.
And winning.
Right. I mean, an incredible run, absolutely. Everyone on Samsung Galaxy and SKT as well, to be fair, have been playing very well. But I want to highlight someone, Kube, who did Kube things. That Kennen top lane, he had the time to make the one-on-one plays. We got a highlight reel of this guy.
His flanks were so good, but also he played the matchup beautifully. If you flub this matchup, which is very possible to do, you're just out of the match. Gnar will run all over you, but he gets a solo kill, and then from there, the teleports are on point.
Yeah, he has had incredible TPs. This one, there was another one later in the game where he completely turned around to fight on their topside jungle, and he has just been there when it mattered, time and time again for the team. And the beautiful thing is that he has the confidence to run it back in this matchup when it didn't go so well earlier because he got picked on. This time, they made the adaptations. They protected him. They warded up. They spotted out the jungler, and they did not let him get taken out.
Yeah, definitely amazing play by him and one of the big playmakers. And again, it's funny because one of the questions we had gotten during the game that I would brought up if we had time was someone had asked who's the most important player on the game or the most important player per team, and it's hard to pick someone actually on Samsung Galaxy. Kube made the really flashy flank plays on Cannon. Ambition landed every smite and took all the objectives away. That was so much. And everyone else been putting in work for damage.
Yeah, and I think it changes from game to game too, right? You could have a team where traditionally your top laner is the most important player, but then you could build a composition around your AD carry and have them playing a hyper carry marksman such as Jinx, right? And then it's all about protecting this guy. So that's one of the cool things about League of Legends is if you have the flexibility among your team, you can shift from game to game and say, you know what, Cyrene, you have to carry this game, we'll protect you, or you know what, now it's going to be Freak that carries and we'll protect him. And I think that's really cool when you have that flexibility.
And we've seen that, especially from Samsung, where Ruler has been performing really well, and Crown at the same time has been able to go toe-to-toe against FLICKR in almost every game here. So it's those X factors that are popping up. Is Ambition getting those smite steals? Is Cube getting a solo kill in lane? Well, now he's the most important person because he's the one who has the advantage that lets you snowball. So that is what is really dictating it here. If you get a small advantage, where is it? What can we do with it? And where can we go with it? Because there are a lot of lanes that are going even right now.
Yeah. So we are into game 5. SKT's savior, Bengi, is back in the lineup. They brought in Blank for one, and it didn't look very pretty, so Bengi is back in. I think it makes sense. I didn't really like how well Blank played. Bengi was very clutch in the semifinal. He's always been able to pull it out before, so I think it is the right choice.
Hey, you gave him a game off.
Yeah.
Gave him a game to recharge.
I mean, it's tough, right? Like, I didn't think they should swap Blanket in the first place. I just
I
think
agree.
it's one of those things where, yes, they lost the game, but I didn't really think it was on Bengi. You know, the game that they swapped out Bengi afterwards, he had an incredible early game on Elise. He was actually walking around smashing, getting way more than Ambition got done, and they still swap him out. And you know, honestly, it's tough because, like, as far as like the mechanical play, it was mostly fine from Blank, except for maybe that one fight where he split off from his team by Baron. But he was completely undone by a pink ward. His whole early game was stifled. That let Kuve go nuts in the top lane too. And this is something where, as a coach and as Bengi, I'm sure, sitting and watching your teammate and knowing that if he just moved and clicked and killed this one little ward, the game would be totally different.
Take a 3-second detour.
It's got to be so frustrating sitting back and watching that. That's probably a big part of why he's being swapped out.
Oh, yeah, and I also think it's decision-making.
Yeah.
Because right now, you're looking at a very high level of League of Legends play, and if Blank isn't able to have the decision-making where he's jumping into everybody and his team isn't able to actually do anything and they get flanked by Kuve, it's like, bad decision. He's not even performing on a micro level either, where he's not checking all of the boxes and checking all the wards, whereas Bengi, his only problem was they came back in the game because they got some smite steals or they got some really good fights off it, but they still had a lead. SKT had leads in their games. They're losing from behind, or losing from ahead, because they're just letting it slip through their fingers. That's a team thing. That's a decision-making thing.
Right. Yeah, but it's the state we are in right now, where Bengi individually, maybe he's 2-1 up against Samsung as his own games are concerned, but that's not the important thing here. We're now on to our 5th and final one. The teams are all tied up. We've got one final game to go. The question is who's really going to prevail, and it's a hard one.
Yeah.
You know, Samsung looked actually very convincing. Every single game almost has looked better for them at this point. Game 3 was a sweet comeback. Game 4 was control kind of the whole way through. And yeah, you can say, oh, is that pink ward and those kinds of things, but everyone has seemed to get better as the series has gone on.
Yeah, and I think at this point for predictions, it's almost a coin flip, right? Like, who's going to show up in the individual game? And when it comes down to one game, both teams have shown that they can battle it out with each other. They have many players across these teams that have the ability to carry. And it's going to be who shows up on the biggest stage in the biggest game of probably most of these players' lives. And I think that's an incredible moment to be in, and it's going to mean that one player becomes a star and someone's going to become, you know, like kind of that tragic figure where you could have done it, but you just messed up. And I think it's a tough position to be in, but it's also exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting, but it's incredibly tough. That pressure, we've even seen FLICKR crumble under that pressure. MSI, 2-2 against EDG, and he says, lock me in LeBlanc. And they counterpick him. Right? He allows himself to get counterpicked, doesn't have to go through that, but he says, I want to carry the game, right? That's the pressure getting to him where he says, I need to take things into my own hands.
And it was that champion, to give some context, you know, LeBlanc was a champion FLICKR had never lost on. 100% win rate, unheard of. Never lost a game on this champion. And this is not like 100% win rate, 2 games, right? This is like 20-something games or whatever it was, some ridiculous
it's like
number.
17 or something.
I think it was 17 and 0
There you go. So he never lost a game, and they essentially kind of baited him into picking it. They left it up. No one left it up. It's like, what are you doing? Everyone bans this champion. They get him to pick it, but they win it with a plan. And I think having a plan and something can outsmart your opponents, can kind of put them in these difficult situations. And SKT has struggled with that. Even just the Zyra MF pick, the fact that Wolf has shown he can't play MF means they have to ban out or give up Zyra. And that's a big ticket pick. We've seen this champion massive priority, first pick. And the fact that they can't do that really kind of throws a wrench in the gears.
Well, also, Samsung are going to go back to the blue side for the final game. So they could first pick Zyra like they did in game 1, or they force another ban to come out.
Yeah.
And we'll see what it's going to be. Samsung Galaxy had won the coin flip before the tournament, and they got themselves the choice of side in games 1, 3, and 5. Almost always teams pick blue side for themselves. The Syndra ban, to talk about champion pools, Syndra's another champion that Crown is unable to play. They've had to ban Syndra every single one of the games that they played as well, so you're seeing somewhat of a trade back and forth there, but either way, they're happy to ban it away, not play around it, and there you can see the SKT Zyra ban, knowing that they don't have the way to counterpick it.
Exactly, they have to do it, and these are advantages that cannot be overstated. It's one less powerful champion that they can take off the board. It's something that they are giving away simply through lack of proper preparation for this, and that's not something that you would ever really think about SKT.
There's an adaptation here. They're pinching the support champion pool, but there's also Jace still up right now. And Jace is a champion that has been banned multiple times.
But it's always been banned when Samsung Galaxy are on red side. When Jace is left up, SKT are basically willing to wait on their top lane pick and preserve a counter pick for that. Their final ban is Aurelion Sol here for SKT.
That's 2 picks that they should not have to ban, but they basically do because Samsung prepared better than them. Crown showed, I can play Aurelion Sol, you gotta ban it. They showed, hey, I can play MF, so you can't allow me to have Zyra, and you can't take Zyra because I will counter it. So this is incredible, and the preparation that Samsung has had is really paying off.
This is super good from Samsung because they picked the Olaf, and he has the ability to walk through all crowd control. You can't lock him down, and that's Ash's big thing, which is the first pick here from SKT, but they also take Victor away. So now there are effectively four champions taken away from the pool of crowns, so he has to dig deep.
He does have to dig deep. It's also worth pointing out, though, as you had mentioned a second ago, the support champion pool being pinched a little bit. Samsung Galaxy, survived that sort of trade back and forth. They said, we'd rather take Olaf. He's a huge, big-ticket jungler. We saw him very early on in the series. He's been banned basically ever since. SKT did not go to take away a jungler, or sorry, a support themselves. And in fact, Samsung Galaxy seem to not care about that either, as they're looking at a top laner and an AD carry for themselves.
They are.
Yeah, the Poppy top will most likely force a Trundle to come out. And oh, there we go.
Tahm Kench for Core JJ, a tank support.
And I love this pick because this is something that Core JJ has done very well on in the past. And what is really unique about Tahm Kench is he can actually eat up an ally. He can also eat opponents, but it takes some preparation. You have to hit them 3 times. And eating the ally out of crowd control is so big. So Ash, what you want to do, we've talked about it. You shoot out that arrow, you stun up the guy, and now you pick him off. Guess what Tahm Kench does? You shoot out the arrow, you stun him up, he just eats them and runs them to safety, and it completely stops that pick.
Yeah, Tahm Kench, the armored personnel carrier of supports. And I mean, armored is truthfully a very durable champion. Again,
Certainly.
he's going to bring allies to safety, and it could look very good for him. And of course, the matchup's going to change here. You've now got a tank support on the one side, which means the pool of champions you want to play into that is going to differ as well. You see SKT occasionally hovering Taric, which would be one of those pretty good matchups.
Yeah, and honestly, Samsung has just drafted such a beefy team composition with the Poppy, that's tanky, and in the front line, Olaf is as well. So is the Tahm Kench. So they now have to draft a lot of damage because they need to be able to have enough to carry through these fights. And I think bring a ton of consistent damage from the mid lane. It's almost like an AP marksman, people kind of call it, because you can consistently, non-stop, be shooting out these Twin Fangs. It's this magic damage ability that deals a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, Cassiopeia was previously banned by Samsung Galaxy on the blue side twice, and then picked once on the red side for them, so they go back to it now because they see that it's the Victor, and it's really just down the tier list of mid laners since 4 of them have been taken away. It's the one that he has left, and it's the high damage one you were talking about.
And now I really want to see if the Braum gets locked in, because if it does, we have an entirely different sort of context how the bottom lane is going to work. So far this series, we were seeing either mage or sort of supporty support, squishy backline, either focused on dealing a little bit of damage or shielding their opponents. Now, you've got a Tahm Kench on the one side and what looks like a Braum on the other. They're much better at starting fights out and making kills happen, and the way you play around this changes a lot.
Yep, Braum, basically the quintessential defender, stands in front of you with a gigantic shield, and he can take the damage from whatever's coming at you. He can soak it up.
And it's really important because he takes not only reduced damage, but he can stand in front and block out things like the Jhin ultimate, right? Jhin pops up his ult and wants to do massive damage to your kind of squishy carries, and he stands in there with his big shield and reduces and negates most of that damage. So it's very, very strong. He also has a passive which is very unique, where if he does damage to someone, then your teammates can hit them, and once they've been hit 4 times, they actually get stunned. So it's a lot of extra CC.
What's the big thing about these tank supports is you're right that they're very good defenders, but they are also very good at securing kills. You mentioned a second ago that Tahm Kench can eat an opponent. Well, if you get those 2 seconds to hit somebody 3 times, you eat them and you bring them into danger. You drag someone else into what's almost guaranteed to be their own death. Braum can do similar things. He's got an ultimate as well as his passive, as well as one of his other active abilities to slow or stun or knock up or all 3 his opponents and set up kills. So there's going to be a lot of fire down there in the bottom lane, and I think it changes the context of how you play that matchup and that entire side of the map by quite a lot.
Certainly does, and it's also, I think, a lot riskier to take these fights because you can't just kind of poke back and forth. The fights can become very committed very quickly. You know, if you go in as Braum and you start fighting up against this Tahm Kench, he can eat you up and spit you backwards, and you can sometimes get committed to a fight that you didn't really want to take. So you have to be very careful picking and choosing your engages, because these guys can really make you fight to the death.
So here we go. Game 5 is afoot. The League of Legends 2016 World Championship is going to conclude with this game right here. Who's the best team in the world? Is it SK Telecom T1 in red, or is it Samsung Galaxy, the underdogs in blue, who no one thought they'd get this far? When they made the finals, people said, well, they got an easy bracket. They got an easy quarterfinal. They got an easy semifinal. The real final was the other match that SKT played last weekend. Samsung Galaxy said no. They brought it to Game 5. They said, we are your equals. And with this game, they can prove that they are their betters.
30 seconds until minions
It's been such an incredible run from them. And
absolutely.
I honestly can't believe that we're here in Game 5. And it's so exciting to know that we've made it this far. And really, it's just... I'm kind of at a loss for words.
Right.
It's just shocking. Like, no one expected Samsung to be here, and it's harder to understand how much it means if you have not watched the league for a long time, because SKT have just dominated forever. These guys, they have every time they make the World Finals, they win, right? And yes, they can still win tonight, but people never even challenge them. Usually they're 3-0ing, they're smashing 3-1 at worst, and it's been really close tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of people thought that Samsung Galaxy, like we've been talking about, didn't even deserve to be here. They weren't even the third best team in Korea. Thought it was, KT, SKT, and ROX. They ended up getting in, and then they end up surprising over and over again. But at this point, there were some people who thought that this could happen, but to just give some context, if Samsung Galaxy win, we have a thing called Pick'em.
Oh, yeah.
Where you predict the outcome.
Brackets.
Millions of people have done the Pick'em. 0 will be correct if Samsung Galaxy win this. Every single person who had done it would have not guessed correctly.
And no one would have had a perfect bracket throughout Worlds. We've already had so many upsets so far in the World Championship. You talk about teams making the quarterfinals, certain teams taking the top spots in their groups, which is something that H2K had done against one of the best teams in the world with Edward Gaming, but it's no longer about those spots. It's about this upset of the making right here. Samsung Galaxy in the blue into Game 5, which already is more than many had expected, but and with a nice bottom lane and the chance at winning it all.
It's so much about who can make the big play now. Who is going to be the guy to carry the game. And the start can mean so much, even just mentally. If your team gets that first blood, if it's FLICKR who gets a solo kill, or Crown solo kills FLICKR, or really any of these big plays, if you can make that play for your team, it can kind of just catapult you towards a victory so much, because I do think that mentality is ridiculously important in these final games. You guys have been playing for hours and hours and hours with very few breaks.
Really nicely played by Credit. He lands
He
on the
could
Q,
get him
kill
here.
FLICKR, one more skill shot. He's got to land the Q, he lands
got it.
This could be a kill, but he's out of mana. Chases in, one more shot, and
poison.
Not going to be enough. FLICKR slinking away with his life, but a kill in the bottom lane. A gank already came through for Bangi, and it's first blood for SK Telecom.
And that's what we talked about. Crown outplaying FLICKR, almost got him, but in the end, FLICKR gets away, and it's first blood for SKT in the bot lane, and it's got to be such a bad feeling for Crown, just inches away from claiming that first blood for himself.
And Bengi on the Lee Sin. Very early visit to the bottom lane and picks himself up a longsword. He's going aggressive. FLICKR no summoner spell.
And it's the Olaf looking for the damage up, but they're going to be able to get the kill, and it will be a trade. Ambition's going to die, but that is still a positive trade for Samsung Galaxy. Still, it's FLICKR making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, one of the big things to understand there. Oh, they're actually going for Crown here.
Wolf's coming too. This could be a kill in the
he's
cross.
gone.
He's gone. There's nothing he can do about this one. That trade kill is in. Beautiful roam by SKT.
And this is the fast pace that SKT like to set, and that we've talked about, where if they can get the game out from underneath Samsung Galaxy super early on, then they can prevent a comeback. Right now, those summoner spells being down, we're going to see even more happen in that mid lane.
I mean, how about Banky? This guy subs back in, and he's off to the races already. 1-0-1. He gets involved in the first blood in the bot lane. He goes and gets that kill in mid lane, and this is the dive that they were looking to set up. And watch FLICKR drop the gravity field here, and Ambition just committed too much to that. So that zone that you see, if you stand in it for too long, you get stunned up, and with the turret shooting Ambition, it meant FLICKR got a return kill that he probably had no right to get.
And then this is great as well by Bengi. Flashing in, he lands the slow right there. There's nothing that can be dodged anymore. And it's all guaranteed at this point. Nicely played.
Yeah, they knew that Crown had no summoners from their earlier fight, so that was communicated across the team and allowed them to go for it.
These mid laners actually look angry. I was watching their position for the level 1. FLICKR was like 12 CS to 4. He's aggressively pushing. He's going for Raptors. He's just being super aggro. And then they blow all their summoner spells. He gets punished for it, but he got a trade there from Crown. And now everybody's coming to this mid lane. Everybody's going to be coming in here. And you have to be on point. If you start dying when these lanes are pushing towards you, or you are not ready for those ganks, then that could be the game there.
Certainly can, and with that FLICKR death under the turret, the kind of hidden story is that all the minions from the enemy team now die to the turret, and he doesn't get that experience, doesn't get that gold, and that's kind of what put him behind.
Well, it also gives him a really awkward death timer for Victor, where he doesn't have that 1,250 gold. He backs with about 700, and then he's able to buy like a Doran's ring and boots, and then a refillable potion on top of it. So he's just shy of it, but he has to buy something, so he comes back with that.
Completely suboptimal purchasing, but he has to buy something, so it delays the items that he wants even more. He's now just tracked Bengi running through his own jungle, and you can see the same play that Kube wanted to do. Oh, doesn't get it quite in time. Duke's totally okay.
Yep, swing and a miss there. Not super impactful, but would have at least made Duke miss a couple CS, so definitely an edge you'd like to take if you can grab it, and so far, very close game. SKT does have those kills, but there has been a little bit of a farm edge over to Samsung, so it's been keeping it relatively close.
Let's see what the next part of these battles are. So both these top laners have used their summoner teleports to get back up to the top lane. They're buying some items. Pretty standard stuff on both these sides. The T map for the Trundle allows him to start pushing much, much faster now than his opponent. And now a bit of a trade up there. Ooh, okay, Bengi forced to jump away. Doesn't really lose too much for that escape.
Yeah, but this is something that I don't know if we've gone over before, but the jungle camps, you can see like little rook-looking pieces on them where they will be, for the buffs, they'll be yellow and gray. If they're gray, it's a minute. It's a minute before they... Ah, that's what it is. I figured it out. Yeah. It's an hourglass.
Yep,
It's
here
a
to
timer.
learn too.
Oh my god. It's like, it looks like a rook, right?
Yeah, it does.
It looks like an hourglass.
Yep.
So yeah, if it's gray, it has a minute, and if it's...
Yellow,
if it's yellow, it's 10 seconds. 15, I believe. 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. And it counts down from there. So everybody sees that, though. Your enemies see it, even if they didn't see the camp go down. So everybody knows right now which side of the map Bengi and Ambition were both just on.
It's also key to note that you can't tell if the camp is gone yet until you see someone with that buff or until you do check it out.
Looks right down here, and Bengi trying to take away part of the jungle. Ambition trading back some damage. It looks like Bengi and FLICKR taking a fair bit of control over that side of the map, and look at that. A really nice trade. And keep in mind, Kube's teleport is down, so Duke winning a fight that hard makes life very difficult for Samsung's top laner.
Yeah, Kube made a pretty big mistake there. He actually tried to go back in and stun Duke against the wall, but since he just barely missed the wall, Duke didn't get stunned and massively won this trade. Kube was just hoping to hit him a little bit, then walk away and not take that damage, and instead, Duke gets a big trade.
Bengi puts another ward down. He can hop right back out, and he should be able to pretty quickly. Fights for the red buff, gives it away, and I don't know about this one. Has to flash to get out, but now the snipes are there, and Crown's going to pick up that kill. You've got to believe it. The poison, and actually, crucially, Ruler gets the kill, and Bengi did bite off more than he could chew.
Yep, the red buff over to the 80 carry. That's the person you wanted on.
That's a really good point, Cyrene. That killing blow. Crown could have flashed and taken it himself, but he saves the summoner and gives the red buff to his opponent, or to his 80 carry, which will give an advantage over his opponent in that bot lane.
You see Crown kind of fading the ultimate out of FLICKR. The damage still ticks in pretty well. Crown's down to half HP, and a nice stunning field prevents him from pushing it any farther.
One nice thing about playing this Cassiopeia, though, is when you use that Twin Fang, you can get health back, and you can regen some of this damage that was kind of poured onto him in that little trade with the ultimate from FLICKR.
Now we recap the game as it stands. 14,000 to 14.5, a small lead for SKT. No Drakes taken so far, of course. Individual matchup-wise, look like it's still a little bit better for the SCT bottom lane. Of course, they did pick up that kill. Helps quite a bit, of course. Trying to continually shove Ruler in. Maybe gets turned around. The support's battling back and forth. And actually, a little bit gets dodged away. The ulti coming across, though, and you can see
Bengi's here.
Yeah. Blocks away some of the damage. Banky's around, and Samsung Galaxy able to walk away, but that's 2 ultimates down for SKT.
And that was a pretty big mistake from Bang to actually miss his arrow. He could have waited until the Braum ultimate came out and then shoot the guy when he's already stunned, right? You're able to layer that up, and had he done that properly, I think Banky could get in there and kick him back and probably get a kill.
Yeah, or at least a summoner stun, right? Get some type of advantage. So the misexecution there.
Yeah, but all said and done, SK Telecom able to grab the Cloud Drake for themselves. They had enough control over the bottom lane that nothing could be helped about that one. Maybe a little bit of a jungle steal coming through for Ambition, but definitely would rather be SKT in that case.
Certainly would, and this is something that SKT has really struggled with throughout the series, is doing those dragons and getting that control, and they've always been willing to make the trade for those other objectives, but it hasn't paid off as much as it normally would for them. So they're making a bit of a pivot now, trying to focus more on those early dragons, take them away from Samsung so they can't have that massive advantage if we get to the late game.
Everyone is watching.
We'll see where those advantages end up coming in, because look at this Bangy around in the jungle. Yeah, actually going to jump in onto this one. A nice kickback, but it's really just a disengage.
Just doing damage.
Yep. And hey, half HP in a Cassiopeia. Well played.
Yeah, pretty clever.
Yeah, she's going to heal up, though, so I'm not 100% sure. It just gives a better back to FLICKR.
Yeah. Ambition slinks around. He was revealed. Now, as he spots this ward, he's going to be able to kill it off, but
could simply be something where Bangy was worried that if he didn't kind of get in there and deal a little damage, that Crown would just jump onto him. Because Bangy doesn't have the summoners, and Crown does. So, you know, if Crown hit some of his kind of poison, could have maybe chased him down and done something there. So it could have been something like that. But either way, Ambition kind of getting a little bit aggressive in the jungle on the bot side with Bangy. And they're fighting back and forth here for these camps.
Trading for it. And you can see that the Wolf Smite, the reveal, it shows Ambition coming around. And here comes the attempt at a flank. Tom Kench's ultimate lets you drag someone across the map. And they're right there on the back line. There's the chop. They've picked off Bang. And he's going to be chopped with this one. A great kill picked up for Ruler. Now the chase in. They want Wolf, and they're going to find him. The kill's going to come through for Crown. What a well-played dive.
Just massive there for Samsung. The first Tom Kench ultimate, you can eat up your ally. You can port him over onto their team, and they pick up 2 kills there, and will be pushing for this turret. Now they're going to try to TP in mid lane, defend this, so they can get first turret bottom, which, remember, gives that bonus gold. So nicely played by Kube, well communicated among the team. They get the turret, they get the kills, they get it all.
This is incredible from Samsung. Really, really well played here, and they might even have the time to give the gold to Solo.
Not quite. Shared with one.
Shared with one person. So when the turret goes down, it has gold that goes to everybody, but also some gold that goes locally to the people who are within a certain range.
That gets shared, and went only to 2 people.
And Kube even gets back top to defend his turret before too much damage is dealt there. So Samsung really working out on all sides for them. The only kind of big thing right now for SKT is Duke still has his TP. They take away the blue buff, so they will be looking to try to make a play around this. And here it is once again. You can see Tom Kench, the Abyssal Voyage, coming up, delivering his jungler right on top of them. Not much chance for Bang to get away on this Ashe, because he doesn't have a dash.
Yep, he doesn't even have any way to get away at that point. And then Core JJ swallows him up, throws him out, and does a lot of damage meanwhile. But they don't get anything off of that. That's the big thing, is when you will see plays like that happen, typically the enemy team that you are diving will have a counter play on the opposite side of the map. But what FLICKR and Bangy did was tried to push mid, and Duke tried to push top, so they were trying to get too much instead of grouping up as 3 and trying to push down a single one.
Yeah, Kube lost, I guess, some time. Like, I'm sure that top lane turret lost a bit of HP, but you're absolutely right. Nothing really that tangible has happened. Some damage was dealt. Maybe it pays off later for SKT, but right now, you're right. Not that much was gained. Bangy now running through.
And it's also very critical to note that Samsung, 4 kills, 2 on their AD carry, 2 on their mid laner. We talked about how their composition is relatively low damage. You have essentially 3 tanks and 2 damage dealers. And the fact that these guys are the ones who get all the gold from those kills is actually really, really big. They must be strong in order to actually compete and fight back here.
They might find a little bit more as well. The Chomp comes in. He's got to be a bit careful. Wolf is here. The knockout coming around, and it's going to be Core JJ kicked around and then killed off. FLICKR gets himself a kill. But here's the teleport. Here comes the rest of the play. What can be grabbed as Bang is locking down this turret, hitting it with arrow after arrow into the shot, and it's going to be quick runaway by Ruler to get out of this one, but it's SKT who control that side of the map. They get the champion kill, the turret going down as well.
Yep, just have to watch out for Cuvée on the opposite side of the map, dealing some damage to this turret, but Poppy, as a tank, doesn't really build any damage.
Yeah, it is tough for her to work away on it, but will at least get some chip damage done and is getting that experience, picking up some minions, so a little bit ahead of Trundle as far as that goes. And That's good job by her. And at least thankfully for Samsung, they did kind of minimize the losses because it was 5 members of SKT top. They only lost the 1 guy, and that turret probably was eventually going to go down. So TP is now down for Duke. They're back on even terms with that, and they can look to try to find a better fight.
Well, now it's time for CoreJJ to start looking for plays of his own, and possibly diving with his ultimate, because his ultimate's like a mini teleport where he brings somebody along. He can give it to anybody. He's hanging around with
wants to jump in. It can be pretty dangerous sometimes because if you're ultimating in, especially as a carry, sometimes Tahm Kench takes you somewhere you don't want to go.
Yeah, he's usually going to bring Ambition or Cuvée in and have that tank be right on top of those priority members of the SKT.
Anytime a Frog asks you to get in his bellies, Irene, you can't trust him. Gotta be careful.
I thought that's you go every time.
Well, we'll see if we can find any more of those delicious allied champions and find themselves a kill with it.
He's looking.
Oh, nicely played. That ultimate stops on taking damage, and Wolf landing his key right there, and that's going to be another shot as well. That should be Bang getting the kill. Flash heal used, and multiple summoner spells burned for Ruler to get away with this.
He's trying to actually counter there, too. Just throws it out and backs up.
There's still much more lost by the Samsung Galaxy AD carry. So
his ult now, so
there we go. 1, 2, 3. Force not enough to kill, but the teammates are nearby, and that could be enough. Bang has really nowhere to go. I don't think he can get out of this one. Spits the Olaf forward, and it's now going to be too much. Ambition gets the kill. Nicely played by Samsung Galaxy.
And CoreJJ is just so good at this champion. I love watching Masters of Tahm Kench because they're proactive with the ultimate. They don't sit around and wait for something to appear. They actually go and they make these plays happen, and that's the strength of the champion. It's especially in a world where teleport has been nerfed, guys. It's a longer cooldown. It takes longer to channel. And Tahm Kench ultimate, because of that, by comparison, got stronger.
Oh, and it even got reduced in its travel time recently.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's warning time. It's crazy. And this has been one of CoreJJ's best champions for a while now. When he first made his debut on support, it's like, all right, what's this guy even play? Oh, and then he brings out the Tahm Kench against like KT and starts actually winning games.
And this is a very interesting kind of exchange from the previous games because it was always SKT taking the gold lead, taking the turrets and the kills and things like that, and Samsung fighting back with the Dragons. And now it's the opposite, and it's Cuvée getting dove.
But maybe a couple more kills might come through here on this one. The chomp comes out, and Duke takes a bite. Looks like bot lane turret is completely under fire, and SKT in a few seconds will have taken down all 3 outer turrets.
And this is something that you should do when something like this happens. Look at the bottom, look at the mini-map. There's nobody in position from Samsung to actually get anything off of that because Ruler was back and Ambition was back. You see them walking out of the base as that is happening. There's no counter that they can make.
Ooh, a knockup's going to land, and quick, the chomp comes in, the Devour, and he gets away with it all. Nice attempt, 2 ultimates burned by SKT, and a quick press of W, out he goes.
Drops the swag with a little icon flash there. Showing a little Samsung pride. I like it from CoreJJ, and that's exactly why you take this pick of Tahm Kench. Can deny those pickoffs very easily. You know, even just the fact that he saved Crown Summoners is massive because it would have at least been one of those, if not a death.
Definitely the case here, seeing him fight for control though. Look how up Ambition is playing right onto the face of Faker, and he actually had everything that he wanted. The shots come through, but not quite enough. Bullets are going to land. Finally, the body block comes through for Wolf, but still, Faker low on HP and a bit of control over the mid lane for Samsung Galaxy. Can they get much of anything?
And I think that was very patient, very smart play from Ambition, backing off, because had he stayed, he would have died there. He didn't overextend for the kill. He accepts, okay, couldn't kill Faker. I'll back off and I'll live to fight another day.
Yep, the heal comes out from Bang as well, so they get a summoner spell out of it. It's not huge, but it's still something.
It certainly is, and League of Legends is a game of inches. You have to take these little advantages that can sometimes pay dividends later.
Next fight, Bang, he won't have that ability. It's going to be a 4-minute cooldown for him, and maybe something does come out of that one. Right now you see the allocation of resources. It's Crown who's kind of defending on this left-hand side of the map towards the bottom, towards his own base, and getting a lot of the gold for himself. They are keeping Ruler near the mid. They know he can start these fights out with the curtain call, with that Jhin ultimate. Hoping they can find one of these kills in SK Telecom here. SKT have actually grabbed themselves 2 Cloud Drakes, and a 3rd is spawning. This is actually going to make for some interesting circumstances. Cloud Drakes make you run faster when you're outside of combat, and they're going to stack up 3 of those buffs. They will be ridiculously quick getting around the map.
It's also really, really cool because they're playing a pick comp, right? They're already playing this kind of engaged comp where they have the Ashe Arrow and they have the Braum ultimate and these follow-up and Lee Sin looking for kicks and stuff. And having that extra mobility means that you can get in there faster and sometimes catch someone where you wouldn't otherwise be able to.
And it's such a small thing as well, but it's hard to notice when you're playing because you don't get the other where you're like, oh, I didn't catch him because I didn't have these, because you have them, right?
Yep.
You have no comparison. So you run around the map faster and you'll get to places a little bit sooner. And this game becomes a lot about rotations, which is going from one lane to the other before the enemy and trying to make sure that you can get these turrets down.
And that's a great point, you know, speaking about the rotations, because as someone like Duke, who's going to be in the side lane, split pushing, he has to move around the map very quickly, not get caught, be in the right place at the right time. And a lot of that requires a lot of walking, which those Cloud Drakes are actually very, very good for. You know, not being able to get caught by Ambition, who's going to be very quick and looking for those kind of chase downs, is going to be huge.
So you can find those openings right now. You've got Wolf in a slightly precarious situation, but he's just fine with that one. Takes an axe to the face, blocks it with the shield. Doesn't even take damage for that one. Blue buff transferred over to FLICKR. That's perfect for him. He's going to have that for the next couple of minutes and feel good about this. And the teams once again are squaring off, trying to control over the mid lane. Samsung Galaxy have yet to take down that turret. SKT's done a great job of defending it.
It's interesting to me, Freak, you know, the door greater than the axe there. You would think that it seems a little bit strange, you know? You would think that the axe would be the one winning out over the door.
Depends what the door is made of
That's
course,
true.
right?
And Braum is pretty jacked, so it could be you know, like a stone door or something.
Well, I mean, in the lore of Braum, actually, it is an unbreakable door.
There you go.
It's so unbreakable that it was a door on a mountain, and he punched the door, he couldn't break it, so he punches through the mountain instead
right,
to get inside.
There was a child trapped
like I said,
behind.
pretty jacked.
Exactly. Very strong. Punches through a mountain and saves the child.
So the door's better than a mountain. So is the axe gonna beat a mountain? I don't think so.
Guess not.
Uh-oh. Well, unlucky that he picked Olaf first pick then, because what are you going to chop through in this case? Not a lot of wood left in this one, so I don't know. I don't know if you can find the lumber.
There's no Maokai.
There,
No.
yeah, there's no trees to kill. Ashe Arrow comes in and actually hits the armor personnel carrier.
Yeah,
Down to half
JJ can't
HP.
eat himself.
He's got to be a bit careful. Flashes away. Could go down. Won't quite do so. Running for dear life. Nearly out of HP. Then now the re-engage. Curtain Call comes in. Looking for the shots, but it's only hitting Duke in the front line. And the last two miss anyway. No kills picked up. Just a trade of cooldowns.
Yeah, not too bad there for Samsung. And all jokes aside, it's actually not bad to hit the Tahm Kench, because if you hit someone else, he will eat them and spit them away to safety. But if you hit the Tahm Kench, you can either kill him off or force summoners, as they did there. So they get the flash from Core JJ, and that's pretty well played there by SKT.
Yeah, I'm actually unsure if Bengi meant to kick Ruler back, because that kick would have been an execute on Core JJ. Core JJ flashed away right after Bengi had taken the second part of his Q where he closes the distance. So I think he may have misclicked there and hit Ruler instead.
And that's a tough call to make, right? Looking for the bigger prize, trying to take down this marksman and hoping that you can do that and perhaps get a really big advantage. You know, maybe even an early Baron or something if you can take down some key members.
And it's always tight as well, because one of the things with Tahm Kench is one of his abilities, basically, as he takes damage, ooh, hold on, it's FLICKR getting caught up there, and it's going to be a lot of damage blowing right into his face, turns it back out of Ruler, but can't quite get it, and that's the kill picked off. Out they go, away from the Chaos Storm, but the teleport's already in. Duke now caught up in the front line, and Samsung Galaxy looking to get a whole lot more. The stun only lands on a support, which means the damage dealers are free to chase in. Another slow onto Duke, the tackle into the sidewall, well played by Kube, and Core JJ gets himself the kill, now out of the mid lane turret.
And how much more can they get? Because remember, Cassiopeia does so much damage. You can kill off Baron very quickly. Do they dare go for it? Looks like they're going to take the safer play and deny one of these Cloud Drakes. So you have to remember, we talked about how nice it is if SKT can get 3. Now it's the difference of 2 to 1 instead of 3 to 0. So the movement speed differential is much smaller, and that's why this is a big win.
That's crazy that they didn't actually go for the Baron here. They have control of
I
that
thought they
area.
would've.
You see on the minimap that they had pink wards all throughout that, but this is a Tahm Kench flank after a root. Comes up. Yep, there it is from behind, and he's just getting completely kind of sheepdogged this way, herded this way.
And you know what it really tells me about Samsung? It tells me the confidence that they're gaining. I think that Samsung game 1 or game 2, go for the Baron, make that risky play. They're saying, you know what? We can beat SKT. We don't need to take a risk. We don't need to throw it to a smite that Bengi can maybe steal. We'll take the Dragon. We'll beat these guys again.
Yeah, they won from behind multiple times already. So now they have an advantage. What does the game look like then? And I do think that their champions actually scale quite a bit better into that late game. The Olaf is going to do a little bit more in terms of damage than the Lee Sin, can really put pressure on Bang. The Cassiopeia outscales the Victor, arguably. You know, they're both actually become powerhouses. So I think Samsung are actually kind of comfortable with that late game, especially with 3 tanks.
Yeah.
3 tanks always feels good.
I think it's always going to come down in the late game with these comps to who plays it better. But I agree, they're super strong in the late game. I think that SKT is very strong too, and will have at least a side lane advantage of Duke kind of beating up on Kuve. But that said, they're so confident in their skill. They're so confident in what they've been able to accomplish in these last 2 games.
And even just the point you brought up a second ago, Zyrene, about taking a less risky plays. One of the things I love about the game is the risk assessment these teams put themselves in. They say, do we go for maybe a 70-30 play going for Baron? It could backfire. Banky could steal it. Or do we take the 100% lower advantage of just going for the Cloud Drake? And you've got to make that choice based on how well you think you're going to be doing at winning the game.
And teams will always evaluate it differently as well.
They will.
Right? And that's what I love, is there's some really aggressive teams, and then there's some ones that are really reserved.
And even just players among the teams. When you look at, some players are just always willing to make those plays, and Ambition is going to have to get out of there.
Not too big of a problem. Olaf pretty good at running away from things, especially with the Tom Kench on your team. But Samsung Galaxy find a slow on the Wolf. This might be a fight they're looking for. 2 slows. Actually lands a 2-man axe. A nice kickback, and Ambition did not ulti in time. If he had popped it, it wouldn't have been a knockback, but it also just might not have been a kill. Banky fighting back for ward control, getting the wards out of his own jungle and putting some of his own down inside the Baron pit, knowing that Samsung cannot sneak that objective away.
And they were looking at Crown. Crown is actually pretty exposed here for a second. Had SKT realized that, they probably would have gone for him, because he was up there without really any protection, and that's something that's kind of risky from Crown. But it's like you talked about, risk assessment. What is the chance that they go for me if I go kill this minion wave? You know, he's saying, hey, it's probably pretty low, and in this case he was right. But those decisions sometimes can decide series.
Especially when he has no flash as well. Clearing a minion wave is quite risky. He does have the Ghost still available, but that's something that's really kind of, you react to the arrow coming at you a little bit slower. You have to be quite good.
Well, the map has somewhat reset here. They've been fighting for vision back and forth. And he's going to have to play a little bit back. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Well, that was actually pretty close. Kuve nearly could have secured maybe a flash force if he had hit his abilities quite in time, but Banky was quick enough to get away with it all.
Yeah, you actually heard the start of the stunning animation from Poppy, where he was charging at him, but he got out just fast enough that it didn't actually push his model at all into a wall.
Yeah, about a 1/10 of a second away from making Banky have to burn flash to get out instead of just simply hopping into a ward, which he had done right there. And it would have been a very big difference. So, Corjude going to hit the Baron and make it look like they're doing that objective. It's not what's actually happening, though.
Certainly is not, and I think the fact that Ambition is there throwing an axe to them kind of gives it away a little bit. But you know, it is back and forth, the control over this Baron, and it's really trying to get SKT to expend all their resources. Things like the hawk shot that you just saw fly over the pit is something that Ash can use to scout out these abilities and scout out these locations. And if they can get through everything that SKT has to offer to check out that pit, then they can start it up and they can really go for those more aggressive moves.
Continuing his split push progress down here. Lets the minions die to the turret. He's actually looking to make the flank play happen. Roaming in, Kuve beats him off at the pass. And, well, Duke's going to feel okay about that fight, but still does lose 4 HP. Even still, slows Kuve down. And even though they didn't really get any kills back or forth, that is several hundred gold that Kuve missed out on by not being bot lane when it was pushed into his turret.
That was a clever play from Duke, just anticipating that Kuve would take that path and kind of blocking him off. And yeah, those little advantages. And Duke has been doing a pretty good job of that so far. Just has the 1 death to his name. Hasn't really been completely dominating these kind of side lanes as the Trundle and the Poppy that you would sometimes hope that your Trundle would be able to accomplish. But, you know, he's been solid.
Yeah, and when Kuve is a good enough player to not die solo against him in a matchup, then you really have to go all in on the split push or just abandon it kind of every now and then. Because Duke, I feel like these team fights, have we seen in this series him actually get anything off of split pushing during a team fight? It hasn't happened. He's been answered quite effectively. I think maybe even one time he got a turret. I don't even know.
Yeah, he certainly picked up a couple turrets here and there, but it has not been the story of any games where you see, oh my god, this Trundle's unstoppable, he's killing everything, taking down turrets left and right. It has never been like that.
In some fights, so they really want him in those fights is how it seems to be going here. Plus, now Kuve is completely tanked up. You aren't really going to kill him ever unless you're blowing your ultimate on him, and you're only really doing that in a fight.
It's going to be really unlikely to happen that way. Ward control again, still the battle, much like in the very first game of the series. It's a bit of a lull in the mid game as teams fight to control Baron Nashor in the area around it enough that no one can get in on them. But it's Samsung Galaxy now feel like the team who is winning at least by a little bit, and they're the one who are first to play, opening up on this Drake a little bit.
And it's another Dragon. This one's going to be contested, I would imagine, but look at this. This is Wolf dropping that shield, and he is going to be able to block a lot of the damage. The first shot that actually hits it is completely negated, stops all the damage. Those ones after are reduced damage, but not completely stopped.
And even still, the mechanics of Jin's ultimate, it does more damage.
Getting run down here.
Oh, he is getting run down. He's got to run for dear life at this point. Feels safe enough, then gets kicked back into the team. Now he's got to retreat. Is he going to get carried around? No, he's fine just to run away with it all. But it's now almost a 5v4, and that's going to be burnt down quickly. Nicely done by SKT, grabbing the Infernal Drake. And now the Ash Arrow is going to land, and it's time for CoreJJ to run for dear life, bringing his teammate to safety.
And once again, the power of the Tahm Kench there saves his mid laner, actually expends his summoner, so Crown does not have to expend one, knowing his is less valuable, but Ambition there getting caught costs them the Dragon.
Yeah, and you'll see this happen from Tahm Kench's where they'll blow their summoner spell so that their mid laner or AD carry, whoever, doesn't have to blow theirs. And they'll even buy QSS, which is not typically a support item. You will buy it on your carries to get rid of a crowd control effect on them, a disable, but he'll buy it so he can basically use it for somebody else.
Right.
Yeah, you can get out of that Ash Arrow, for example, and then eat someone else who's CC'd by something else. So it is definitely very nice. I think in this game, it'll probably build towards a Locket first.
Yes.
But we could see that later in the game. And just the Locket is essentially that item that Wolf has already completed. It's this little kind of orange crest. It almost looks like a bird or something, or a phoenix spreading its wings.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what it is.
It's the Iron Solari. If you play Leona, the skin, the shield.
Yeah.
It's a big iron bird.
It's a lore-based item, you're right, an iron bird, and essentially it gives an aura of magic resist and an activatable shield to all nearby teammates. It's a great defensive buy, helps your entire team become more durable, and it's almost mandatory in a game. Now another attempt at the play, the curtain call lands 3 of the bullets, and you can just see it just doesn't do enough damage to a tank support like Wolf is playing.
And now SKT are just playing keep away, but keep vision of the Baron, and they'll be able to do that with the Scuttle Crab that they killed, which is the little jungle creep that goes back and forth in the river, and then when you kill it, it becomes this little thing here.
They're actually sneaking. This is so smart.
Super
so
slick.
What they're doing here, you can see that the Scuttle Crab was killed. Their opponents have vision on the outside,
nice.
but they ulted into the pit, sneaking around. It does get spotted out by Bang, but still is very clever to try.
Shot used to reveal that, nicely played, and uh-oh, the re-engage looking towards Ambition, gets pulled in, but no damage is dealt on the top of that one. Just a trade of health bars, but everyone's going to live through this.
Still love the attempt there. Very clever.
Absolutely smart, but even equally smart by Bang to say, hold on a second, I heard the Tahm Kench ultimate, let me pop this Hawk shot.
Yep. And SKT, they were trying to play keep away because they have teleport advantage over Cuvée with Duke. So Duke, if they hadn't attempted that on Samsung Galaxy side, he would have been able to split push bottom, push it all the way to the turret with the wave clear he has over the Poppy, and possibly do some damage to it. But because Samsung do that, they stop that from happening. So it's a good way to pull SKT away from the bottom side of the map.
Another battle, the one-on-one between the two huge tanks. And Cuvée doesn't even want to battle him until the minion wave is there to be killed. He's doing a little bit with his spells.
Yeah, he's just going to kind of drop that Q, which is that little pop-up of damage, and try to thin out the mini wave as best as he possibly can. He cares more about killing the minions than dealing with the Trundle, to be honest.
Yep.
And the reason he cares about that is the Trundle can't come and kill his turrets if he has no minions.
Can't do that, but they're going to fight for wards over in the Baron Pit once again. It's the perennial battle you see here, especially in Professional League of Legends.
He's going to look for a pick.
Looking for the play. FLICKR ghosting in. I don't know if he's going to find much of anything, but it does give them map control. And now they've looked into CoreJJ, the layer of crowd control, and they're going to kick him back. They're going to pick him off. Nicely played there. SKT even forcing the cancel of the teleport. So Cuvée is trapped in the bottom side of the map now.
And they went after CoreJJ. Originally, they got his flash, and he saved Crown's flash, but they revisit, and they pick out CoreJJ, and they get that kill on him.
And it is a nice kill, but unless they can get something off of it, it's not a big deal to kill off that support. You know, he doesn't need that time out on the map, farming up the gold. So it's up to SKT to get something else here, whether it's killing off the wards around Baron, establishing vision control, taking an objective. But so far, really all it's been is a little bit of a vision.
Yeah, he's trying to battle for some of these wards right here. You see Bangy running up just to kill one off, and actually going to get maybe a little bit tackled. Now he can jump over the wall, times it out pretty properly, but you can see Ambition taking that Scuttle Crab. You cannot despawn that. It lasts the full minute no matter what you do. which means that even if SKT do take ward control, they've got a minute of safety, basically.
And that Scuttle Crab is just killing off that little creature that kind of walks back and forth, looks like a bug in the river. And if you do kill that, it's that pocket of vision. It doesn't show you inside the Baron Pit, but you can see people enter the Baron Pit.
Yeah, it also gives a little bit of movement speed if you walk over it, only to the team that had killed it. So it allows you to traverse the river a little bit faster as well.
Now the attempt in, this is not good for Crown, running out of health rapidly, trying to get away from the Chaos Storm, and gets chomped up just to keep him alive for now. Ambition, low on HP, also got burned down a little bit. Very low health bars on Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, this is scary for Samsung now because they are chunked out. Ambition has no ultimate, no ghost. Crown has no ghost, and SKT can kind of threaten moving towards the Baron.
Yeah, and there's no teleport as well on Kube, so Duke can go to whatever part of the map that he wants and put pressure on the bottom side. Especially when there's a Drake coming up as well, and it will be the Elder Drake soon.
And neither Elder Dragon is going to be insane. Samsung is going to be weaker. SKT is going to be reasonably strong, and we'll see which way they can play for it. Another curtain call comes up. Duke runs right in to tank it all, but he will take some damage because of this, and it gives a bit of time for Samsung Galaxy to get some chips down on this mid lane to turret down to about 2/3. The re-engage, the stun. Here comes Bangi looking for a bit to do, and he's going to find the CC. They're going to pick off Ambition. One freeze out SKT. The trade back, though, as Bangi loses his life, and a nice knockback out of Kube on the Poppy, but he's got to flash away. So much damage coming out of Bang on that Ashe.
Crown still has his ultimate. He has held that, and if they are facing Crown when he casts that, they're going to get stunned, so they have to be careful about chasing too far and potentially getting that turnaround.
And if SKT had 3 Cloud Drakes, that pillar would have probably put all of Samsung on the other side of it. They would have been able to catch up and make that fight last a little bit longer. The difference in move speed actually could have been quite a lot, but doesn't quite trap the team along with it. But actually Bang, hit up a little bit. That was a nice deadly flourish.
Ruler's too far forward.
Ruler, too far forward, definitely. Now here comes the dive, looking to pick him off. It will be Core JJ losing his life for Ruler's mistake.
And you keep thinking, does FLICKR still have ultimate? He killed people. Yeah, he still has that. He holds on to it so long, and Bang is about to have his up again.
And that was just such a massive mistake from Ruler. Just wandered into the team and honestly could be the straw that breaks the camel's back here and potentially cost them the whole championship as they're going over on the Baron. This could be massive.
It's going to be a difficult one. Baron Asher already picked off, and now Samsung wishes they weren't even here. Crown still gets hit by the sun. He's going to die for this one. The ulti actually buys a little bit of time, but the pillar is there, and there's the kill picked up. SKT with another one.
And yeah, you were saying this might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. They get to go to Elder Dragon immediately afterward on SKT's side.
I think Ruler just threw the game, and that was just such a big mistake that led to this catastrophe that is what's happening right now. I mean, he gets saved, yes, but Core JJ has to give up his life. Ruler spends his summoners, then Crown dies, they get the Baron, they're going to take Elder, and the list goes on and on.
Yep. This is going to be almost no chance of a steal. Olaf cannot get over walls. Not going to find the steal. Red team has slain the Dragon. SK Telecom T1 have 2 minutes of an obscene power play.
So Ruler was trying to kind of salvage a situation where they were caught, and to be honest, his rookie was showing there for a bit. That was a big mistake, and he gave up so much. Crown actually flashes here in line with the arrow and still gets stunned by it. So then the flash comes out from Wolf to follow it up and get another stun here, and that's what ends up sealing his fate. So Ruler kind of sold out his team there.
Yeah, and Crown definitely would have wanted to try to flash over the wall, but maybe a mistake there from him. Either way, Samsung's up against it now. They're going to have to hang on for the 2 minutes, hope that Elder Dragon buff will expire, and then attempt to hold off against the even longer Baron.
It's definitely going to be difficult. You're seeing chips now down to the middle lane tier 2 turret. That Baron buffed up cannon minion artillery. Finally does go down, though. A little bit of damage dealt, but another wave is there. The reinforcement already here for SKT, and you can see Samsung Galaxy back right off. They know they cannot contest this 5-on-5. Meanwhile, Duke on the split push gets another one. More gold into the pockets of SKT.
And this is where Samsung are going to have to decide, do we make a stand or do we just give up the inhibitor? Because it's going to be a tough choice and one that's going to have massive impact on the rest of the game.
And this is where Duke can really just destroy Cube because he has 190 true damage, I believe is what it is. 180 true damage.
Yep.
That's a damage over time to him. So resistances don't matter. And now he has Baron buffed up minions too. Just constantly pushes in. And now 2 people have to go up to answer. And then you get chip damage mid. You go back and forth. And this is what we were talking about when we said rotations.
Rotations are happening. The turrets are getting lower and lower and lower. The siege near the mid lane getting more damage in.
Holding that shot.
Yeah. Who's he going to hit? There you go. And actually, Wolf chunked down to half is not unreasonable. So Pretty decent damage coming out of this one, and Samsung Galaxy will hold onto the turret for now.
And that's going to be the Elder down.
They did a pretty admirable job holding on. Just giving up the 2 outers so far. SKT likely could still go bot and take another outer, but I'm very impressed with that. Still, that said, this is minimizing damage. It's not completely stopping the damage. They're down 7,000 gold.
Oh, trying to make a play on the top side of the map.
And they forced Duke to flash away, but it's just that. You saw how little SKT had to use in their last fight, so all those cooldowns are available. That flash, Duke is fine to burn that.
And take a look at FLICKR's items and compare them to Crown right now. FLICKR is a full 6-item victor right now. He has a lot more farm. He has the additional kills as well as the extra gold from the global objectives. And he is massively powerful at this point in the game.
Yeah, I will add a caveat though. Cassiopeia's cannot buy boots.
Which are cheaper items typically.
Exactly.
It is fair to say.
So that basically you can just pretend that that blasting wand is one. So he's a whole item behind FLICKR right now. But late game, he gets to have more ability power because he has an extra item slot later.
Yeah, for what it's worth, actually, items are categorized by cost. Inside is the most expensive, and towards the outside is the least expensive. FLICKR's 3rd most expensive item is Crown's most expensive item. So even the cost of the things are showing you how much more FLICKR has in this game.
Yeah, and he's actually 4,000 gold ahead of his opponent, which is pretty massive. That's more than the entire death cap, the most expensive item in the game, I believe, or at least tied for it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Trinity's up there, right?
Yeah, Trinity's right there with it.
Either way, individual gold counts now shown on your screen. In parentheses is their total gold on an individual level, and you're going to see pretty much down the line, SKT are more rich. They've got more items, and because their builds are not capped out, those leads matter a whole heck of a lot.
Certainly do, and it's up to Samsung now to delay. The Baron buff has expired, thankfully for them, and they really did a great job of just losing those 2 turrets. But will SKT be able to kind of take all that extra gold that they got from this and use that to win the game?
There's a good chance this one they're going to knock down bottom lane, tier 2. That's 6 turrets down. SK Telecom T1 looking to prevent the reverse sweep and close out the series with this one, win the World Championship that they were in some sense supposed to. Great play, great players, and in a few minutes they might be able to close one out. But Samsung Galaxy never wants to say die.
No, and we've seen a lot of really long games in this series. It's been very hard for SKT to close out games, which is uncharacteristic for them. But they have struggled against Samsung, who has just been so good at holding on despite mistakes here and there from them. They seem to be able to just stick around and kind of never say die.
You know, it's a really interesting thing as well, is that these teams are probably the most familiar with each other in the tournament because you scrim across the bracket and you only meet in the finals. So they were most likely scrimming during quarters, during semis, and then leading up to this. Yeah. So you can tell that like Samsung has gotten really damn good, but is it good enough to beat SKT? It's still up in question, and they keep having these deficits that have to be made up by miracle plays.
Certainly, and thankfully for them, at least Crown, starting to kind of close that item deficit aspect of the Void Staff. You talked about it earlier as Irene. It punches through a lot of this magic resistance that his opponents have. So Duke and Bangi specifically have a lot of that magic resistance and are going to take massively less damage because of that. So getting that Void Staff is going to increase his DPS to that front line a lot higher. And when you can kill off the front line, the whole team can start to collapse. If your tanks last longer than their tanks, you are generally going to win the fight.
Absolutely the case. You just can't really burn through these champions. It's going to be real difficult for Samsung Galaxy to do this. The back line is so threatening from SK Telecom T1 here, looking to make that next big play. Baron Nash responds up in 30 seconds, and yeah, they got 3 turret kills with pretty much their Baron buff, and they said that was good enough for us. We grew the gold lead. Now let's play the vision game once again. You can see them sweeping out the wards, killing them off, and once again darkening the map for Samsung Galaxy, making any sort of choices and moves so difficult here for the blue team.
Yep, and now they're choking out the vision from the Baron area. They have no vision there for Samsung, and they only have 1 blue trinket now. That's on Ruler.
Well, we do have Duke once again pushing in the bot lane. It's kind of this ticking time bomb where eventually someone has to respond, and it will be Cuvée, as always, running down there to try to pick up that farm and try to stop this. But SKT could look to try to force at least the teleport out. Oh, and they caught Ambition.
Oh, Ambition's running for dear life. He can't be kicked back. He popped the ultimate already, but that will now be a 1 minute long cooldown. All right, that is again still picked up by SKT.
And he's going to have to TP in.
Yeah. This also means that if Ambition walks up, he can get kicked right out.
Wolf comes in, there's the pickup. Nicely done, SKT pick up the Baron, and now they're going to also take down Ambition. He's going to pop the Guardian Angel, and he will be right back to die. There's nothing you can do about this one. SKT pick up Baron and the kill.
And look at Duke, he's trying to delay here on the side, trying to hold them in place, but so well done by SKT. They force out the teleport, they get the ultimate from Ambition, which made him immune to crowd control, and then they CC him up afterwards when he comes to check the Baron, kill him off, take the Baron.
And all SKT needed to prompt that was getting the ultimate out of Ambition.
Yeah.
You think about how Samsung Galaxy, they had an opportunity to do Baron earlier, and they said, we're going Cloud Drake, right? That's the difference between these two teams, is SKT, they know their limits and know when to take it with an advantage.
And now the question is, where does Samsung make their stand? Where do they choose to fight? One inhibitor already down. The first one has been cracked. And will they try to fight for number 2?
I don't know. It's going to be difficult. Their jungler is still dead. A bit of an engage comes in for Bangi, but it's only onto the tank. But there's the catch out. Thankfully, the Devourer keeps them safe for now, and Ruler's going to be okay, but the turret is down, and Kube going to lose the Guardian Angel. Nicely played by FLICKR. Will there be more? It looks pretty likely. They're going to go on to the inhibitor. That is going to be inhibitor number 2 taken down. SKT have all the tools they need to win this one in about 1 minute's time.
They are just looking so good. It's clinical ever since that mistake from Ruler in the mid lane. They have just snowballed this lead. They crack open the base, and now they only have one more inhibitor to take down to really close this out. And if they win a fight, they don't even need to necessarily go for that. They could just walk down mid lane, walk down top lane, and potentially end the game.
Yep. And even though Samsung Galaxy had that comeback win in Game 3, this is an even bigger comeback than that. Their chances are incredibly slim. It is not impossible. We've seen bigger comebacks, at points in League of Legends history, but this is a now monumental task.
But against SKT, it has been undone. It has never been done.
Yeah.
Not they're undone, but it has never been done before.
I also really like this purchase from Wolf. He grabs the ZZ Rot portal, so he's going to drop this and put even more minion pressure on top of the already massive amount that they do have going in. So very interested to see where he actually places
I think
it.
he puts the bottom, right?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's actually in the bush right by the mid lane. So that is going to make it push even more heavily towards Samsung. And since they can't come out and kill this portal that spawns these little kind of alien minions, it makes it even tougher for them to deal with this split push. You can see Duke is pushing in the top lane. They're getting ready to siege the bot lane. And the next fight could be the last.
Yeah, Cube's going to go and catch that out.
He's going to take a lot of damage for that, and the bait worked pretty well. Has the flash to get away from that one. I would take that trade every day of the week. Devourer comes in, brings him to safety, but SKT are ready to keep pushing.
Exactly. They push them off of the turret. Now they can escort super minions into the base and then walk down towards this. You can see Bang ready to just demolish this turret, and look at that. So many minions on the top side.
And now SKT played it perfectly. They're on the bottom inhibitor, the last one alive. Will Samsung decide to fight?
That's the turret going down. The inhibitor now itself is exposed, and it's going to drop in about 2 seconds time. All 3 inhibitors have been picked off now by SK Telecom T1. They have everything they need. The minions inside the base, the turrets down below half HP, at least one of them is. But SKT actually are going to choose to play a bit of a slower game. They're backing off to go for the Elder Dragon instead. Now that will give some time for Samsung Galaxy to kill the minions in their base, get a little bit more golden experience, but this Elder Dragon is definitely worth more.
It certainly will, but the Elder Dragon is huge. All of that true damage burn given over to them. And the fact that they are up, 14,000, 15,000 gold means everyone will be capping out their item builds, basing, buying up elixirs, which give you that extra little bit of damage. Only lasts a couple of minutes, but they'll be able to afford those, and they will wait for all the super minions to be pushing in from every side. And it's going to be up to Samsung to look for a miracle fight. They can't wait for SKT to push in, or they will get overwhelmed by the minions. They must choose their moment and go forward and take a fight and win or lose.
And we are approaching that point in time where people are hitting 6 items on both sides. You don't get any stronger than that. The gold starts meaning less and less, but then it's the dragons. It's what you have buff-wise.
That arrow could have been a game-winning play. Now it's Kube getting jumped on down to half HP.
Crown's not
not going to mean a whole lot. And yeah, Crown's going to join this fight at some point. FLICKR puts on the ultimate. He's got a lot of damage. Where's the fight going to be? A great escape. Crown does not get picked up just yet by Bangi, but the kill still comes through on the Kube. 1 for 0, 2 for 0.
SKT starting to dismantle everybody now on the roster. 5 versus 2 now on the field, and there's just nothing left. The curtain call, so suitably named, coming in now for the AD carry. It's not going to mean enough. The turrets are falling, and despite the 2 wins that Samsung had brought out, it is SK Telecom T1 winning their 3rd World Championship.
An absolutely incredible run for Samsung, making it here all the way to the finals, Game 5, but it's SKT, the best team in League of Legends history. They do it again here tonight, cementing themselves as a dynasty, and FLICKR, once again, removes all doubt. This guy is the best player in the world, carrying the game on Victor. Game 5 when it counted. Just incredible.
Every time his throne is challenged, he ends up coming out on top again as the unkillable Demon King.
He definitely is, and I've got to hand it to a player that he feels maligned, I feel like. Bengi, the jungler here for SK Telecom T1. One of his nicknames is that he's FLICKR's 3rd summoner spell. He doesn't even count as a full player. He's one of the buttons on FLICKR's keyboard. But Bengi, despite SKT narrowly winning their semifinal and their final, 3-2 both times, individually 6-1 in those matches.
And Bengi has another nickname though, the Jungle. He is the jungle. He mastered the jungle. He is going to own you in the jungle, and he did that again for the 3rd time in the World Championship Finals.
It's got to be such a good feeling for these guys. I mean, probably a lot closer than they thought it was going to be. Came right down to the wire, but in the end, they get the win, and that's all that really matters. But we were treated to such amazing games tonight. 5 full games. The series went the distance, and these guys poured their hearts out. They gave it their all. We had some incredibly long games, and it took so much mental fortitude for SKT.
We've got lots of fun things out here at LA Live where we're casting. Confetti just blew up all over the fans. That was pretty great. So you got to look inside the stadium as well. We've got celebrations in all the locations there. The Summoners Cup, though, it is SKT's to own another year. We've only had
champions.
Yeah.
Get it again. The first time ever to have a defending champion qualify for Worlds.
Well, right. That was one of the curses. If you won Worlds, you did not qualify again for the next year. Finally broken by SKT, who then just wins the darn thing.
These guys just seem unstoppable. Regardless of who their AD carry is, who their support is, who they're subbing in jungle, who the top laner is, they've shown that FLICKR, Coma, Bengi, the core will always deliver.
And for these guys, they're the consummate professionals. They will celebrate, they will revel in their success, but then they will get back to work to come back again and look for their 4th World Championship, for their next one. These guys just never stop, and that's why they are the greatest.
And they feel that pressure. They know what it's like to be #1, and they don't take it lightly. They know everybody is chasing them after this point. They know that everybody wants to take their throne, and they won't let them.
SK Telecom T1, the collective emperors of League of Legends, to remain nearly unchallenged as the best League of Legends team of all time. They have deserved this. They've won 3 of the last 4 World Championships. They are the kings. They are the best team we've ever seen, and they will continue to dominate, I have to believe. And that's going to do it for us here on the stream. Thank you all so much for joining us. If you are new to League of Legends, we were happy to help pilot you through this. I hope you stick around and watch more of this amazing esport as it continues to unfold throughout the years. But now we're going to listen into the casters at the Staples Center as we crown our 2016 League of Legends World Champions.
Once again, don the title.
Yeah, the 3rd time they're going to win this championship. You can see how much this means to them. Bengi as well. Just this guy, SKT, struggled in so many games where he wasn't playing, but 6-1 in the games he played from semifinals to finals.
And as we said so many times, the importance of the team game. Yes, FLICKR is the all-star, he is the leader, but Bang and Wolf as well, now returning champions. And Duke gets to raise his first.
That is some of the most emotion we've seen from FLICKR all day long. From his stoic villain-style entry at the beginning of the show to some of the disappointment to the losses in games 3 and 4. And we heard him saying, with all of the trials and tribulations of 2016, anything less than a victory would be disappointment.
Coma, also the winningest coach of all time.
And as you can see, SK Telecom meeting League of Legends co-creators Brandon Beck and Mark Merrill on stage to congratulate and receive their World Championship medals.
They're very familiar with these guys by now.
Yeah, how you been the last year? It's nice to see you again for another World
next year.
Championship.
Just saying, last year I held the medals. The podium this year is much better looking.
He's doing a better job than you.
Touche.
Get that thing untangled here.
What an amazing performance. The story of SK Telecom is one for the ages.
Yeah, and we talk about legacy. I don't know how long it will take for another team to try and win 3 World Championships. We were saying beforehand how hard it is to win 1, let alone no one had even made Worlds after winning 1 until SKT did it this year. And now suddenly they win 3 in 4 years. They definitely go down in history. Duke's Trundle so solid throughout all of these games.
And just incredible when you take everything into consideration. We talked about the players sitting on the bench. We talked about the meta changing, the substitutions. The 2 men left, Coma and FLICKR. League of Legends' most successful coach.
FLICKR earned it.
Truly a legend.
This was their hardest fought victory. As we head down on stage, where Shocks will be talking to SKT.
Thank you so much, and the crowd erupting in chants for SKT FLICKR. Congratulations, winning the World Championship once again, but it was the most hard-fought victory in all 3 of the titles. How much did it take out of you and out of the team, and how much experience to finally bring it home here tonight?
페이커 선수 우선 3회째 우승을 축하드립니다. 하지만 이번 결승전이 아무래도 지금까지 치렀던 결승전에서 가장 힘들었을 것 같은데 이번 결승전을 치르면서 어떻게 본인 자신과 팀원들이 같이 힘을 내면서 결승전을 이겨냈는지 말씀해 주세요.
이번에 진짜 너무 힘들어서 다들 좀 경기 중에도 힘들어하는 모습이 있었는데 좀 다들 잘 이겨낸 것 같아요. 그리고 이번 시리즈가 좀 제 롤 역사상 가장 힘든 경기였던 것 같아서 그래서 좀 다들 기뻐했던 것 같아요.
I think this series was the most difficult series of my entire League of Legends career. Like, we were really exhausted, and throughout the game, all my teammates were not in a very good state, but I'm really glad we were able to come over it.
Yeah, as you say, you had 2 great games and then the momentum seemed to change. Why do you think the momentum changed during Game 3, and how did you get it back in favor of your team?
이제 1, 2경기는 다 그 이제 이기신 뒤에 3경기에도 유리하게 경기를 하시다가 갑자기 경기의 흐름이 바뀌었는데요. 어떻게 하다 세 번째 경기에서 그 흐름이 바뀌었다가 다시 한번 그런 승리의 기운을 5경기에서 가져올 수 있었는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 1, 2경기도 좀 그랬지만 3경기 때도 좀 실수가 많았고 또 그때 발언을 하기로 했었는데 그게 좀 저희가 다 같이 판단을 못해서 그런 결과가 나와서 뭐 근데 좀 이제 저희가 5경기까지 가면 좀 집중력이 많이 좋다 보니까 5경기 때는 잘 나왔던 것 같아요.
So even though we made some small mistakes during game 1 and 2, I think our biggest mistake at game 3 was hitting the Baron. I think it was a team mistake, but by getting to game 5, we were able to stay concentrated and stay on our game. So I think that was how we were able to win the whole series.
And you won the championship in 2013. At the very beginning of your professional career, you stood right here, you lifted this cup, and you won your first world championship. Now, a lot of time has passed. You've accomplished so much. What does it mean for you to do it again here in Staples Center with Bengi by your side, with Koma by your side, and lift another trophy?
여기 이 스테이플 센터에서 2013년도에 페이커 선수의 첫 롤드컵 우승을 이뤘었는데요. 이 장소에서 다시 한번 뱅이 선수와 이제 꼬마 김정희 코치님과 다시 한번 소환서컵을 들어올 수 있는 이 소감이 어떠신지 말씀해 주세요.
진짜 3년 만에 와보니까 그때랑 거의 바뀐 것도 없고 그래서 많이 익숙한 기분이 들었고 또 그래서 저희 팀원들이랑 같이 우승하니까 뭔가 좀 되게 이상한 느낌이 드는데 좀 표현하기가 어렵네요.
It's really hard to explain in words. Like when I first came to Staples Center, even though it's been 3 years, it just felt really familiar and it felt really good. But winning this tournament once again with my teammates, it's a great experience. I can't really express it in words.
The crowd can do it for you. You said in a recent piece with the Player Tribune how you play when you're angry, and that is obviously very, very good. Did you have similar emotions after Game 3 in this one?
이제 이전에 플레이어 트리뷴이라는 곳에서 인터뷰했을 때 본인이 화나면 더욱더 경기를 잘 나온다라고 이제 언급을 하셨었는데 세 번째 경기 이후에 다시 좀 그런 분노 모드로 경기를 하셨는지 말씀해 주세요.
좀 일단 경기가 안 풀리니까 좀 화가 나긴 했지만 뭐 그래도 어쩌겠어요. 그냥 좀 5경기 때 그냥 좀 마음을 가다듬고 잘할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I did get kind of mad after game 3, but I mean, I can't do much about that. But by game 5, I think it was most important that I was able to calm down once more before the game started.
Well, at the beginning of the series, you looked really calm. At the player intro, you gave an intense stare to all of the crowd, and they've been cheering your name really loudly at the end of the series and throughout the series. Is there anything that you want to say to these fans here and the SKT fans around the world?
이제 오프닝 세레모니 때 이제 매서운 째려보기를 이제 카메라한테 시전하시면서 이제 강렬한 인상을 남겼고 경기 끝났을 때도 많은 팬분들이 이제 페이커 선수를 연호하면서 많은 응원을 보내줬는데 지금 이 인터뷰를 보고 있을 현장 팬들과 이제 많은 팬들에게 한마디 말씀해 주세요. 영어로 해주셔도 좋고요.
뭐 오늘 응원을 많이 해주셔서 정말로 감사하고 너무 많이 응원은 하지 마세요. 다음에 또 올 거니까.
Thanks for cheering us, but don't cheer us too hard because we're going to come back anyway.
Oh! There we go, and we'll be looking forward to it. We'll also be hearing from some other members of SKT later, but first, you can lift a cup, you can do a victory lap with your teammates and celebrate all you want because you guys did it again one more time, won the Summoners Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for FLICKR and SKT!
Three championships in 4 years. That is absolute insanity. This squad deserves all of the compliments and being lauded with you know,
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
I agree with everything you said.
But let's just like revel in this moment for a bit, because we really are witnessing, you know, the birth of a dynasty here. 3 times in 4 years is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and when you have a look at how this team and the crispness and the discipline that they bring to Summoners Rift, I really do think that you have to be able to beat them over a 5-game series, and it's just so hard to do. First Rocks, now Samsung, not able to get it done because they're just that damn good.
Exactly. Just looking forward to the evolution of the player interest for FLICKR. I mean, started very gentle, smiling, waving. Then he had the tumble. He has his broccoli. Now he had the anime death stare. So I don't know what he's going to do next year.
It's all business. He knew he was going to have to fight for this one. So as you can see, we've stepped across the street to LA Live here, and we'll be breaking down today's series and announcing our Worlds MVP in an extended post show right after this look back at Worlds 2016.
Joey, can you give me some more slack? I can't turn my head at all.
I don't hear anything.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's good.
We lost our program audio. Yeah, at the beginning, I heard myself like 14 times. That's what threw me. All of a sudden, I was like, I don't. Our voices aren't going to air, are they?
It's like, can.
This is gonna be it! San Francisco is going crazy! Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far! The greatest triumph! All these minions are hitting the point like FLICKR, go! He's impossible! He got it! Oh my god! They did it! Oh my god, they did it!
ANX just took down the Rocks Tigers.
Oh no! That is a deleted! If ever I've seen one! And G2 on a haste!
Yes, they failed. Yes, they could do better. But when they had nothing, they have shown their competitive spirit and they fought until the very end.
A little bit too low in this one. It is just a 1-for-1. The steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive outbreak. And EDG are evaporating. And it looks like H2K will seal the deal. Your first seed from Group C.
有得到这个机会，对一个职业选手来说就是很开心的一件事情。
This is our big shot. This is TSM's big shot.
Good flash of Bjergsen. Still gets recovery. Bad knockup. TSM are getting destroyed. Their hopes, their dreams, they're done. Royal advance to Chicago.
북미 팬들에게 미안하지만 저희도 이기려고 여기 왔고.
Crown moves fast. He gets the sick though. Petrifying gaze. Smoothie gets taken down. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on.
유럽의 시스템 중에 저희밖에 안 남았는데 그래도 한 끝까지 살아남아서 유럽을 자랑스럽게 하고 싶어요.
Really good quote about the FLICKR. He's just too tanky. The double now Smurf parting it up with a frozen mouth and a bit of help from Miracle. Damage is almost enough, but Unforgiven's turn to turn it around. Squeer gets himself a triple. There's the quadra. H2K demolish NX.
이제부터 시작이라고 생각하고 있어요.
He hops over the minions, sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG is looking for the kill. Sonic Wave connects, resonating strike. Duke might just survive. Mega Drive's going up. The boomerang, the excitement, the hyper. Duke survives. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds.
He is still chasing on the Deft, who's nearly out of HP. The chase in for Prey. First blood. That's 2 for Peanut. It might be a third. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rocks hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1, hoping to win a World Championship.
결승이 있다 보니까 결승까지 가고 싶어요.
No flash. Oh, never mind. We got more action.
Ryu's in so much trouble. Pounces flashed away from, but Ambition gets one.
Finley showing up for Cunningham, and now Ryu has the summoner.
Ryu's dead, no doubt about it. Number one, you gave Crown Victor.
And Ambition, he's got something to prove.
A 3-0 sweep of Europe's H2K will send Samsung Galaxy to the World Final.
크립토나잇 뭐 그런 정도까지는 솔직히 느끼지 않고요. 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라고 항상 생각해왔고 지금도 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
Rux doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recall with Ash Arrow. Gonna get teleported.
He's gonna stop Duke. He stopped Duke. They're trying to burn it down. Is the stun gonna be enough? Rux Tigers answer back with game 2. There's the harpoon. There's the chase down, and Gorilla's gonna make it rain. In the bullet time, it's gonna be all the damage he needs. Gorilla getting the kill. Rux Tigers 1 game away from breaking the curse.
How has Bengi been able to train as Nidalee? He's not known as a Nidalee player. They're confident first picking it in what could be an elimination game in Worlds.
They're going for Kuro. Double bomb on a Kuro. Jalen's gonna land this time, and he's gonna get the damage. Yes, he is. First blood in for Faker. He's out. The flash of the Kuro, the stun, and a Faker not gonna matter. Bengi! And Bengi again.
SKT fight their way back in the elimination game. Bengi subs back and he saves SKT. Now we're going to game 5.
Two Korean heavyweights in the fight of the millennium.
제가 스맵 선수한테 1등 자리를 뺏겨서 아쉬움이 많이 컸고 이번 월드 챔피언십에서 다시 1등을 하자라는 생각을 많이 했고
But they do see Faker, and the Cocoon's not gonna land though, so can they get anything else? The flash chase, it's Smith onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not gonna go down. Faker, with just the ghost, gets away with it. It's all MG wrote for this one. SK Telecom Team 1, backs against the wall. Bengi himself, 3-0 against Rux Tigers in the series, and SKT punched their ticket to their 3rd World Final.
Hello, Staples Center!
We don't really know what to expect from this Samsung team. Yes, they've crushed the bracket stage, but they haven't played a team as close to as good as SKT here. Might have some kill threat.
Flashes still gets got the last kick. He's on ground. Solo kills Faker. Sidesteps away. Bengi's running in. The kill.
And that's the type of defeat you don't want to have if you're Samsung, because this is the momentum building of SKT's war machine.
It looks like Samsung are coming back. They've killed Faker, found Bengi, and moving on to Duke.
And he's killed.
Take that Ambition!
Ambition steals the Elder Dragon. Very good tidal wave. He's found 3. Charges up the Maelstrom, the slingshot. Faker's down. Samsung get 3. Play the Silver Scrapes. Samsung and SKT are going to game 5. Duke flashes forward, chomps down to kill Crown. SK Telecom have got 2, make that 3 kills. SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their 3rd World Championship.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us as we wrap up our coverage of Worlds 2016 here at LA Live. Of course, let's start with a rough run-through of tonight's series, starting from the very beginning, because SKT, man, they got the first 2 games, 2 run back by Samsung, and then clinched that 5th one.
I mean, this series had 3-0 written all over it, but then in the key defining moments, I saw that line from the official, in the key defining moments, it just kept going wrong, and Samsung kept fighting back somehow.
Yeah, they kept finding these windows to be able to exploit, you know, just the smallest of weaknesses. And even game 1, it looked like it was over. They clawed their way back into it. You know, game 2, that's a little bit more of a stomp, but this team just never gave up. Their resilience for such a young team was really something to behold.
And we saw them grow, honestly, because at first they could only match SKT late game which obviously is pretty impressive in itself, but they were able to do in game 1, lost too hard in the early game in game 2, and in game 3 when they pulled it back once again in that insane game. And suddenly they actually started playing much better early on, and it became a really, really close final.
I mean, you say impressive to stack up against SKT in the late game. It's impressive to even get to the late game against SKT when you think about it, you know, on the global scale.
And in that last game, they're going to rewatch that because they got ahead and they were looking like they were going to be able to close this one out. The momentum was in their favor. And, you know, they went from just being able to play that late game. Even in the end, the bottom lane was able to, go even. They pick up the Tahm Kench. They completely dropped that meta on its head one more time. And that was just a really brave call, and it was so close to paying off.
Right, and if we look at a couple, key specific moments, I want to take a look at game 2. This is where FLICKR gets that double kill off of a good ward here in the Raptor pit, or not.
This is the FLICKR big play on Ryze after
here we go.
Bengi here messes up a little bit and uses the kick before the Kindred ulti is down. So it looks kind of bad for SKT right now. It looks like Samsung is trying to force a teleport from them and get a bigger advantage. And then FLICKR shows why he is so good and why SKT is so hard to beat.
Yeah, why he is one of the best, just in a situation. Not only does he stop the minion, as we pointed out earlier on the Desu, he goes for the creative, aggressive realm warp into the snare, into the outer snare from the Jhin right there. And just these little interactions that they read in the moment, they don't hesitate to make that decision, and they do it as a team, and that's how they stay in most of these games.
And I mean, as Samsung there, what's it called? Like, we'd run through the turret as 2 people, then they just turn around. Like, there is absolutely nothing you can do. Just the decisiveness and the willingness to, put it all on the line and make a big play was spectacular.
And we thought that that play right here actually killed Samsung completely, because as soon as this happened, Samsung just went downhill. They got caught off multiple times, 4 guys actually getting solo killed across the board just within like 2 minutes. And we're like, okay, this game is over. SKT 2-0 now. Game 3, we've seen this one before. They just start stomping and rolling over people. And it looked that way as well in game 3.
Definitely did.
And then everything went wrong.
We were already on our way out because we knew we were doing the post game here in LA Live. So we were halfway outside the stadium, like one foot out of the door, ready to move out. And then suddenly Samsung kept winning fight after Baron, and we had just an exciting series on our hands.
Well, you talk about that first fight that they won at Baron, game 3, 28 minutes in here. We're going to take a look at this one because this really was the fight that turned the entire series for Samsung Galaxy.
And it's all about the young AD carry. I mean, diving forward. Had some spectacular moments in this series.
And I think this fight was one of the most important fights we've ever seen in a World Championship final, because not only did this fight get Samsung back into this game, it actually allowed them to keep playing late game team fights and show they were good enough to match SKT in the late game. They won in the end because they had so many dragons as well. And that momentum kind of pushed them into the next game as well. So that one fight alone actually allowed Samsung to pull off more games.
And they showed exactly what you need to do to beat SKT, and that's just honestly relinquish and get rid of the fear. You can't be afraid to pull the trigger. You can't be afraid to go in. Sometimes it'll cost your head. Ruler many times dashed in and died, but if you want to beat SKT, you can't just assume that they always know exactly what they're doing, because just like any other team, SKT will also overreach, and you can punish that, but you gotta be swift.
Yeah, 71 minutes, both 80 carries at that 100k damage mark. Both of them actually at 1.4k damage per minute in that game, which is another crazy stat just to try and ponder and make sense of. But Spawn, I want to return to your point and talk about these Samsung players, right? As their journey ended here tonight with a loss, being, runners-up at the World Championship. I mean, we have to remember that this is a ragtag team put together and has only gotten better with time.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. I mean, when you have a look at Samsung, they had White and Blue, 2 of the greatest organizations in League of Legends. They lose all 10 starters. LPL picked them all up. They go back to the drawing board. They rebuild around Cuvée. That doesn't work out. They don't have great LCK splits. Then all of a sudden they bring in a young team. They get Ambition to lead it. As a role swap, he's in the jungle position. And it honestly doesn't look great, but they've just got better and better. And that upward trend ended tonight. But wow, did they nearly make it happen.
But it's like we're watching the Powerpuff Girls, but they were missing ingredient number X, and that was, in the end, North American...
CoreJJ, put it in the mix,
boys.
As a support.
As a support.
That was the key thing in the end.
Because you can have it all. You can have a great organization. You have Korean coaching culture. You can have ambition as one of the greatest shot callers, but you need that, that little spicy
and a Clown Fiesta in there to spice it up a little bit.
That's what it is. Yeah, we need that unpredictability of it all. No, but it really does kind of show that just, each cog in the wheel needs to be working here, right? Because they, were unsuccessful as 4 until CoreJJ comes in and is kind of that final piece of the puzzle. Not to disparage Wraith and the work that he's done with the team, but that they definitely looked better with CoreJJ.
And we joke about it, but he brings experience as a former AD carry now in a support support role. That means within the laning phase, he knows what he needs to do to kind of enable Ruler, and he just got a little bit better in those laning phases. And more importantly, he knows when to roam as well. He knows when an AD carry can fend for himself, usually, and that's why he was so good at vision. He trained himself in the kind of the skill and the craft of a support while also knowing exactly how a AD carry functions, and I think that is definitely not to be overlooked.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And then the other thing he does is it just looks like he puts the team at ease with his presence on the Rift, because, you know, Kuve looks unlocked when you have Core JJ down in the bottom lane, and I think their team fighting is just so spectacular to watch with him. Time and time again, he's flashing forward, looking for those aggressive snares. Generally, if you're the Kennen, you're the first one in, it's very easy, you know, just get the exhaust, blow him up. But he was willing to take that on himself, get the initiations on, like, squishy champions like Zyra. We're not talking about an Alistar or Braum here. Really was good.
Yeah, and it's kind of, again, super crazy for me how Samsung never even made playoffs with this lineup until the summer split. Like, that was the first time, once they rebuilt, ever since Season 4, they make playoffs. You know, QV was a guy... People look at him as a top laner and SK being like, hey, he's not that great. You know, he's not going to do anything special. He got better and better and better. Core JJ support, obviously, we talked about the Crown as well growing. He was a big talent already, but now he's stepping onto the big stage. You need that experience as well to perform at the highest level. And it's just fantastic to see how some of these players are really stepping up individually, and they're able to match or even beat some of the lane matchups against SKT.
And hats off to Crown, because, you know, we were questioning his champion pool, and he does bring out the Aurelian Soul. And that is a really brave thing to do for someone that's always had limited champion pool issues. That's so much respect.
I mean, our narrative changed after the first 2 games from like, we don't want to see Victor into Orianna again, to Game 5, we want to see Victor into Orianna again. So Crown definitely showing that he can really master that champion. Samsung, they showed up a lot of their weaknesses, and to fall in a 3-2 close series versus SKT is honestly, if you would have asked any of their members before Worlds, you guys want to do that? They probably said, hell yes.
I was going to say, as much as it might sting in this very moment to have not walked away with the Summoners Cup, I feel with a little bit of reflection that all of them will be very, very proud of the season that they put together this year. Now, though, we have to highlight our World's MVP, who did some serious, serious work over the last month of competition to bring SK Telecom T1 to their 3rd championship. And no surprise, it's the man himself, FLICKR.
And you doubted him, Deficio, in your top 20. You know, this is a guy that you put number 2. But honestly, he's had such an impressive Worlds run. This guy is, he deserves it. He's the best player to ever pick up a mouse and keyboard in League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely so. No one ever questioned that one. I think in the group stage, you know, we saw...
Or did they?
Well, no. All time, right? I mean, coming into this... I like how Spawn is pulling me down. I'm going to take it down with me. But coming into the group stage, I think FLICKR had some really good games. And he also had like 1 or 2 questionable games, especially ones against Flash Wolves. So if you got to find one to kind of look at. But ever since we got into playoffs, he just looked unstoppable, honestly. Like, he won every single lane he played. Like, his average CSD coming into the finals, like 15 plus at 15 minutes. That's insane. You know, he just so much pressure, get mid towers every time. And yes, there's a lot of guys playing around him, but they're all supporting him. So he's the big carry who has to pull the weight for the team.
But we're finally, and hopefully for some other players in the world right there, seeing cracks in his armor. Sometimes he is making misplays, or his reactions out of game, you know, very visibly on that player cam, getting upset when things go wrong. We had him getting outplayed by Crown in the 1v1 scenario multiple times, so there definitely is a way to challenge the king, but not consistently, and that's the problem. FLICKR is just so goddamn consistent over a larger sample size.
And that's what happens when you play on that edge of greatness. I mean, this guy plays so close to danger at every step of the game. And sure, he does overextend at times and get punished for it, but you have to be able to punish him so much. And as Deficio was saying, there's a reason that the best team in the world plays around this player. He is like unrivaled in the ability to be able to take over a game, take over a series.
And I think another spectacular element of it all is it's now finally showcasing how much it is required for him to have solid members on that team around him, right? Because as League of Legends has evolved, we've seen teams that individually are not expected to do much of anything. But yet here they are, right, arriving at a world final, Samsung Galaxy, and challenging the best player in the world. And it's been proven that, okay, now he does need to have that supporting cast in order to make his bid for MVP.
Yeah, no one can win alone. It is a team game. Teamwork is super important, communication, everything. And that's, again, where FLICKR looks so good, because he's the main shot caller on the team. So not only is he the main carry, he's also the guy making a lot of the calls. He's obviously setting up a lot of these plays where he's calling in people to help him. And it's just super cool to see the synergy between him and the rest of the guys, especially Bengi when he's playing. Him and FLICKR together are really showing how good a combo can be. And even when they haven't played together for such a long time, this split, they come here when it really matters and show up.
And you like to see longevity rewarded in all sports. Like a roster staying together, sticking it out, going for back-to-back worlds, you know, not ending what could be a dynasty run. It's so nice to see them and FLICKR put it all together for one more time.
And along with the pride and glory of being the undisputed champions of the world, SKT will take home the lion's share of the world's prize pool, which reached $5 million over the course of the tournament with the help of the League of Legends community.
Yeah, and I think we just have to remember here, sorry to cut you off, Dash. I just really want to add this point about SKT is that it's the organization here we got to look at. They're doing so well, and it's different players coming in. Sometimes Duke joined this year, but FLICKR and Bengi they stay.
That's the first time that's ever happened to me. Don't let it happen again. Now you can support the prize pool through November 6th with the final total coming shortly afterwards. All right, now all day long you've been setting in your world's big plays, so let's get a look brought to you by XXX Return of Xander Cage. Now as Samsung Galaxy fought their way back into the series at DW Penn's Kid 27, my goodness, tweeted, evaporation, Kube with the insane Kenninol. Let's take a look.
Very good tidal wave. He's found 3. Oh! Charges up the Maelstrom, the slingshot.
That is the dream flank. All members of the back line for Cuvée.
And I think that when we saw this replay, we were like, if Samsung wins, Kuve's the MVP, because this guy has gone from being mediocre in every sense of the word as a top laner to, you know, pulling out that on the world stage.
I mean, his statistics throughout the entire tournament have just skyrocketed in terms of solo kills, the pressure that he puts in the top lane, his ability to play both the tanks and the aggressive top laners.
Yeah, I was just so happy that he went for the Kennen again, despite having the early lead in the first time he played it, and then just not being able to snowball because of one bad ulti and then getting dove over and over. He had the confidence to, you know, have faith in the pick, win his lane again, and then get the beneficial teleport in and just wreck faces in those fights.
But even when he played Poppy, he was able to actually carry team fights with great ultis, you know, good flanks all around. He's just become like a super good player to watch both early game, mid game, and late game, and that's very unique.
Next up, Golding called out a Lee Sin kick that us here mortals can only dream of, saying, ambition, are you kidding me?
But Cuvée is keeping sight on Duke.
For FLICKR! FLICKR's down! They've got him! FLICKR's down!
FLICKR was looking actually to try and get some type of aggressive engage when Ambition sneaks around the side.
Ooh.
Ambition. Confirmed peekaboo champion, world champion. It would be slightly more impressive if FLICKR didn't have flash. But definitely a really good game. The biggest thing is that wasn't the only kick that Ambition did. So many situations he lurked around the corner, he went for the plays, wasn't afraid to close the gap with flash into then the kick Q, even if it cost him his life.
And Lee Sin is such a unique champion because, you know, he can take over early games and he has this trough, and then all you need is that one kick. That one kick can win you a game. And as Crepo was saying, he just had so many of those one kicks.
Well,
you need one kick,
but if you have so many of them,
it's even better.
So many ones. All right, well, as we've asked the fans to have thrown in their world's big plays, I want to turn to you guys and ask you what your favorite moments from this year's Worlds tournament were. So, Crepo, we're going to start with
there's
you.
a bunch of them, but when I'm looking at favorite players, it has to be Peanut. He was playing fantastically on the Olaf, but just in general, for me, his personality that came out and the way he performed during Worlds was just such a joy to see, and he could definitely counter-gank a couple of good plays here too. Of course, it would help if people would flash the axe, but he can't help it that people
That's not his fault. He's doing his job right here.
Yeah, his timing on certain counter-ganks and just creativity in gank paths was definitely unmatched up until that point, up until the semifinal.
Also, first time he played it. First time he played Olaf, and that happened.
Well, yeah, he couldn't have asked for it to start a better way, but Peanut really did. You know, I like that you mentioned his personality as well, because he so much did capture the hearts of millions of people watching, and you know, his personality, that joy that he has when he plays, I think that's what the majority of League players strive for, right? Is when we're losing in solo queue, I want to have as much fun as Peanut does when they're losing a game on the world stage.
And you know, with that attitude, he silenced the hopes and dreams of an entire region. I mean, the LPL has really backed EDG going into this World, and Peanut, like, crushed them. That was spectacular.
To say the least. All right, next up, Spawn, what is your favorite moment from Worlds 2016?
You know, I come from the wildcard regions, cast the OPL, and when I was watching the IWCQ, there's just this really unique team in Albus Nox Luna. They're winning like 4-minute team fights in the jungle, and when I got to see them play at Worlds, I didn't think they were going to be able to play the same style, but watching their run, watching how much fun this team had, they play their own picks, and they do it so damn well. I just fell in love with it.
Let's take a look back.
That's it. Last Nexus goes down.
Nox, 2 and 1 in the group. What beasts from the CIS region.
ANX just turned it on its head and Peanut slammed into the wall. ANX turned it up for the double.
This is insane. They're actually beating the Rocks Tigers right now.
Gonna try and get down. They need to say this back. Get them with the
Gets denied by Real Miracle! Are you kidding me?
All these minions are hitting the void link still. The next is the greatest time.
He's getting it.
They did it.
Oh my God, they did it!
All I want to say is that being underdog doesn't mean being a loser. That's all.
I mean, you can only celebrate the run that Albus Nox had at Worlds. I mean, destroying what it means to be a wild card, you know, team. The old image of what a wild card team was.
Bringing it back to the traditional meeting. These were guys that came in and just blue shelled everyone.
That's
Also,
very true.
I would just put FLICKR as my sub if I was like a new team coming up and
Motivation?
Yeah, when you're 2-2 and you go in a best of 5, put him in, coach.
Put him in. He's gonna play something crazy, and he's gonna do
no,
well.
No, don't they put him in the motivational speech category and then put somebody else in?
No, not him even.
I love it. All right, well, Deficio, last but certainly not least, what is your favorite moment from Worlds?
I think I got the best one.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
I'm just gonna say, we clearly all had the same one here. Praise, fantastic arrow where he hits Duke, stops the teleport, wins the game as well, allows Rox Tigers to finish the Nexus, and it was just fantastic to watch.
Best Ashe player in the world.
All right, let's take a look.
And they even got the pick off on Bang.
Rox doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recalls. The arrows. Look at the arrow. Get teleport.
He's gonna stop it. He stopped Duke, which means they can push. But Spence running low. But they get it. Here comes the Nexus. They're trying to burn it down. Is this not gonna be enough? It's not. Rox Tigers answer back with game 2.
Yeah, if we had a nerf teleport, he would have landed just the last 0.5 seconds.
It's so true. It was literally half a second there, but it was such a huge moment. And again, in one of the best series in the history of Worlds. But then we had tonight's series, and now I don't really know
which one is best.
Which one is better, right? But to have two back-to-back 5-game series also says to me that this is maybe perhaps the most SKT's ever been tested on their way to a World Championship.
Yeah, I think definitely, apart from the one that they didn't make because Samsung White knocked them out of the gauntlet run. I mean, this Worlds in general has really shaken up like what a lot of people thought about competitive League of Legends. Is the gap closing? No, Korea is still great. However, the wildcard team's catching everyone, and anyone really is
down
fair.
there instead.
Yeah, everyone is really fair game right now.
And it's closing in Korea, at least.
There you go. Right.
Yeah. It's the first time SKT has to play two Koreans. First time they have to play two Korean teams to win the World Championship. Make it very competitive, obviously. And I think in the end, you know, people want to cheer for their own teams, and I understand that. But I think also you just got to watch these teams play, like Rox Tigers SKT, Samsung SKT now. Fantastic games and fantastic best of 5s, and we just have to celebrate good League of Legends, and then it doesn't matter where you're from.
Yeah, I think if there was any hope left for fans out there that was like, my team got a little bit unlucky if X didn't happen or Y didn't pass.
Yeah, you're not good enough.
But then you watched Rox versus SKT. At that very moment, all your hope just disappeared because you knew your team was not good enough to play at that level.
Trust
Is that what happened with you?
No,
I was enjoying that series.
Last year, the LPL, I was like, unlucky. You know, we would have got them. Just bad group stages, best of ones, all those things. Then I watched the SKT and Rox Tigers just demolished like the two
Both
best teams in
RNG and
China.
EDG.
Yeah, that was ugly.
But it really was. Some spectacular League of Legends played on this stage, both tonight and all previous nights. And while it's time to close the books on Worlds, the season isn't over just yet. Join us from December 8th to the 11th when the top players from around the world descend on Barcelona's Palau Sant Jordi for the 2016 League of Legends All-Star event. It'll feature a 1v1 tournament, special game modes, and fire versus ice clashes on Summoner's Rift with pros from around the world voted for by you. That voting begins on October 31st, so stay tuned to lolesports.com. That's very soon.
And, you know, I don't normally endorse players to get back into the 1v1 tournaments, but please send Kira back there again because that guy was so much fun to watch at IWCA last year.
And I had a ton of fun announcing and hosting that event. But we wanted to get a couple more interviews for you tonight. However, the hype sucked all the power out of the building, and we couldn't deliver. Unlucky, and we're sorry about that. But from us here in Los Angeles, we'd like to extend a final congratulations to the 2016 World Champions, SK Telecom T1, and thanks to all of you for joining us throughout the 2016 season from spring to the Staples Center. It's time for us to sign off. So good night, DG, and we'll see you on the Rift.
每个区域的队伍都更强，16支队伍每一支队伍都蛮强的。
Your defending champions, SK Telecom T1. Goes right by it, but level 1 roam. Right down, Bray gets hit. Yes, it is the roam. See how
He stole it! It's secured! The Rocks Tigers get the merit!
Is this gonna be the year when wildcard teams became a deal? I think yes. This time we are not just winning, we are looking better than our opponents.
This is gonna be it! San Francisco is going crazy! Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far!
The greatest triumph! All these minions are hitting the pointless.
FLICKR, go! He's invulnerable!
He got it!
Oh my God!
They did it!
Oh my God, they did it!
ANX just took down the Rocks Tigers.
Oh no! That is a deleted! If ever I've seen one! And G2 are aced!
Yes, they failed. Yes, they could do better. But when they had nothing, they have shown their competitive spirit and they fought until the very end.
A little bit too low in this one. It is just
He stole it for one. The steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive earthquakes.
and EDG are evaporating, and it looks like H2K will seal the deal. Your first seed from Group C.
你有得到这个机会，对一个职业选手来说就是很开心的一件事情。
This is our big shot. This is TSM's big shot.
Good flash of Biosis. Still gets recovery. Man knockup. TSM are getting destroyed. Their hopes, their dreams, they're done. Royal advance to Chicago.
북미 팬들에게 미안하지만 저희도 이기려고 여기 왔고
Crown moves fast. He gets the Zigno, petrifying gaze. Smoothie gets taken down. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on.
유럽 SSG 팀 중에 저희밖에 안 남았는데 그래도 한 끝까지 살아남아서 유럽을 자랑스럽게 하고 싶어요.
Really good quote about FLICKR. He's just too tanky for the double. Now Smurf parting it up with a frozen mouth and a bit of help from Miracle. Damage is almost enough, but now for Gibbonstone to turn it around. Spew gets himself a triple. There's the quadra. H2K demolish NX.
이제부터 시작이라고 생각하고 있어요.
He hops over the minions, sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG is looking for the kill. Sonic Wave connects, resonating strike. Duke might just survive. Mega Girl's coming up. The boomerang, the excitement, the hammer. Duke survives. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds.
He is still chasing on the Deft, who's nearly out of HP. The chase in for Prey. First blood. That's two for Peanut. It might be a third. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rocks hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1, hoping to win a World Championship.
눈앞에 결승이 있다 보니까 결승까지 가고 싶어요.
No flash. Oh, never mind. We got more action.
Ryu's in so much trouble. Pounce is flashed away from, but Ambition gets one.
Diddley Sugar for Cunningham, and now Ryu has the summoner.
Ryu's dead, no doubts about it. Number one, you gave Crown Victor.
And Ambition, he's got something to prove.
A 3-0 sweep of Europe's H2K will send Samsung Galaxy to the World Final.
크립토나잇 뭐 그런 정도까지는 솔직히 느끼지 않고요. 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라고 항상 생각해왔고 지금도 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
Rocks doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recall with Ash Arrows. Gonna get teleported.
He's gonna stop Duke. He stopped Duke. They're trying to bring it down. Is the stun gonna be enough? Rocks Tigers answer back with game 2. There's the harpoon. There's the chase down, and Gorilla's gonna make it rain into the bullet time, and it's gonna be all the damage he needs. Gorilla getting the kill. Rocks Tigers 1 game away from breaking the curse.
How has Benki been able to train his Nidalee? He's not known as a Nidalee player. They're confident first picking it in what could be an elimination game in Worlds.
They're going for Kuro. Double bomb on a Kuro. Javel's gonna land this time, and he's gonna get the damage. Yes, he is. First blood in for FLICKR.
He's out.
The flash of Kuro, the stun of FLICKR, not gonna matter. Bangy! And Bangy again.
SKT fight their way back in the elimination game. Bengi subs back in. He saves SKT. Now we're going to game 5.
Two Korean heavyweights in the fight of the millennium.
제가 스맵 선수한테 1등 자리를 뺏겨서 아쉬움이 많이 컸고 이번 월드 챔피언십에서 다시 1등을 하자라는 생각을 많이 했고
But they do see FLICKR, and the cocoon's not going to land though, so can they get anything else? The flash chase, it's Smith onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not going to go down. FLICKR, with just the ghost, gets away with it.
It's all MG wrote for this one. SK Telecom Team 1, backs against the wall. Bengi himself, 3-0 against Rocks Tigers in the series, and SKT punched their ticket to their third World Final.
Hello, Staples Center!
We don't really know what to expect from this Samsung team. Yes, they've crushed the bracket stage, but they haven't played a team as close to as good as SKT here. Might have some kill threat.
Black is still getting got the last tick. He's on ground. Solo kills FLICKR. Sidesteps away. Bengi's running in.
And that's the type of defeat you don't want to have if you're Samsung, because this is the momentum building of SKT's war machine.
It looks like Samsung are coming back. They've killed FLICKR, found Bengi, and moving on to Duke.
And he's killed.
Take that Ambition. Ambition steals the Elder Dragon. Very good title win. He's found 3. Black charges up the Maelstrom. The slingshot. FLICKR's down. Samsung get 3. Play the Silver Scrapes. Samsung and SKT are going to game 5. Duke flashes forward, chomps down to kill Crown. SK Telecom have got 2, make that 3 kills. SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their 3rd World Championship.